Chapter 1. Alone in an empty room. In the capital, at the Qin residence. Qin Jiwei, give me your flower hairpin. A domineering voice rang out. Qin Jiwei opened her eyes, barely able to comprehend the situation before her elder sister, Qin Lin, lunged at her and snatched the flower hairpin from her head. With her chin slightly raised, Qin Lin cast a disdainful glance in her direction. This hairpin is so inauspicious that I wouldn't want to look at it even once. She then scoffed. However, it might have some use later. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei realized that her sister, like herself, had been reborn in her previous life. Qin Jiwei was forced to enter the palace for the selection of concubines. The emperor praised her flower hairpin, deeming it elegant. This led to her selection and a title as a noble. A decade later, she ascended to the throne, becoming the mother of a nation. Meanwhile, her elder sister married into a Marquess family, only to be neglected by her husband, the young Marquis, on their wedding night. A month later, the Marquis was assassinated, leaving him with a permanent disability. Filled with resentment, Qin Lin began to mistreat and beat her 3 adopted sons. Within a year, she was expelled from the Marquess residence, reduced to the status of a discarded wife. Now, in this new life, it seemed her sister intended to seize her destiny. With the hairpin in hand, Qin Lin turned and strutted away, leaving Qin Jiwei standing still, watching her sister's retreating figure with a smile curving her lips. To her surprise, Qin Lin remained as foolish as ever in this second chance at life. In her previous life, when she ascended to the throne, others only saw her outward glory. In truth, the emperor favored concubine Shun, and selecting her as a concubine was merely a means to protect concubine Shun, drawing all hostility toward herself. With treachery lurking in every corner, poisoning at banquets, being pushed into the water, and enduring kneeling punishments in the reign, Qin Jiwei faced countless schemes against her, but ultimately, she retaliated against each one. That after a decade in the palace, she had never made a grave mistake, and she was renowned for her virtue, eventually being named Empress. Yet, just 3 days after her coronation, the emperor personally fed her poison. In the end, concubine Shun took the position of Empress. It turned out she was merely a stepping stone for concubine Shun, a tool to eliminate the women of the harem. Since Qin Lin wished to enter that den of devourers, Qin Jiwei would gladly grant her this ambition. That evening, in the hall, "Mother, I do not wish to marry that Marquis. I want to enter the palace for the selection." Qin Lin whined. Madame Li furrowed her brows, gently advising, "My dear daughter, who in the capital does not know that the emperor favors concubine Shun. In previous elections, none were chosen, and this year will likely be the same." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Lin interrupted. "Mother, this time, it's different. I am certain I will be selected." Having been reborn, she understood the trajectory of events. She was the chosen one. This life was destined for her to become Empress. Madame Li sighed. In the harem, one must tread carefully, or one's life may be lost. How does that compare to the stable wealth of the Marquess residence? Yet Qin Lin merely pouted at her mother's words. "Marquis is nothing but a monk, and he has been a cripple since less than a month into our marriage. As for those 3 adopted sons, after only scolding them a few times, he wants to divorce me. What was so good about marrying into the Marquess residence? It was utterly undesirable." In the end, Madame Li could not resist her daughter's pleas and reluctantly agreed. The next morning, in the main courtyard, "Jiwei, although you originally did not qualify for this marriage to the Marquess family, your sister is now willing to relinquish this excellent match to you. You must remember to be grateful for her kindness for the rest of your life." Madame Li spoke softly. Beside her, Qin Lin raised her chin, a smug expression on her face. She was about to enter the palace and become Empress. The marriage to the Marquess family was nothing more than a gift to Qin Jiwei. But alas, in just a month, her husband would become a cripple, ultimately being cast out of the Marquess residence. You, a concubine-born daughter, marrying into the Marquess family is a blessing you earned over several lifetimes. But marrying and means becoming a stepmother, caring for 3 children, it would be exhausting for you. Yet a lowly girl like you is only worthy of such a life. Qin Lin's insults were harsh, but Qin father and Madame Li merely dismissed them, showing no intention to intervene. Tears welled in Qin Jiwei's eyes as she nodded meekly, appearing timid and frail. Qin Lin was determined to enter the palace. But little did she know that marrying into the Marquess residence was the true blessing. The Marquess heir, Xie Yanli, was exceptionally talented, having attained a high position at a young age with substantial power. Qin Jiwei was well aware of Xie Yanli's fate in her previous life. However, she knew who orchestrated it all. Confident in her ability to save Xie Yanli this time, she envisioned a husband who would be diligent and virtuous, free from concubines and hidden rooms. With a mother-in-law who was unwell and unable to manage affairs, she would be the matriarch of the household. The Marquess residence was not only prestigious, but also prosperous. As for the 3 adopted sons, despite Qin Lin's disdain, with proper guidance, they too could achieve greatness. Just because her elder sister could not lead a good life did not mean that Qin Jiwei would be doomed to the same fate. Soon, the day of Qin Jiwei's wedding arrived. After the ceremony, she was assisted into the bridal chamber. Yet, as night fell, there was still no sign of Xie Yanli. Curious about her esteemed husband, who was renowned for his looks and charm, Qin Jiwei recalled hearing he was extraordinarily handsome, but unfortunately a cripple. However, during the wedding, she had kept her veil over her face, unable to see his features. The only glimpse she caught was of his long, jade-like hands, with clean, well-defined fingers. After he helped her out of the carriage, he quickly released her hand. True to the rumors, he was indeed a man of few emotions. Little he, her maid, anxiously glanced at the half-burned phoenix red candles an hour ago. A servant came to say that the Marquis was busy with urgent documents and would come later, she said. But now it is already past the hour of the pig, and he still has not arrived. Surely her mistress would not be left alone in the bridal chamber, right? Please no. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei's expression hardened. Alone in the bridal chamber? In her previous life, Qin Lin had faced the same fate on her wedding night. Qin Lin was left alone, and the next day, she became the laughingstock of the household. Xie Yanli was indeed a man of few desires. After casting aside Qin Lin, he had never remarried and lived a solitary life. 5 years later, he succumbed to old injuries and died young. Qin Jiwei turned her head, whispering a few words to little I in the study, but a tall figure sat behind the desk, with Xie Yanli slightly bowing his head, his sword-like brows furrowed, the flickering candlelight accentuating his features further. His expression was cold and aloof, and anyone who beheld him would find him unapproachable. Marquis, came a voice from outside, belonging to the servant Ziju. Having completed his paperwork, Xie Yanli set down his brush and replied calmly, "Come in." Ziju approached, holding a wooden tray, and placed a steaming bowl of ginseng soup on the table. "Marquis, this was sent by the young lady. She asked you to rest well after finishing your work." Xie Yanli glanced at the bowl of soup, raising an eyebrow as a sudden thought crossed his mind. He had, it seemed, married a wife today. Chapter 2. This evening marks their wedding night. Ziju sighed beside her, remarking that the young mistress truly embodied the qualities of a refined lady, possessing a gentle and virtuous demeanor. Had she been of a more fiery temperament, she would surely have caused a scene if her husband were to neglect her on their wedding night. Xie Yanli turned the jade ring on his finger. Earlier this year, his grandmother visited the 10,000 Buddha temple, where Master Kongyu foretold that he was destined to encounter a calamity, one that could only be averted by marrying a woman from the Qin family. Though Xie Yanli was skeptical of such claims, he ultimately yielded to his grandmother's wishes. Marrying a daughter of the Qin family was not his desire, yet he could not treat her unfairly given her commendable character. In Qinlong courtyard, Xie Yanli stepped through the door, his handsome face devoid of expression. His gaze fell upon Qin Jiwei, who lay on the bed. She wore a vibrant red wedding gown, her face mostly concealed by a red veil, revealing only the delicate curve of her chin and her subtly pursed crimson lips. Her hands rested neatly on her knees, tightly clutching a handkerchief embroidered with intertwined lotuses, exuding an aura of tranquility and dignity. As Xie Yanli approached, he lifted the golden scale, coldly raising the veil before him. He had encountered many beauties, yet he was unprepared for the striking allure of the second daughter of the Qin family. Her complexion was fair, her features exquisitely delicate, and the enchanting peach blossom eyes added to her charm. A small black mole at the corner of her right eye lent her an additional touch of allure. Although Qin Jiwei possessed extraordinary beauty, her status as a concubine meant she rarely accompanied her mother, resulting in her being relatively unknown to many. Despite a fleeting moment of distraction, Xie Yanli maintained his icy demeanor. He was not one to be swayed by beauty, nor would he develop affection for anyone based solely on their appearance. Qin Jiwei blinked her beautiful eyes, her voice as soft as a feather, calling out, "Husband." As she anticipated, he indeed approached. She understood that Xie Yanli required a virtuous and understanding wife, and she was prepared to fulfill that role. Xie Yanli's voice was devoid of warmth. He raised his gaze, scrutinizing the young woman before him. This Miss Qin appeared to be gentle and demure, but whether this was merely her facade or her true nature remained uncertain. Qin Jiwei turned her gaze towards Xie Yanli, who was as handsome as the rumors suggested. His face was like snow jade, with strikingly refined features and a nose sculpted to perfection. He exuded an air of noble detachment, akin to the pristine snow atop a mountain, seemingly unattainable. This was to be her husband for this lifetime. Feeling her gaze upon him, Xie Yanli's lips tightened. He had endured countless such scrutinizing glances throughout his life. The admiration and affection of women felt like a burden to him. "Young master, young mistress, it is time to drink the cup of union," announced the elder Zhang, who had been sent by the matriarch. Aware of her grandson's discontent with the marriage, she had dispatched Zhang to ensure his compliance with the wedding rituals. Zhang glanced at the maid, who promptly approached the bed with a wooden tray holding the wine cups. Though somewhat reluctant, Xie Yanli lifted the cup and entwined his arm with Qin Jiwei's. Their bodies drew near, their breaths mingling, as the wine flowed down her throat. Its sharpness brought a flush to Qin Jiwei's cheeks, rendering her face as radiant as a peach blossom. She looked at Xie Yanli, only to find his expression still cold and his gaze devoid of emotion, radiating a chilling aura that kept her at arm's length. Throughout the ritual, he did not cast a single glance her way. Noticing this, Qin Jiwei bit her lip. No wonder Xie Yanli had never been intimate with a woman. It was to be expected. After finishing the ritual, Xie Yanli surveyed the maids in the room and coldly commanded, "You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Qin Jiwei." Yes, the elder Zhang and the maids responded before hastily departing the room. Xie Yanli turned to observe Qin Jiwei's blushing face. His lips pressed tightly together. This was their wedding night, a time traditionally reserved for intimacy, but he could not grant her that. Xie Jingchun, Xie Jing, and Xie Zhu, his 3 adopted sons, were the children of his close aide, Xian. Years ago, when he was ambushed, Xian sacrificed himself to save him and, before his death, implored him to adopt and raise these boys. Xie Yanli did not relish this marriage. He had agreed partly out of a desire to find someone to care for them. If Qin Jiwei were to conceive a child so soon, she would inevitably become preoccupied, neglecting the 3 boys. Rest assured, as long as you care for the children, I will not treat you unfairly. The entire marquis will eventually be entrusted to you. He spoke with an icy tone, devoid of any emotion. After speaking, his frosty gaze fell upon Qin Jiwei, only to find her expression calm and gentle. Her eyes as clear as water, showing no signs of anger or resentment. A soft smile graced Qin Jiwei's lips as she spoke in a melodious tone. "I understand that you married me due to the matriarch's influence, and that you harbor no feelings for me. I will embrace your 3 sons as my own. So please do not worry." Xie Yanli pressed his lips together, bewildered. Was there truly such a gentle and virtuous woman in this world? He couldn't help but inquire. "Do you truly have no grievances in your heart?" Ordinary women would be furious upon hearing such words on their wedding night. He had anticipated her anger and planned to retreat to his study immediately after. Yet, to his surprise, she displayed no irritation whatsoever. Qin Jiwei gently shook her head. Her voice still soft. "Having married you, I am now your wife. As a wife, it is my duty to obey my husband and nurture the children." Did she have grievances? Certainly. Any woman hearing such words on her wedding night would be displeased. However, it was inconsequential. She would feign compliance. In her previous life, her legitimate sister failed to win over Xie Yanli, leading to a difficult existence in the Marquis. In this life, she must secure his affection. Qin Jiwei pinched her palm tightly, tears welling in her eyes. She gently bit her lower lip, lifting her delicate face to gaze at him. Chapter 3. She must keep Xie Yanli. I am aware that my husband is reluctant to approach me, yet tonight marks our wedding night. Should he choose not to stay in my chamber, it would certainly become the talk of the household by dawn. Not only would I lose face, but the steward would surely have plenty of idle gossip to share. Beneath the flickering candlelight, her watery eyes shimmered with a tinge of sorrow. Having married into the Marquis, I yearn to live peacefully in the future, thus I implore my husband to rest in my chamber tonight. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanli pressed his lips tightly together. Prior to entering the room, he had resolved that if Qin Jiwei were to cry or act irrationally, he would simply retreat to the study without a shred of remorse. However, he did not anticipate her to be so composed and courteous, exuding a gentle tranquility. Yet, women often possess many facades, and the authenticity of her grace would reveal itself over time. But for tonight, Xie Yanli coolly acknowledged her request, conceding with a slight nod. "Thank you, young master," Qin Jiwei replied, her lips curling into a light smile, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling. On this day of matrimony, she donned splendid attire that accentuated her striking features, her beauty radiating vibrantly. Her smile was alluring, captivating to the core. Xie Yanli cast a fleeting glance before swiftly averting his gaze. Having achieved her objective, Qin Jiwei subtly smirked. Mastering the art of feigned fragility and virtuous demeanor was her forte. She understood that although Xie Yanli appeared aloof, he was well-mannered. As long as she presented herself as gentle and unobtrusive, caring for his 3 adopted sons, he would not be unkind to her, allowing her to lead a stable life in the inner chambers. The challenges of this life were far less daunting than those of her previous existence. "My husband, may I assist you in changing your attire?" Qin Jiwei inquired softly. "There's no need," Xie Yanli replied without hesitation. He was uncomfortable with women encroaching upon his space. Qin Jiwei anticipated his reaction. She merely asked out of curiosity and had no genuine intention to assist him. After all, to portray the image of a gentle and virtuous woman, one must commit fully. It is getting late. I shall go and tidy myself, she declared. Xie Yanli responded with a non-committal hum, turning his attention away. His lashes fell, his dark eyes deep in thought, returning to the matters of state. This affair should not have been handled in such a manner. He needed to instruct Zizhu to visit the Dali temple again tomorrow. Time passed, and a melodious voice broke through his reverie. Husband. Xie Yanli raised his gaze, and upon recognizing her, his expression darkened. Qin Jiwei stood before him in a delicate white gown, the sheer fabric swaying gently with her movements. All her adornments had been removed, and her long, dark hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. Her porcelain face bore no makeup, appearing refreshingly pure. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, her peach blossom eyes exuded an indescribable allure. Though her demeanor was innocent and untainted, an enticing charm emanated from her. Xie Yanli could not deny that Qin Jiwei was the most beautiful and unique woman he had ever encountered. He swallowed hard, feeling a subtle stiffness in his body. I shall go freshen up, he said hastily, rising and leaving Qin Jiwei alone in the room. Qin Jiwei blinked, bemused. Why the urgency in his words about simply refreshing himself? When Xie Yanli returned, he found Qin Jiwei already nestled in bed, bundled under the covers. Her delicate face peeking out. She blinked at him, her eyes sparkling like dewdrops. Her voice, softened by relaxation, was sweet as if laced with honey. Young master, may I sleep inside? Xie Yanli's heart skipped a beat. She was so obedient. Rarely did he engage with women. Aside from maids and those noble ladies who sought his favor, none resembled Qin Jiwei, who was not only gentle and virtuous but also remarkably innocent and well-behaved. Xie Yanli lowered his gaze, swiftly clearing his mind of distractions. When he opened his eyes again, clarity returned. The allure of femininity was but a fleeting distraction to him. They lay on the bed, separated by a distance of 2 palm widths. By day's end, Qin Jiwei had a clearer understanding of her current situation. She silently calculated in her mind. Having navigated through palace intrigues with ease in her past life, she was well equipped to handle matters within the household. Now that Xie Yanli was her husband, she could not allow him to become incapacitated. She must devise a plan to keep him safe from the impending calamity a month hence. The subsequent matters would be attended to gradually. Exhausted from the day, she dozed off, her mind devoid of any intent to seduce Xie Yanli. However, she had forgotten her habit of seeking comfort while sleeping. Having lost her mother at a tender age, she often felt insecure. To combat her nightly unease, Grandma Song had crafted a soft doll for her to hold while sleeping. Qin Jiwei had grown accustomed to embracing something during the night. As she drifted into slumber, she sensed an absence, a yearning for warmth. In her drowsiness, she detected a comforting presence beside her, prompting her to snuggle closer until she instinctively wrapped her arms around it. Xie Yanli, ever vigilant, remained sensitive to his surroundings even in sleep. He felt a soft sensation against his arm, and as he stirred, a wave of sweet fragrance enveloped him. Chapter 4. She truly cares for his adopted son. Xie Yanli felt a sudden warmth rush to his ears. Although he had never been intimate with a woman, he was well aware of what this sensation implied. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Qin Jiwei firmly embracing his arm. Her white gauze dress was slightly disheveled, accentuating her curves, and her skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance. Xie Yanli's body stiffened instantly. He glanced down, and his thin lips pressed tightly together. His mind was in turmoil as he forcibly reminded himself that it was entirely normal to be so close to a woman for the first time. With a gentle motion, Xie Yanli withdrew his arm from Qin Jiwei's grasp. The softness faded, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He closed his eyes, silently reciting military regulations in an attempt to fall asleep once more. However, not long after, the familiar softness returned. Opening his eyes again, he saw Qin Jiwei's delicate face leaning in closer. Her complexion was exceptionally fair, and the faint blush on her cheeks from sleep only enhanced her charm. Xie Yanli's gaze turned scrutinizing. Was she intentionally seducing him, or was it merely inadvertent? He found himself perplexed. Lowering his gaze slightly, shadows from his lashes danced across his face. Finally, he reached for a nearby pillow and placed it gently in Qin Jiwei's embrace. Observing her finally settled down, he too slowly closed his eyes. The following morning, after dressing, Qin Jiwei approached the bedside and bit her fingertip, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto a white handkerchief. Soon after, Granny Zhang arrived with a maid. Upon seeing the bloodied handkerchief, Granny Zhang smiled with satisfaction. They all proceeded towards the main courtyard. Today marked the second day of her marriage, and Qin Jue was to serve tea to her elders. The main hall was already filled with people. As Qin Jue's gaze swept across the crowd, a hint of confusion flickered within her. Was it merely her imagination? Or did Xie Yanli appear entirely different from the others in the Ho residence? Her thoughts drifted momentarily, but when she raised her eyes again, she restored her gentle and virtuous demeanor. She noticed the various gazes directed at her, some curious, some speculative, and others laced with malice. Yet, she remained composed. Performing a graceful bow, Madame Xie nodded in approval. This granddaughter-in-law, although a concubine's daughter, exhibited remarkable grace and propriety. Despite the bloodstains on the handkerchief, she could see at a glance that Qin Jue and Yanli had not consummated their marriage. Yanli had always been indifferent to women. When attempts were made to arrange a concubine for him at the age of 15, he had resorted to fasting as a form of protest. Although Qin Jue had not shared a bed with Yanli, the mere fact that he had stayed the night in her chamber was an impressive feat as for the consummation. Such matters could not escape the keen eyes of experienced women. However, Qin Jue's ability to conceal and mitigate gossip within the household revealed her intelligence and wisdom. "Grandmother, please enjoy your tea," Qin Jue said, presenting the teacup respectfully. After taking a sip, Madame Xie grasped Qin Jue's small hand. "As the eldest son of the family, now that Yanli has married, I can finally rest easy." With that, she removed a pair of exquisite jade bangles from her wrist and placed them into Qin Jue's palm. Having encountered countless rare treasures in the palace during her previous life, Qin Jue recognized the bangles at a glance as top-quality imperial green. Such treasures were scarcely seen. Even within the palace, she gracefully leaned forward, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother. I shall serve my duties with utmost dedication." Next, she respectfully offered tea to her in-laws. Lord Xie, a man of few words, quietly savored his tea, while the lady of the Ho glanced at Qin Jue with a hint of disdain. What right did a lowly concubine's daughter have to marry into their noble family? Qin Jue was undoubtedly aware of the contempt emanating from the lady of the Ho. Xie Yanli was not the biological son of the lady of the Ho, but was born of Lord Xie's first wife. The lady of the Ho, as the second wife, had borne a son and a daughter. Her son, Xie Zhongji, was stationed at the border and had not returned for many years, while her daughter, Xie Wanning, was just 14 and still awaiting suitors. Seemingly aware that everyone was hungry, Madame Xie said, "Qin Jue, your mother-in-law has just recovered from a serious illness. It is not good for her health to remain hungry. Let us eat and wait for the children." Qin Jue nodded gently. The morning meal was soon served in the Ho residence. Just as Qin Jue picked up her porcelain spoon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, 3 young boys entered the dining room, striding in unison. Upon seeing the children, Xie Yanli's cold countenance softened slightly. Qin Jue's gaze landed first on the tallest among them, whom she presumed to be the eldest, Xie Jingchun. Although still young, he already displayed a striking charisma, with sharp brows and bright eyes that exuded confidence. His hair was tied back high with a simple silver hairpin, with a few stray strands falling charmingly at his cheeks. Xie Jingchun approached and respectfully bowed to the elders. Turning to Qin Jue, he seemed a bit shy but still called out in a strong voice, "Mother." Qin Jue responded warmly, smiling, "What a good boy. Though young, you already possess such valor and spirit." Then she added softly, "I noticed your shoes seem a bit small. I brought some leather and fabric from home to make you a new pair." At this age, boys grow swiftly, and shoes quickly become ill-fitting. Sitting nearby, Xie Yanli glanced at his son's shoes and noted how tightly they were stretched, the toes visibly cramped. His expression darkened in an instant. As a father, he felt utterly inadequate, having failed to notice his child's discomfort. His gaze then shifted to the gentle and smiling Qin Jue, her eyes dark and thoughtful. He had not anticipated that she would pay attention to such minute details. It appeared that she indeed cared for his adopted son. Yet whether her intentions were genuine or feigned remained to be seen. Chapter 5. This Qin Jue. Beside Xie Jingchun stood a slightly shorter youth, presumably his second son, Xie Jing. He possessed an exquisite porcelain-like complexion, with deep black eyes that already hinted at his future charm. As he glanced about, a warm smile graced his features. He clasped his hands and offered a respectful salute to Qin Jue, his demeanor remarkably composed for one so young, his voice gentle and calm, addressing her as mother. Qin Jue raised an eyebrow, surprised by the maturity of a child of such tender years. The youngest, Xie soon made his entrance, his face adorned with a smile. After greeting the elders, he wobbled slightly as he approached Qin Jue. His eyes sparkled like black grapes as he chirped in a sweet, high-pitched voice, "Greetings, mother." Qin Jiawu's eyes crinkled in a smile, her tone light and cheerful as she replied, "Ah, how fond your sister-in-law is of these 3 children. One might think they were her own." Turning to see who had spoken, she found it was a charming young girl in a pink dress, Xie Wanning, the daughter of the Marquis and her sister-in-law. Qin Jiawu discerned the sarcasm woven into her words, but chose not to take offense, responding softly, "Wanning speaks most accurately. They are indeed the children of the heir, and thus, they are my children as well." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning's eyes narrowed. How audacious for a mere illegitimate daughter to retort. She was merely being polite by addressing her as sister-in-law and truly believed herself to be of higher standing? Such insolence. This Qin Jiawu was clearly a lowly woman. Xie Wanning's eyes widened as she declared sharply, "Qin Jiawu, you enough," interrupted the matriarch, Xie Leo Furin, casting a disapproving glance at Xie Wanning. "You two are a young aunt. Jiawu has a fondness for children and treats them with care. What reason have you to be angry?" Xie Leo Furin was displeased with Xie Wanning's behavior. Once a well-behaved child, she had grown increasingly unruly. Her current demeanor was unbecoming of a legitimate daughter of the Marquis. It was akin to speaking to a wall. She simply would not listen. Gradually, Xie Leo Furin had grown weary of addressing her. Xie Wanning, upon hearing this, merely scoffed to herself. "Humph, they are not even the biological children of the Xie family. Why should we treat them so well?" Yet, she dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Everyone in the Marquis knew that Xie Yanli held a significant regard for these 3 adopted children. Was it not due to their father, Xian, saving his life years ago? Was it truly necessary to be so concerned? Xie Wanning believed solely in bloodlines. The father of these children was merely an ordinary attendant, of inferior lineage. Surely, they would amount to nothing of note as they grew. Why bother? The Xie family was vast and prosperous. The inheritance would rightfully fall to their own biological children. After Xie Wanning was chastised by the matriarch, she dared not speak further. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Qin Jiawu, scrutinizing her, dressed in a long, wide-sleeved robe of rich purple. Qin Jiawu had adorned her elegant hair with a delicate golden hairpin set with pearls. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, and her lips a delicate hue of crimson. She was as beautiful as an orchid blooming in a secluded courtyard. Xie Wanning pursed her lips, feeling disdainful. How could her elder brother, so exceptional, have married a woman of such lowly birth? In terms of family standing, she was hardly superior to her, merely a touch more attractive. Just wait and see. There would come a time when she would demonstrate what it truly meant to embody the grace of a noble lady. Qin Jiawu paid Xie Wanning little heed. Such an overtly malicious person would scarcely survive 3 days in the inner palace. Xie Leo Furin turned her attention to Qin Jiawu and spoke slowly. "Initially, your mother-in-law had fallen ill and intended to pass the management of the Marquis to you upon your marriage. However, with her sudden recovery a few days ago, I believe it wise to allow her to maintain control for the time being." From her demeanor, it was evident that Xie Leo Furin had a favorable impression of Qin Jiawu. Yet, as a new bride from a lesser background, she likely had not even learned the intricacies of managing a household. There was much for her to learn. Qin Jiawu quickly grasped Xie Leo Furin's intent. There was doubt regarding her ability to oversee the household. However, this suited her well. Managing the myriad affairs of the Marquis would be no small task, and she would focus on the present. Her mother-in-law had long been adept at managing the household and would surely do a better job than a young daughter-in-law. She had much to learn. In her previous life, her legitimate sister had shown no kindness to the 3 children, often resorting to harshness and punishment. If she wished to live harmoniously within the Marquis, to avoid the incessant struggles for power, and to earn the trust and affection of Xie Yanli, she must first cultivate a close bond with the 3 children, ensuring they grew ever closer and more reliant on her. Chapter 6. He yearned to hear her words. Xie Yanli's thoughtful gaze fell upon Qin Jiwei. From a young age, he had cultivated a demeanor of caution and suspicion, naturally reluctant to place his trust in a beautiful woman he had only known for a mere 2 days. Regardless of her commendable actions, as for those couples who professed love at first sight, they appeared to him as mere illusions. After breakfast, Qin Jiwei adeptly directed the maids and servants, managing the myriad affairs of the courtyard with remarkable poise. In her previous life, although favored as the consort, she was inept at handling palace matters, often uttering peculiar sentiments about equality and the antiquated nature of feudalism, even forbidding the maidens from bowing. Consequently, the inner palace descended into increasing disarray under her influence. The Empress Dowager eventually decreed that Qin Jiwei and the virtuous consort should oversee the affairs of the harem, leading to a vehement quarrel between the emperor and the dowager. Having navigated the complexities of the harem, managing domestic matters was a trifling task for Qin Jiwei. She cast a glance around, intending to retreat to her chamber for a soothing cup of tea. At that moment, Granny Zhao was leading Xieju toward her quarters. Upon seeing her, Xieju obediently bowed and, in a sweet voice, greeted, "I have seen Mother." Qin Jiwei, enchanted by the little cherub, bent down with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, what a good child." This boy radiated innocence and charm. Xieju, feeling slightly bashful, pursed his little lips. Qin Jiwei, finding his shyness even more endearing, smiled at him. However, her expression soon shifted as she noticed something amiss. Why did Xieju's complexion appear so sallow? During breakfast that morning, Xieju had kept his head lowered, and she had not taken note of it. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized the gravity of the situation. She reached out, gently pressing on Xieju's abdomen, only to discover that it felt unusually hard. The child squirmed slightly in discomfort from her touch, his grape-like eyes reflecting confusion at his mother's probing. "Madam, what seems to be the matter?" Granny Zhao inquired, noticing the seriousness etched on Qin Jiwei's face. Turning her gaze towards her, Qin Jiwei replied coldly, "Granny Zhao, how could you be so negligent?" The child's pallor and distended belly are clear indicators that something is amiss. Granny Zhao, unfazed by her tone, chuckled lightly. "Madam, for a child, a bit of a distended belly and a pale face are hardly matters of concern. Perhaps he has been playing too much and will soon recover." Furrowing her brow, Qin Jiwei's voice grew colder. "Granny Zhao, how can you be so careless? This child's condition is alarming and indicates discomfort." In her previous life, having entered the palace, she had witnessed countless schemes aimed at harming others. While she had trusted skilled physicians, she also perused medical texts during her leisure to guard against poison and treachery. The texts indicated that children have delicate spleens and stomachs. Even slight dietary indiscretions could lead to significant issues. If they consumed excessive cold or greasy foods, or if their eating habits were irregular, it would disrupt their digestive function, resulting in a distended belly and a sallow complexion. These symptoms aligned precisely with Xieju's condition, and it was already quite severe. At that moment, in the study, Xie Yanli furrowed his brow, setting down the tome he had been reading. What was that sound? It resembled Qin Jiwei's voice. Her tone, sweet yet clear, reminded him of a lark's song. Xieju replied, "It is the madam conversing with Granny Zhao in the courtyard." Xie Yanli commanded, "Open the window." He, too, wished to discern what Qin Jiwei was discussing. The window of the study faced the courtyard, but Xie Yanli typically kept it closed to focus on his official duties. Xieju approached and opened the window. The sounds from the courtyard flowed into the room more distinctly. Qin Jiwei's voice rang out as she scrutinized Granny Zhao. "Look at his pale face and distended belly. It is evident that his spleen and stomach are compromised. If not treated promptly, the repercussions could be dire. Can you bear the responsibility for such negligence?" Granny Zhao, startled by her words, immediately recoiled. She hunched slightly, repeatedly apologizing. "It was my oversight. I shall pay more attention to Master Ju's well-being in the future. Today, you shall forfeit half a month's stipend as a penalty. Should such negligence occur again, the consequences will not be so lenient," she declared. Noticing the lack of respect in Granny Zhao's earlier demeanor, Qin Jiwei seized this opportunity to establish her authority. Having spoken, she took Xieju's small hand in hers and gently inquired, "Dear one, tell Mother. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" With his large, round eyes blinking, Xieju softly replied, "My mouth tastes bitter, and I don't want to eat. When I do, it makes me feel nauseous. Also, I keep wanting to have a bowel movement." His voice trailed off at the last confession, instinctively rubbing his little belly. Hearing his words, Qin Jiwei felt her conviction solidify. Chapter 7. Reluctant to burden her father, she turned her head and gently instructed, "Have the small kitchen simmer some carrot soup and prepare a bowl of tremella soup. Neither should contain sugar. Tremella nourishes the stomach and invigorates energy, while carrots also enhance the spleen and aid digestion." She recalled that during breakfast, Xieju had hardly touched his food. Skipping breakfast is certainly not beneficial for his digestive health. Qin Jiwei reached out to gently rub Xieju's small head and softly reassured him, "Be good. Do not be afraid. Mother will help you feel better." Xieju looked up at Qin Jiwei, captivated by her tender smile. A warm current surged in his heart. He had been feeling unwell but had not known how to articulate it. Yet, this newcomer, his beautiful mother, had noticed so quickly. Unable to resist, Xieju took a few steps closer to Qin Jue. She smiled and asked, "May mother hold you, is that all right?" Xieju nodded shyly, his small ears flushing with embarrassment. Apart from his father, no one else in the household had ever embraced him. However, his father was often very busy. Qin Jue extended her arms and enveloped Xieju in a warm embrace. All her words were clearly heard by Xie Yanli, who sat at his desk. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his hands on the table curling into fists. He was overwhelmed with official duties, leaving him little time for private concerns about his children. Previously, he had noticed Xieju's poor appetite and pallor, inquiring with Granny Zhao about it. She had merely stated that children often behaved this way, and that Xieju's lack of appetite was due to being too picky with his food. Having never raised a child, he had genuinely believed Xieju was merely finicky, thus instructing the kitchen to prepare more delicious dishes, without considering the possibility of his physical discomfort. Yet, Qin Jue had thought of and noticed these issues. She was truly a rare blend of attentiveness and wisdom. Her care for Xieju seemed genuine, a level of concern that made him, as a foster father, feel ashamed. Nestled in her arms, Xieju felt an unexpected warmth envelop him. Was this what a mother's embrace felt like? So warm and comforting. He tilted his head slightly, gazing up at Qin Jue with adoration, his small hands unconsciously clutching her garments. Qin Jue looked down at him, playfully pinching his little face. Xieju felt a wave of shyness wash over him, and he smiled bashfully. This scene unfolded in the study, captured entirely in Xie Yanli's sight. A few strands of Qin Jue's hair danced in the breeze, delicately framing her forehead. The sunlight cast a gentle glow around her, creating an ethereal halo. She smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, akin to the most exquisite blossoms of spring quietly unfurling. The allure in her beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to harbor countless glimmers. Breathtakingly enchanting, Xie Yanli felt his heart race uncontrollably. She truly looked delightful when she smiled. "Madam is so gentle and kind," Zizhu remarked nearby. "I never expected the young lady to find such joy in playing with the child's face." However, young Master Ju's cheeks indeed appeared quite delightful to the touch. Xie Yanli snapped back to reality at the mention and turned his gaze to Zizhu, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. "Have you completed the task I assigned you earlier?" Zizhu's expression stiffened. Not yet." Realizing the coldness of his master's demeanor, he quickly added, "I will attend to it right away." With that, he hastily exited the room. At that moment, Qin Jue also carried Xieju into the house, her melodious voice fading like a lark's song. The study fell into silence once more. Xie Yanli redirected his attention to the official documents before him. His handsome features etched with seriousness, his narrow phoenix eyes devoid of warmth. It is merely a woman. How could she be more important than official matters? In Qinglan Courtyard, the small kitchen worked efficiently, soon delivering the carrot soup and tremella soup, accompanied by some enticing side dishes. Sitting on a chair, Xieju stared at the food before him, his small mouth pouting. The bright red dish appeared unappetizing, while the yellow one seemed overly rich. Qin Jue observed his scrunched-up face and instantly discerned his reluctance to eat. Xieju's stomach was unsettled, though he felt somewhat hungry. He could not bring himself to consume anything. She gathered him into her arms, warming her hands until they turned slightly pink, then lifted the hem of his garment. Gently, she placed her warm palms against his little, bulging belly, starting to rub in slow, circular motions. The pressure was just right. Neither too gentle to be ineffective nor too harsh to cause discomfort. As she massaged, Qin Jue noticed Xieju's furrowed brow gradually relaxing. This technique, she had read about in medical texts during her past life, suggested that gentle abdominal massage could aid digestive issues. Clearly, it was effective. Though her intent was to establish her footing within the Marquess and cultivate good relations, she genuinely wished for the children's well-being. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Jue looked at Xieju and inquired, "How are you feeling? Is it better?" Xieju nodded like a little chick pecking at grains, much more comfortable. For the first time, he felt such relief in his belly. It was akin to soaking in warm water during a bath. No, it was even more pleasant. Xieju tilted his face upward, gazing at Qin Jue with admiration. "Mother is amazing, like a celestial being." Qin Jue smiled. "Then do you wish to eat something now?" Xieju nodded vigorously. "Yes. I am so hungry. I have not felt this way in ages." Qin Jue picked up a small porcelain spoon, scooping a spoonful of tremella soup to offer to Xieju. In a gentle voice, she coaxed, "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, you won't be hungry, and your stomach will feel much better." Xieju blinked his large, dark eyes, momentarily stunned, unable to process that his mother was personally feeding him soup. So gentle, so tender. He opened his mouth in a daze, and Qin Jue promptly fed him the tremella soup. By the time he regained his senses, he had already consumed half a bowl. Qin Jue chuckled softly. Oh, you are such a good boy. The Marquess's custom dictated that everyone gather in the main courtyard for dinner, while lunch was served in their individual courtyards. At this moment, the small kitchen in Qinlan courtyard had quickly prepared the meals. Suddenly, Qin Jue heard the respectful greetings of the maidens. Young master, you have arrived. She lifted her gaze toward the doorway. Chapter 8. What sweet words can Xia Yanli utter? Dressed in a moonlight brocade robe, Xia Yanli stood tall and upright like a pine. His countenance was austere, with features as sharp as if chiseled from stone, and his sword-like brows slanted into his temples, while his deep-set eyes resembled a frigid pool, exuding an ethereal, lofty grace akin to snow-capped mountains. Qin Zhou had long been aware of Xia Yanli's striking beauty. Yet each encounter left her utterly captivated by his appearance. No wonder he was so renowned in the capital. With such looks, it was nearly impossible not to be famous. With a gentle smile, she addressed him softly, "Husband." The melodious lilt of her voice rang like a golden aureole in his ears. Xia Yanli, with his indifferent demeanor, merely responded with a nonchalant before taking a seat beside her. Upon seeing his father arrive, Xia Zhu grinned broadly. The sight reminded Xia Yanli of the moment earlier that morning when Qin Zhou had playfully pinched his son's cheek. For reasons unknown, he felt an urge to do the same, but ultimately restrained himself, deeming it too unbecoming. Before long, the other two children arrived, offering their greetings to Qin Zhou and Xia Yanli. Shortly thereafter, the dishes were served by the maids. Qin Zhou placed Xia Zhu onto a nearby chair, instructing him to wait and eat by himself. Though she cherished children, she refrained from indulgence, believing that certain habits should be cultivated from a young age. Xia Zhu, albeit reluctantly, let out a soft whimper. Yet, he understood he was no longer a mere 3-year-old and could manage to eat on his own. With a sigh, he lamented, wishing he had not grown so quickly. Nevertheless, once seated, he unconsciously leaned closer to Qin Zhou. Soon, everyone noticed that Xia Zhu was acting unusually today. Xia Jingshun raised an eyebrow. In the past, his younger brother had been so preoccupied during meals that he barely finished half a bowl of rice. Yet today, he devoured his food with the voracity of a piglet just released from its pen. Xia Yanli, too, observed this stark contrast in Xia Zhu's behavior. To his surprise, Qin Zhou had resolved the matter with such ease. His gaze fell upon her, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Qin Zhou exhibited impeccable dining etiquette, her movements graceful and refined as she held her chopsticks delicately. Each bite was savored with quietude, her lips parting ever so slightly, producing no sound. Xia Yanli's curiosity piqued. He had witnessed many daughters of officials dining, yet none possessed such decorum. The last time he had seen such elegance was at a royal banquet, observing the imperial consorts at their meals. However, Qin Zhou surpassed them all in grace. Lowering his gaze, he pressed his lips together. It was merely a meal. What significance did her beauty hold? He turned to sip from his bowl of black-bone chicken soup. But before long, he found himself glancing at her once again. Qin Zhou, aware of his lingering gaze, thought to herself, why can't he focus on his meal? Is something amiss with the food, husband? She inquired, maintaining a facade of gentleness despite feeling stifled by his aloofness. Xia Yanli's response was as frigid as ice, nothing. Qin Zhou felt a pang of disappointment. She shouldn't have asked. What kind of sweet words could Xia Yanli possibly utter? In the afternoon, Zhang Mama, a trusted maid of the old matriarch, arrived bearing a generous supply of fine fabrics and medicinal herbs. Qin Zhou knew well that the old matriarch's kindness stemmed from her affection for Xia Yanli. This was the advantage of her choice to marry into the family as the eldest grandson's wife. Everything within the revolved around Qinlan courtyard, far more liberating than her previous experiences in the palace. As Zhang Mama prepared to leave, Qin Zhou ensured that Xiaohe rewarded her handsomely for her efforts. It was crucial to maintain a good rapport with Zhang Mama, whose words carried more weight than 100 others. As she weighed the contents of her purse, Zhang Mama's smile deepened. Madam, you are too gracious. I must return to Yayan courtyard to report, so I shall take my leave now. Qin Zhou nodded, instructing Xiaohe to see Zhang Mama off properly. Turning to the children, she said, gather around so we can measure your feet. It was essential to maintain fairness in nurturing the children. She had previously promised new shoes for Xie Jingchan, and the other two must not be neglected. Be good, Qin Zhou said as she picked up a piece of fabric. Do you like this? We can make you new shoes. At that moment, Xie Zhu nestled in her embrace. His once bright eyes now clouded with sleepiness. He murmured, I like it. I want to sleep. As he spoke, his eyelids began to droop. Qin Jiawu chuckled softly, gently placing him on the nearby couch and removing his shoes to measure his feet. Before long, Xie Jingchun arrived, bowing respectfully to his mother. Qin Jiawu smiled. Come here, let us measure your feet. Although still young, Xie Jingchun had grown tall and lanky. His ears flushed crimson as he nervously removed his shoes. The seamstress knelt to measure his foot length, width, and ankle size, instructing the nearby maid to jot down the details. Embarrassment washed over him. He had never been measured so meticulously before, even before arriving at the. Once the measurements were complete, Qin Jiawu continued. Now, let us choose the fabric for your shoes. Xie Jingchun nodded, his sharp gaze softening as he murmured, Thank you, mother, for being so kind to me. Qin Jiawu smiled gently. Just then, a maid announced, Young Master Jing. Xie Jing entered the room, walking in with measured grace and bowing respectfully. Mother. Ah, Jing, you're here. Come, let the seamstress measure your size. Qin Jiawu urged warmly. Thank you, mother, Xie Jing replied politely, his demeanor mature and composed, quite unlike his younger brother Xie Jingchun. Chapter 9. Xie Wanning was on the verge of an explosion, just as she had previously speculated about Xie Jing. This child appeared to be gentle and courteous on the surface, yet was, in reality, quite resolute in her own thoughts. Ah, it seemed they shared some similarities in temperament. Soon, Qin Jiawei's smile reappeared. It was fine, she would take her time. In the afternoon, Qin Jiawei summoned the maids and servants of Qinglan courtyard. From this day forth, I shall be your new mistress. I will uphold fairness, rewarding the diligent and loyal, while punishing the deceitful without mercy. The servants bowed their heads in response. After a brief pause, Qin Jiawei gestured to a nearby maid, who understood and brought forth a tray of silver ingots. This is a token of my goodwill. I expect all of you to work diligently henceforth. The servants' faces brightened with surprise as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lady of the Air. We shall serve you and the heir with utmost dedication. With a gentle smile, Qin Jiawei added, Tonight, let the kitchen prepare an abundance of fine dishes so that we may all share in the joy of this new marriage. The servants again expressed their thanks in unison. Qin Jiawei smiled with satisfaction. In her previous life within the palace, she had witnessed and experienced far too much. The balance of reward and punishment was indeed the superior approach. Since Xie Yin Li had left at noon, he had yet to return. Thus, Qin Jiawei took the three children to the main courtyard for dinner. Jiawei, did you like the items I sent this afternoon? Elder Madame Xie inquired with a smile. Qin Jiawei gently set down the jade spoon in her hand, replying respectfully, The gifts from grandmother are, of course, splendid. Elder Madame Xie nodded with satisfaction, appreciating her granddaughter-in-law's thoughtfulness. She had heard that Qin Jiawei intended to make new shoes for Xie Jingchun and had also considered the other children. In families with many children, it was crucial to maintain fairness to prevent discord among siblings, which could lead to family strife. Hearing that the three children had measured their sizes for new shoes, Elder Madame Xie expressed her trust in Qin Jiawei's capabilities. Nearby, Xie Wanning clenched her lips tightly, nearly biting them until they bled. Why had grandmother never praised her in such a manner? How could grandmother be so biased? Setting down her chopsticks, Xie Wanning directed her cold gaze at Qin Jiawei. I heard that you rewarded the servants of Qinglan courtyard this afternoon. Qin Jiawei replied softly, Indeed. I did. They are merely servants. Providing them with their monthly wages suffices. Why go to such lengths to please them? Xie Wanning raised her chin slightly. Her eyes filled with disdain. Sister-in-law, having come from a humble background, perhaps you do not understand that if the servants are disobedient, they can simply be punished. There is no need to go to such lengths to curry favor with them. It is unbecoming of your status. The surrounding servants frowned at Xie Wanning's words. Qin Jiawei maintained her composure. Third sister, you're mistaken. This is not about currying favor. It is about the art of managing subordinates. Servants are also human beings. A balance of kindness and discipline is essential to truly win their loyalty. If one only resorts to punishment, resentment will inevitably arise over time. Xie Wanning's eyes widened in disbelief. You, who were merely a concubine's daughter, how could you possibly understand the art of management? With a heavy scoff, she added, It is only because you are spending our Marquess's money that you do not feel the pinch. Third sister, you are mistaken again. Qin Jiawei interjected calmly, her gaze steady. The rewards given to the servants today were taken from my dowry. No funds from the Marquess were used. You. Xie Wanning trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Jiawei, but could barely articulate a coherent response. She was utterly infuriated. No matter how she criticized Qin Jiawei, It felt like striking a punch into a cotton pillow. There was no impact. This was simply too outrageous. Wan Ning. That is enough. The Marquis's wife. Noticing that both the Marquis and elder madam were becoming agitated, swiftly reprimanded Xie Wan Ning. Seeing her mother's glare, Xie Wan Ning's eyes turned red with indignation. Just moments ago, Qin Jiawei had been so audacious, and her mother had not defended her. Now, she was being scolded instead. The Marquis's wife was exasperated with her daughter's inability to articulate her thoughts effectively. After arguing with Qin Jiawei for so long, she had not managed to win a single point, and this Qin Jiawei, cautious and astute in her dealings, spoke without leaving a single flaw to grasp. She appeared to be quite formidable and not someone to be underestimated. Qin Jiawei cast a faint glance at Xie Wan Ning before continuing to eat her meal with tranquility. She had endured countless such quarrels in her past life. Xie Wan Ning's tendency to become agitated mid-argument was simply too amateurish. On the first day in the palace, she was on the verge of being dragged away for punishment. Elder Madame Xie observed that Xie Wan Ning had finally quieted down and cast a disdainful glance her way. Then, her gaze softened as it fell upon Qin Jiawei. It was inappropriate for a new bride to be made to spend her dowry on others. She turned to instruct, Nurse Zhang, please take 500 taels to Qing Lan Courtyard shortly. Grandmother, this. Qin Jiawei was taken aback, as she had not anticipated that Elder Madame Xie would act in such a manner. Chapter 10. A sense of guilt welled up in Xie Yanli's heart. The old Madame Xie smiled kindly. You are Yanli's wife. Thus, we are one family. In a family, we do not speak of two households. This 500 taels shall be your pocket money. Seeing her insistence, Qin Jiawei did not decline further. She rose and bowed, expressing her gratitude. Grandmother, thank you for your kindness. Xie Wan Ning pouted, poking the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, feeling disdainful. Humph, who wants to be part of her family? She's merely a concubine. Does she even deserve it? Qin Jiawei, that wretched woman, should not get too complacent. She would surely be thrown out. During the meal, the three children sat beside Qin Jiawei. Xie Jingshun, weary from afternoon practice, was ravenous and gnawed on a large chicken leg. Xie Ju was not to be outdone, clutching a small chicken leg. With the two children engrossed in their meal, Qin Jiawei felt at ease. However, her gaze fell upon Xie Jing, and her brow furrowed involuntarily. This child was particularly attentive to etiquette, yet his chopsticks barely moved, and the rice in his bowl remained largely untouched. The evening meal at the Marquis's residence featured 12 dishes, both meat and vegetables, alongside 2 soups. Was there truly not a single dish he favored? As she observed him more closely, an unsettling realization struck her. Xie Jing appeared to be holding his breath. Her eyes fell upon the plate of lamb before him. Could it be that he detested the mutton's gamey flavor? It seemed no one in this household had ever mentioned it. Xie Yanli returned home late at night after finishing his official duties. Last night had been their wedding night, compelling him to share a bed with Qin Jiawei. However, he would not allow that to happen again tonight. Approaching the study, he acutely sensed something amiss. The servants at the door wore uneasy expressions, hesitating in their speech. Young master, you have returned. Xie Yanli's brows knitted together, his voice icy as a cold spring. What is the matter? The servants exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The young master had previously instructed them to prevent any unauthorized individuals from entering the study. However, they were uncertain whether the young mistress counted as an unauthorized person. After all, she was the rightful wife of the heir apparent. If she insisted on entering, they could hardly obstruct her. Observing their expressions and the candlelight illuminating the study, Xie Yanli swiftly grasped the situation. His countenance darkened immediately. He had made his intentions clear to Qin Jiawei the previous night. He would not touch her, and she had agreed. What was she doing now? He had indeed misjudged her. With a forceful push, he opened the door, revealing a graceful figure standing beside the bed. The beauty was clad in a light purple silk gown, a jade-white sash cinched at her waist. She leaned slightly, her slender waist accentuated by the sash, appearing as though it could snap with the slightest pressure. What are you doing? The man's voice, cold as frost, rang out from behind her. Hearing that chilling tone, Qin Jiawei turned leisurely, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she performed a slight bow. Husband. Her long, ink-black hair was loosely tied, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, adding an air of softness. Her skin, illuminated by the candlelight, resembled exquisite mutton fat jade, exuding a faint luminescence. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to autumn waters, while her lips, naturally rosy, needed no embellishment. By day, she was strikingly beautiful. But by night, She transformed into a vision of gentleness, akin to the spring waters. Xie Yanli's heart quivered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, letting out a cold snort. Not only had she changed her attire, but her hairstyle had also been altered. She was clearly scheming to entice him. Xie Yanli's voice remained indifferent as he inquired, "What brings you to my study?" Did she anticipate that he would not visit her chamber and thus plan to stay here? Before she could respond, Xie Yanli's frosty tone continued, his gaze toward Qin Jiwei glinting with iciness. "Have you forgotten how I spoke to you last night?" Qin Jiwei, perceiving the chill and disdain in his eyes, recognized his misunderstanding. However, she remained unperturbed, her voice still gentle and melodious. "I certainly have not forgotten, husband. You made your feelings quite clear last night. You harbor no affection for me and will not touch me. I fully understand." Xie Yanli's demeanor showed no sign of alteration. Her words were sweet, yet her actions betrayed a different intent. If she truly comprehended his sentiments, she would not have come to the study tonight, attempting to entice him. Xie Yanli scrutinized her delicate features, his voice cold as he asked, "And what were you doing just now?" Qin Jiwei replied in a calm, unhurried manner. "Tonight is rather chilly, and I was concerned you might catch a cold, so I came to replace your bedding with something softer and warmer." With that, she took a few steps aside, revealing the once thin mattress now adorned with thick bedding. The coverlet was exquisite brocade, its silken threads shimmering softly in the candlelight. Indeed, Qin Jiwei had come to provide Xie Yanli with additional bedding. She was well aware that the old madam had bestowed 500 taels upon her this evening because of Xie Yanli. With the old madam treating her so kindly, it was only fitting she extend her care to her grandson. Moreover, it offered her an opportunity to portray the image of a gentle and virtuous wife before Xie Yanli. At that moment, when Xie Yanli glanced at the bedding, his previously frigid expression stiffened slightly. It turned out, she truly did not intend to seduce him. Xie Yanli's countenance shifted to one of discomfort. He had just chastised her so harshly, yet she did not retaliate, remaining gentle and patient in her explanation. A twinge of guilt arose within him. "Rest assured, husband," Qin Jiwei spoke softly, "I remember your words clearly. There will be no overstepping." Xie Yanli's refined brows furrowed. These words had come from his own lips. Why did they now sound so jarring? Shouldn't he feel pleased with her demeanor of gentility and understanding? Why then? Was there a sense of unease gnawing at him? "The hour grows late. You should retire, husband." After speaking, Qin Jiwei signaled to her maid and prepared to leave. However, before she could take 2 steps, a cool, melodious voice resonated from behind her. "You are the heir's wife. Such trivial matters as bed-making should be left to the servants." Xie Yanli pressed his lips together tightly. He had not anticipated her to be so virtuous. Qin Jiwei smiled softly, choosing not to respond, for indeed, bed-making was a task for the servants. She merely adjusted the edges of the quilt. How could she personally make the bed for Xie Yanli? What a beautiful thought. Yet, Qin Jiwei had no intention of clarifying this to Xie Yanli. She simply replied in a gentle tone, "Husband, do rest early." Xie Yanli remained rooted in place, watching as Qin Jiwei's slender silhouette gradually faded into the distance. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of poignant loss. Shaking his head, he resolved to dismiss the thought. In the deep of night, Xie Yanli completed the last of his official documents. After freshening up, he lay down on the soft couch. Yet sleep eluded him. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Lifting his eyelids, his dark eyes shimmered like black water as he sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was the bedding prepared by Qin Jiwei, imbued with her scent. Xie Yanli pressed his lips together, attempting to drift back to sleep. However, each time he closed his eyes, the scene from last night replayed in his mind. That pale figure danced before him incessantly. Upon glancing down, he discovered he had become aroused once more. Taking a deep breath, he threw aside the quilt and stepped down from the couch. Chapter 11 reveals his lack of self-discipline. Xie Yanli poured himself a cup of herbal tea, which eased his inner turmoil slightly as it went down his throat. However, it was insufficient. He stood before the table, silently consuming cup after cup of the tea until his emotions were entirely placated. Only then did he return to his bed. On the following morning, as Xie Yanli entered the main house, Qin Jiwei was already at the table with the children for breakfast. Upon seeing him, Xie Jingquan's eyes widened in surprise. "Father, did you not sleep well last night?" In the past, his father always exuded an otherworldly, ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being. It was the first time he had witnessed him in such a state. Qin Jiwei also lifted her gaze towards him. Xie Yanli, clad in a moonlight robe, stood tall like a pine tree, yet beneath his handsome visage, there lingered faint shadows of fatigue beneath his eyes. His sword-like brows were slightly furrowed. and his deep-set eyes bore a hint of weariness. His demeanor remained as aloof and ethereal as ever, but it was evident that he had not rested well the previous night. Qin Jiwei, while not particularly concerned, felt compelled as a wife to express a semblance of care. In a gentle voice, she inquired, "Husband, what troubled your sleep last night?" "Because of you." Xie Yanli pressed his lips together, ultimately swallowing those words. He simply cast a heavy gaze upon her. Qin Jiwei was left somewhat perplexed. What was the meaning of that reproachful look? She had gone to offer warmth last night. She had done nothing else. Surely, his lack of rest could not be attributed to her. Xie Yanli lowered his gaze and replied coolly, "It is nothing. I merely attended to official matters for too long last night." In truth, last night's events were not her fault. Ultimately, it was his own lack of self-control. He had never engaged with any women, yet he found himself so uncontrollably affected. Fortunately, nothing untoward had transpired. Xie Yanli had little for breakfast, hastily consuming only a bowl of lean meat porridge before departing. Shortly after his exit, Xie Jing put down his chopsticks, declaring his intention to return to his room to study and practice calligraphy. Once Xie Jing was gone, Qin Jiwei turned to the voraciously eating Xie Jingchun and asked, "Does your second brother despise the taste of mutton?" Xie Jingchun was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to the query. "I do not know. He has never mentioned it." He sighed softly, for he had always been composed and polite, rarely revealing his true feelings. "Even I do not know what he likes or dislikes." As the elder brother, he was concerned for his younger sibling. But Xie Jing's temperament was such that it was difficult to discern. Qin Jiwei continued, "Have you ever seen your second brother eat mutton?" After some reflection, Xie Jingchun shook his head. "It seems I have not. There is mutton served at both lunch and dinner every day, yet he has never partaken. He used to eat little at home, but for some reason, he eats even less since coming to the—" Qin Jiwei blinked, her understanding dawning. "Shurong, please take these 2 pastries to your master's room for him to eat while he rests." Shurong's gaze fell upon the table before her. One plate held sheep's milk cake, its strong mutton scent detectable even from where they stood. The other plate featured layered rice cakes, exuding a delicate fragrance of glutinous rice. Both dishes were exquisitely crafted, clearly made with great care. "Yes, young madam," Shurong replied, nodding. After she departed with the wooden tray, Xiaohe could not help but sigh. "Miss, why do you not deliver the pastries yourself?" In private, she still preferred to address her as Miss. Qin Jiwei lowered her eyes and patiently explained to Xiaohe, "Do not be deceived by Xie Jing's current gentility towards me. If I were to deliver them, he would likely refuse to eat. Thus, I would be unable to ascertain whether he dislikes the taste of mutton." Seeing her mistress's careful planning, Xiaohe sighed, feeling a pang of bitterness. Qin Jiwei affectionately ruffled Xiaohe's hair, saying, "Silly child, the affairs of the palace are far more intricate than those of today." After an hour had passed, Shurong returned to the main house. "How did it go?" Qin Jiwei asked, setting down her teacup. Shurong frowned slightly. "Young madam, when I delivered the sheep's milk cake." Young Master Jing did not say anything. "I placed it on his desk and then withdrew. However, when I checked just now, I found that he had not touched the sheep's milk cake at all. It had been moved from his desk to the small table in the center of the room. He did eat a couple of pieces of the layered cake, but not much." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei pressed her lips tightly together. As she had suspected, Xie Jing detested the taste of mutton. However, with mutton being a staple at both lunch and dinner his appetite had suffered, resulting in little food consumed at each meal. Contemplating this, she began to formulate a plan. Xie Yanli returned home before dinner, not having stayed out late. The entire family gathered together in the main house for a meal. Xie Ju eagerly slurped his porridge from a small bowl. The old lady, observing this, expressed her surprise. "This child has quite the appetite tonight." Qin Jiwei smiled. He had an extra half bowl of white fungus soup this afternoon. White fungus soup? How could a child consume half a bowl? The frowned, her voice rising slightly. "Jiwei, his digestive system is weak, and he often suffers from severe diarrhea. How could you allow him to eat white fungus soup?" "I shall forgive you this time, but it must not happen again." Qin Jiwei, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. They indeed knew of Xie Ju's digestive issues, but had never thought to intervene, allowing him to suffer while pretending not to see. Chapter 12. How could my elder brother assist Qin Jiwei? Suddenly, Xie Ju felt a gentle grip on his small hand, which was then tenderly caressed. Turning to look, he met Qin Jiwei's soft gaze. She smiled warmly at him before directing her attention towards Madame Ho. "Young Master Ju has a delicate constitution, which is why he has been uninterested in food, and his complexion appears sallow. The tremella soup not only nourishes the stomach and replenishes energy, but also aids in the care of his spleen. For the past 2 days, I have been massaging his abdomen daily and providing him with tremella porridge, Qin Jiwei explained softly, gesturing towards the nearly finished bowl of rice porridge before Xieju. Yesterday, he managed only half a bowl, yet today he had nearly finished an entire bowl, indicating the beneficial effects of the tremella soup. Madame Ho snorted derisively, skepticism flickering in her eyes. She could not be swayed by Qin Jiwei's sweet words. After all, she had personally raised several children. Could a woman who had never borne children possibly understand child-rearing better than she did? Xia Weining, standing nearby, shared the same sentiment. Her gaze was fixed sharply on Qin Jiwei, her voice rising in pitch. Who knows if you have secretly administered some kind of drug to him? You claim it is for his well-being, but in reality, you may be harming him. Qin Jiwei's expression suddenly turned cold. Third sister, you may eat indiscriminately, but you must not speak carelessly. Xia Weining scoffed. Women of your humble background are most likely to employ underhanded tactics. As she spoke, a venomous glint flickered in her eyes. In just a few days, this child has become so obedient to you. Such a drastic change must harbor some secret. Perhaps it is some unspeakable drug, taking the opportunity to manipulate the children. I have not. Qin Jiwei's voice grew colder. To slander someone, one must present evidence, rather than merely speaking baseless accusations. A disdainful smile crept onto Xia Weining's lips. Isn't the sudden change in young Master Zhu evidence enough? Such abnormalities surely conceal some secret. Now, it is you who must prove your innocence. She confidently lifted her chin. At that moment, no one at the table would defend Qin Jiwei. Given the concerns for Xieju's safety, their grandmother and father would surely be attentive. Elder brother is known for his cold and detached demeanor, rarely associating with women. And he is certainly not fond of this marriage. How could he possibly assist Qin Jiwei? He likely despises her. Third sister, be silent. A clear, melodious voice rang out. Xia Weining's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to look at Xia Yanli. Elder brother, how could you possibly help Qin Jiwei? Xia Yanli's gaze fell upon Xia Weining, his eyes sharp as swords. I witnessed Jiwei instructing Zhang Mama to prepare the tremella soup with my own eyes on her first day. That afternoon, young Master Zhu consumed significantly more than usual. Are you implying that she bribed Zhang Mama and everyone in the Qinglan courtyard's kitchen on her very first day? His voice was low and powerful, exuding an invisible pressure. Xia Weining's complexion drained of color, her body trembling involuntarily. She stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Perhaps I misjudged. Her voice was filled with grievance. Elder brother, I was merely worried about young Master Zhu's health, which is why I became anxious, but I had no other intentions. Moreover, she truly could not comprehend why her elder brother, who was clearly discontented with this marriage, would now be defending Qin Jiwei. Enough, let us not quarrel. We are family, and should maintain harmony, urged the matriarch. Her voice gentle. Though dissatisfied with Xia Weining, she ultimately did not wish for the familial bond to grow too strained. That is not permissible. Xia Yanli's gaze remained icy as he fixed it upon Xia Weining. You have wronged Jiwei, and you must apologize to her. Qin Jiwei was taken aback. She was already astonished by Xia Yanli's defense of her, but never did she expect him to demand an apology from Xia Weining. After all, by blood, Xia Weining was his true sister. Apologize to her? On what ground should I? Xia Weining's face flushed with indignation, her cheeks burning. Xia Yanli's expression grew even colder. He narrowed his eyes slightly, radiating a formidable aura. You have wronged her. That is your mistake, and mistakes bear consequences. Xia Weining bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. She had no desire to apologize. How could she, a proud legitimate daughter, stoop to such a level for a lowly illegitimate girl? Yet, standing before her was her elder brother, Xia Yanli, an exceptional and formidable presence since childhood. The memory of his past deeds flooded her with an overwhelming fear. Gritting her teeth, Xia Weining managed to force out a few words through clenched jaws. I apologize. Her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with reluctance. What did you say, third sister? I did not catch that. Qin Jiwei replied with a slight smile, her tone calm. Xia Weining's face turned an even deeper shade of embarrassment. She shot Qin Jiwei a furious glare. That wretched woman, intentionally humiliating her. But before long, she felt the weight of Xia Yanli's icy gaze upon her, biting her lip. She took a deep breath and summoned all her strength to exclaim loudly, I apologize. Qin Jiwei smiled in satisfaction. It is quite all right. Just remember to think before you speak next time, third sister. The matriarch, witnessing the moment of reconciliation, finally felt relieved. All right, let us resume our meal. She then glanced at Xia Yanli. That impudent boy, who had previously been so reluctant to marry, was now so protective of his wife in times of trouble. However, she acknowledged that this granddaughter-in-law was indeed admirable. She had observed young Master Ju's eating habits, realizing he had been consuming far too little. Yet within merely 2 days of Qin Jiwei's arrival, she had found a method to remedy this. A truly intelligent woman. This was a stroke of fortune for the Xie family. Xie Weining, feeling vexed, drained her glass of cool tea in one gulp. Casting a glance at the dishes on the table, she suddenly tossed her chopsticks onto the table. What is going on? Why is that grilled lamb placed so far away? How am I supposed to eat? Chapter 13. How could he possibly detest the smell of lamb? Every evening, the residents served a dish of roasted lamb, which had always been placed before her. Yet, she never partook. However, tonight, feeling irritable, she sought to provoke a reaction. Xie Jing paused, his hand halting mid-grip of his chopsticks. It dawned on him why he sensed something amiss this evening. The unpleasant odor of lamb was conspicuously absent. Xie Wanning directed her sharp gaze at Butler Ming, her voice rising in pitch. The lamb used to be served before me. How are you conducting your duties today? Butler Ming, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, stammered. This is. He struggled to articulate a coherent response. Xie Wanning's anger flared, and she seized the teacup beside her, ready to hurl it at the butler. I instructed him to relocate the roasted lamb. A melodious, clear female voice interjected, halting Xie Wanning's action. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You again, Qin Jiwei. Just how much do you loathe me to behave in such a manner? Qin Jiwei's countenance remained as serene as still water. I am not antagonizing you. Xie Jing sat next to Xie Wanning. He certainly could smell the lingering odor of lamb, and he was aware that Xie Wanning had no affection for the dish. In fact, it was the Marquis who would occasionally indulge in it. The Marquis's household, being a prestigious one, upheld dining etiquette, with maidservants standing by to serve. The dishes could be positioned further away or closer without issue. Yet, Qin Jiwei had not anticipated that Xie Wanning would become incensed over this particular meal. The Marquis's wife frowned. It is merely a dish. You hardly partake in it yourself. Why does its placement matter? You have already drawn the ire of the Marquis and the matriarch with your quarrel tonight. Why can you not temper your behavior? Xie Wanning shouted, her voice grating. How can it be the same? I want to eat it tonight. I demand it. She commanded, Butler Ming, bring that dish to me and place it before me. Xie Jing tightened his grip on the chopsticks, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. He had detested the smell of lamb since childhood. The mere scent rendered him unable to eat. He had remained silent not out of submissiveness, but rather from an understanding of Xie Wanning's temperament, wishing to avoid unnecessary rebuke. He had hoped to enjoy his meal tonight, but it appeared that was not to be. Butler Ming's face betrayed his dilemma. However, under Xie Wanning's fierce gaze, he reluctantly bent down to retrieve the roasted lamb. Stop. You cannot serve it. Qin Jiwei's voice rang out, interrupting the butler's actions. Xie Wanning exploded in anger. Qin Jiwei, are you truly attempting to thwart me? You won't allow me to eat even a single dish? Do you wish to starve me? At that moment, Xie Yinli, too, found Qin Jiwei's conduct rather perplexing. His brows knitted together, and a flicker of confusion danced in his deep-set eyes. All eyes at the table turned toward Qin Jiwei, awaiting her explanation. She met Xie Wanning's gaze, her own growing icy. Xie Jing detests the smell of lamb. It renders him unable to eat. This fact has escaped everyone's notice in this household. Xie Jing was momentarily taken aback, lifting his handsome face to look at her. Disbelief etched in his dark eyes. She had actually noticed. Xie Wanning scoffed. Qin Jiwei, could you not concoct a more convincing excuse? If he loathed the smell, would he not voice it himself? Must you interject? Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, a pang of bitterness rising within her. Xie Wanning had grown up with every luxury. She could not possibly comprehend Xie Jing's sentiments. Her arrogance stemmed from her knowledge of being the Marquis's biological daughter. Regardless of her capriciousness, she believed her position in the household was secure, and thus she feared nothing. But Xie Jing was different. Xie Wanning jabbed a finger at Xie Jing. Speak for yourself. Do you detest the smell of lamb? Her chin lifted, her gaze brimming with haughtiness and confidence. The Marquis's household served roasted lamb every evening, and Xie Jing had always dined beside her. He had never once claimed to dislike the odor. If Xie Jing had never mentioned it, how could Qin Jiwei possibly know? It was evident she sought to oppose her. Xie Jing pursed his lips, hesitating before remaining silent. Seeing his reticence ignited Xie Wanning's fury. This little brat, now unable to utter a word, yet pretends to be so polite. Truly a low-born wretch, deserving of being an orphan, so petty. Speak up. Have you lost your voice? Xie Wanning was poised to grasp Xie Jing's arm. What do you intend to do? Qin Jiuwei's voice turned cold at her approach. Xie Wanning, noticing the elder matriarch and the Marquis observing her, snorted and retracted her hand. In truth, she was disinclined to sully her hands on this lowly child. Xie Yanli's tone softened. Do not be afraid, my child. Tell me, do you truly dislike the smell of lamb? This was a matter he had never considered before. Both the elder matriarch and the Marquis were equally astonished. They had never heard this child express such a sentiment. Xie Wanning's gaze burned into Xie Jing, excitement flickering in her eyes. Xie Jing would never detest the odor of lamb. I have struggled to counter Qin Jiuwei these past few days. But if Xie Jing confirms it, she shall be left humiliated. Xie Jing felt the weight of everyone's scrutiny, his dark eyes flickering. It was the first time he sensed such concern for his preferences. In a subdued voice, he confessed, I do indeed dislike the smell of lamb. It is quite unpleasant. Impossible. How could you lie, child? Xie Wanning's voice pierced through the air, sharp with accusation. You have been exposed to the smell for so long, every evening without fail, yet you have never voiced a complaint until now. She sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Jiuwei, her tone shrill. Did you teach him this? Speak up. Did you instruct him to lie? Xie Jing lifted his gaze, his typically gentle eyes now flashing with coldness. Chapter 14. Xie Yanli's heart skipped a beat, but the fleeting glimmer of cold light quickly faded, returning to its usual warmth and tranquility. My mother did not teach me to lie. My aunt was mistaken. Xie Wanning heard Xie Jing unexpectedly addressing Qin Jiuwei and turned to glare at him. You say it wasn't Qin Jiuwei who made you lie. Then why didn't you mention your dislike for the taste of mutton before? Speak up. He lowered his gaze slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. It's all right, Aunt. If you wish to eat lamb, please do. I have grown accustomed to holding my breath during meals. Missing a few meals is no trouble. Please do not trouble my mother any further. Xie Wanning was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, her anger intensified. What did this brat mean? Now he spoke as if she were deliberately starving him. How cunning. Indeed, the moment Xie Jing finished speaking, Xie Wanning sensed Xie Yanli's gaze upon her had grown even colder. A pang of anxiety struck her heart. She had no such intention. Although she did not care for Xie Jing, she never intended to let him go hungry. That little rascal, Qin Jiuwei observed from the side, her brows slightly raised. This boy was quite clever, using gentleness to overcome strength, putting on an act. As she pondered, Qin Jiuwei's expression suddenly froze. No. Why did he sound so much like her? Xie Wanning took a deep breath, her voice laced with anger. Xie Jing, I never meant to starve you. What I wanted to say. But as she began to speak, Xie Jing immediately averted his eyes. The calmer he seemed, the more brash and rude Xie Wanning appeared. Xie Yanli could no longer bear to watch and sternly interjected, Enough, Xie Wanning. Xie Wanning was startled by his voice, her spine tingling. She felt as if she had been doused with cold water, instantly silenced. Xie Yanli turned to Xie Jing, his heart heavy with regret. His voice trembled slightly. Xie Jing, why did you not tell your father you disliked the taste of mutton? Xie Jing pressed his thin lips together, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes as he replied softly, Father is too busy. I did not wish to disturb him over such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanli felt a surge of guilt wash over him. You are my son. Every small matter concerning you is significant to me. In the future, if anything similar arises, you must inform me. He realized he had been neglectful of his 3 children due to his prolonged commitment to official duties. How could Xie Jing enjoy his meals when he was constantly confronted with flavors he despised? A fleeting, inscrutable light flickered in Xie Jing's ink-like eyes. Yes, father. His voice remained low, devoid of any discernible emotion. Qin Jiuwei could not help but admire him. Truly, Xie Jing displayed an admirable composure even in moments of emotional upheaval. Yet, she noticed a slight tremor at the corners of his lips. His originally delicate and austere face flushed slightly with joy. Although Xie Jing maintained a demeanor of restraint and propriety, he was still just a child. Xie Yanli observed Qin Jiuwei's gaze, as if drawn to her by an unseen force. It was she who had uncovered Xie Jing's aversion to mutton, yet she had not divulged this to him, nor sought to take credit for her attentiveness. She had dealt with the situation quietly, simply moving the plate of roasted lamb to another location. Had it not been for Xie Wanning's sudden outburst, he might have remained oblivious. Xie Yanli's dark eyes deepened with contemplation. In this world, could there truly exist such a gentle and virtuous woman? Had he, indeed, made the right choice in marrying her? Madame Xia could not suppress a sigh, decisively stating, From this day forth, There shall be no lamb served at the evening meals in the Marquis' residence. If anyone wishes to partake, they must prepare it themselves in the small kitchen. At the hour of high, in the study, Xie Yanli sat at his desk, his gaze intently fixed on the documents before him. His profile was sharply defined, with a strong nose and tightly pressed lips. Suddenly, there came a few knocks at the door of the study. "Enter," he commanded coldly, without lifting his gaze. Qin Jiwei entered, carrying a wooden tray. "It is you?" Xie Yanli was taken aback to see her. She wore a light-colored gauze dress, her dark hair arranged in a simple bun, with a few loose strands cascading gently against her cheeks, adding a touch of warmth to her demeanor. Her eyebrows arched like crescent moons, beneath which her clear, lively eyes sparkled like autumn waters, smiling as she regarded him. Xie Yanli suppressed the flutter in his heart, replying coolly, "What brings you here?" Qin Jiwei placed the ginseng soup onto the desk before him. "I have come to express my gratitude to my husband. Firstly, for your testimony, and secondly, for reprimanding Xie Weining, compelling her to apologize." Qin Jiwei was not one to forget a kindness. This bowl of soup was brewed by her own hands, intended for her husband's health. "You are often busy with state affairs. You must take care to rest." Xie Yanli's eyes remained cold. "It is merely a small matter. You need not go to such lengths." As her husband, it was his duty to protect her. After speaking, he returned his attention to the documents. However, after a considerable time had passed, the young woman still lingered. He could not help but ask, "Do you have further business?" Implicitly, he was dismissing her presence. With her here, he could not focus on his work. Qin Jiwei, fully aware of his underlying message, found herself unable to leave. Besides delivering the soup, she had another matter to discuss. "Might I inquire, does my husband have any official duties tomorrow?" Xie Yanli pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. A flood has struck Meng County, and the Emperor has ordered me to go and provide aid tomorrow." Qin Jiwei was already aware of this, for in her past life, Xie Yanli had been injured while attending to the disaster in Meng County. Although the injury was not life-threatening, it severely damaged his arm. It was this injury during the relief effort that caused him to be unprepared for an assassination attempt a month later, ultimately leading to a disability and leaving him with a limp. Now that she was married to Xie Yanli, she had to find a way to save him. Her current stable life and status in the Marquis' residence depended on him. Xie Yanli absolutely could not go to Meng County for disaster relief. Qin Jiwei's voice softened. "Do you not remember, my husband, that tomorrow is the day I return to my family?" Xie Yanli was suddenly taken aback. He had indeed forgotten. Qin Jiwei bit her lip. "I came to ask if my husband could accompany me on my return." In her previous life, Qin Luan had returned to her family alone. On that morning, Xie Yanli had ridden off to Meng County without a second thought. This was not only due to his disdain for Qin Luan, but also because he was wholly consumed by his duties. At merely 24 years of age, he had already risen to the inner cabinet, wielding immense power within the court, earning the envy and resentment of countless officials who could only follow his lead. Xie Yanli's accomplishments were not solely due to his intelligence. He was diligent and dedicated, tirelessly serving the people. Indeed, as soon as Qin Jiwei's words fell, the furrow in Xie Yanli's brow deepened. Qin Jiwei, sensing his reaction, quickly added, "I understand that my husband is concerned about state affairs, and I too empathize with the plight of the flood victims of Meng County. There are many officials who can provide aid, but there is only one husband for me." At this moment, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Her natural beauty was further enhanced by the rosy hue, making her appear as radiant as blossoming peach flowers in spring. Xie Yanli's heart raced, pounding wildly. When Qin Jiwei met his gaze, she found him as cold and distant as ever. Indeed, persuading Xie Yanli to accompany her back home would not be so simple. Even after expressing such an embarrassing sentiment, he remained unmoved. Left with no other choice, she resorted to employing her most adept tactic, feigning vulnerability. Qin Jiwei gently bit her lower lip, and in an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, glistening like dewdrops. Her husband remained unaware that she was a mere concubine of the Qin family, having lost her mother at an early age, rendering her life within the household quite arduous. If she were to return to her natal home without her husband by her side, she would undoubtedly face scornful remarks from her legitimate mother and elder sister. She was acutely aware of her humble status and dared not to harbor excessive desires. She only hoped her husband would accompany her on this visit, granting her a semblance of confidence amidst her family, shielding her from their potential humiliation. The beauty of her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, akin to a crystalline spring, evoking profound sympathy in those who beheld her. Xie Yanli felt a sharp pang in his heart. Chapter 15. To his astonishment, He agreed to accompany Qin Jiwei back to her family home. Very well, I shall accompany you, he replied. Is that true? Qin Jiwei's eyes sparkled with delight. Her brows arched in joy. Thank you, my husband. Her smile was enchanting, her delicate features illuminated by the candlelight, rendering her even more captivating, leaving him momentarily entranced. Xia Yanli could not help but ponder. If only Qin Jiwei were a touch more boorish, a tad more malicious, or just a little more unkind. He would have had no qualms about attending to his official duties the following day, devoid of any guilt. Yet, her gentle and virtuous demeanor made it impossible for him to refuse her. With a sigh of resignation, Xia Yanli acknowledged that this was his first time neglecting his official responsibilities for other pursuits, indeed, for a woman. At the Qin residence, Li Shi furrowed her brow and inquired, the heir will be arriving tomorrow. Should we not redecorate Qin Jiwei's room? Qin Jiwei was not particularly esteemed within the Qin household, and her chamber contained little of interest. It was rather bare. Qin Fu cast a sidelong glance at her. What nonsense are you spouting? The heir will likely just stop by briefly. How could he possibly visit Qin Jiwei's room? Li Shi quickly concurred. You speak truly, my lord. I shall instruct Zhang Pozi to procure some fine dishes to properly entertain the heir. Xia Yanli was a significant minister of the court, deeply favored by the emperor. Whether their family could rise in rank depended on his willingness to extend a helping hand. Qin Luan wore a smirk of disdain. What is there to purchase? Xia Yanli would not accompany Qin Jiwei back to her family home. His mind is solely occupied with official matters. Qin Jiwei is so foolish that she could hardly capture his affection, let alone have him forsake his duties for her. Tomorrow, let us await the spectacle of Qin Jiwei's embarrassment. A glint of malice flashed in Qin Luan's eyes. The humiliation she had endured would be revisited upon Qin Jiwei. The next day, mother, let me accompany you, Xie Jingchun implored, knowing that Qin Jiwei would return to the Qin residence. He had been waiting outside since dawn. With 3 children in the household, it would be impolite for none to accompany her. As the eldest son, it was his duty to return with their mother. Xie Jingchun had always cherished martial arts, standing tall and robust. Clad in a deep blue outfit, his hair tied into a high ponytail, he appeared remarkably dapper. He thumped his chest with pride. Besides, I possess martial skills. I can protect mother. Qin Jiwei replied, we are merely visiting, not preparing for a battle. Nonetheless, she appreciated the boy's filial intentions. Very well, let Spring Brother accompany us. After they departed, Xie Ju, who had been eavesdropping by the window, scratched his head in confusion. Why can Big Brother go while I and Second Brother cannot? Is it because he is taller? He huffed, I will grow taller too. Taller than Big Brother. No. I shall be as tall as the trees in the courtyard. He tilted his little head, indulging in his daydreams. At the Qin residence, Qin Luan arose early to groom herself, a mocking smile gracing her lips. She surmised that Qin Jiwei had likely suffered greatly at the hands of her 3 foster sons these past few days, and would surely appear haggard and unkempt. Unlike her, who remained resplendent. Throughout their lives, Qin Jiwei had always overshadowed her in beauty. Just like her mother, both were adept at ensnaring men. Thus, she had instructed her mother to confine Qin Jiwei at home, preventing her from mingling with others. Qin Jiwei had yet to attend a single banquet, far less than the scenes witnessed by her own maidservants. Miss, the Marquis' carriage has arrived at the gate, came the announcement. Qin Luan lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us go and witness the farce of that wretched girl. Tomorrow, she shall enter the palace for the selection of the Empress. Yet, the opportunity to humiliate Qin Jiwei in person must not be missed. As Qin Luan reached the entrance, she spotted Qin Jiwei alighting from the carriage. Dressed in a delicate pink gown adorned with golden butterflies, the fabric seemed to dance with life. The ethereal beauty of the gown billowed as she walked, accentuated by a jade pendant that dangled gracefully at her waist. Her hair was styled in a lofty bun, embellished with a jeweled hairpin that held a magnificent pearl, enhancing her striking grace. Her complexion was fair, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her autumn-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her lips, naturally rosy, were full and inviting. She glided down from the carriage with an elegance that suggested she had stepped out from a painting. Qin Luan bit her lip hard enough to turn it pale. When Qin Jiwei had lived at the Qin residence, her mother had treated her harshly, forcing her to wear tattered clothes. She had possessed few hair ornaments, only a handful of fabric flowers bestowed by her mother's concubine. For years, she had appeared drab and unremarkable. Yet now, having married into the Marquis' household, she had transformed entirely. Qin Luan's eyes were fixed on Qin Jiwei, her grip tightening on the silk handkerchief until it threatened to tear. How could Qin Jiwei, who managed 3 children, still look so radiant? This was utterly unfair. However, as she noticed that only Qin Jiwei had descended from the carriage, her confidence began to return. What did it matter how beautiful she appeared if she was still returning alone? A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Qin Luan's lips. Sister, why have you returned alone? Where is Xie? Why is he not with you? Li Shi beside her also wore a slight smirk. Although she had initially been displeased that Qin Jiwei had married into the Marquis' house, she now felt a sense of satisfaction seeing her struggle alone. Qin Jiwei maintained her calm and composed demeanor, offering no response. Seeing her silence, Qin Luan assumed her words had struck a chord. She raised her chin, preparing to deliver further scorn. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, drawing everyone's attention. A man clad in a dark robe atop a white horse approached, his demeanor exuding an air of nobility and aloofness, none other than Xie Yanli. In an instant, he dismounted with fluid grace, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Qin Luan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Xie Yanli supposed to be in Ming County today? He had never returned with her in her past life. Yet here he was accompanying Qin Jiwei back. Chapter 16. Is the young lady of the Qin family a bandit? Xie Yanli offered a slight bow to Qin Fu, saying, My esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, I apologize for my tardiness. I encountered the prince on my way here, which delayed me. Qin Fu promptly responded with a voice brimming with respect. Young master, you are too courteous. We are all family. No need for such formalities. Xie Yanli moved to stand beside Qin Jiwei, the two of them side by side. The man exuded an ethereal coolness, his handsome features radiating nobility, while the woman possessed a beauty that could rival the most delicate of flowers reflected in water. Together, they seemed to gather all the light in the world. A vision so captivating that it was impossible to look away, resembling a flawless pair. Passers-by halted in their tracks. Isn't that young Master Xie? What brings him here? You must be unaware. Young Master Xie married just a few days ago and is here to accompany his wife back home. The stunning beauty beside him is the second daughter of the Qin family. Is the second daughter of the Qin family truly so beautiful? I've never heard of it before. Indeed, only such a beauty is worthy of standing with young Master Xie. Upon hearing the praises of Qin Jiwei from those around her, Qin Luan's exquisitely crafted face twisted in discontent. A group of unsophisticated commoners. What makes Qin Jiwei so beautiful? In my past life, I married Xie Yanli. Why did they never speak of me in such flattering terms? In the main courtyard, after sipping tea for a while, Qin Fu eagerly suggested, Young Master Xie, shall we engage in a game of Go and discuss the recent edicts issued by the Emperor? Xie Yanli, having grown up alongside the current Emperor, was known to be one of his closest confidants. He was directly promoted to the cabinet by the late Emperor without going through the imperial examinations. Naturally, Qin Fu wanted to cultivate a closer relationship with him, for having such a son-in-law promised a bright future. Xie Yanli pressed his thin lips together. He had never been fond of socializing, particularly not discussing political matters outside of formal settings. However, this was Qin Jiwei's father. He lowered his gaze and replied softly, very well. Upon hearing this, Qin Fu beamed with delight. Just last night, Luan had mentioned that Xie Yanli would certainly not accompany Qin Jiwei back home. He had shared the same sentiment, considering Xie Yanli's well-known aloofness. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Jiwei had indeed brought him along. It appeared that this illegitimate daughter had some utility after all. Her upbringing had not been in vain. Seeing that they were about to discuss state affairs, Qin Jiwei sought an excuse to step out. In the back garden, as she sipped tea, she suddenly wondered. Where was Spring? She hadn't seen him. Today, both Xie Jingchun and Xie Yanli rode horses instead of taking a carriage. Upon entering the estate, she had spotted Xie Jingchun, but now he seemed to have vanished. Qin Jiwei set her teacup down and stood up. I shall go look for him. However, she had taken only a few steps when she unexpectedly collided with Qin Luan, who was approaching her. Qin Luan narrowed her eyes. Now, in her resplendent attire, Qin Jiwei stood tall with poise. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with shimmering pearls and jewels. There was no trace left of her former timid demeanor. Yet did she truly believe that marrying into a prestigious family had transformed her? A lowly daughter was still a lowly daughter. A wretch would remain a wretch for life. Today, she would ensure that Qin Jiwei recognized her true identity. Qin Luan strode boldly in front of Qin Jiwei, blocking her path, and raised her voice. Qin Jiwei, hand over the glass hairpin on your head. Qin Luan had noticed this exquisite 8-treasure glass hairpin the moment she laid eyes on Qin Jiwei. Glass was already rare, and she had only seen the crown princess wear something similar at banquets. not to mention the large South Sea pearl adorned at its peak, lustrous and radiant. Qin Luan had never seen such a magnificent pearl before. Such a treasure rightfully belonged to her. Qin Jiwei's expression remained calm as she replied, "This hairpin was given to me by the old matriarch of the Xie family. I cannot part with it. I do not care who it was given by. If I want it, you must give it to me." Qin Jiwei smirked coldly. "Qin Luan, I am no longer the sister you could bully at home. I am now the wife of a marquis." "Wife of a marquis? What makes you think you are worthy of that title? This marriage was granted to you by me." Qin Luan's eyes widened. "Everything you possess should rightfully belong to me." Having grown accustomed to taking whatever she desired from Qin Jiwei since childhood, Qin Luan felt a surge of anger at Qin Jiwei's resistance. Her gaze fixated on the hairpin as she rushed forward, intent on snatching it away. At that moment, a small figure suddenly dashed out, positioning himself in front of Qin Jiwei, arms outstretched. "Do not touch my mother." Qin Luan paused, momentarily taken aback by the fierce gaze of the child. She stood frozen in place, eventually recalling, "This is Xie Jingchun." In her previous life, Xie Jingchun had avoided her like the plague. None of the three children ever regarded her kindly. Later, when she began withholding their meals and physically abusing them, their eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet now, he was actually protecting Qin Jiwei. They had only known each other for 3 days. How had she managed to achieve this? What is happening? Qin Fu's deep voice suddenly resonated. As soon as he spoke, Qin Fu and Xie Yanli emerged from a nearby path. Upon seeing them, Qin Luan stood frozen in shock. After a moment, she stammered, "Father, you. What are you doing here?" Qin Fu snorted, "We were playing chess in the pavilion nearby, and who would have known we would overhear your quarrel?" His gaze swept over the three of them. What is going on here? In the past, he would have chastised Qin Jiwei for disrespecting her elder sister. Regardless of the cause of the quarrel, Qin Jiwei, as the younger sister, had no right to argue with her elder sister. That was a given. However, now that Qin Jiwei's status had changed, he could not afford to act in such a manner, especially not in front of Xie Yanli. As he awaited this son-in-law to elevate his position, Qin Luan haughtily refused to speak. "It was my elder sister who coveted my hairpin and intended to steal it." Qin Jiwei interjected. Qin Fu frowned, initially thinking it was a trivial matter, only to discover it was all about a hairpin. "Since your sister desires it, what harm would there be in giving it to her? Must you quarrel over it?" At this, a mocking smile crept across Qin Jiwei's lips. Once again, her father always sided with Qin Luan. She was forever in the wrong. Xie Yanli's dark eyes deepened with intensity, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. "Father-in-law. Did you not notice the terminology used by Jiwei? She referred to it as stealing. Is the eldest daughter of the Qin family not akin to a bandit, coveting whatever she desires?" Qin Fu was taken aback, and his face flushed with shame. His beloved daughter, whom he had doted upon, was publicly labeled a bandit by Xie Yanli. Those two sentences struck him like a pair of slaps across the face. Once he regained his composure, he immediately scolded Qin Luan. "Child, does our family lack a hairpin? Why must you snatch it from your sister?" Chapter 17. The first time he saw her like this, father. Qin's father sternly declared, "You were to kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 hours before you were allowed to leave. How could you side with Qin Jiwei?" Qin Luan pouted, her face a portrait of defiance. This was the first time she had faced her father's punishment, and it was due to Qin Jiwei. Seeing her boldness, Qin's father feigned severity. "Enough. If you speak further, you shall kneel until dusk." Though he was reluctant to punish Luan, the presence of young Master Xie demanded a resolution. Should young Master Xie become displeased, their family's future existence would be jeopardized. Luan had truly become spoiled by them. With young Master Xie present, how could she still lack restraint? Reluctant to go to the ancestral hall, she was forcibly taken away by the matron summoned by Qin's father. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow, a hint of melancholy shadowing her expression. "What's wrong?" Xie Yanli inquired, noticing her deep contemplation. Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, her voice soft and fragile, as if it might dissolve in the breeze. "Because in the past, it was always me who was punished with kneeling in the ancestral hall. Her mother, a concubine, had passed away when she was 8, leaving her vulnerable to the relentless bullying from Li. No one listened to her justifications. No one cared. All that remained for her were the shadowy depths of the ancestral hall and the chilling cold of the stone floor." As memories flooded back, a glimmer of moisture surfaced in Qin Jiwei's eyes, and her sorrow deepened. Xie Yanli, observing the glisten in her gaze, felt a flicker of concern in his heart. Until now, Qin Jiwei had always appeared so gentle and obedient. This was the first time he saw her in such a state, evoking a sense of compassion within him. He pressed his lips together, wanting to offer comfort, but before he could speak, Qin Jiwei suddenly chuckled lightly. It's all in the past. We need not dwell on it. Her lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with life. I must thank our eldest today. Just now, when Qin Luan tried to snatch my hairpin, he stepped in to protect me. Xie Yanli's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Really? Xie Jingchun, who had spent years honing his martial skills, was not easily impressed. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that the young man would leap to Qin Jiwei's defense, especially after only 3 days of acquaintance. It seemed that Qin Jiwei was indeed very kind to the children. Often, it is they who see the clearest. Xie Jingchun's willingness to protect Qin Jiwei was a testament to how he truly viewed her as a mother figure. Qin Jiwei nodded, her voice warm. Indeed. He is not only brave, but possesses a noble heart. At such a young age, he already embodies the spirit of a warrior. In the future, he shall guard a realm, earning the admiration of many. Xie Jingchun's ears flushed with embarrassment at the praise. However, he was undeniably pleased. Xie Yanli remarked with a hint of exasperation, if you continue to extol his virtues, he may find it difficult to eat at noon. Qin Jiwei's eyes sparkled with tender amusement. Praise is essential. Remarkable deeds deserve recognition. Xie Yanli raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This method of encouragement is quite novel to me. Qin Jiwei winked at him playfully. Consider today a fortunate day for you. Her smile radiated warmth, the glimmer in her eyes captivating. Xie Yanli felt his heart quiver. He discreetly diverted his gaze, concealing the sudden swell of emotion. During the midday meal, Qin Luan was finally released from her punishment in the ancestral hall. She limped back inside, her gaze directed at Qin Jiwei, filled with venomous resentment. How dare you frame me? However, the warning glare from Qin's father quickly silenced her. Instantly, she lowered her eyes, suppressing her rebellious spirit, though her heart simmered with indignation. Qin's father, noticing Xie Yanli's frosty demeanor, nervously addressed him, our household offers only humble fare. I hope young Master Xie will excuse us. It was all Luan's fault for saying last night that Xie Yanli would not accompany Qin Jiwei home, causing them to neglect purchasing provisions this morning. Now, not only had he returned, but he was also staying for lunch. Given the circumstances, it was entirely normal not to prepare a meal for Qin Jiwei. However, failing to accommodate young Master Xie was simply unacceptable. Although Qin's father held a fourth-rank official position, he was the first in the Qin family to pass the imperial examination. Their household lacked substantial wealth, especially when compared to the long-established noble families. He feared that an inadequate reception might offend Xie Yanli. Xie Yanli glanced at the 5 dishes on the table and spoke in a calm tone, no matter. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of osmanthus sugar lotus root on a Qin Jiwei's plate. This dish is delightful. You should have more. As soon as he spoke, Xie Yanli hesitated, unsure why he acted so instinctively. Perhaps it was due to Qin Jiwei's exceptional kindness towards the 3 children. Or perhaps her inherently gentle nature compelled him to treat her with equal kindness. He also wished for the Qin family to value her more, to refrain from bullying her further. Qin Jiwei stared at the lotus root on her plate, momentarily stunned. Was Xie Yanli possessed? How could he actively serve her food? However, she quickly noticed the scrutinizing looks from Qin's father and Li. So Xie Yanli was subtly supporting her, signaling to the Qin family that she shared a close bond with him and should not be underestimated. A pang of bittersweetness surged within her. Since her mother's passing, this was the first time someone had stood up for her. Witnessing this scene, Qin Luan bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. In her past life, no matter her actions, Xie Yanli had always displayed a cold demeanor towards her. Yet now, he was serving food to Qin Jiwei. In her previous life, he wouldn't even sit at the same table for dinner, let alone serve her food. How could Qin Jiwei achieve what she could not? Qin Luan clenched the handkerchief in her hands tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Qin's father, observing Xie Yanli's kindness towards Qin Jiwei, felt a twinge of displeasure. To him, she was utterly unworthy. Yet, he quickly rationalized that the more Xie Yanli favored Qin Jiwei, the more beneficial it would be for the Qin family. This Longjing shrimp is quite exquisite. You should sample it, young Master Xie, he urged, eager to serve him more dishes. Qin Jiwei interjected softly, Father, my husband does not eat shrimp. At her words, Xie Yanli turned to her, raising an eyebrow in inquiry, as if to say, How do you know I do not eat shrimp? Qin Jiwei replied in a tone barely audible to others, I was merely jesting. With Xie Yanli using food to showcase their closeness, she certainly could not be left behind. Upon hearing her response, a smile crept onto Xie Yanli's handsome face. Chapter 18. Is this the boudoir of Qian Wei from before? After lunch, Madame Li summoned Qin Luan. Her brows knitted tightly as she lamented, "Back then, you stubbornly refused to marry young Master Xie. Now, look how he cherishes Qin Jiwei. With young Master Xie's evident affection for her, we can no longer treat her with such cruelty." Madame Li's voice brimmed with indignation. "This is the path you chose, allowing that illegitimate daughter to ascend to this position. Watching Qin Jiwei enjoy a good life is more painful for her than death." Qin Luan curled her lip in disdain. Although she had been furious moments ago, clarity soon dawned upon her. What did it matter how well Xie Yanli treated Qin Jiwei? In a month, he would be a cripple, a disabled man. Qin Jiwei would be left to live alongside a broken man. Qin Luan raised her chin, her eyes alight with contempt. "Mother, I shall become the Empress. What is a Marquis' estate worth? Once I ascend to the throne, I shall secure a title for you, granting you the honor of a first-rank lady." Hearing such grand aspirations, Madame Li couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. "I believe in you, my child. You will surely live better than that little wretch Qin Jiwei." The mother and daughter returned to the main room, where Xie Yanli and Qin Jiwei were preparing to head back to the Marquis' estate. Qin's father rose quickly, saying, "Allow me to escort you to the gate." As they reached the entrance, a dark cloud suddenly surged from the horizon. Torrential rain descended without warning, initially as sparse drops, but soon pouring down like a waterfall. Rainwater cascaded from the eaves, creating a curtain of water, splashing against the ground and sending droplets flying. "Why is it raining so suddenly?" Qin's father frowned, turning to command, "Quickly, fetch an umbrella." Seeing the downpour, Qin Luan hurriedly stepped forward. "Sister, since the rain is so heavy, why not stay overnight at Qin's residence?" Today, Qin Jiwei had overshadowed her at every turn, and she could not swallow her resentment. Tomorrow was the selection day. She needed Qin Jiwei to witness her glorious return, to be able to flaunt her triumph in front of her. Qin Jiwei nearly laughed aloud upon hearing this. She understood Qin Luan's thoughts all too well, dreaming of entering the palace, of gaining favor, of becoming empress. How naive! Even she, ever cautious, felt as though she were walking on a tightrope within the palace, let alone someone with Qin Luan's mindset. The selection tomorrow would indeed be a splendid spectacle. Qin Jiwei was eager to stay and watch the drama unfold, but it was not solely her decision. She turned to Xie Yanli, seeking his thoughts. Xie Yanli surveyed the relentless downpour, his brows furrowing. Given the intensity of the rain, staying tonight would be prudent. Qin's father was taken aback by Xie Yanli's willingness to stay. This presented a fine opportunity for him to cultivate a better relationship with the young master. "Then I shall instruct someone to prepare the guest room." Xie Yanli replied coolly, "There is no need for any fuss. I can rest in Jiwei's former boudoir for the night." Qin's father's expression stiffened. Qin Jiwei's room was less accommodating than the guest quarters. How could he allow young Master Xie to sleep there? He quickly responded, "It is no trouble. The guest room is quite close to the main hall and can be made ready swiftly." Madame Li also waved her hand anxiously. Jiwei's room is simply too small. It would be an inconvenience for the young master. Initially, Xie Yanli had merely made a casual remark, but seeing their reluctance raised his suspicions. What was it about Jiwei's room that warranted such aversion? Xie Jingchun, standing nearby, folded his arms, his gaze stern. "Father, I too wish to see Mother's room." Qin's father became increasingly flustered. It was merely a room. There was nothing much to see. Before he could finish, Xie Yanli's cold gaze fell upon him. Is even Amir look disallowed? Why is the father-in-law so evasive? Qin's father felt a chill run down his spine under Xie Yanli's scrutinizing stare. The words he had intended to say vanished into silence. Qin Jiwei remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at her father. Qin Jiwei's courtyard was not far from the main hall, and they arrived swiftly. As the wooden door swung open, the room's interior was laid bare. It was not particularly small, but the scant furnishings rendered it stark and empty. A simple wooden bed occupied one corner, unadorned, draped with pale green gauze that bore several holes, fluttering gently in the breeze. Beside the window stood a writing desk, its surface polished to a shine, topped with an unrolled scroll. Against the wall stood an ancient wardrobe, evidently discarded by someone else and handed down to Qin Jiwei. The wardrobe doors were tightly shut, lacking any embellishments or carvings. The only ornament in the room was an incense burner placed in the corner, covered in dust, indicating it had never been used. The walls were as white as snow, devoid of any paintings or decorations, and a hint of mold crept in the corners. This hardly resembled the chamber of a noble lady. It was merely a space suitable for habitation. To put it bluntly, it was comparable to the quarters of a maid at the Marquis' estate. Even a maid's room might boast a porcelain vase. Xie Jingchuan's lean, resolute face darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that his mother had lived in such conditions. After surveying the room, Xie Yanli scoffed. So this is Jiwei's former boudoir? One might mistakenly think she was not the biological child of her father. Qin's father's face flushed crimson. He had not expected that his mistreatment of Qin Jiwei would be so readily apparent to young Master Xie. Yet, he could not admit it. Qin's father quickly turned to Madame Li, chastising. I have been preoccupied with official duties and did not realize you were caring for Jiwei in this manner. His voice rose sharply. Is this how you fulfill your role as a stepmother? Madame Li was momentarily taken aback. Did the master not know how she treated Qin Jiwei? But she quickly collected herself, deflecting the blame. I have failed to care for Jiwei. It is all my fault. She bit her lip, feigning deep remorse. Qin's father coldly replied, You shall be punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for a day tomorrow to reflect on your transgressions. Madame Li nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I shall reflect earnestly. Qin Jiwei watched the two of them perform their charade with a cold smile within. Did they think they could brush this matter aside so easily? Not a chance. Qin Jiwei pinched her palm sharply, her eyes instantly becoming red-rimmed. She choked back her words. This is not my stepmother's fault. If anyone is to blame, it is me. Being born an illegitimate daughter, I have not received my father's love all these years. Panic seized Qin's father. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? How could your father not love you? This little girl. Just moments ago, he had managed to gloss over the issue. What was she doing now? Xie Yanli was a close aide to the emperor. A few words from him could significantly influence Qin's father's career. Now, with his evident concern for Qin Jiwei, he quickly asserted, It was your father who failed to pay you the attention you deserve. That was my oversight. In the future, I shall make amends. Anything you desire. Qin Jiwei pinched her palm once more, striving to suppress her laughter. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, her voice laced with feigned grievance. As long as father still has me in his heart, that is enough. I do not seek much. I merely wish to bring some items left by my mother before her passing to the Marquis' estate, to keep them as a memento. Chapter 19. A kiss should be harmless. My mother, originally from a wealthy merchant family, fell into decline and, due to the low status of merchants, became a concubine of the Qin family. However, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. When my mother married into the Qin family, she brought along a dowry of 20,000 taels of silver. Naturally, those funds have long been squandered by Qin father and Li. Now, she demands that they return every last coin. The so-called paternal love has long since lost its value. Nothing is genuine but cold, hard cash. At her words, Qin father was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled the 20,000 taels. Those funds had all been spent. He opened his mouth, eager to respond. Beside him, Xie Yanli's emotionless voice interjected. Is it not permissible for a daughter to reclaim her mother's belongings? What belongings? There is nothing left. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts to Xie Yanli. Gritting his teeth, Qin father declared, Of course, you can. Before you depart tomorrow, I shall hand over your mother's remaining possessions. Qin Jiwei smiled with a slight curve of her lips. I thank you, father. In the end, Qin father cleared out the courtyard originally meant for the old matriarch, allowing the three of them to stay there for the night. This orchid garden was intended for my mother, yet she passed away too soon to ever inhabit it. The courtyard, though modest, I hope Master Xie will not mind. Orchid garden is the finest dwelling in the Qin estate, apart from the main residence. The rooms are spacious and lofty, supported by intricately carved beams adorned with auspicious motifs. At its center lies a grand bed of rosewood, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix designs, draped with soft, embroidered quilts embellished with elaborate patterns. The contrast with Qin Jiwei's prior austere accommodations is stark and profound. Such a vivid disparity deepened the pang of bitterness in Xie Yanli's heart. He turned his gaze to find Qin Jiwei quietly standing by the window, her brows like distant mountains cloaked in mist, her eyes as tranquil as autumn waters, resembling a serene lake, composed and unruffled. She always possessed this tranquility, as if nothing could disturb her peace of mind. Noticing his gaze, Qin Jiwei tilted her head slightly. What is it? Xie Yanli pressed his lips together. Nothing. Yet, Qin Jiwei recalled that tonight, Xie Jingshun would sleep in the side room, while they would occupy the main chamber. However, she understood that Xie Yanli was reluctant to share the bed with her. After all, since their wedding night, he had consistently chosen to sleep in the study. Do not worry, I shall sleep on the soft couch tonight, Qin Jiwei reassured. Xie Yanli frowned. The damp weather rendered sleeping on the soft couch unwise. He coldly insisted, "We shall share the bed tonight, just as we did on our wedding night." Qin Jiwei immediately grasped his meaning. Just like on their wedding night, his implication was clear. He would not touch her. Qin Jiwei scoffed softly, having no intention of allowing his touch. Yet, she smiled with the most appropriate grace. "As you wish, my lord." Deep into the night, Xia Yanli and Qin Jiwei lay in bed, separated by the distance of 2 palms. Suddenly, the rain outside intensified, and a rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. A flash of lightning splitting the darkness like a silver serpent, illuminating the entire room in an instant. Qin Jiwei, who had already drifted into slumber, was jolted awake by the sudden thunderclap. The sound reverberated in her ears, causing her heart to tremble. Her mother, the concubine Qing, had passed away on a night like this, during a thunderstorm. That night, blood seeped from her mother's lips, and amidst her cries, her mother's body gradually grew pale and cold. Since then, the sound of thunder had instilled in her an uncontrollable fear. In a state of panic, Qin Jiwei clutched the quilt tightly to her chest, her body trembling like a leaf in autumn. Her slender fingers grasped the quilt's edge, knuckles turning white from the strain. She had initially lain on her side, but now curled into the corner, biting her lip to stifle her shivers. Even in sleep, Xia Yanli remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Hearing the commotion beside him, he awoke instantly. He turned to see Qin Jiwei huddled into a ball, resembling a frightened fawn. Having spent his youth as a strategist in the military, he was no stranger to the harsh realities of battle, having endured countless hardships. Now, witnessing Qin Jiwei so frightened by the thunder, he frowned in concern. She was so fragile. Seeing her shake uncontrollably, he pressed his lips together and asked, "Are you all right?" Qin Jiwei lifted her delicate face in response. In the flickering light of the lightning, Xia Yanli discerned the glimmer of tears in her peach blossom eyes, filled with fear and helplessness. Her long lashes trembled, akin to the wings of a startled butterfly. She bit her lip, striving to prevent her tears from falling. Yet the moisture in her eyes seemed uncontrollable, gathering in abundance. Xia Yanli's heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. After a brief pause, he could no longer restrain himself and gently leaned forward, enveloping Qin Jiwei in his embrace. Surrounded by the sudden warmth, Qin Jiwei was momentarily taken aback. Then, like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, she instinctively nestled closer to him, disregarding everything else. Her face pressed against Xia Yanli's chest, where she could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. This sound inexplicably soothed her anxieties. Xia Yanli tenderly stroked her hair, whispering softly in her ear, "Do not fear, I am here." His voice was steady and reassuring, causing Qin Jiwei's fears to gradually dissipate, her eyelids growing heavier. Time passed, and when Xia Yanli glanced down again, he found that Qin Jiwei had succumbed to sleep in his embrace. Her long lashes rested against her cheeks, casting a gentle shadow. While her fair complexion slowly regained a hint of color, her lips pressed together like delicate petals. Her breathing was steady and rhythmic, and in synchronization with her breaths. Her lips stirred ever so slightly. Xia Yanli could not help but swallow hard. She is his wife. Just a kiss should be harmless, right? He leaned closer, his lips nearing her soft, pale face. Yet, at the last moment, his rationality resurfaced. What was he doing? Meanwhile, at the Ho residence, Xie Zhu clutched a small pillow and knocked on Xie Jing's door. In a sweet, childish voice, he called out, "Second brother, are you asleep?" Lying in bed, Xie Jing reluctantly opened his eyes. He rose and opened the door, finding Xie Zhu standing at the entrance, looking up at him with a sweet face. "I'm scared of the thunder outside. Second brother, will you stay with me?" Chapter 20. Li's attempt to slap Qin Jiwei is discovered. Xie Zhu blinked his large, grape-like eyes, glistening with moisture. With the elders absent from home, Xie Jing could only nod in response. The two settled themselves on the bed. Xie Zhu continued to mumble, "Second brother, why do you think mother?" But before he could finish, Xie Jing swiftly covered his little mouth, saying, "Third brother, you're tired. It's time for you to sleep." Xie Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. He was not tired. He wished to converse. However, he understood that he could not argue against his second brother. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to sleep, not forgetting to silently pray before closing his eyes. "Heavenly Lord, please bring mother back soon." The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Jiwei awoke, recalling the previous night's events, her ears flushed with warmth. She could hardly believe that Xia Yanli had held her tightly in his embrace, soothing her with gentle words. Raising her eyes, she observed Xia Yanli's expression, which was as cold and unyielding as stone. She assumed he was upset. I was simply too frightened last night, and I momentarily forgot our agreement, she explained softly. It's nothing. We are husband and wife. There's no need for such calculations, Xie Yanli replied quietly. For he too had forgotten last night seeing him speak thus. Qin Jue felt a wave of relief wash over her. After they tidied themselves, they made their way to the main courtyard. The torrential rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and humid. Qin Jue's eyes were immediately drawn to Qin Luan, who was adorned in flamboyant attire. Her hair styled high and decorated with the plush flower hairpin she had snatched from Qin Jue. Upon noticing Qin Jue, Qin Luan raised her chin and puffed out her chest. Qin Jue, I am about to participate in the selection of candidates, and I am certain I will be chosen this time. Qin Jue smiled, a knowing glimmer in her eyes, of course. She fully believed that Qin Luan would be selected. But the reasons behind it might not align with her expectations in the imperial palace. As the sharp voice of the eunuch echoed, Qin Luan stepped forward. Her tone deliberately sweetened. This humble daughter, Qin Luan, pays her respects to your majesty. Gao Xian, seated upon the throne, wore a cold expression, his interest evidently waning. He had a fondness only for Consort Chun and had no desire for the selection. However, this was a tradition imposed by ancestors, and he had no choice but to comply. With a casual glance at Qin Luan, he soon diverted his gaze, finding her utterly commonplace. He prepared to dismiss her. Yet suddenly, his eyes fell upon the plush flower hairpin adorning her head. His narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a smirk graced his lips as he decided to keep her. This declaration startled everyone present. After 2 hours of selection, the emperor had not chosen a single consort. Yet now he had selected an inconspicuous girl? Qin Luan exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, your majesty. I knew it. I knew I could be chosen." Gao Xian's gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on the side where the virtuous consort stood. The virtuous consort fixed her gaze on Qin Luan, her eyes flashing with a snake-like coldness. The handkerchief in her grasp was twisted into a wretched form, as if she wished to tear it apart. Gao Xian smirked at the sight. The virtuous consort hailed from a prestigious lineage, her family having served the state for generations. Although he was the emperor, he had only been on the throne for less than 3 years. Reluctantly, he had to include her in the harem. However, his exclusive affection for Consort Chun had sparked the virtuous consort's discontent, leading her to undermine Consort Chun at every turn, which vexed him greatly. The plush flower hairpin on Qin Luan's head bore a resemblance to one that Consort Chun owned, and he had once praised it openly in front of the virtuous consort. Seeing her where it would remind the virtuous consort of Consort Chun, and she would undoubtedly begin to target Qin Luan, transferring her resentment from Consort Chun to her. Gao Xian hoped that Qin Luan would possess enough wisdom not to fall victim to the virtuous consort's schemes too quickly. He proceeded to select a few more candidates. Twirling the beads in his hand, his narrow phoenix eyes filled with cold indifference. The fiercer the women in the harem fought, the safer his consort Chun would be. As for how they ultimately fared against one another, he was indifferent and unconcerned. Their lives were, to him, as insignificant as that of ants. After the selection concluded, as Qin Luan walked the path out of the palace, her steps were light and joyful. She was on the verge of becoming the empress. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a shadow loomed before her. Qin Xiaozhu, the virtuous consort requests your presence. Upon seeing the two imposing matrons before her, cold sweat broke out on Qin Luan's forehead, and her heart sank. At the Qin residence, from the moment Qin Luan exited, Li began to fidget restlessly. It was only when news of Qin Luan's selection reached her that she finally exhaled in relief. Heavenly Lord, my Luan has been chosen. Li stood from her seat, her face glowing with elation. In the 3 years of selections under the emperor, not a single girl had been chosen, yet her Luan had made it, which signified what? It indicated that her Luan was favored by the emperor. Surely, she would become the empress. Li's heart swelled with pride. Her gaze fell upon Qin Jue, who was sipping tea at the table, her voice laced with boastfulness. Qin Jue, did you hear? Your elder sister has been selected. Soon, she will be the emperor's woman. Such fortune you could never hope to attain. Qin Jue coldly curled her lips. The emperor was heartless, the virtuous consort malicious and domineering, and the palace rife with hidden dangers. Such fortune, she had no desire for it. Seeing her silence, Li felt even more triumphant. Her Luan had only been selected, and it already rendered Qin Jue so envious she could hardly speak. Just wait until Luan became the empress. Surely, Qin Jue would be driven to despair. As this thought crossed her mind, Li straightened her back and lifted her chin higher. Qin Jue, I was just speaking to you. Did you not hear? Qin Jue slowly raised her gaze. Whether my sister's entry into the palace is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Li was immediately incensed. What did Qin Jue mean? How dare she curse her Luan? At this moment, Xie Yanli was discussing matters with his subordinates and was not in the main house. Li spoke without restraint, glaring at Qin Jue, her voice sharp. Qin Jue, is this how you speak? No matter how jealous you are of your sister, you cannot wish her ill. What kind of sister are you? Qin Jue leisurely set down her teacup. If my sister truly possesses fortune, then my few words cannot alter that. Why is mother so angry? Her tone was calm, each word a counterattack. In the past, she had endured in silence, bowing her head and acquiescing. But now that she was married, she no longer had to live under Li's scrutiny. If she continued to endure, she would indeed suffocate. Li's anger flared at her words. Previously, Qin Jue had been timid and meek before her, yet now she dared to retort? You little wretch. Do you think that because you have married into the Xie family, I will not dare to discipline you? It was only natural for a mother to correct a disobedient daughter. As she spoke, Li raised her hand, preparing to slap Qin Jue. Mother-in-law, what are you about to do? A clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out. Xie Yanli and Qin Fu entered the room, freezing Li's raised hand in midair. Li's expression turned awkward, and she struggled to explain but could not articulate a single coherent word. I Chapter 21 Qin Luan bowed deeply towards Qin Jue, prompting a fierce glare from her father. Foolish woman, I already taught you a lesson last night. How can you still not know to restrain yourself? Must you provoke young Master Xie? He scolded. What do you think you are doing? Put your hands down at once. Qin Jue sighed softly, her voice low. Mother just wanted to discipline her daughter. I wonder what I did wrong to anger her. Li Shi shot her a furious look. Wretched girl, how dare you play the victim? Yet, in the next moment, she received a warning glance from Qin's father. Instantly, she was frightened into lowering her gaze and bowing her head. Qin's father chuckled awkwardly and said gently, Jiwei, you have always been obedient and sensible. How could you have done anything wrong? It must be your mother's temper that is too foul. Thank you for your understanding, father, Qin Jiwei replied with a smile. But then added, however, there is one matter. What is it? Speak, Qin's father urged. Qin Jiwei replied calmly, last night, I recall you mentioned that mother should go to the ancestral hall today to kneel and reflect upon herself. Now that a night has passed, I wonder if I remembered incorrectly? Qin's father was taken aback. He had merely said it offhandedly, assuming that Jiwei, being timid, would not bring it up again. However, he was taken aback by her boldness in mentioning it. It dawned on him that this daughter, while still the same, had changed in ways he hadn't anticipated. He cast a cold glance at Li Shi and said, Did you hear that? Hurry to the ancestral hall for reflection. Li Shi bit her lip in frustration. Yes, I shall go at once. Before leaving, she shot a venomous glare at Qin Jiwei. This little wretch, once Luan returns from the palace, she will certainly stand up for me. Just wait and see how she becomes arrogant then. Ignoring Li Shi's resentful gaze, Qin Jiwei turned to her father and gently inquired, Has the dowry my mother left been prepared? Upon hearing this, Qin's father's expression darkened significantly. Through clenched teeth, he replied, It has been prepared and will be placed on the carriage for the Marquess's residence shortly. His years as an official had not been in vain. He had some savings. However, 20,000 taels was a substantial sum. For him to part with that amount felt akin to having flesh torn from his body. Yet, he could not refuse. All he could do was hope that young Master Xie would offer him future support. Qin Jiwei smiled with satisfaction. In her previous life, although she had entered the palace, it felt like a deep abyss, and her rank was not high for the first few years. Daily struggles against the virtuous concubine had consumed her energy, leaving no room for publicly humiliating the Qin family. Indeed, this life was far more enjoyable. Xie Yanli, though silent, frequently observed Qin Jiwei's expressions as she spoke. Seeing her smile like a little fox, he couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. His wife, while gentle and kind, also possessed a sharp edge. Beneath her delicate exterior lay a spirit not to be trifled with. Li Shi remained kneeling in the ancestral hall until evening before finally emerging. At that moment, a hurried servant rushed in to report, Xie's back. The eldest daughter has returned. Why did she return only now? Quick, go greet her at the door. Li Shi and Qin's father's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through them. Luan had finally returned. Becoming a royal consort was an immense honor. Truly, their most outstanding daughter. Li Shi, having knelt for too long during the day, stumbled twice while walking. Yet, each time she quickly rose and hurried towards the entrance. In the distance, a soft sedan chair, escorted by several palace attendants, approached slowly and came to a stop at the gates of the Qin residence. Luin, Luin. Li Shi called out joyfully, but there was no sign of Qin Luin dismounting. Confusion crept into her heart. She stepped forward, lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and immediately screamed, "Ah, Luin, what has happened to you?" Inside the chair, Qin Luin was as pale as a sheet, her eyes tightly shut, her breath so faint it was heart-wrenching. Blood seeped through her clothing, and the metallic scent filled the air. Li Shi rushed forward, clutching Qin Luin's hand tightly. Her voice thick with tears. "What on earth happened? What happened?" The palace maid standing beside the sedan chair spoke coldly, her tone as frigid as ice. "Young Miss Qin has offended the virtuous concubine and received 30 lashes as punishment. It is hoped that young Miss will remember this lesson and be mindful of the rules in the palace." Tears streaked down Li Shi's face as her brows knitted tightly. Offended the virtuous concubine? How could Luin, so knowledgeable and courteous, have offended her? The palace maid scoffed. "That is something to be asked once young Miss Qin awakens." She waved her hand and returned to the palace. The servants of the Qin residence cautiously lifted Qin Luin from the soft sedan chair. Her body was limp, devoid of any strength. Her once exquisite hairstyle was now a chaotic mess, and her makeup was ruined by cold sweat clinging to her face. Qin Luin mustered all her strength to lift her gaze, locking her eyes on Qin Jiwei, filled with resentment. "Wretched girl, you dare to harm me. How could you dare to harm me?" Qin Jiwei smiled slowly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. In her previous life, after the selection, she too had been summoned by the virtuous concubine. Sensing something amiss, she had been unable to escape. While passing through the imperial garden, she noticed the Empress Dowager's procession and immediately devised a plan to capture her attention with poetry. The Empress Dowager had saved her life, but Qin Luin, lacking in literary knowledge and slow to react, could not think of a way to escape, resulting in her severe punishment by the virtuous concubine. Indeed, rebirth was merely living again. It did not equate to a change in intellect. Those destined to be foolish remained so. Yet, this was only the beginning. Soon, after entering the palace, Qin Luin would realize just how many methods the virtuous concubine had for tormenting others. Seeing her smile, Qin Luin became more certain that she had been deceived. No wonder Qin Jiwei had so easily allowed her to snatch away the hairpin. No wonder Qin Jiwei had shown no resistance during the marriage exchange. Qin Jiwei had long known that wearing that hairpin would make her a target of the virtuous concubine. Understanding dawned upon her. She comprehended everything. Enraged, Qin Luin charged forward, intending to pounce on Qin Jiwei. However, she had forgotten that she had just received 30 lashes, leaving her legs utterly weak. In the next instant, she fell straight to the ground, bowing heavily towards Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei bit her lip, struggling to suppress her laughter. Li Shi immediately screamed, "Luin, you are still injured. What are you doing?" Chapter 22. The Adam's apple of Qin Luin involuntarily rolled as she tightly gripped the blood-stained floral hairpin in her hand. "Qin Jiwei, you wretched woman." She moved her lips, yearning to utter a sound, yet not a single word escaped her. The maids busily lifted Qin Luin again, transporting her back to the residence. After witnessing the spectacle, Qin Jiwei felt there was no longer any reason to remain. "Father, mother, it's getting late. My husband and I must return home." At this moment, Qin father and Li Shi were completely flustered. They merely responded absent-mindedly before hastening to check on Qin Luin's injuries. Once Qin Jiwei departed, the Qin residence descended into utter chaos. The maidservants hurriedly fetched hot water and medicine, gently tending to Qin Luin's wounds. Every time they touched a bruise, Qin Luin would tremble in pain. She lay on the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Qin Luin suddenly realized how fortunate it was to marry Xie Yanli. Why had she insisted on changing her betrothal? Even if he were to become a cripple or a lame man in the future, it would still be far better than enduring punishment in the palace. The imperial palace was a den of demons. At this point, Qin Luin had regained some strength. Sobbing as she recounted, "The virtuous consort punished me with 30 strikes simply because my hairpin resembled the one belonging to the consort Chun. 30 strikes. Everyone witnessed it. It was utterly humiliating." Li Shi, standing nearby, could not help but tear up. Her precious Luin had been raised with utmost care and affection. How could she endure such torment? As Qin Luin contemplated the impending trial she would face, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a flood. Her lips quivered. Her eyes filled with terror as she clutched Li Shi's hand tightly. "Mother, I do not wish to enter the palace. It is far too terrifying. Please, save me. Save me. Though Li Shi's heart ached for her daughter, her mind remained clear. Luan, what are you saying? You have already been selected. How can you refuse to enter the palace? You are now a consort. Fleeing would endanger our entire family. Do you wish for us all to perish? Qin Luan's shoulders shook violently, her fingers gripping the bedding so tightly that they turned white from the strain. But it is too frightening. Li Shi sighed softly. My daughter, you have only just entered the palace and have yet to adapt to its treacherous intrigues. The virtuous consort's treatment of you stems from jealousy. Jealousy over your favored status with the emperor. You are intelligent and beautiful, and in due time, you will surely earn the emperor's favor. With his affection, why should you fear the virtuous consort? Upon hearing this, Qin Luan's previously dull eyes began to shimmer with renewed hope. Yes, mother spoke wisely. The emperor chose her for the palace. That meant he was fond of her. The more the virtuous consort targeted her, the more it proved how much the emperor cared for her. Qin Luan's trembling shoulders gradually steadied, and she looked at Li Shi with newfound confidence. Do not worry, mother. I shall surely become a favored consort in the palace. No, I will not only be a favored consort, I shall become the empress. Once I ascend to that position, the first thing I will do is to execute that wretched Qin Jiwei. At the Marquis' residence, the carriage slowly came to a halt at the entrance. As Qin Jiwei stepped down, she was immediately enveloped by a small, chubby figure. Mother. Qin Jiwei opened her arms wide, securely catching Xieju and embracing him. Mother, you have finally returned. Xieju's fluffy little head nuzzled against Qin Jiwei's neck. Unable to restrain a soft laugh, Qin Jiwei replied, Mother missed you dearly. And here I am, back again. Observing their affectionate exchange, Xie Yanli subtly curved his lips in a faint smile. The group returned to the Qinglan courtyard together. Xie Jingchun and Xie Jing directly headed to their rooms, while Xieju was taken by the nurse for his bath and grooming. Only Qin Jiwei and Xie Yanli remained in the corridor. Turning to face him, Qin Jiwei smiled radiantly, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling. Husband, you should rest early. Clad in a delicate, elegant dress, the fabric fluttered gently in the breeze. Her dark hair, styled simply in a loose bun, allowed a few playful strands to cascade down her ears, enhancing her allure. Her petite face resembled a meticulously sculpted piece of jade, fair and delicate, emanating a soft glow under the moonlight. Xie Yanli responded with a cool, indifferent Yet, once he turned away, his Adam's apple involuntarily rolled. The next day, Qin Jiwei found herself without a steward, only needing to manage the Qinglan courtyard. With few responsibilities, she enjoyed a leisurely afternoon, sitting in a rattan chair beneath a tree. Xiaohe poured tea beside her, while a plate of freshly made pastries from the small kitchen rested nearby. The gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, and the chair swayed slightly, creating a serene atmosphere. It seemed that her life after being reborn into the Marquis' residence was becoming increasingly delightful. Suddenly, Qin Jiwei's gaze fell upon a maid carrying a copper basin as she approached the courtyard entrance. Recognizing her as Lingzhu, a close attendant of Xie Jingchun, Qin Jiwei exchanged a glance with Xiaohe. Understanding immediately, Xiaohe called out, Lingzhu, the young madam has something to instruct you. Lingzhu approached, respectfully bowing. Young madam, what is in that basin? Qin Jiwei inquired, pointing at the copper basin covered with coarse cloth, obscuring its contents. Having experienced countless schemes in the palace in her previous life, she was acutely aware of any anomalies around her, though the maid's expression remained calm and composed. Her posture stiffened noticeably upon being addressed. Her voice quickened, betraying an urgency to depart, which confirmed Qin Jiwei's suspicions. Lingzhu hesitated, briefly raising her eyes to meet Qin Jiwei's gaze before hastily lowering her head again. It is merely some dirty water. I was about to dispose of it. Qin Jiwei narrowed her eyes, increasingly convinced that something was amiss, and that it involved Xie Jingchun. She pondered, why would Jingchun, the eldest and most responsible of the three children, be involved in something troubling? Surely it was just dirty water? Is it truly just dirty water? Qin Jiwei asked coldly. Yes, young madam, it is merely dirty water, Lingzhu replied, her voice barely audible, her lips trembling. Qin Jiwei fixed her gaze intently on her. Then lift the cloth and let me see precisely what is inside. Upon hearing this, Lingzhu's spine stiffened, and her voice became increasingly frantic. Young madam, it is truly just dirty water. There is no need to look. You mustn't tarnish your eyes. Seeing that she would not speak the truth, Qin Jiwei refused to waste any more time. Xiaohe, lift the cloth. I want to see what is inside. Chapter 23. The dragon-patterned jade pendant bestowed by the late emperor. At this moment, the maid swiftly approached, skillfully restraining Lingzhu. Lingzhu, drenched in cold sweat, opened her mouth as if to speak. However, Xiaoyi had already removed the coarse cloth covering the bronze basin and immediately let out a piercing scream. Ah! Qin Jiwei's pupils constricted sharply, and she sprang from her chair. Blood? How could there be blood? At the bottom of the bronze basin lay a thick layer of bright red blood, glaringly vivid under the sunlight. Qin Jiwei's face darkened, as if it could drip water. And she coldly inquired, "Whose blood is this?" Lingyu pressed her lips together tightly. "This is young Master Chun's blood." Young Master Chun's blood? What happened? Did he sustain an injury during martial training yesterday? Qin Jiwei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Lingzhu gently shook her head, replying to the young madam. It was half a year ago when young Master Chun was bitten by a venomous insect. The heir had specially invited a renowned physician from the capital, who stated upon departure that young Master Chun's poison was not life-threatening. It would only cause excruciating pain during occasional flare-ups, and there was no remedy for it. Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow. Then how did this blood come about? Lingyu lowered her gaze. During the episodes, young Master Chun endures unbearable pain and discovered that lancing the wound to release the blood would provide some relief. Therefore, each time it flares up, he resorts to cutting the wound to alleviate the pain. Sometimes, before the wound is healed, he must endure and cut it open again. Qin Jiwei gasped, her heart aching as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. To forcibly reopen a wound that had yet to heal, just the thought was agonizing. She had not realized how much suffering Xie Jingchun had endured since his youth. Gazing at the glaring red within the bronze basin, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Did the heir truly remain unaware of this? Lingzhu shook her head. In truth, the heir could not know. For young Master Chun forbade the servants from speaking of it, and the physician had also mentioned that this poison could not be cured. Young Master Chun wished to spare the heir from worry. Qin Jiwei's brow remained tightly knitted. Aside from the physician's visit half a year ago, has anyone else been consulted? Lingzhu replied, No other physicians have been called since. Qin Jiwei surmised as much. Xiaoyi spoke up, Miss. Shall I go summon physicians from other clinics in the capital? Qin Jiwei's expression remained serene as she replied, No need. If we are to summon anyone, let it be the court physician. The imperial physicians, who serve the palace, are not easily summoned. However, if it were Xie Yanli who wished to invite them, he could do so at any time, for he possessed the dragon-patterned jade pendant bestowed by the late emperor. This event transpired 5 years ago when the late emperor personally led his troops into battle but was besieged by the Liang army at Jianmen Pass. Xie Yanli, serving as a strategist, bravely led 1,000 cavalry deep into enemy territory, employing a surprise attack strategy, and successfully rescued the besieged former emperor. He subsequently commanded the Jin army to defeat the Liang forces decisively. This battle became known as the Battle of Heishui, and although Xie Yanli was a civil official, he rose to prominence through this single act of valor. The news returned to the capital, invigorating both the court and the populace. Jin and Liang had long been neighbors, frequently at war, but victories had been scarce. Xie Yanli's triumph was particularly resounding, and it had been a long time since the Jin army enjoyed such a decisive victory. The former emperor was greatly pleased and conferred upon Xie Yanli the dragon-patterned jade pendant, making him the only subject to receive such an honor. Thus, though Xie Yanli currently held only a third-rank title, his influence in the court was well known. Xiaoyi, take Xie Shizi's invitation to the palace and summon the court physician. Young Master Chun has gone to practice martial arts at the training grounds. He usually returns by the hour of the dog. But you should go by the hour of the rooster today. Qin Jiwei paused, her expression turning serious. Remember, it must be Linen, the court physician. In the evening, at the main courtyard, I come to pay respects to the old matriarch, the Marquis, and the Marchioness. I am from Qinglan courtyard. The old matriarch, Xia, raised her gaze and inquired, What brings you here? The young madam sent me to convey that she cannot bring the child to the main courtyard for dinner tonight. The young madam has summoned the court physician for young Master Chun, who is currently being treated, and it is uncertain how long it will take. Fearing it may disturb the old matriarch and the Marquis during their meal, so she asked me to relay this message. Beside her, Xia Wanning interjected. Is it Zhang Yuanbin who has been summoned? No, it is another court physician from the imperial hospital, named Lin, and Xia Wanning frowned. Though the Marquis's household was esteemed, not everyone had the privilege to summon the imperial physician. In the entire Marquis's household, only Xie Yanli had the capability to summon the court physician. Yet, Qin Jiwei had managed to invite a physician? How could she not have called for Zhang Yuanpan? Everyone knew of his medical prowess in the capital. She had long wished for him to check her pulse. Yet this inexperienced concubine had summoned an obscure junior physician instead. Xiao Wanning rolled her eyes and said, "Grandmother, since young Master Chun is ill enough to summon a physician, it seems quite serious. Perhaps we should go take a look." The old matriarch pondered for a moment before nodding. Qin Jiwei is not one to act recklessly. If she has indeed called for a physician, it must be serious. It is only proper for us to go and see. At Qinglan Courtyard, as Xie Jingshun returned to the main house, he was unexpectedly pounced upon by his third brother. He had not anticipated that his brother would miss him so much after just one day apart, and he intended to lift Xie for a playful embrace. However, he found Xie diving straight for his trousers, chanting, "Take off your pants. Take off your pants. Let us see the big brother's pants to treat him." Xie Jingshun. Chapter 24. Self-harm to alleviate pain. However, right after, Xie Jingshun noticed Lingzhu, who was trembling and huddled nearby, and his stern mother. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. Indeed, he could not conceal it from his mother. He lifted his gaze and, as expected, saw Qin Jiwei's expression cold and devoid of any smile. In the past, she had always been gentle and smiling. This was the first time he had witnessed her in such a manner. "I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have hidden this from you," he thought. Qin Jiwei shook her head, stating, "I am not angry for that reason." Xie Jingshun, puzzled, inquired, "Then what is the reason?" "I am merely upset that you do not cherish your own body," she sighed softly. Having spent only 4 days in each other's company, it was natural for him not to share everything with her. She would not be angry about this. However, she was concerned that if he disregarded his health now, he would likely neglect it even more as he grew older. "I know the toxin has not been cured. Since it hasn't, we shall seek another doctor. If this one does not suffice, we shall find another. There must be a solution," she assured him. Xie Jingshun pressed his lips tightly together, his small face appearing thin yet resolute. Though his frame had yet to fully mature, there was an emerging tallness about him, akin to a lone wolf that had not yet grown. "Mother, it is unnecessary. It is too troublesome." Hearing his words, Qin Jiwei felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. These 3 children had lived under others' roofs since childhood, each one more understanding than the last. She spoke softly. "I have already summoned the imperial physician for you. This ailment will be treated. In the future, should you feel unwell, you must inform your mother. Health is paramount and should not be taken lightly." Xie Jingshun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not only called for a physician, but had summoned one from the palace. Her thoughtfulness for him was unexpected. When he lifted his gaze to see Qin Jiwei's gentle, smiling face, warmth welled up in his eyes. He had not cried when he had cut himself to relieve the pain last night, nor had he shed tears from any injuries sustained on the training field. Yet now, just a touch of her concern stirred an impulse to cry within him. "Young lady, Physician Lin has arrived," a maid announced as she ushered in a tall, slender man. The man appeared to be in his 30s, tall and lean. Lin bowed, acknowledging the young lady of the house with respect. Qin Jiwei gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought. In her previous life, Lin had been her trusted physician in the palace. She had not anticipated encountering him again in this lifetime. "Please rise." "Physician Lin, there is no need for excessive formality," she gestured. "The patient is not myself, but my eldest son. He was bitten by a venomous insect on his legs 6 months ago, and the pain has recently intensified. I implore you to assist in his treatment." Lin nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, young lady, I shall do my utmost." He placed his medical box aside, retrieving silver needles, and turning his gaze to Xie Jingshun. "May I examine the wound, young Master Chun?" Xie Jingshun cooperatively rolled up his pant leg. The outbreak of the toxin had rendered him nearly miserable, and he longed for swift recovery. Qin Jiwei leaned in to catch a glimpse. The wound was located just above the knee on his left leg. The cut from last night had yet to heal, with the edges jagged and flesh slightly curling. Dried blood had formed dark red stains, a sight that was truly alarming. Lin dipped the silver needle into the blood, observing intently. After a while, Qin Jiwei inquired, "How is it?" But before Lin could respond, a sharp female voice pierced through the air at the entrance. "We heard that Chun'er has fallen gravely ill. We came to visit." Qin Jiwei turned to see Xie Wanning supporting the elderly matriarch, followed closely by the Marquis and his wife. A throng of people surged into the room. The elderly matriarch approached, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Xie Jingshun's injury. What happened here? How could the wound be so severe? Xie Wanning seized the opportunity to chastise, "Sister-in-law, how have you been caring for the child?" How could you allow him to sustain such a grievous injury? Xie Jingshun furrowed his brow. This had nothing to do with his mother. Do not be afraid, grandmother, and we are here. We will advocate for you, Xie Wanning continued. You may speak freely. Xie Jingshun, now under Qin Jiwei's care, felt the pressure of the situation. He was gravely injured, and naturally, Qin Jiwei could not evade responsibility. He was at a loss for words. What was there to say? This truly had nothing to do with his mother. Seeing Qin Jiwei silent only solidified Xie Wanning's suspicions. With her chin raised high, she declared, Qin Jiwei, do you think remaining silent will absolve you of responsibility? Allowing the child you were meant to care for to be injured is a dereliction of duty. When elder brother returns, and what will happen when he returns? A cold, melodious voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Xie Yanli stepping into the room. His expression was stern, and his indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Qin Jiwei for a moment before moving on. Xie Wanning was taken aback at first upon seeing Xie Yanli return, but quickly felt exhilarated. In the past few days, Qin Jiwei had outshone everyone. Now, with Xie Jingshun gravely injured, she was eager to witness how she would explain herself. Xie Wanning pulled Xie Yanli closer to Xie Jingshun. Upon seeing the horrifying wound, Xie Yanli's expression darkened immediately. What is the meaning of this? That is a question for sister-in-law regarding her care. Xie Wanning scoffed. Xie Yanli's icy gaze fell upon Qin Jiwei, eager to hear her explanation. Qin Jiwei spoke gently. My lord, do you recall that half a year ago, Chun'er was bitten by a venomous insect? This injury stems from that toxin. Xie Wanning scoffed again. Qin Jiwei, could you not fabricate your lies more convincingly? How could a wound from half a year ago still be bleeding so profusely now? Qin Jiwei's expression turned icy. Her eyes brimmed with concern, her gentle tone rising slightly as she revealed that previous injury was never treated properly. For the past 6 months, each time the toxin flared, he could only resort to self-harm to alleviate the pain, using one injury to distract from the torment of the toxin. Xie Yanli stood frozen in place. What? The toxin has not been cured? For the past 6 months, Xie Jingshun had resorted to self-harm to alleviate the pain. The Marquis wife, sensing her husband's glare, turned pale. She had not realized Xie Jingshun had suffered to the point of self-infliction for relief. As a senior, she had failed to notice, while Qin Jiwei had been the first to discover it. The Marquis wife's gaze towards Qin Jiwei now held a hint of disdain. Is this true? Have you informed your father of this? Xie Yanli turned to her, his voice trembling with an emotion he was unaware of. Chapter 25. Old Madame Xie faint. Xie Jingshun cautiously lifted his gaze and slowly nodded. This matter was one he dared not disclose to his father. A wave of guilt surged within Xie Yanli. Why had he not inquired further about the aftermath of the insect toxin? In the future, he must communicate any concerns to his father, who would undoubtedly advocate on his behalf. He had been utterly occupied. So much so that he scarcely had the time to converse with his children, leaving him unaware of their numerous troubles until now. Xie Yanli turned to Qin Jiwei, his eyes dark with contemplation. Had it not been for her, he would remain oblivious to Xie Ju's gastrointestinal discomfort and Xie Jing's refusal to eat lamb for dinner, leaving him to suffer hunger. And the seemingly reliable Xie Jingshun had resorted to self-harm. Raising children proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. He had assumed that as long as his children were healthy and alive, he had succeeded in parenting. Yet, in truth, he had not even managed to ensure their well-being. Xie Wanning, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, couldn't help but scoff. How foolish Xie Jingshun was. Surely, if his leg pained him, he could voice it rather than resort to self-harm. It was evident that those of lesser lineage had no place in respectable society. However, Xie Wanning soon shifted her focus to Qin Jiwei's perceived faults. She directed her gaze to Linen, who was preparing medicine nearby. Are you the physician that my sister-in-law summoned from the palace? What is your name? Startled by the sudden inquiry, Linen momentarily hesitated before setting aside his belongings and bowing. Replying to the third miss, my name is Lin, and Xie Wanning scrutinized him, noting his youth. When did you enter the palace? Linen respectfully replied, I entered the palace last year. At this, Xie Wanning chuckled derisively. Sister-in-law, I do not mean to nitpick, but the qualifications of this physician are rather lacking. I know that Chun Gur is not your biological child, yet you cannot be so careless. If you were to summon a physician, why not request Physician Zhang, the head of the medical institution, instead of this newcomer? Xie Wanning fixed her gaze on Qin Jiwei. Surely, his medical skills cannot surpass those of Physician Zhang? In truth, Lin En's medical abilities were indeed superior to those of Physician Zhang. Qin Jiwei mused silently. While Zhang's skills were commendable after all, Those who entered the Imperial Medical Bureau were no ordinary individuals. His position as head was more a result of his flattery towards the virtuous consort than his medical prowess. Linen, on the other hand, was not one to curry favor with palace nobles. He simply labored diligently within the medical institution. Yet, patients under his care tended to recover more swiftly and without complications. It was for this reason that she had chosen to cultivate a relationship with Linen in her past life, trusting him to become her confidant. Only with Lin entreating Xie Jingchun could she feel at ease. Xie Weining frowned, wearing an expression of dismay. Sister-in-law, we have all witnessed your kindness towards Zhu Guer and Jing Guer in recent days, yet it is shocking to see your favoritism. You are so attentive to them. Yet you casually summoned an unknown physician for Chun Guer. Xie Yanli's brow furrowed. Having spent time with Qin Jiwei, he understood that she was not a cruel woman. Nevertheless, he was puzzled as to why she had not summoned physician Zhang. After all, the head of the medical institution was the most skilled and experienced physician available. Qin Jiwei cast a casual glance at Xie Weining, opting not to respond to her accusations. Instead, she stated, "We shall determine Lin Tai's skills after he examines her. The physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau are, after all, quite capable." She could not disclose that her confidence in Lin stemmed from their numerous past encounters when he had treated her ailments proficiently. Otherwise, she would likely be deemed mad. Xie Weining was unwilling to let Qin Jiwei dismiss the matter so lightly. This is unacceptable. What if he misdiagnoses her like that doctor from 6 months ago? Brother, we should summon physician Zhang from the palace. We cannot afford to delay her treatment. Xie Yanli's expression tightened, ready to speak, when suddenly, Nurse Zhang shouted, "Old madam, what has happened to you?" They turned to see old Madame Xie with her eyes tightly shut, having fainted. Nurse Zhang and several maidservants hurriedly assisted her to a nearby soft couch to rest. Xie Weining, in a state of panic, rushed to the couch. "What is happening? Grandmother! Grandmother!" Linen, carrying his medicine box, stepped forward to examine the old matriarch. However, upon seeing him approach, Xie Weining shrieked, "Step away. What if this quack harms my grandmother? That young physician cannot possibly possess adequate skills. I do not trust him." Qin Jiwei stepped forward, her voice icy. "Third sister, this is not the time for your antics. Our grandmother is unconscious, and none of us know the cause. Only Lin Tai possesses the medical expertise to assist her. Do you wish to take on that responsibility yourself?" Xie Weining stubbornly retorted, "We do not need him. We can summon a physician from the palace." Qin Jiwei's gaze hardened. "Do you not realize that summoning a physician takes time? What if something unexpected occurs with grandmother in the meantime? Will you shoulder that burden?" Qin Jiwei, what do you mean? Are you cursing grandmother? Xie Weining, silence yourself. Xie Yanli suddenly interjected. He had always despised the noise from the inner residence and typically turned a blind eye. However, given the life and death stakes, he could no longer tolerate Xie Weining's obstinacy. This was the first time Xie Weining had ever faced such reprimand from her father, her eyes instantly reddening. She opened her mouth to protest, but shrank back under the weight of his stern gaze. Qin Jiwei turned to Linen, nodding to him. "Please, Lin Tai, attend to old madam." Linen nodded, though confusion stirred within him. Why did this noble lady place such trust in him? Even to the point of quarreling with Xie-san? They had never met before. However, he quickly regained his focus and approached to begin administering acupuncture to old Madame Xie. Shortly after the last needle was placed, she stirred and gradually regained consciousness. Nurse Zhang's eyes glistened with tears. She is awake. Old Madame has come to. Chapter 26. With her deep-set eyes fixed upon him, Xieju approached the elderly matriarch. His voice, tinged with a childish whimper, echoed softly, "Great-grandmother, you have finally awakened." "I was so frightened just now," sob. The old lady smiled gently at Xieju, reassuring him, "Do not worry, dear, I am perfectly fine." She tenderly pressed her temples, as her consciousness gradually returned. She could not help but murmur, "I actually fainted again." A year prior, she had also collapsed, sending shockwaves through the entire Marquess. Xie Yanli had hurriedly summoned Dr. Zhang from the palace to tend to her, and it took an entire night for her to regain consciousness. For several days afterward, she had suffered from dizziness. However, this time, not only did she awaken more swiftly, but she also felt much better compared to her previous episode. Both Lord Xie and Xie Yanli were equally astonished. This time, the old matriarch regained consciousness far more quickly than before and appeared in considerably better condition. They had not anticipated the remarkable skills of the unassuming physician that Qin Jiwei had summoned. His medical expertise surpassed even that of Dr. Zhang from the Imperial Hospital. With a warm smile, the old lady expressed her gratitude. "Dr. Lin, I am truly thankful for your assistance. Without your presence, I fear I might have succumbed. Dr. Lin immediately bowed his head, humbly replying, "You flatter me, madam. In truth, your ailment is not severe. I shall prescribe a few more doses of medicine. And with proper care, you will surely recover swiftly and avoid such sudden fainting spells in the future." Very well, the old lady nodded enthusiastically. She then turned to Qin Jiwei, her eyes filled with admiration and approval. Ever since Qin Jiwei married into the Marquess, many matters had proceeded much more smoothly. She was indeed a blessing to the household. Standing nearby, Xia Wanning could not suppress her disdain. She had not anticipated that the physician Qin Jiwei had summoned would prove to be so skilled. Why did it seem that everything was always going her way? It was simply too unfair. After Dr. Lin completed his prescriptions for the old lady, he continued to treat Xie Jingchun. Observing the physician's furrowed brow, Xia Yanli could not help but inquire, "How is it, Dr. Lin? Is it serious?" With a soft sigh, Dr. Lin explained, "Young Master Chun's pain stems from residual toxins within his body, which have accumulated for 6 months. Treating it will be somewhat troublesome." Qin Jiwei felt a pang of anxiety, but thankfully, Dr. Lin had not finished speaking. "However, please rest assured, young Master Chun's condition is merely complicated to treat. He will need to take medicine and apply ointment daily, but it is not serious. With gradual care, he will be fine." Xie Yanli and Qin Jiwei simultaneously exhaled in relief. Even Xie Jing, who had remained silent, relaxed his tense lips slightly. Xie Ju joyfully leaped onto his elder brother's good leg, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Brother, you are all right." After everyone departed, Qinglan Courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Qin Jiwei gazed through the window at the crescent moon hanging in the sky and stifled a small yawn. "Oh, I am tired." Rising, she bowed to the seated Xie Yanli. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave to rest. You should retire early as well, my husband." Before she could turn away, Xie Yanli called out, "Wait a moment." Qin Jiwei blinked her enchanting eyes, as if to ask what was the matter. Xie Yanli's deep-set gaze remained fixed on her. "Thank you for your efforts regarding Chun's situation," he said, pausing briefly before continuing, "and for the other 2 children. You have been exceptionally attentive to them." Xie Yanli understood well that caring for and raising 3 children was no small feat, especially since Xie Jingchun and the others were not Qin Jiwei's biological children. Yet, she managed to excel in this regard, proving herself to be an exceptionally virtuous and kind-hearted woman. Hearing his words, Qin Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "My husband, you are too kind. Since we have already wed, we are now a proper couple. Supporting and assisting one another is only natural." Having married into the family, she wished to live harmoniously, nurturing her relationship with Xie Yanli and caring for the 3 children, far removed from the intrigues of deceit. Xie Yanli nodded, his thin lips pressed together. Yet, for some reason, hearing her describe their relationship in such a distant and composed manner left him feeling oddly unsettled. Noticing his expression, Qin Jiwei sensed his slight discontent. What was the matter with him? Perplexed, she decided it was best to retire for the night. The following day, Xie Jingchun did not attend the martial arts training ground. Instead, he stayed indoors to apply the ointment, as instructed by Dr. Lin, and did not venture outside all day. In the evening, Qin Jiwei brought Xie Ju to visit him. Dressed in a new outfit, Xie Ju wore a light blue brocade robe that accentuated his fair complexion. His smile revealed a few small milk teeth, making him look exceedingly adorable, akin to a little celestial being. Xie Jingchun reclined on a soft couch, and upon seeing them, his eyes lit up. "Mother, you have come. Is the injury feeling any better?" Qin Jiwei smiled warmly, clearly sensing that Xie Jingchun's demeanor toward her was even more affectionate than before. She embraced Xie Ju and sat beside the couch. "Is your leg feeling any better?" Xie Jingchun nodded vigorously. "Much better. I have been applying the ointment all day, and the pain has significantly diminished. Dr. Lin's skills are truly remarkable. Not feeling pain is a sign of improvement. With daily treatment, you will surely recover soon enough." Qin Jiwei had complete confidence in Dr. Lin's medical abilities, having been saved from life-threatening situations countless times in her past life. Her gaze fell upon Xie Jingchun, who was clad in a newly crafted outfit by the embroideress. The garment was a subtle dark gray brocade, adorned with understated yet exquisite patterns at the cuffs and collar, enhancing his handsome and noble appearance. Qin Jiwei smiled. "You look even more spirited in your new clothes." Xie Jingchun bashfully scratched his head. "Mother, you are too much. Just wearing a new outfit. And you have to praise me. Why did you only say one compliment and stop?" At that moment, a maid's voice called from the doorway, "Young master." Xie Yanli strode in, still dressed in his official robes. As a third-rank official, his robes were red, cinched at the waist with a black belt embellished with jade, accentuating his slender and powerful form. His stern features appeared even more chiseled against the backdrop of the red attire, with his sword-like brows extending into his temples and his eyes deep as cold pools. This was the first time Qin Jiwei had seen him in official robes, and she could not help but blink in admiration. He was indeed a handsome sight, worthy of being the husband she had chosen in this life. Chapter 27. Upon his return to the estate, Xie Yanli went directly to Xie Jingxuan's chamber. To his surprise, he found Qin Jiwei there. He inquired, "How's your injury?" A smile graced Xie Jingxuan's eyes as he replied, "It is much better now." Noticing the rosy hue of his son's complexion, Xie Yanli recognized his recovery was progressing well. However, his attention was soon drawn to the new garments adorning Xie Jingxuan, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. New clothes? Xie Jingxuan beamed widely. Yes, they were hastily made upon my mother's instructions. I want one too. Father, Xie Ju exclaimed, raising his little hand eagerly. Before Xie Yanli could examine the situation further, Xie Jingqing's voice resonated from the doorway. Father. Clad in a robe of moonlight white, Xie Yanli's brow twitched slightly. Xie Jingqing has new clothes as well? While joy filled his heart, an inexplicable pang of melancholy stirred within him. All three children donned new garments. Why was he left out? Yet, he swiftly suppressed this fleeting emotion. Xie Yanli lingered in Xie Jingxuan's room, engaging in conversation until the hour of high before returning to his study. Young master, you have returned, Zizhu greeted respectfully from the door. Xie Yanli paused, his gaze narrowing as it fell upon him. Your attire. Zizhu glanced down at his new clothes, chuckling innocently. It was a reward from the young mistress, as she noticed I lacked sufficient garments. Xie Yanli cast him a cool glance. You do not wear it well. Refrain from donning it again. With that, he entered the study without further ado. Zizhu looked down once more. Was it truly unappealing? He thought it looked splendid. Striding into the study, Xie Yanli prepared to change out of his official robes. As his hand rested upon his belt, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of two robes laid quietly upon the soft couch. One was cloud peak white, its fabric delicate and smooth, exuding tranquility and elegance in the candlelight. The other was bamboo green, reminiscent of a vivid hue plucked from a dense bamboo grove, adorned with exquisite embroidered bamboo leaf patterns that appeared lifelike. A subtle smile graced Xie Yanli's lips. Young master, I have come to deliver something. Qin Jiwei's voice mingled with Zizhu's at the door. Moments later, the sound of the wooden door creaking open echoed. Qin Jiwei entered, carrying a small wooden tray. I have brought some refreshments for you, my husband, she said with a gentle smile. Xie Yanli's eyes flickered. Knowing he would be engaged in official matters late into the night, she had thoughtfully brought him snacks to ease his burden. It seemed her attentiveness extended not just to their three children but also to him. His gaze remained fixed on her as he spoke softly. You have worked hard. Qin Jiwei's lips curved in a smile. Not at all. It was not I who prepared them. She set the tray down on the desk and turned to leave. Did you prepare these two garments? Xie Yanli's cool voice broke the silence, causing Qin Jiwei to halt mid-step. With a gentle smile, she replied, Yes. Do you like them, my husband? A faint flush crept upon Xie Yanli's ears as he admitted, I do. Hearing this, Qin Jiwei's enchanting eyes sparkled. As long as my husband likes them, that is enough. However, Xie Yanli's brow furrowed as he suddenly remarked, But I am yet uncertain if they will fit. You will know once you try them on, Qin Jiwei replied casually. Shall I assist you in changing? She played the role of the dutiful wife, a task that seemed effortless. Yet, she was well aware of Xie Yanli's disposition. He would likely refuse her assistance. Very well. His deep voice resonated through the room, capturing Qin Jiwei by surprise. Me? She stammered, taken aback. How could he agree to such a thing? Was he not averse to any female contact? But since he had consented, she could only muster the courage to proceed. In the study, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow throughout the room. Qin Jiwei gracefully glided forward, preparing to assist him in changing. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of shyness. This was her first time helping a man change his attire. With a delicate motion, her fingers gently brushed against his belt. The sound of the belt unfastening echoed softly, and his robe loosened instantly. Under the candlelight, Xie Yanli's striking features shifted between light and shadow, akin to a masterfully carved landscape, each contour a divine creation. The slightly loosened garments imparted an air of untamed freedom about him. Next came the removal of his official robe. Standing tall, Xie Yanli towered over her. She could barely reach his chest. To facilitate the task, she had to rise on her toes. Her small hand grazed his dark hair, her arm brushing against his. Xie Yanli lowered his gaze to her increasingly close visage. In the candlelight, her face was bathed in a warm golden hue. Her delicate nose, sculpted like white jade, and her naturally tinted lips parted slightly. Her complexion, blooming like a peach blossom kissed by the sun, appeared irresistibly vibrant. His throat tightened involuntarily, compelling him to lean slightly forward. As his lips drew nearer to her fair face, Qin Jiwei unexpectedly stepped back. The red robe had already been removed. She turned her back to him, gracefully folding the robe upon the soft couch. "Which of these two garments would you like to try, the white one or the green?" she inquired, bending slightly, her azure skirt cascading like flowing water, accentuating her slender waist that seemed almost fragile. "White, please." Xie Yanli's voice emerged raspy and unsteady. Qin Jiwei picked up the white robe and turned around. At that moment, her ears flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 28. The Dead Man. His figure surprisingly impressive. Xie Yanli was clad in a pale white inner garment. As it was late summer, the weather remained somewhat warm, prompting the choice of lightweight fabrics for such attire. Xie Yanli's garment was exceptionally thin, allowing his well-defined muscles to be distinctly visible to Qin Jiwei. His broad shoulders exuded strength, while his narrow waist was gently accentuated by the garment, creating a perfect curve that invoked thoughts of the solid abs concealed beneath. To her astonishment, the dead man possessed such an admirable physique. Qin Jiwei immediately lowered her gaze, feigning ignorance. The mere thought of him discovering her awe at his physique would be utterly mortifying. She reached for the outer robe to dress him. The garment was straightforward, and she quickly managed to put it on him, leaving only 3 buttons at the neck. Gently lifting the collar, she reached for the braided tie at his neck. This tie, intricately carved from white jade, was exquisite yet somewhat difficult to fasten. With a gentle focus, her long eyelashes fluttered, casting a delicate shadow across her fair cheeks. Xie Yanli's gaze was fixed upon her, silently observing. As she fastened the second button, her fingers inadvertently brushed against his Adam's apple. In that fleeting moment, Xie Yanli's body jolted slightly, as if a current had coursed through him. He swiftly seized Qin Jiwei's small hand with an iron grip. Taken aback, she found herself utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Lifting her eyes, she met Xie Yanli's deep gaze, resembling the stillness of a cold pool, yet flickering with an inner flame. "I shall manage the rest myself," he said in a low voice. If she continued to dress him, he feared he might lose all restraint. Qin Jiwei was somewhat perplexed. She attempted to wiggle her fingers, seeking to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Yet, Xie Yanli's hold was as unyielding as a vice. "Your hand," she chided softly. Coming to his senses, Xie Yanli quickly released her grip. Murmuring an apology for his rudeness, Qin Jiwei freed herself, stepping back 2 paces. She felt a twinge of pain in her hand and, upon glancing down, noticed her delicate skin had turned slightly red from his grip. Xie Yanli noticed as well, and his brow furrowed in concern. "Let me see," he stepped forward. But she instinctively withdrew her hand into her sleeve. Raising her gaze to him, she cautiously inquired, "Husband, have you been drinking today?" In the past, Xie Yanli had been as cold as ice, shunning her proximity. Today, however, he seemed altogether different. His lips pressed tightly together, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He too was unsure of what was amiss. He felt as if he were inebriated, utterly lacking control. He had nearly harmed her just moments ago. With lowered eyelids, he confessed, "Yes, I had a bit with my colleagues." Qin Jiwei understood, and her voice softened. "Then I shall send someone with a hangover remedy shortly." With that, she exited the room. Xie Yanli sank onto the soft couch, resting his hand on his forehead. His mind lingered on the tender sensation of her touch, as if it still danced upon his palm, refusing to dissipate. The following day, Qin Jiwei lifted a teacup. Savoring a sip, beside her, Xie sat on the couch, engrossed in a puzzle. In a couple of days, his condition would return to normal, granting her some peace of mind. Curiosity piqued. She pondered what this child might become in the future. In her previous life, she had perished when Xie was merely 14, and he had yet to reveal his potential. Approaching the table, she pinned a few characters and handed them to Xiaohe. "Xiaohe, please take a trip to this location. I wish to request a tutor for Jewar, the Imperial Palace." Qin Luan raised her head, gazing at the plaque inscribed with Qingwu Palace. She frowned, exclaiming, "What a dreadful name, truly unpleasant." Striding inside, she was immediately met with a chill. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and discarded, dusty earthenware lay strewn about. Qin Luan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this truly a place for people to reside? Li Gonggong, have you made a mistake?" Li Gonggong replied coolly, "This is all arranged by the virtuous consort. She currently oversees the matters of the harem." Seeing the desolate courtyard ignited her anger, her voice sharpened. "The virtuous consort is deliberately targeting me. I demand to see the emperor. I must inform him." Li Gonggong cast her a dismissive glance. "A concubine cannot attend to the emperor for 3 days upon entering the palace. Qin Luan, you shall not see him. He was sent by the virtuous consort." Qin Luan was the first chosen beauty during this election, and the virtuous consort had dispatched him to gauge her worth. Yet it became evident that the virtuous consort had underestimated her. It had been ages since he had encountered someone so foolish in the palace. Li Gonggong offered her a few perfunctory words before departing. Fuming, Qin Luan shouted, "Come back. You wretched eunuch, return." Her close maid, Dong Lian, could no longer contain herself. "Miss, why not see where we will be staying?" Qin Luan shot her a glare. "Do I need you to tell me?" Upon entering the main hall, she discovered it was just as bleak and simple as the exterior. Though the furniture was intact, it was shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Qin Luan exclaimed, "How could I possibly live in such a place? It is worse than the room Qin Jue occupied." Having been pampered by the Li family since childhood, she had never endured such indignities. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls on a broken string. "Miss, this is only temporary. Once you gain the emperor's favor, you will surely be moved to a palace fit for you." Dong Lian comforted softly. "The more the virtuous consort targets you, the more it signifies your favor with the emperor." Under Dong Lian's gentle reassurances, Qin Luan quickly halted her weeping. Clenching her fists, a sharp glint flickered in her eyes. "Virtuous consort, just wait. Once I garner favor, you shall see how I deal with you." If Qin Jue could suppress the virtuous consort to ascend to her position, so could she. Chapter 29. The selfishness of Qin Jue. Xiaoyi gazed at the words on the note before her and raised her head in confusion, asking, "Miss, is the tutor you wish to invite for young Master Zhu residing here?" Qin Jue nodded lightly. This individual, known as Zhang Xuanqi, was the cousin of Qin Jue's former life, the palace maid Zhong Ling, and would soon ascend in his career. Both were orphans, having grown up relying on each other, cultivating a profound bond. After Zhong Ling turned 25 and was released from the palace, she was taken away by Zhang Xuanqi and his wife to enjoy a better life. However, at present, Zhang Xuanqi was still earning a living as a tutor, leading a frugal existence. Since she needed a trustworthy tutor, Qin Jue desired Zhang Xuanqi to enlighten Xieju. Firstly, he was indeed exceptionally talented, as Zhong Ling had praised her cousin's knowledge and diligence on numerous occasions. Secondly, it stemmed from Qin Jue's own selfish motives. Having experienced the fierce struggles of her previous life, she understood that in this world, one could never have too many capable acquaintances. Extending a helping hand when others were in dire need, without expecting anything in return, merely fosters goodwill. Assisting others is, in essence, assisting oneself. This might seem calculated and strategic, but for someone like Qin Jue, who was struggling to survive in a tight spot, it was a necessary course of action. She did not share all this with Xiaoyi, but simply instructed her to pay a visit. Xiaoyi nodded and, after taking the note, exited. The carriage of the Ho residence halted at an alley. Xiaoyi lifted the curtain and glanced down the alley. Spotting a young man clad in coarse blue fabric, she promptly disembarked and called out to him as Zhang Xuanqi passed by. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Xuanqi paused, turning to look at Xiaoyi. This woman, adorned in brocade, unmistakably belonged to a wealthy household. Yet, how could he possibly know someone like her? He had only one cousin, who had recently entered the palace. With this thought, Zhang Xuanqi tightened his lips, his expression wary. Observing his reaction, Xiaoyi chuckled softly. "Mr. Zhang need not worry. It is my young mistress who wishes to invite you to enlighten our youngest young master. The monthly stipend is..." Xiaoyi gestured with her hand, indicating 3. Zhang Xuanqi raised an eyebrow. 3 taels? Xiaoyi shook her head. 30 taels. Zhang Xuanqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Currently, he earned merely 2 taels of silver per month, teaching during the day and copying texts and scriptures in his spare time. Even with such efforts, he could not fathom why she would offer him 30 taels each month. As he prepared for the imperial examination, he needed to spend money on ink, paper, and books. Moreover, he had recently fallen ill with a cough, which also required funds. The prospect of such an unexpected fortune left Zhang Xuanqi feeling unsettled. Yet, the offer was undeniably generous. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xuanqi gathered his courage to inquire, "Which household do you serve?" Xiaoyi replied gently, "We are from the Xie family." Zhang Xuanqi's suspicion grew. There was only one Xie Marquess in the capital, a household of great renown. How could they seek him as a tutor for their young master? His gaze fell upon the lantern hanging from the carriage, emblazoned with the character for Xie, and his brows furrowed slightly. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to climb aboard. As the carriage came to a gradual stop, Zhong Xuanqi stared in awe at the imposing Marquess before him. To his astonishment, the one inviting him to be a tutor was indeed the wife of the esteemed young master Xie. In the main courtyard of the Marquess, the Marquess's wife set down her teacup, her brow furrowing tightly. I have heard that Qin Jue has sought a tutor for that young boy, Xieju. Old Mama Kong nodded, affirming, indeed, I just overheard the young mistress instructing someone to prepare a courtyard in the front yard. I hear he is a young scholar. The Marquess's wife raised an eyebrow. A young scholar at such a tender age? That is indeed quite impressive. She had not anticipated Qin Jue to recruit such a talent to teach her adopted son. Old Mama Kong sighed softly. Now that the young mistress manages Qinlan Courtyard, it has become more orderly than before. Everyone from top to bottom holds her in high regard, and the young masters cling to her side daily. The Marquess's wife narrowed her eyes coldly. This little concubine truly possesses some capability. However, if this continues, Qinlan Courtyard will surely leave my son far behind. And that cannot be allowed. Her son, Xie Chongji, had left home at a young age and had not been seen for over 5 years. He was now commanding troops at the border and had achieved the rank of a 5th-grade officer. At such a young age, attaining such a rank was praiseworthy. In contrast, although Xie Yanli was a civil servant, his status paled in comparison, making her son seem rather insignificant. No. It was essential to create a bit of chaos in Qinlan Courtyard to ensure her Chongji had a chance to shine in this household. Chapter 30. Xie Yanli chooses to trust her in the Marquis' residence. During dinner, Qin Jiwei was quietly eating when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Jiwei, I know you care deeply for the children, so I specially selected a teacher for young Master Ju. The Marquis' wife wore a smile, exuding a tender and loving demeanor. However, her tone abruptly shifted. But how could you choose such a young teacher? If you must select, it should be a highly respected elder. I know you were a concubine's daughter in the Marquis' residence and may not be familiar with these matters. The Marquis' wife continued, frowning with a look of heartfelt concern. If you do not understand, you should consult me. The children's education is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei set down her jade chopsticks, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Both Xie Wanning and the Marquis' wife harbored the same disdain for her. However, Xie Wanning's shallow and foolish provocations were easily identifiable as mere attempts to stir trouble. In contrast, the Marquis' wife was far more astute. Under the guise of concern, she secretly undermined Qin Jiwei's decisions, subtly belittling her. The disparity in their tactics was glaring. Indeed, experience often outshines youth. Yet, she felt unafraid. Mother-in-law, your understanding is commendable. You must have chosen with great care previously. However, if this drags on indefinitely, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. The moment those words left her lips, the Marquis' wife's expression froze. Qin Jiwei was subtly mocking her. That wretched woman. Seeing the two of them at odds, Xie Wanning immediately sided with the Marquis' wife. Sister-in-law, even if you are anxious, you cannot simply choose someone at random. The old lady Xie, unable to contain her surprise, furrowed her brows as she looked at Qin Jiwei. This was the first time Xie Wanning had witnessed the old lady standing on her side, and her tone became increasingly agitated. Sister-in-law, your actions are far too reckless. Old lady Xie silenced Xie Wanning with a glance, signaling her to refrain from further nonsense. Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei completely disregarded Xie Wanning, turning her gaze toward old lady Xie with a gentle voice. Grandmother, you may not know, but although Mr. Zhong is young, he has already achieved academic success. He is a scholar at such a young age. Upon hearing this, old lady Xie immediately relaxed. She had faith that Jiwei was not the sort of person who lacked discernment, unlike her muddled granddaughter. Xie Wanning, seeing old lady Xie swayed, became anxious. Grandmother, do not heed sister-in-law's one-sided account. Please reconsider what I just said. What did you just say? Let me hear it. Since a teacher has been invited, it would be wise to give him a trial. A clear, melodious voice resonated from behind the crowd. Xie Yanli had returned from addressing pressing matters and overheard Xie Wanning's slander and accusations against Qin Jiwei. He had been observing how attentively Qin Jiwei cared for the 3 children, and it was all too evident. Xie Wanning was momentarily taken aback, stammering, elder brother. Let Mr. Zhong teach for a day tomorrow. If it does not work out, we can find another teacher. Sister, your concerns seem premature. Xie Yanli interrupted, his gaze coldly sweeping over Xie Wanning and the Marquis' wife. Did they truly think he was unaware of their intentions? Stirring discord in Qinglan courtyard to pave the way for the second brother was a tiresome ploy. Could they not concoct something more original? Xie Wanning and the Marquis' wife shuddered under his icy gaze, lowering their heads in silence. Seeing them finally subdued, Qin Jiwei contentedly sipped her sweet soup. Faced with adversity, Xie Yanli chose to stand by her side. It appeared her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. The foolishness of Xie Wanning and the Marquis' wife served as excellent support for her. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she felt the warmth of trust. What a delightful sensation it was. The following day, Mr. Zhang, this way please. The maid led Zhong Xuanqi to Qinglan courtyard. The young lady is still preparing. Please wait a moment. Zhong Xuanqi nodded gently, casting his eyes around curiously. After being brought to the Marquis' residence by Xiao He, he had been settled in the front courtyard and had yet to meet the young lady. Xiao He had informed him he was to teach the youngest child of young Master Xie, Master Zhu. Today marked the first day of lessons. He wondered what kind of person young Master Xie's wife and Master Zhu would be. Suddenly, Zhong Xuanqi's gaze landed on a wooden window. A handsome young boy sat at a desk, his eyes fixed intently on the pages of a book, radiating focus. Which young master is this? Zhong Xuanqi could not help but inquire. The maid followed his gaze and replied, "This is young Master Jing." Zhong Xuanqi frowned, pondering. Just then, a voice as clear and melodious as an oriole rang out. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Zhong." Qin Jiwei emerged from the main house, holding Xie, looking slightly embarrassed. The Marquis' wife had been unwell, rising late, thus exempting her from the morning greeting. Since marrying into the Marquis' residence, Qin Jiwei had enjoyed the luxury of waking naturally every day. She had not anticipated Mr. Zhong's early arrival today. Zhong Xuanqi was struck by the sudden appearance of the beautiful woman before him, momentarily captivated. He was aware of the news surrounding young Master Xie's marriage, which had spread throughout the streets, with whispers suggesting that a daughter of the Qin family was unworthy of him. Yet, he had not expected young Master Xie's wife to be so strikingly lovely. Regaining his composure, Zhong Xuanqi bowed. "I am Zhong Xuanqi. Honored to meet the wife of young Master Xie." Qin Jiwei nodded lightly. "Mr. Zhang, hello. Come, let us greet the teacher." Xie Zhu took small steps forward, standing attentively. In a youthful, clear voice, he said, "I pay my respects to the teacher." He then made an earnest attempt to bow, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yet his sincere effort elicited a smile. Zhong Xuanqi nodded in satisfaction. Young Master Zhu hailed from an esteemed lineage yet exhibited none of the bad traits often found in scions of noble families. Truly, he was the child of young Master Xie. As they approached the door, Zhong Xuanqi hesitated for a moment, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. He turned back. "Young lady, there is a matter I am somewhat curious about, and I am unsure if I should inquire." Chapter 31. Off to school with a little book bag. Why? At such a tender age, does young Master Jing, as the heir of a distinguished family, not attend the academy? In contrast, those from less affluent backgrounds often have parents who make significant sacrifices to send their children to school, especially at such a young age, when many questions may perplex him. One naturally seeks guidance from a tutor. Yet, not only has young Master Jing not enrolled in the academy, but his family has also failed to hire a teacher for him, leaving Zhong Xuanqi somewhat baffled. Such a promising talent should not be neglected. This inquiry left Qin Jiwei momentarily at a loss. She truly had no knowledge of this matter. "We have our own arrangements. There's no need for concern on your part," she replied casually, though internally she was silently calculating. Observing this, Zhong Xuanqi refrained from further questioning and led Xie Zhu toward the front courtyard. Xie Zhu appeared to be wiping away tears, and Zhong Xuanqi understood his feelings well. After all, it was the child's first day at school, and some discomfort was to be expected. Zhong Xuanqi halted outside the main courtyard, intending to offer a few words of comfort. "Young Master Zhu." Upon hearing this, Xie Zhu looked up, revealing that his face bore no traces of tears. Zhong Xuanqi was taken aback, realizing he had merely been playing with his own face. Xie Zhu, raising his delicate visage, asked, "Teacher, what will we learn today?" "Ah, good child, your adaptability surpasses mine by far. Indeed, children from noble families are truly exceptional," Zhong Xuanqi replied. After their departure, Qin Jiwei sat in her chair, her delicate brows furrowed. The Qin family lacked a son, and having spent most of her previous life within the confines of the palace, her understanding of officialdom and scholarly knowledge was limited. Therefore, she had not considered it unusual that Xie Jing had been self-studying at home. However, Zhong Xuanqi's remark had awakened her to the troubling nature of the situation. Qin Jiawei summoned Granny Zhao. Which academy did young Master Jing previously attend? Madam, he studied at Wudong Academy. Wudong Academy is the finest in the capital, boasting numerous esteemed Confucian scholars among its faculty. Furthermore, it is the venue for the imperial examinations, where one must succeed to attain the status of a scholar. As the adopted son of the heir, Xie Jing, of appropriate age, should have been able to attend. Do you know why he is not enrolled now? Granny Zhao pondered for a moment, recalling that young Master Jing had indeed attended the academy, but had subsequently expressed his desire to stop attending. As for the reason, Granny Zhao pursed her lips, confessing that she did not know. Both the heir and the noble lady had inquired, but young Master Jing only stated his disinterest, and the heir respected his decision without pressing further. Qin Jiawei nodded, allowing Granny Zhao to take her leave. She recognized that Granny Zhao spoke the truth. The child seemed gentle, yet he possessed firm convictions and was unlikely to share his thoughts with others. Have Shirong come to see me quietly later. I have matters to discuss, Qin Jiawei instructed. It was not until the afternoon break that she found time. Shirong approached the main house cautiously and shared all she knew. Young Master Jing had returned from the academy 3 months prior and had remained at home since. As for other details, the maid was unaware, having only attended to young Master Jing's daily needs upon his return. Qin Jiawei's brow knitted tightly. If even you do not know, who else could? Suddenly, Shirong recalled something, her eyes lighting up. Oh, young Master Jing had a companion who accompanied him to the academy. However, that child was dismissed after young Master Jing returned. Qin Jiawei sensed that this companion was significant. What was his name? The companion was named Qingsong, Shirong replied. Qin Jiawei's voice turned cold, laced with an undeniable authority. Find him. By this time tomorrow, I want him before me. Yes, young madam. In the evening. Mother, I'm back, Xieju exclaimed, bounding into the room with his little book bag. Upon seeing Qin Jiawei seated beside the soft couch, playing chess with Xiaohe, he rushed over and clung to her leg, pouting and adorably whining. Mother, mother, I miss you. Qin Jiawei was both amused and exasperated by his antics. She bent down to scoop up the little bundle, cradling him in her arms. After a day apart, Xieju snuggled contentedly against Qin Jiawei, emitting soft hums of satisfaction. She playfully pinched his cheek. Xie Yanli strode into the main house. Typically, he would not come to the main house uninvited, as it was Qin Jiawei's abode, and maintaining some distance was prudent. However, given that it was Xieju's first day of school, he naturally wanted to inquire about the experience. To his surprise, upon entering, he was greeted by a charming sight. Qin Jiawei, adorned in a lilac silk gown, appeared even more radiant. She gazed down at the little one in her arms, her clear, bright eyes filled with tenderness, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Father, Xieju exclaimed, spotting Xie Yanli at the door, his excitement palpable. Xie Yanli approached the couch. Did you adapt well to school today? Was Mr. Zhang a good teacher? Upon hearing this, Xieju's previously bright expression fell instantly. Qin Jiawei's heart tightened. What is it? Did Mr. Zhang not teach well? Chapter 32. A tingling sensation in the heart. Xieju gently shook his head. No, Mr. Zhang explained very well. It's just. What is it? Xie Yanli inquired. Xieju tilted his little head in thought. It's just that the teacher spoke a bit slowly. I understood everything quickly today, but the teacher wanted to explain it again. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiawei felt her previously tense nerves relax instantly. She affectionately rubbed his little head and praised. You are simply too clever. You grasped it at once, without needing the teacher to repeat himself. Tomorrow, I will inform Mr. Zhang to speak a bit more briskly. Xieju beamed with joy. Hey, mother praised me for being smart. Seeing that Xieju had no significant complaints about Mr. Zhang, Xie Yanli also felt relieved. He turned to leave, but his attention was drawn to the chessboard on the small table. The pieces, black and white, intersected like a silent war. The black pieces were laid out with precision and cleverness, occupying a vast territory on the board. The white pieces, despite their efforts to resist, were powerless against the strong advance of the black. Xie Yanli could guess without doubt that Qin Jiawei was playing with the black pieces. Noticing him observing the game, Qin Jiawei's beautiful peach blossom eyes curved gently. Husband, would you like to play a game? Little He's chess skills were rather poor. Even if she won against him, it would not bring her joy. But Xie Yanli was different. She had heard of his exceptional skills even in her past life, to the point that even the Grand Tutor could not best him. Seeing the glimmer in her enchanting eyes, The words of refusal that Xie Yanli intended to say inexplicably fell silent. He pressed his lips together and replied coolly, "Very well." Xie, witnessing their intention to play chess, immediately waved his little hands excitedly. As the sky darkened, the moonlight poured through the intricately carved window, bathing the room in its silvery glow. Inside, an exquisite glass lamp emitted a soft radiance, illuminating the focused faces of the two. "Will you choose white or black pieces, husband?" Xie Yanli, not lifting his gaze, replied softly, "White." Without hesitation, Qin Jue delicately picked up a black piece and placed it on the board. The two sat across from each other, the game commencing. The crisp sound of pieces being placed echoed distinctly in the silent night. "Are you letting me win?" After playing for a while, Qin Jue suddenly remarked. Her chess skills were quite commendable. She could easily discern that Xie Yanli was intentionally allowing her to win. Each of his moves, seemingly casual, was deliberately slowing the pace, leaving room for her, clearly a subtle concession. Qin Jue huffed lightly. "Husband, are you looking down on me? My chess skills are not that poor, you know?" A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xie Yanli's lips. "That is my fault." Although he had just observed the match between Qin Jue and Little He, one side was evidently lacking in skill. Thus, he could not accurately gauge Qin Jue's true abilities, which led him to play leniently. He did not want the game to end too quickly. It would be rather dull. Chess should be played fairly for it to be enjoyable, Qin Jue stated, a hint of stubbornness and seriousness shining in her beautiful eyes. Xie Ju chimed in. "Exactly." Xie Yanli glanced at Xie Ju. "Do you know what we are discussing?" "I don't know." Xie Ju honestly shook his head, then tightened his embrace around Qin Jue's arm. Xie Yanli let out a resigned chuckle. As they continued to play, Xie Yanli suddenly shifted from his earlier lethargy to a more aggressive stance. Each piece he moved resembled a sharp sword, aiming directly at Qin Jue's territory. Qin Jue tightened her grip on the black piece, lifting her gaze to him. "Husband, you are quite ruthless." Her voice lowered unconsciously, playfully chiding him. At that moment, Qin Jue was thoroughly engrossed in the game, fully relaxed, no longer maintaining the deliberate composure she often displayed. The rising intonation at the end of her sentences captivated Xie Yanli, momentarily rendering him speechless. Previously, Qin Jue was always gentle and demure. He seldom witnessed her in such a playful mood. Xie Yanli generally detested women who were overly affected and delicate, having encountered many such noble ladies at banquets. Yet, for some reason, hearing Qin Jue speak in this manner sent tingles through his heart. Unknowingly, his attacking intensity softened with this distraction. This moment of relaxation provided Qin Jue with an opportunity. Her black piece advanced directly, instantly altering the game's dynamics. Xie Yanli quickly noticed, raising his gaze to meet hers, only to find her smiling mischievously, akin to a playful little fox. Xie Yanli's gaze darkened as he threw his white piece into the chess basket. "Your skills are quite impressive." Qin Jue smiled. "That was merely because my husband lost focus." Xie Yanli offered no explanation, rising from the soft couch with a tranquil voice devoid of any ripple. "It is getting late. You and Ju should rest early." Watching his unyielding retreat, Qin Jue blinked. Truly, Xie Yanli was someone who would only play one game, and that was all. She had not yet had enough. It was rare to encounter someone with such exceptional skills. Qin Jue's chess skills were taught by her mother, but over the years, she had not found a worthy opponent. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed a game so thoroughly. The following day, Qin Jue sat in a chair, holding a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip before placing it down. Her gaze fell upon the slender, long-faced young boy before her. "Are you Qingsong, Xie Jing's companion?" Qin Jue inquired. Qingsong raised his eyes, cautiously assessing Qin Jue, and nodded slightly. "Do not be afraid. Please sit." Qin Jue spoke gently. "Little He, serve the tea." As Qingsong settled into the chair, cradling the warm tea, he gradually relaxed. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Qin Jue's lips curved slightly. After all, being young, he did not harbor many thoughts or defenses. "I would like to know why you and young Master Jing do not wish to continue studying at Wudong Academy?" Qingsong hesitated, unsure how to respond. He was aware of the news regarding the heiress wedding, but he was unclear about how this stepmother treated young Master Jing. Would it be useful to inform her of that matter? Yet, the young mistress appeared to genuinely be a good person. Chapter 33. Bullying as Xie Jing's companion. You have been by his side for quite some time, undoubtedly aware of his current inability to attend the academy. Though he may not show it on the surface, he must feel a profound sadness within. Qin Jue continued to gently persuade. "Although I am his adoptive mother, I genuinely care for him. I truly wish to assist him in resolving this issue." This matter is quite challenging to address. Qing Song cautiously lifted his gaze to Qin Jiwei, his expression exceedingly earnest. Qin Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. You are still children. What appears insurmountable to you may seem trivial to adults. Just tell me, no matter what. It cannot possibly be worse than it is now, can it? Qing Song tilted his head in contemplation. Indeed, Madame Xiao has a point. He began to explain the situation. Young Master Jing excelled in his studies at the academy, often receiving praise from his teachers. Li Yuan, the son of the Marquis of Linen, harbored jealousy towards young Master Jing and frequently pelted him with stones on his way to the entrance. Qin Jiwei's brow furrowed at once. Bullying him even at the academy? How brazen. Qing Song nodded lightly. Young Master Jing is diligent. He often stays behind after classes to ask the teacher questions. The Wutong Academy is quite vast, and there is a long path from the classroom to the entrance, which Li Yuan exploits to torment young Master Jing. Li Yuan, the youngest son and favored child of the Marquis of Linen, felt emboldened by his status. Qin Jiwei's gentle gaze turned icy in an instant. Regardless of one's noble lineage, one should never bully others. Has he never confided this to the young master? Qing Song shook his head. Li Yuan told young Master Jing that he is the legitimate son, while young Master Jing is merely a lowly adopted child, unworthy of comparison. He advised him to be sensible and not cause trouble for the young master. Young Master Jing, being composed, wished to continue his studies and avoid conflict with Li Yuan. Even the worldly Qin Jiwei felt a pang of sorrow. These three children share the same emotional turmoil. After all, they are but children, always cautious due to their precarious positions. There are things they dare not speak of, actions they hesitate to take. Qin Jiwei lifted her eyes, and then? Qing Song lowered his gaze, pulling back his sleeve. Revealed were numerous long, scabbed wounds covering his thin arms, a sight both horrifying and distressing. Qin Jiwei's pupils contracted sharply. Her voice rising slightly. How did these injuries occur? Qing Song's voice quivered as he recounted. 3 months ago, after young Master Jing received praise from the teacher, Li Yuan cornered him after class. Previously, Li Yuan had only used small stones, but that day, he not only brought several accomplices, but even drew a whip from his sleeve. They intended to whip young Master Jing, and I rushed to protect him. When Li Yuan saw that I was the one being struck, he became even more reckless, inflicting these wounds upon me. Tears welled in Qing Song's eyes. The next day, young Master Jing no longer attended classes, stating that it was the best way to resolve the matter for now, and he would think of a solution later. Qin Jiwei felt a dull ache in her heart, letting out a heavy sigh. You are all wonderful. You care for one another. She glanced at Xiao He, who immediately understood and retrieved a heavy purse from her sleeve, handing it to Qing Song. Qin Jiwei spoke softly. Good child. Take this money to seek medical attention and tend to your injuries. I will resolve the matter concerning Jing Guer, and you may continue to serve him afterward. Holding the heavy purse, Qing Song's eyes reddened. Madame Xiao is indeed a kind person. After instructing others to see Qing Song out properly, Qin Jiwei lifted the now-cold tea cup and took a delicate sip. Xiao He couldn't help but sigh. Miss, how shall we resolve this matter? I have heard that the Marquis of Linen dotes on his son, the child born late in life, treating him like a precious gem. Qin Jiwei smiled gently. Do not worry, I will handle it with discretion. By the way, has our eldest returned from the training grounds? Xiao He quickly replied. He has returned and is changing clothes in his room. She couldn't help but comment. Young Master Chun is indeed diligent in his studies. His leg injury has yet to heal, and he has already returned to practice. Qin Jiwei nodded, setting down her teacup, and instructed, please send word for him to come here shortly. Before long, Qin Jiwei heard Xie Jingchun's robust voice. Mother, you called for me. Xie Jingchun strode into the room, his steps steady and assured. Dressed in training attire with his hair tied up high, his bright and resolute gaze exuded vitality, appearing even more vigorous than before, like a thriving willow tree. Seeing him, Qin Jiwei's gaze softened slightly. How is your leg injury? Is it improving? Xie Jingchun flashed a grin. Do not worry, mother. It is much better now. Qin Jiwei nodded, as if resolved. That is good to hear. I summoned you because I need your assistance with something. Please say no more. Mother, Xie Jingchun replied, patting his chest in assurance. I will certainly help you. Qin Jiwei, feeling relieved, spoke in a gentle tone. Do you know how to fight? Xie Jingchun. A knock resounded at the wooden door from outside. Seated at the table, Xie Jing glanced towards the side at Shirong, who immediately went to open the door, surprised to see Madame Xiao. Qin Jiwei waved her hand. You may leave for now. Afterward, she stepped towards Xie Jing. who sat upright with a straight back, his small frame stable in the chair. Seeing Qin Jiwei enter, he was momentarily astonished. Was this not the first time his mother had visited his room? Rising, Xie Jing bowed respectfully, addressing her. Mother, you have come. Qin Jiwei gazed down at his youthful visage, directly inquiring, Xie Jing, tell me honestly, do you still wish to attend the academy? Xie Jing froze, taken aback by her unexpected question. He first offered a faint smile, then gradually lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Observing his expression, Qin Jiwei sighed internally. Today, your former companion, Qing Song, came. Upon hearing this, Xie Jing abruptly lifted his head to meet her gaze. Chapter 34. Qin Luan's failed seduction of the Emperor. Qin Jiwei observed the astonishment etched on his face and spoke soothingly. Do not worry, I shall resolve this matter. Xie Jing, upon seeing the gentle smile on Qin Jiwei's face, politely replied, I am grateful to you, mother. However, he had pondered this issue deeply over the past few days and could not conceive a clever solution. His new mother was indeed a good person, but how would she handle this situation? Qin Jiwei understood the concerns weighing on Xie Jing's mind. Fear not, by tomorrow he shall know, she assured him. At this moment, in the imperial palace, Qin Luan was seated before a mirror, meticulously grooming herself. She still resided in the dilapidated quarters she had entered on her first day in the palace. Yet, she was now attended by palace maids and eunuchs. Although the virtuous consort wished to treat her harshly, she would not truly cast her aside as a discarded concubine. The provisions due to her were delivered each evening, albeit often short in quantity or of the lowest quality. Qin Luan had been incensed until today. For this evening, she would finally meet the emperor. My lady, shall I bring this hairpin? Donglian cautiously held up a golden hairpin. Qin Luan glanced at it, raising her chin slightly. Yes, I want the largest, the most dazzling one. She was acutely aware that in her past life, it was on this very day that Qin Jiwei encountered the emperor in the imperial garden and invited him to her palace for tea. Although the emperor did not favor her afterwards, it was common knowledge that he only cherished the consort Qin. The ability of Qin Jiwei to invite the emperor for tea was already a remarkable achievement. After this night, everyone in the palace would regard her with newfound respect. Now that she had exchanged fates with Qin Jiwei, this golden opportunity belonged to her. If she could invite the emperor to her palace, upon seeing her living in such a shabby place, he would undoubtedly feel pity for her. Perhaps he would grant her a grand and luxurious palace. With this thought, Qin Luan felt a surge of delight. However, upon noticing Donglian's slow movements, she furrowed her brow and reprimanded, What are you doing? Hurry up. You cannot even manage such a trivial task. Startled, Donglian trembled and quickly replied, Yes, yes. In the imperial garden, Qin Luan donned a resplendent scarlet gown adorned with large peony blossoms. Her long hair was styled into an intricate updo, decorated with jewels that swayed as she moved. Her face was painted with exquisite makeup, her lips a luscious crimson. Holding a round fan, her eyes scanned the surroundings. Soon, she caught sight of a figure clad in bright yellow, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The emperor had arrived. Her opportunity had finally come. Gao Xian watched the approaching crimson figure, his brows knitting slightly, his voice icy. What kind of gaudy flower is this? Your Majesty, that is Qin Chongzai. Eunuch Qin quietly informed him. Gao Xian suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a person, selected to amuse the virtuous consort. He detested women of such vulgarity, and seeing Qin Luan's attire filled him with disdain. He turned to leave but inadvertently noticed the virtuous consort approaching. His footsteps halted abruptly, his gaze flickering with a hint of chill. Upon seeing the emperor, Qin Luan blossomed into a radiant smile. She had known it. This opportunity was hers. Approaching Gao Xian, she gracefully bowed, her voice sweetened with charm. This humble servant greets your Majesty. Gao Xian cast her a fleeting glance, his eyes deep and cold, reminiscent of a frigid pond. Rise, he said dispassionately. As Qin Luan gazed into Gao Xian's handsome features, her heart raced uncontrollably. Swiftly, she devised a plan, pretending to stumble, exclaiming and leaning toward him. Gao Xian initially intended to evade her and let her fall, but upon noticing the virtuous consort drawing near, he instinctively reached out to steady her. The moment his hand made contact with Qin Luan, his brow furrowed tighter, his distaste almost palpable. He quickly withdrew his hand, as though he had touched something unclean. Qin Luan sensed the emperor's aloofness, her heart tightening. Yet, undeterred, she attempted to evoke his sympathy with a soft voice, Your Majesty. My foot hurts terribly. Before she could finish, a sharp voice cut through the air. Qin Chongzai. I didn't expect to see you here. Qin Luan's spine chilled instantly. The virtuous consort. How could she be here? The consort's eyes narrowed coldly. She had just arrived and witnessed Qin Luan feigning a fall into the emperor's arms. To her dismay, the emperor had actually supported her. The virtuous consort felt a pang of bitterness. The emperor had never supported her. This little vixen dared to seduce the emperor right before her eyes. Just wait. She would make her pay. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, the virtuous consort approached the emperor. She bowed gracefully, offering her respects. Gaussian glanced at her absent-mindedly and said, "Rise." The consort's tone was gentle, yet tinged with barely concealed jealousy. "Your Majesty, I have been copying scriptures recently to present to the Empress Dowager, and I am in need of an assistant. I noticed that Sister Qin is quite clever. May I take her along to assist me in the copying?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luan panicked. She had not forgotten the 30 lashes she received from the consort last time. "Your Majesty." Qin Luan cast a pleading glance at Gaussian. To her dismay, he did not even glance her way, stating, "What you say is most reasonable. Let her accompany you." Hearing this, Qin Luan's heart plummeted. She had come to seduce the emperor, only to be targeted by the consort and now forced to copy scriptures. Yet, she dared not defy the emperor's command and could only force a smile, responding, "It is my honor to serve the virtuous consort." The consort's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Come along, Sister Qin." Gaussian's lips twitched slightly, relieved to resolve 2 troubles at once. Watching the 2 figures disappear, he commanded to the consort Qin. At the mention of her name, a soft warmth flickered in his eyes. His consort Qin was unlike any other woman in the world. She was the most special of them all. "The following day, you shall personally handle this matter. Deliver this letter to Wudong Academy." Qin Jiwei handed a letter to Xiaohe. Xie Jing had left Wudong Academy 3 months prior. Now, returning with his status, it was not a difficult task. However, certain formalities had to be observed. Xiaohe understood the importance of this matter for Xie Jing and promptly exited with the letter. The task was completed swiftly. Within an hour, Xiaohe returned, her face beaming with joy. "Miss, it has been taken care of. Headmaster Wang is thrilled to hear that young Master Jing will be returning to school. He said that young Master Jing may go directly to the academy tomorrow, as his position has been preserved." Xiaohe produced a booklet and handed it to Qin Jiwei. "This was given to me by Headmaster Wang. It contains the study materials from the academy over the past 3 months, so young Master Jing can review them tonight and avoid falling behind in class tomorrow." Qin Jiwei glanced at the thick pages, feeling a surge of emotion. Indeed, a child as bright and eager to learn as Xie Jing would surely be favored by any teacher. She felt reassured knowing he would be in such capable hands. In a side room, young Master Jing, this message was just delivered by the young madam, saying that you may go to the academy tomorrow. This booklet was also sent by the young madam, as it was provided by Headmaster Wang of Wudong Academy. The voice of Xu Rong was filled with exuberance and delight. She knew that informing the young mistress was undoubtedly the right course of action. Chapter 35. Why did Lady Ho suddenly mention Qin Luan? Xie Jing sat at his desk, adorned in a fine blue robe. His dark hair was simply tied back with a ribbon, and his petite figure exuded an air of maturity beyond his years. He gazed at the thick pages before him, reflecting on Qin Jiwei's promise and the prospect of returning to school, and could not help but murmur to himself. "In the evening, mother." Xie Jingquan's spirited voice echoed from outside. Qin Jiwei was savoring tea inside the room. Just as she set her cup down, she noticed the approach of her son. With a light laugh, she remarked, "Why are you back so late today?" "I was just about to head to the main courtyard for dinner." Typically, Xie Jingquan returned from the training grounds by the hour of the dog. But today he arrived 3/4 past. "Son recalls the tasks you entrusted to him, so he practiced a bit longer tonight." Xie Jingquan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was indeed the first time his mother had assigned him a task, and he was determined to fulfill it well. "Oh, you child," Qin Jiwei sighed, then caught sight of the beads of sweat on his forehead and instructed, "Xiaohe, quickly bring a handkerchief." As Xie Jingquan wiped his brow with the handkerchief Xiaohe provided, a smile remained at the corner of his mouth. "Mother, why haven't we left yet? My little belly is about to starve." Xie Ju entered, playfully complaining. He had finished school the earliest and had been waiting in the courtyard for dinner. But after a long wait with no sign of his mother, he was growing impatient. All right, we shall go eat now," Qin Jiwei coaxed. Xie Ju wiggled his little bottom and squeezed between Qin Jiwei and Xie Jingquan, his voice sweet as he insisted, "I want to hold Mother's hand." The four quickly arrived at the main house and sat down at the table. The evening meal at the Ho residence consisted of 10 dishes and 2 soups, however. Since that day, lamb had not graced the table again. After being reprimanded by Xia Yanli last time, Xia Wanning had been considerably subdued in recent days. At the moment, she was aggressively poking at the ribs on her plate with her chopsticks. She had come to understand that she could never outshout Qin Jiwei. In the end, she would either be scolded by her elder brother, grandmother, or mother. Yet, should the opportunity arise again, she would not give up. Xia Yanli had yet to return that evening, and the 3 children displayed exemplary behavior, quietly enjoying their meal. Lady Ho's gaze inadvertently fell upon Qin Jiwei. With a sudden thought, she recalled something she had overheard that afternoon. Jiwei, do you have an elder sister named Qin Luan? She has entered the palace and has been conferred the title of Qin Changzai. Qin Jiwei's hand paused mid-sip of her soup. Why did Lady Ho suddenly bring up Qin Luan? What was her ulterior motive? Yet, all eyes were upon her, compelling Qin Jiwei to set down her spoon and respond gently. Yes, esteemed mother-in-law, Qin Changzai is indeed my elder sister. Upon hearing her answer, Lady Ho's smile deepened. She feigned urgency. Do you know that your sister encountered an incident in the palace last night? Qin Jiwei was taken aback, her mouth opening in surprise. What? Lady Ho promptly explained. Your sister, last night in the Imperial Garden, accidentally fell while being assisted by the Emperor, only to be seen by the virtuous consort. Subsequently, the virtuous consort took her back to her palace, where she was made to copy scriptures throughout the night, only emerging from the hall this morning. Understanding dawned upon Qin Jiwei instantly. Qin Luan was attempting to replicate her past life's encounter with the Emperor in the Imperial Garden. However, her previous visit had been purely incidental, devoid of any intention to entice. The Emperor's willingness to visit her chamber was due to her lack of ambition for favor, setting her apart from the other consorts. In her past life, Qin Jiwei had discerned that the Emperor favored the consort Qin. She had never anticipated the imperial family would host such passions. Consequently, she altered her survival strategy, presenting herself as gentle and virtuous, never competing for favor. The Emperor regarded her with a unique perspective. Though devoid of affection, he did not harbor dislike and would lend a hand when necessary. Throughout the decade, many consorts met their demise or were cast into obscurity. Only she, Consort Qin, and the virtuous consort remained steadfast. The virtuous consort had a noble lineage, and Consort Qin enjoyed the Emperor's favor. Only she possessed nothing, relying solely on her intellect to survive. Qin Luan's deliberate attempts to entice the Emperor would ultimately lead to his aversion and the ire of the other consorts. Yet, how did Qin Luan come to know of her past experiences in the palace? Turning her gaze to Lady Ho, who wore an expression of curiosity, Qin Jiwei swiftly grasped the situation. It seemed that palace affairs had already leaked out. Matters of the harem were meant to be secretive and should not have spread. However, with the absence of an empress, the Dowager Empress disengaged, and the virtuous consort relentlessly bullied the other consorts, while Consort Qin sought to establish equality within the harem. It had devolved into utter chaos. The fact that news from the palace reached the Ho residence was not surprising to Qin Jiwei. As Lady Ho continued her discourse, she observed Qin Jiwei closely, knowing that the plight of her sister in the palace would surely weigh heavily on her heart. The more disheartened Qin Jiwei felt, the more satisfied Lady Ho became. Qin Jiwei, recognizing Lady Ho's intent, feigned sorrow. Alas, I did not realize that my sister was enduring such hardships in the palace. Then I can rest easy, Lady Ho replied. Chapter 36. Li Yuan's beating Madame Ho, observing Qin Jiwei's expression, felt an immense satisfaction as she raised her chin. She had not anticipated that Qin Jiwei shared such a close bond with her sister. This Qin Changzai, having fallen out of favor and now targeted by the virtuous concubine, would undoubtedly face a challenging existence within the palace. With such news likely to proliferate, she was determined to relay every morsel to Qin Jiwei, ensuring her deep discomfort. As these thoughts coursed through Madame Ho's mind, she glanced at the dishes before her, feeling her appetite markedly improve. Late at night, young master, you have returned. Zijou announced respectfully from the study door. Xia Yanli nodded. What transpired in the courtyard today? His long lashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyelids, revealing a hint of fatigue. Following the flood in Meng County, he had opted to accompany Qin Jiwei back to her family rather than attend to the disaster relief efforts. Providing aid during such calamities was typically a lucrative endeavor, yet the timely delivery of relief supplies was critical for the survival of countless individuals, and he needed to oversee it personally to feel at ease. Thus, he had been engrossed in Meng County's relief efforts for the past 2 days, returning later than usual. Ordinarily, he might have retired to the study immediately, but reflecting on recent events made him realize how little he had attended to the three children. Therefore, regardless of how late he returned, he would inquire about the situation in the courtyard. Zizhu shook her head in response to the young master's query. Everything has been managed meticulously by the young mistress. Xie Yanli nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the main house. Noticing that the lights within had dimmed, he surmised that they had retired for the night. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the exquisite visage of Qin Jiwei floated into his mind. Xie Yanli pressed his lips together firmly, shaking his head gently as he forced himself to refocus. I understand, he replied coolly. The following day. Have all the writing materials and books been prepared? Please double-check to ensure nothing is amiss, Qin Jiwei instructed in a calm tone. Today marked Xie Jing's return to school, and not a single error could be tolerated. Shurong opened the book chest and confirmed, Young mistress, everything is in order. Qin Jiwei nodded, stepping closer to Xie Jing. Her head bowed as she whispered a few words in his ear. Xie Jing remained still, politely listening until she finished, though his lips remained tightly pressed throughout her counsel. After concluding, Qin Jiwei gently patted his shoulder. Have you remembered everything? Xie Jing, still in disbelief, nodded slightly, with a sense of reassurance. Qin Jiwei sent him off in the carriage. At Wudong Academy, Xie Jing, clad in a moonlight brocade robe, entered the room with measured steps. The other occupants were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Hadn't he withdrawn from school? Why was he returning? Li Yuan, who had been bullying a nearby lackey, sensed the sudden silence and, following the gazes of others, his round, pudgy face darkened. This little imp dared to attend class again? Xie Jing, undeterred by the stares, returned to his previous position. Qing Song placed his book chest beside him, arranging the writing materials and instruments meticulously on the table. Throughout, Xie Jing did not cast a glance at Li Yuan. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed dangerously, his right fist clenched tightly. How audacious of this little imp! What was he so arrogant about? He was not even the biological child of young Master Xie, but merely an adopted son. Just wait, during dismissal today, he would learn his place. The day's lessons at Wudong Academy concluded swiftly. Although Xie Jing had been absent for 3 months, he had kept pace with all the lessons and received praise from the teachers in every class. Li Yuan, listening intently, gazed at Xie Jing with increasing malice. What merit was there in having slightly better handwriting or reciting faster? A lowly imp, just like his half-brothers, resorting to petty tricks to curry favor with the elders. The final bell tolled at Wudong Academy, prompting students to depart with their books and belongings. However, Xie Jing did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered to ask the teacher a few more questions before packing his things. Li Yuan, adorned in splendid brocade and a gem-studded belt, with his hair tied back by a golden ribbon, exuded an air of opulence, his round face betraying his indulgence. He turned to his lackeys, ensuring they had gathered their belongings before commanding them to follow him. Xie Jing felt the presence of several shadows trailing behind him, turning his head slightly. A smile graced his lips as he continued walking forward. Upon reaching the familiar path, Li Yuan sensed the moment had come and dashed forward, quickly closing the distance between them. Yet, just 2 steps away, a large burlap sack suddenly descended from above, ensnaring Li Yuan and his companions instantly. Before they could react, a flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon them. Li Yuan's heart raced with panic as he struggled to free himself from the sack's tight grasp. But to no avail. In exasperation, he shouted, Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? My father is the Marquis of Linen. Are you all tired of living? Beside the sack, Xie Jingchun, with his hair pulled high and a lean, resolute face, wore a cold smile. Huh. Every family has its Marquesses. Gazing at the writhing figure within the sack, he kicked harder. What filth dares to bully my brother? Let us see how I teach you a lesson today. Since his mother had informed him of this situation 2 days prior, he had been training harder than ever, determined to exact vengeance for his younger brother. The individuals Xie Jingchun had enlisted were all his fellow martial arts practitioners, each brimming with strength and merciless in their assaults. Li Yuan and his lackeys screamed in terror and panic as they were beaten, having always been the aggressors. This was their first experience of such retribution. Xie Jing stood aside, observing coldly, lost in unpleasant memories. The previous evening, Qin Jiwei had shared the plan with him and reiterated it that morning. His fingers absently brushed the hem of his clothing as he unconsciously stepped forward, just as Xie Jingchun was energetically kicking those inside the sack. A familiar figure flashed before his eyes. Chapter 37. When did their relationship become so amicable? Xie Jingchuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the truth. Could it be that he wasn't mistaken? His younger brother was actually striking someone. Until now, his younger sibling had always presented himself as polite, modest, and quietly smiling in Xie Jingchuan's eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed such a fierce side of him. Xie Jing recalled the earlier misdeeds of Li Yuan, and his actions grew increasingly forceful. The once gentle and serene gaze now radiated a chilling bloodlust. Eventually, Xie Jingchun halted, but Xie Jing continued to kick relentlessly. Xie Jingchun stood by, entranced. Who would have thought his brother possessed such martial prowess? Could he be a prodigy excelling in both literature and martial arts? Outside Wudong Academy, Qin Jiwei's carriage awaited. After a prolonged wait without sight of them, she prepared to lift the curtain and glance outside. At that moment, the carriage swayed slightly as two small figures leaped inside. Upon closer inspection, Qin Jiwei confirmed they were indeed two children. As soon as Xie Jing boarded the carriage, Qin Jiwei's gaze fixated on him, her concern escalating as she began her inspection. Noticing his attire was free of blood or injuries, and his moon-white robe was unblemished, she then focused on the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, her brow furrowing slightly. Why was he sweating profusely? Before Xie Jing could speak, Xie Jingchun, filled with excitement, disclosed, "Mother, just now my younger brother joined me in teaching Li Yuan a lesson." Xie Jing, aware of Qin Jiwei's scrutiny, replied softly, "Yes, I kicked him a few times." Qin Jiwei pursed her lips. With his forehead drenched in sweat, it seemed implausible that he had merely kicked a few times. She retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, leaning closer to gently wipe the perspiration from his brow. As her tender touch enveloped him, Xie Jing felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over him. He raised his gaze to Qin Jiwei's gentle visage. Her focused and warm eyes instilled a profound sense of security within him. Overcome with emotion, he choked out, "Mother, thank you." Qin Jiwei smiled softly in response, while simultaneously reflecting on Xie Jing's actions, deepening her understanding of him. When one possesses wings yet remains patient, they seize the opportunity to retaliate mercilessly. Indeed, he was akin to her. Excellent. Meanwhile, after Xie Jingchun and Xie Jing had departed, Li Yuan and his lackey lay groaning on the ground. The burlap sack lay tattered, and Li Yuan struggled to crawl out, his face caked in dirt, hair disheveled, and clothing torn in several places. Grinding his teeth, Li Yuan's eyes burned with fury. How dare that wretched spawn resist? How dare he employ others to assault him? His lackey emerged from the sack, sporting bruises and gazing at Li Yuan with tear-filled eyes. "Young master, what on earth happened? Who dares to strike us?" Li Yuan slapped the lackey on the head, exclaiming, "You fool! Who else could it be but Xie Jing? Young master! Young master!" At that moment, the retainers of the Linen Marquis' residence arrived. They had been anxiously waiting outside the academy for Li Yuan, worried by his absence. Typically, after bullying someone, their young master would emerge promptly. Fearing something amiss, they rushed to the academy. Being the legitimate son of the Marquis, the young master was cherished like a precious gem. If anything were to happen to him, their lives would be forfeit. Li Yuan, upon seeing the hastily approaching servants, was further infuriated. Where were they when he was being assaulted? Now that the deed was done, they came rushing in. He scolded them, his jowls quivering with rage. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. The servants trembled in fear, pleading, "It was our fault. Our fault." Breathing heavily, Li Yuan glared at them. "Did you see anyone at the door just now?" The lead servant, Zhang San, pondered for a moment. "It's been a while since classes ended." There were hardly any people at the entrance. "Oh, right, there was a carriage, and I heard a few female voices inside. It must be the wife of young Master Xie, here to fetch Xie Jing." Li Yuan's brows furrowed immediately. Wasn't young Master Xie's wife his stepmother? Why was she so benevolent towards him? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. So that's how it was. No wonder Xie Jing suddenly had the audacity to stand against him. It appeared he had secured backing. Fuming, Li Yuan sprang to his feet, but a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Hiss! Zhang Sen rushed over to examine him, discovering it was dislocated. Clenching his teeth, Li Yuan's jaw muscle twitched slightly. With a grim expression and eyes ablaze with wrath, he pointed at Zhang San. "Go fetch some of the best archers. If it weren't for that woman supporting Xie Jing, he wouldn't dare to retaliate. She caused my shoulder injury. She must pay the price." Zhang San was uncertain of Li Yuan's intentions, knowing that archers were not to be trifled with. Although the young master often amused himself by shooting arrows at the servants, they were but slaves, their lives expendable. However, Xie Jing and the young mistress were not to be trifled with. Young master, they are part of the Marquis' household. If they were to find out. Zhang San attempted to dissuade him. Li Yuan scoffed dismissively. Find capable ones who won't be detected. How can you be so dim-witted? Zhang San dared not argue further and hurried off to carry out the task. Li Yuan, seeing him depart, lifted his chin in satisfaction. This was a lesson taught by his father. Just the other day, a servant had accidentally broken a porcelain cup, and his father had ordered that servant's hand be destroyed. His father was right. One must be ruthless to achieve greatness. If that woman and Xie Jing dared to trample on his pride, they would face retribution. At the Marquis' residence, during dinner, Xie Yanli returned home early. After inquiring about their studies, the five of them proceeded to the main courtyard for the evening meal. Jinggur, do try this dish. You worked hard at school today. Eat a bit more. Qin Jiwei placed a slice of dried bamboo shoot and meat onto Xie Jing's plate. Xie Yanli paused, his chopsticks suspended in midair, as he glanced up. He saw Xie Jing smile faintly before softly saying, "Thank you, mother." He then lifted the piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Xie Yanli was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together slightly. Chapter 38. Just like he was embracing her, Xie Jing is the most gentle and composed among his three children. However, he has always sensed that this child harbors profound thoughts that are somewhat elusive. Yet now, Qin Jiwei has surprisingly established a good rapport with Xie Jing. He has merely been absent for 2 dinners. A hint of confusion appeared on Xie Yanli's handsome face. Upon returning to his study, he summoned Zijou immediately. What on earth has transpired in the past 2 days? Speak honestly. Zijou looked bewildered. Young master, what do you mean? Nothing has happened in these 2 days. Xie Yanli cast a cold glance at Zijou, irritated by his ineptitude. Furrowing his brow, he probed further. Let me ask more specifically. What has the young lady been up to these past 2 days? Zijou pondered for a moment and replied candidly. Yesterday, the young lady sent someone to deliver a letter to Wudong Academy, re-enrolling young Master Jing. Today, young Master Jing went to Wudong Academy, and in the evening, the young lady personally went to fetch him home. Xie Yanli frowned. Is that all? Zijou nodded, confirming that these were the only events of the past 2 days. Xie Yanli turned the jade ring on his finger, his gaze dropping in contemplation. The following evening, young lady, the carriage is ready. Qin Jiwei nodded and, as she stepped out of the main house, she was greeted by the sight of a tall figure. Xie Yanli? Why has he returned so early today? Qin Jiwei blinked in surprise, but quickly regained her composure, softly calling out, Husband. Xie Yanli nodded, his gaze falling upon her. Where are you headed? To pick up the child from school, Qin Jiwei replied warmly. Xie Yanli stated coolly, I shall accompany you. Though Qin Jiwei felt this was somewhat strange and sudden, she did not refuse. Xie Jing held great admiration for Xie Yanli. Surely, he would be delighted to see his father come to fetch him from school. The carriage swayed gently as it made its way towards Wudong Academy. Naturally, the carriage was spacious and luxurious, crafted from fine sandalwood, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. As Qin Jiwei entered the carriage, she directly settled into a corner. Xie Yanli also took his seat, his gaze assessing the distance between them, which was a full 4 handspans apart. A shadow of gloom crossed his heart. Did she wish to maintain such distance from him? Lowering his eyelids, he emanated an unsettling chill. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Jiwei instinctively shrank further into her corner. Xie Yanli observed her movement, and his brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, Qin Jiwei aimed to keep her distance from him, though the reason may not align with his assumptions. Recently, each time she was near him, she could detect the cool, faint scent of sandalwood wafting from his presence. This fragrance was neither overpowering nor faint, yet it was as refreshing as crystal-clear spring water, lingering delicately in the air. It was a scent that could stir one's heartstrings, enveloping her completely whenever she drew close, as if he were embracing her. This sensation sent a shiver down Qin Jiwei's spine, a feeling she had never experienced with anyone else, prompting her to instinctively distance herself from Xie Yanli. The two remained silent until the carriage came to a gentle stop. Young master, young lady, we have arrived at the academy. Qin Jiwei responded softly, placing her hands on her knees and waiting quietly. Xie Yanli lifted his gaze to Qin Jiwei, uncertain of how to greet the child, so he observed her actions. However, Qin Jiwei remained motionless. Noticing his gaze, she assumed he was impatient with the wait and began to explain, Husband, you may not know, but Jing is eager to learn and often has questions for the teacher after school, so he will take a little while to come out. This was the first sentence Qin Jiwei spoke after they settled into the carriage. Xie Yanli's eyes darkened slightly, his obsidian-like gaze fixed on her. Had she finally decided to speak to him, no longer evading him? He pressed his lips together and replied coolly, "Understood." Seeing that he comprehended, Qin Jiwei lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The street was alive with the continuous calls of vendors, stalls lined up selling a variety of wares, jewelry, fruits, and snacks. The lively atmosphere was filled with the essence of life. Qin Jiwei found herself entranced. During her time at the Qin household, Madame Li had never allowed her to step outside, confining her within the walls of their home. Later, entering the palace felt like plunging into an abyss, and she had never ventured out again. Turning to her husband, she asked, "Husband, I wish to step down and purchase some snacks. Do you desire anything?" Xie Yanli's brow furrowed at her request. He typically only consumed 3 meals a day, avoiding sweets and snacks entirely. Thus, he replied in a dispassionate tone, "No need." Qin Jiwei did not press further and gracefully exited the carriage. The carriage had stopped at the second-floor loft of a tavern, and a wooden window creaked open a crack. A cloaked figure stood at the window, his gaze icy. He raised his crossbow, aiming at the frail figure on the street below. The weapon glinted coldly in the sunlight. The bowstring taut, ready to unleash a deadly arrow at a moment's notice. Zhang San stood nervously behind the cloaked figure, his palms sweaty. He incessantly reminded, "Remember. Injure the shoulder to avenge the young master, but do not take his life. The young master has grown increasingly bold, daring even to harm the lady of the. Yet, as a servant, I can do nothing but obey orders. I only hope everything proceeds smoothly without any complications." Xie Yanli sat in the carriage, waiting for a few moments without seeing Qin Jiwei return. He lifted his eyelids slightly, observing the bustling scene outside, filled with people and carriages, hoping nothing amiss would occur. Just as he contemplated this, he stepped down from the carriage. As he settled, he spotted Qin Jiwei approaching the carriage. Upon seeing Xie Yanli beside the carriage, her face lit up with a brilliant smile, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling. Unbidden, a ripple of warmth spread through Xie Yanli's heart. Qin Jiwei approached the carriage with light, graceful steps. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the shadows like a bolt of lightning. The arrow sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Chapter 39. Xie Yanli's ears flushed crimson as Qin Jiwei's pupils constricted sharply, her gaze fixed on the arrow hurtling toward her. The occurrence transpired with such swiftness that the air seemed to still in that singular moment. Xie Yanli's expression shifted drastically. In this critical juncture, he swiftly stepped forward, enveloping Qin Jiwei in his embrace. However, the arrow was alarmingly swift. Despite Xie Yanli's rapid reflexes, it still grazed Qin Jiwei's shoulder, leaving a wound in its wake. Blood gushed forth, staining her delicate attire a vivid red. Qin Jiwei's brows knitted tightly, her complexion pale as parchment. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Xie Yanli's pupils constricted, veins throbbing at his temples, as he held her firmly. He meticulously examined her from head to toe, relieved to discover that the arrow had not struck a vital area, though his brow remained furrowed, his eyes brimming with concern and tenderness. The crowd erupted into chaos, vendors hastily fleeing with their wares. The guards of the quickly encircled them, eyes scanning the surroundings for the assassin. Xie Yanli narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, swiftly determining the direction from which the threat had come. In the next moment, he drew a concealed weapon from his sleeve, his wrist flicking as the projectile flew like an unbridled arrow toward the second-floor window. The weapon sliced through the air, producing a soft whistle, followed by a scream from the upper floor. The projectile struck true, piercing the eye of the cloaked assailant, who clutched his face in agony, collapsing to the ground with muffled groans. Xie Yanli's formidable presence cooled the air around him, suppressing his fury as he commanded in a low voice, "Bring him here, alive." Having spoken, he swept Qin Jiwei into his arms and strode purposefully toward the nearest medical establishment. His subordinates, obeying his orders, surged toward the second floor like a tide, their movements swift and practiced as they quickly surrounded the assailant and his accomplices. Inside the medical hall, Xie Yanli entered with Qin Jiwei in his arms. Zijou anxiously called out, "Is there a doctor?" The attending physician, hearing the commotion, hurried out from the inner chamber, only to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the grim-faced figures crowding his clinic. Zijou seized the doctor and implored urgently, "Please attend to our young lady." Xie Yanli gently placed Qin Jiwei upon a round stool, her pallor stark, her forehead slick with perspiration. Overwhelmed by pain and weakness, she leaned against Xie Yanli to remain upright. The doctor approached cautiously, parting the fabric over the wound to examine it. As he did, Qin Jiwei involuntarily inhaled sharply, her pain evident. "Be gentle." Xie Yanli's voice was as sharp as ice. The doctor, startled, immediately stammered, "Why, yes." Gradually regaining her senses, Qin Jue bit her lip, enduring the anguish. After a careful examination, the doctor sighed in relief, stating, "The wound is not deep, and there is no poison. A good application of medicinal powder will suffice." Xia Yanli's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. "Fetch the medicinal powder." The doctor promptly retrieved it and handed it over. "Young master, allow me to apply the medicine to the young lady." He stepped forward, approaching Qin Jue. "The injury is on her shoulder. She will need to remove her outer garment." Xia Yanli pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded in acquiescence. Although he was reluctant to let anyone else treat Qin Jue, applying the medicine himself seemed inappropriate. The clinic, though not large, contained an inner room where Qin Jue and Xiaohe entered. Xia Yanli instructed his attendants to wait outside, remaining alone in the outer chamber. Seated on a couch, Qin Jue's complexion remained pale, her brows tightly furrowed. Xiaohe delicately untied the strings of Qin Jue's outer garment, allowing it to slide away and reveal a purple bodice beneath. With utmost gentleness, Xiaohe dipped a clean cloth in water, wiping the wound on Qin Jue's shoulder, each touch tender, fearful of causing her further pain. As the blood was cleaned away, the wound became visible. Xiaohe's heart eased upon seeing its size. "Miss, the wound is but an inch. It should heal swiftly." Qin Jue nodded lightly, feeling her strength return, her previously ashen face now tinged with color. After cleansing the wound, Xiaohe opened the medicinal powder and sprinkled it over the injury. "Ah!" Qin Jue gasped, unprepared for the searing pain, her cry echoing through the room. Xia Yanli, hearing her exclamation, felt a tightness in his chest and rushed into the room. "What happened?" His voice was laced with panic. Upon entering, however, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The young lady's outer garment had slipped down, leaving her upper body clad only in a bodice. Her fair shoulders and collarbone exposed, glowing with a delicate sheen under the soft light. The injured shoulder bore a faint flush, contrasting sharply with her alabaster skin. Qin Jue, taken aback by Xia Yanli's sudden intrusion, wore a look of shock. Xiaohe quickly set down the medicine bottle, draping the outer garment back over Qin Jue's shoulders. Xia Yanli's ears flushed once more. He swiftly turned away, averted gaze betraying his embarrassment. "I thought something had happened to you inside, hence my intrusion," he explained, his usually composed voice laced with awkwardness. Xiaohe hastily clarified, "It was my fault. I inadvertently caused the young lady pain while applying the medicine, which startled her." Seeing that she was unharmed, Xia Yanli nodded slightly, his tone serious. "Be careful in your service." With that, he turned and exited hastily, though his steps betrayed a hint of fluster. Outside the clinic, the cool air began to clear his mind. Zijou led two individuals before him. One was clad in black, an arrow embedded in his right eye, blood staining his features. The other wore embroidered cloth, trembling in fear. Xia Yanli's icy gaze fell upon them, his voice carrying an overwhelming weight. "Speak. Who sent you to assassinate?" His eyes conveyed an undeniable authority. "If you confess truthfully, perhaps you may yet retain your life. Otherwise." His words trailed off, the implication of threat hanging heavily in the air. Zhang Xin swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had never anticipated encountering Xia Yanli today. Before he could gather his thoughts, a chilling sensation gripped his neck. Turning slightly, he found a sharp dagger gleaming ominously. In terror, Zhang San's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably as incoherent whimpers escaped his throat. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Chapter 40, A Desire to Take Her Life. Zhang San, trembling with fear, spoke, "I am Zhang San, a servant of the Linen Marquis' residence. This man in black is an archer I hired." Xia Yanli's brow furrowed immediately. The Linen Marquis' residence? How could it be the Linen Marquis' residence? He had just mentally accounted for all his enemies and had never anticipated the involvement of the Linen Marquis' house. Why would they wish harm upon my wife? He had always maintained a peaceful relationship with the Marquis, with no enmity between them. Zhang San bit his lip. This matter has a long story. Noticing the hesitation, the dagger at his throat drew closer. Zhang San, terrified, exclaimed, "I will speak. It is because of the Marquis. What has happened to his father and mother?" A cool, youthful voice suddenly interrupted Zhang San. Xie Jing had just been brought over by the Marquis' people. On the way, he had learned of the situation and was aware that his mother had been injured. The scent of blood in the air heightened his unease. He looked at Xia Yanli, whose usually calm and composed demeanor was now filled with panic. Xia Yanli reassured him, "Do not worry, your mother is safe and is currently receiving treatment." At the assurance of her safety, Xie Jing gradually exhaled in relief. His gaze fell upon the two individuals kneeling beside him, and his pupils constricted in shock. You? Xiejing instantly recognized Zhang San. This man was a lackey of Li Yuan, whom he had often seen accompanying him. In the blink of an eye, everything became clear to Xiejing. His previously gentle eyes turned cold as he fixated on Zhang San. Was it Li Yuan who instructed you to assassinate my mother? Xia Yanli, noticing that Xiejing recognized this man, furrowed his brow in confusion. What on earth was happening? Seeing Xiejing remain silent, Xia Yanli's icy gaze shifted to Zhang San. You explain. Zhang San trembled. Speaking of how he had bullied Xiejing in front of his father felt like courting death. Yet, fearing Xia Yanli's wrath, he stammered through an account of how Li Yuan had begun to bully Xiejing. After listening, Xia Yanli's expression darkened, as if drenched in shadows. 3 months prior, Xiejing had expressed his reluctance to attend the academy. At that time, Xia Yanli had just taken over a case involving the embezzlement of border grain supplies, consumed by heavy duties, sometimes even spending nights at the Wenyuan Pavilion without returning home. The embezzlement case had consumed him for half a month, and by the time he had finished, he had forgotten about Xiejing's situation. He never imagined that Xiejing's refusal to attend school stemmed from being bullied at the academy, feeling powerless to retaliate, thus opting to return home. Xia Yanli turned, only to find that Xiejing had reverted to his usual gentle and composed demeanor, as if he were not the victim Zhang San spoke of. A wave of indescribable guilt washed over Xia Yanli. As a father, not only had he failed to protect his child from being bullied, but he had also been completely unaware of it. It was utterly irresponsible. As a father, one must pay attention to their child's growth. Xia Yanli's tone grew colder. Continue speaking. Tell everything without omission. He needed to clarify this matter. Zhang San, trembling, recounted, yesterday evening. The young master attempted to bully Master Xiejing again but was beaten after being ensnared in a sack. The young master was furious. He later realized that it was due to Madame Xia that Master Xiejing dared to retaliate. The young master said that the person who struck him might also have been hired by Madame Xia. Xia Yanli's eyes turned frigid. So he instructed you to find someone to retaliate against my wife? Zhang San nodded. The young master said that as long as Madame Xia was injured, he would have no time to concern himself with Master Xiejing, allowing him to continue bullying Xiejing. Noticing the murderous intent in Xia Yanli's gaze, Zhang San hurriedly added, the young master said that as long as we injure the shoulder, we truly had no intention of taking Madame's life. Injure the shoulder. Xia Yanli scoffed, a glint of sharpness flashing through his eyes. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and violently kicked Zhang San's shoulder. The force knocked Zhang San to the ground, eliciting a muffled cry of pain. At that moment, everything clicked into place for Xia Yanli. The reason for Xiejing's unusual demeanor last night was that Qin Jiwei had not only protected him, but had also avenged him. She had discovered the bullying Xiejing faced at the academy, just as she had previously addressed the incident with the mutton. After discovering it, she had quietly resolved it without seeking any recognition from him. This time, she had nearly risked her own life to help Xiejing. Xia Yanli's thoughts surged. Madam, Zizhu, upon seeing Qin Jiwei emerge, greeted her respectfully. Qin Jiwei slowly walked out, her expression restored to normal, showing no signs of having been injured. Xia Yanli's gaze fell upon her shoulder, concerned for her injury. Yet, the image he had just witnessed involuntarily drew a flush to his ears. Seeing her come out, Xiejing rushed forward, his youthful face filled with worry. Mother, are you all right? He had always been a kind-hearted child, and now he felt even more guilty. If it weren't for her assistance, his mother would not have been harmed. Qin Jiwei smiled reassuringly at him. I am fine. The wound is not deep, and I have already treated it. With a few days of rest, I shall be well. Only then did Xiejing gradually relax, as long as his mother was safe. Qin Jiwei glanced at the two kneeling in front of the medical clinic. Are these the culprits? I do not recognize either of them. Why would they want to kill me? Noticing the confusion on her face, Xia Yanli spoke. They are from the Linen Marquis' residence, sent by Li Yuan. Sent by Li Yuan? Qin Jiwei's eyes widened with astonishment and disbelief. She had initially thought it was merely a childish scuffle. She had considered finding someone to teach Li Yuan a lesson, to let him know that Xiejing was not to be trifled with. Yet she had never expected that a 9-year-old child like Li Yuan could be so malicious as to hire an archer with the intent to take her life. Xia Yanli's eyes darkened. Like father, like son, it seems. The Linen Marquis has relied on his aunt, the Empress, to commit numerous wrongs in the capital, capturing commoners and treating them as prey to be shot at. The censors have submitted memorials to impeach him, but each time, the Empress has sheltered him. Li Yuan. Having grown up beside the linen Marquis, has absorbed his father's cruelty. Qin Jiwei's expression turned grim. Indeed, the nature of parents often shapes the character of their children. While this statement may seem absolute, there is a kernel of truth to it. It is getting late. We should return to the residence, Xia Yanli said softly. Although Qin Jiwei's injury was not severe, she still needed ample rest. Given the noisy crowd, it was not suitable to linger. Qin Jiwei nodded. It had indeed been some time since they had come out. Xia Ju had already finished school, and she needed to hurry home. Xiao He carefully assisted Qin Jiwei onto the carriage. Xia Yanli stood beside the vehicle, and at that moment, Zizhu stepped forward. Young master, how shall we deal with these two? Chapter 41. Those who dare to harm his wife and children shall pay the price. The man in black must be killed. Xia Yanli's voice remained cold as he continued. Keep Zhang San alive. I still have use for him. The Marquis of Linen dares to harm his wife and children, and he must pay the price. The carriage moved slowly toward the Marquis's residence. Upon returning to Qinglan Courtyard, Xie Jing still felt uneasy and wished to summon the house physician to examine Qin Jiwei once more. Noticing Xie Jing's worried expression, Qin Jiwei found it difficult to voice her refusal. Very well, let us call for the physician to take another look. The female doctor arrived promptly to inspect the injury on her shoulder. Only after hearing the physician assure him that Qin Jiwei's injury was not serious did Xie Jing feel relieved enough to retreat to his study to continue his work. Qin Jiwei could not help but smile at the child's concern. Although there was no significant issue, she still requested the doctor to prescribe some tonic to replenish her energy and blood. After everyone departed, the main room fell into a tranquil silence. Remembering the events of the day, Xiaoyi still felt somewhat unsettled. Miss, I was nearly frightened to death just now. Thankfully, the young master was present. I'm quite fine. Aren't I? Qin Jiwei replied with a gentle smile. Did you remember to buy the items I asked for? Unable to contain a light chuckle, Xiaoyi responded. How could I forget your instructions? She then produced 2 packages of osmanthus cake from her sleeve. You truly are something, even injured. You still remembered to have me buy osmanthus cake. As Qin Jiwei took out the cakes, her eyes immediately sparkled with joy. However, before she could savor a bite, a maid's voice called from the entrance, Young master. Xia Yanli, tall and poised like a pine tree, stepped into the room. Upon seeing the serious expression on his handsome face, Qin Jiwei silently tucked away the osmanthus cake. Indeed, as soon as Xia Yanli settled at the table, he inquired, when did you learn about the academy matter? So that was the subject of his concern. Qin Jiwei replied, 3 days ago, I learned from my childhood companion. I also sent someone yesterday to confront Li Yuan. Xia Yanli lifted his gaze to her. You could have easily informed me about such matters. We could have addressed them together. He disliked the feeling of being completely excluded from her affairs, as though they were mere strangers. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Xia Yanli paused before continuing. After all, he is also my child. Managing so many affairs alone must be quite taxing for you. Qin Jiwei had not anticipated this line of conversation. She smiled lightly. My lord, you are occupied with state affairs, returning home late each day. How could I possibly relay everything to you? Xia Yanli was momentarily taken aback, his eyelids lowered, casting shadows upon his face. Indeed, he returned home far too late every day. From now on, I shall return earlier each day. If there are official matters, I will attend to them in my study. You may come to me whenever you need. Now, it was Qin Jiwei's turn to be astonished. The man who was solely devoted to his duties would utter such words? It was quite unbelievable. Xia Yanli reflected on the events of recent times. The 3 children each harbored their own discomfort, some even threatening their lives. Yet, he had been utterly oblivious to it all. Being busy with official duties was no excuse. Ultimately, he was a father who had neglected his responsibilities. Having promised to care for the children of his late friend, he must follow through. No wonder the 3 children, despite Qin Jiwei's brief stay at the Marquis's residence, had already grown closer to her. A veil of guilt shrouded Xia Yanli's handsome features. Sensing his thoughts, Qin Jiwei offered reassurance. My lord, your dedication to state affairs is for the benefit of the people, and that is commendable. You have done nothing wrong. Nor have the children. Circumstances unfold as they do, and it is not necessary to assign blame. Her voice was soothing and clear, prompting Xia Yanli to raise his gaze toward her, his eyes darkening with contemplation. I did not expect you to perceive matters with such clarity and wisdom. Qin Jiwei smiled silently, her heart elated. Of course, I've lived longer than you. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Qin Jiwei retrieved the osmanthus cake from its wrapping and offered a piece to Xia Yanli. My lord, would you care to try? Consider it a token of gratitude for saving me today. Xia Yanli was momentarily stunned. his gaze shifting slowly from her face to the osmanthus cake. The delicacy appeared even more exquisite in her slender fingers. Though he had never indulged in such treats, today, for reasons unknown, he felt an urge to taste it. He reached out, and inadvertently, his fingers brushed against Qin Jiwei's, sending an unusual sensation coursing through him. Xia Yanli's long lashes fluttered, while Qin Jiwei remained blissfully unaware. Taking a bite of the cake, the sweet flavor burst in her mouth, causing her lovely eyes to curve with delight, her lips lifting involuntarily. Xia Yanli lowered his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. The following day, during the morning court session, Chun Yushi stepped forward, his voice ringing out, "Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. The Marquis of Linen has recklessly slaughtered the innocent, committing atrocities against the common folk. He must be punished." An uproar erupted in the court. Who dared to challenge the Marquis of Linen? It was astonishing that Qin Yushi displayed such audacity. After all, the Marquis was the nephew of the Empress Dowager. Xia Yanli remained unflustered, glancing towards the Emperor seated on the dragon throne. Gao Xian frowned slightly, his voice grave. "Marquis of Linen, is there any truth to these claims?" The Marquis's heart raced, and he stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have never engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents." Qin Yushi scoffed, advancing once more to unfurl his petition, declaring loudly, "Your Majesty, I possess irrefutable evidence. The Marquis of Linen, due to a trivial dispute with the commoners, ordered his subordinates to brutally slay them. There are witnesses and physical evidence. It cannot be denied." Gao Xian's expression darkened, his icy gaze fixed upon the Marquis. This incompetent fool had committed heinous acts and had been caught red-handed. Sweat beaded on the Marquis's forehead as he desperately defended himself. "Your Majesty, I have been falsely accused. Please see this matter clearly. I shall dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate this matter. If the Marquis of Linen has indeed committed such heinous acts, I shall not show leniency." Gao Xian's gaze shifted. "Xia Aiqing, I entrust this matter to you." Xia Yanli cupped his hands. This humble servant obeys the command. After the morning court session concluded and the ministers dispersed, the Marquis called out urgently, "Young Master Xia. Young Master Xia, please wait." Chapter 42. What is the Duke of Linen doing with Li Yuan? After the morning court, the officials dispersed. The Duke of Linen called out anxiously, "Young Master Xia, please wait." He hurried over to Xia Yanli's side. Dressed in a crimson court robe, Xia Yanli maintained a stern demeanor, his indifferent gaze settling on the Duke, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Although many had previously impeached him, those investigating the case ultimately feared his connection as the beloved nephew of the Empress Dowager, treating him with leniency. Thus, despite his numerous misdeeds over the years, he had remained unscathed. However, Xia Yanli was different. He was notorious for his cold and ruthless nature. If this case fell into his hands, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Yet, if the Duke personally pleaded for mercy, Xia Yanli might take into account his backing from the Empress Dowager and not be excessively harsh. The Duke forced a smile as he addressed Xia Yanli, "My lord, I am truly wronged in this matter." Xia Yanli did not raise his eyes, responding coolly, "Oh, is that so?" Noting Xia Yanli's frigid demeanor, the Duke's heart raced, prompting him to speak plainly. He pressed his lips together and stated earnestly, "Young Master Xia, if you could spare me this time, I assure you I will repay your kindness in the future." A fleeting, icy smile graced Xia Yanli's lips. "Duke, perhaps you should first manage your own household before concerning yourself with others." He paused momentarily, adding, "For instance, your son." The Duke was taken aback. "What about my son?" He wondered, wishing to inquire further, but Xia Yanli had already turned away, departing without a backward glance. On his way home, the Duke pondered Xia Yanli's words, yet found himself utterly bewildered. "My lord, we have arrived at the Duke's residence," announced his attendant. As he dismounted from the carriage, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Zhang San, disheveled and curled up in a corner, trembled visibly, frowning. The Duke recalled that Zhang San had been following Yuan. Why was he here now? Zhang San rushed forward upon seeing the Duke, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, save me. Young Master Xia wants to kill me." The Duke's pupils constricted, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. It seemed he understood the situation. Today was a rest day at Wudong Academy, and Li Yuan was in the back courtyard, instructing a servant to crawl on the ground like a dog. "You wretched dog, why are you so slow?" Li Yuan smirked wickedly, kicking the servant in the rear. The servant fell, emitting a muffled groan of pain, prompting Li Yuan to burst into triumphant laughter. The Duke strode into the courtyard, witnessing Li Yuan's disgraceful antics, and immediately slapped him across the face. Li Yuan, already stout, felt the flesh of his cheeks giggle from the blow. His eyes widened in shock. Father, you hit me. The Duke's face reddened with rage. Indeed, I did. Look at the trouble you have caused. Zhang San had informed him of everything. How could Li Yuan have the audacity? First, he bullied Xie Yanli's adopted son. And just yesterday, he had someone shoot Xie Yanli's wife. Had he lost his mind? The Duke pointed a trembling finger at Li Yuan, scolding. Are you trying to ruin the entire family? If Xie Yanli mercilessly presents all the evidence, even the Empress Dowager may not be able to protect you. At the Duke's residence, what? The Duke has brought Li Yuan? Qin Jiwei set down her teacup, her brow furrowing instantly. What could the Duke want with Li Yuan? Is he here to cause trouble, or for some other reason? Xiao He, visibly anxious, remarked, young Master Jing is also at home today. I fear the Duke may be seeking trouble with him. Qin Jiwei pursed her lips. There was no escaping now that they had arrived. She was resolute, believing that within the Duke's residence, he would not dare to act recklessly. Rising from her chair with a steely gaze, she declared, let us go greet our guests. As Qin Jiwei stepped outside, she encountered Xie Jing. His youthful, gentle face was marked with seriousness. Mother, I will accompany you. He had overheard the servants' reports and sensed that the Duke and Li Yuan were not here for a friendly visit. Since this situation had arisen because of him, he could not allow his mother to face the consequences alone. Qin Jiwei, warmed by her son's concern, nodded gently. Very well, we shall go together. The mother and son entered the main hall, where only the Duke's wife and Xie Weining were present. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the Duke of Linen seated with a cup of tea, alongside a reluctant Li Yuan standing beside him. Upon noticing their arrival, the Duke promptly set down his teacup and rose to his feet, exuding a courteous demeanor. Lady Xie, I apologize for any previous offenses. Today, I have brought my son to express our regrets and hope for your understanding to quell any anger. Having already offended young Master Xie, the best course of action was to pacify him as swiftly as possible to ensure leniency during the investigation. The Duke was confident this approach would yield results, believing that as a dignified noble and the Empress Dowager's nephew, his sincere apology would carry weight. After speaking, the Duke nudged Li Yuan, insisting, go apologize and acknowledge your misdeeds. Li Yuan's gaze met Xie Jing's, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He felt no remorse, only regret for not having dealt more harshly with this little wretch. However, upon meeting his father's warning glare, he begrudgingly bowed toward Qin Jiwei and Xie Jing. I apologize. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Qin Jiwei raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Duke had come to apologize? Suddenly recalling the insincere apologies and covert slanders from the palace, she asked, do you accept this apology? This was a matter between children, and she could not unilaterally accept or reject it without consulting them first. I do not accept it, Xie Jing's voice rang out firmly. Li Yuan could not contain his anger, shouting, I've apologized. What more do you want? Before he could finish, the Duke struck Li Yuan on the head, rebuking. How dare you speak like that? He then turned to Xie Jing. What would you have me do to appease you? I am willing to offer any form of compensation. I do not want any money, Xie Jing replied, his dark eyes suddenly glinting with a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a deep abyss. His gaze fixed on Li Yuan. He declared, I want him expelled from the academy. The implication was clear. He would not accept the apology. He demanded Li Yuan's departure from Wudong Academy. Chapter 43. Li Yuan withdraws from the academy upon hearing the news. Duke Linen was momentarily taken aback. How could Li Yuan be allowed to leave Wudong Academy? He had high hopes for Li Yuan to follow the path of the imperial examination, ascend to a high-ranking official position, and elevate the status of the Lin family. The Duke turned to Qin Jiwu, his brow furrowed in concern. My lady, I must insist that this is not a feasible solution. Surely, you can persuade your child to reconsider. Wudong Academy is the finest institution in the capital. Where else could he possibly go? It was absurd. The child may lack understanding. But surely, as an adult, she should comprehend the gravity of the situation. Qin Jiwu scoffed at the Duke's words. Though he claimed to be there to apologize, there was no sincerity in his demeanor. He did not even acknowledge his own wrongdoing. Her gaze was icy as she replied, there is no room for negotiation. I believe my son Xie Jing's request is entirely reasonable. What parent would rest easy knowing their child continues to attend school with those who have bullied them? Who knows if Li Yuan might not revert to his old ways, perhaps even resorting to covert sabotage. This cannot stand. How can Xie Jing focus on his studies under such circumstances? The Duke's expression darkened. He had come to offer an apology, granting them the courtesy they deserved. Yet they responded with such disdain. His voice grew cold. losing the initial politeness. I shall reiterate, my lady. This condition is unacceptable. Yuan cannot leave Wudong Academy. Sensing the Duke's growing ire, Xia Weining immediately began to chastise Qin Jiawu. Sister-in-law, why must you be so pedantic? It was merely a children's squabble. Why push matters to the point of expulsion? Young Master Li is still just a child. Why contest with him? Xia Weining was well aware of the events that transpired. The Duke had relayed the story upon entering, yet she dismissed its severity. What harm had Li Yuan truly done by teasing Xie Jing? As for the earlier incident involving Qin Jiawu, she had emerged unscathed. Ah, indeed, a daughter of a lesser family displays such pettiness. Xia Weining was disinclined to offend the Duke for the sake of a foster son. After all, the Duke was the Emperor's nephew. To cross him was to cross the Empress Dowager. Did Qin Jiawu not realize how foolish she appeared, making such a scene over a mere foster son? Qin Jiawu's face was pale, her voice rising slightly. Can a child's playful antics truly warrant such a drastic measure as withdrawal from school? Sister, if I recall correctly, your surname is Xia. Why do you consistently defend outsiders? Xia Weining lifted her chin, casting a scornful glance at Qin Jiawu. I stand for justice, not kinship. Unlike you, who creates chaos without reason. To speak fairly, the Duke's demeanor has been quite accommodating. Sister-in-law, you ought to show some restraint. How can you demand a child's expulsion? The Duke interjected with a cold snort. My lady, I assure you, I have come with the utmost sincerity. Sincerity? It was hardly evident. Before he could finish, a clear and melodious voice interrupted him. The assembly turned to see Xie Yanli entering the room, adorned in a scarlet official's robe, his eyes deep and piercing, his lips pressed tightly, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Xie Yanli's gaze fell upon the Duke. If you truly come bearing sincere apologies, why cause such a ruckus in my household? He then turned to Qin Jiawu and Xie Jing, inquiring, what has transpired? Xie Jing cast his eyes downward, speaking softly. I fear Li Yuan may bully me again. I wish for him to withdraw from the academy. Yet, both he and Duke Linen seem unwilling, perhaps intending to seek revenge in the future. Xie Yanli's demeanor chilled upon hearing this. The Duke, sensing the shift, hastily replied, Young Master Xie, I assure you, that was never my intention. I would not dare contemplate retaliation. My reluctance to allow Yuan to leave Wudong Academy is merely because. Before he could continue, Li Yuan interrupted angrily, glaring at Xie Jing. Weren't you quite bold when you suggested my expulsion? Why act pitiful now? Xie Jing ignored him, retreating closer to Xie Yanli. Appearing frightened, Li Yuan's anger intensified. What a farce. Acting like a victim when you were the one insisting I leave. Xie Yanli pulled Xie Jing closer, his expression growing colder. Duke Linen, is this your version of a heartfelt apology? Of course not. Young Master Xie, you misunderstand. The Duke quickly clarified, then abruptly struck Li Yuan across the face. You insolent child, do you think this is your place to speak? Li Yuan shielded his face, his eyes welling with tears. The Duke ignored him, turning to Xie Yanli, who wore a frigid expression. A sense of foreboding washed over the Duke. Young Master Xie, you cannot mean to suggest that my son should leave Wudong Academy? Xie Yanli remained impassive, refusing to engage. The Duke's lips trembled, filled with conflict. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If I were to comply, would you ensure my safety during the investigation? His sentence trailed off, but he knew that Xie Yanli understood his implication. The unexpected censure had caught him off guard, yet he needed to navigate through this predicament. A cold smile graced Xie Yanli's lips. Of course, you have my assurance. The Duke exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Very well, young Master Xie. I shall see to this matter with utmost urgency. Father, I do not wish to leave Wudong Academy. Li Yuan protested, dissatisfied with his father's capitulation. The Duke's expression hardened as he swiftly struck Li Yuan again, commanding, silence. A mere academy pales in comparison to the safety of the Lin family. With that, he dragged Li Yuan away from the Duke's residence. Xia Weining was taken aback by their abrupt departure, having anticipated an opportunity to trouble Qin Jiawu further. She craned her neck to catch another glimpse but was sharply tugged back by the Duchess. The Duchess glared at her, incredulous that this foolish girl would fail to recognize the gravity of the situation with Xie Yanli present. Xia Weining bit her lip, finally falling silent. Qin Jiawu observed their exchange with indifference, having long been aware of Xia Weining's lack of intellect. Engaging with such folly was a waste of time. She had more pressing matters to unravel. What investigation had Duke Linen mentioned? On their way back to Qinglan Courtyard, Qin Jiawu urged Xie Yanli to recount the events in full. By the end, Both mother and son were struck with realization. Xie Jing looked at his father with admiration, his eyes reflecting a youthful innocence. Qin Jiu blinked, piecing it together. So, the censure was orchestrated by you to compel Duke Linen to come and apologize? Xie Yanli nodded. Duke Linen holds significant status and would not easily apologize. To strike effectively, one must grasp his vulnerabilities. Xie Jing remained composed on the surface, but inwardly he was stirred. What a clever strategy, he had learned much. Qin Jiu recalled Xie Yanli's earlier promise. So, will you truly allow him to go unpunished? Xie Yanli's gaze darkened, his lips forming a thin line as he uttered, of course not. He had long sought to address the Duke's transgressions against the common folk, and he possessed ample evidence. However, he had been waiting for the right moment. Yet, the Duke had audaciously dared to bully his wife and child. Now, he would ensure the Duke faced the consequences. Qin Jiu's expression sharpened as she regarded Xie Yanli. This seemingly aloof figure bore a cunning intellect beneath that serene facade. She silently resolved to cultivate her own demeanor of grace and virtue. It was imperative to avoid incurring Xie Yanli's wrath. One could never be too certain of the depths of his vengeance. The following day, whispers circulated. Li Yuan had indeed withdrawn from the academy. What caused this sudden departure? What transpired? I am uncertain. I overheard my father mention that during yesterday's morning assembly, someone lodged a formal accusation against Lord Li Yuan's father, the Marquis of Linen. I wonder if it is related. The crowd within the room buzzed with chatter. Xie Jing walked towards his seat with an unwavering gaze, as if this matter bore no relevance to him. At this moment, within the residence of the Marquis of Linen, he sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea. Yuan had already taken his leave from Wudong Academy, and it seemed that Xie Yanli would no longer trouble him. This issue had finally reached resolution. As for the official Chun who had accused him, he could only wait and see how he would deal with him in the future. The Marquis lifted his teacup, preparing to take a sip, when a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air, declaring, "The imperial edict has arrived." The Marquis of Linen hastened to hear the decree. Chapter 44. The true misfortune of male favor. The Duke of Linen's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly rose from his seat. An imperial decree? How could there be an imperial decree? The aged eunuch strode into the main hall, and the Duke recognized him as Li Gonggong, a trusted attendant of the Emperor. Li Gonggong unfurled a bright yellow scroll, proclaiming, "By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. The Duke of Linen has acted with audacity and harmed the common people. Such crimes are utterly unforgivable. These heinous acts cannot be tolerated by divine justice or by the laws of the land. Henceforth, the Duke of Linen is to be stripped of his office and exiled from the capital to Wuzhou, never to return." As the Duke knelt upon the ground, the words of the decree struck him like a thunderclap. His eyes were filled with shock and dread, and his complexion turned ashen. Stripped of his title, exiled from the capital, sent to Wuzhou. How could this be? Hadn't Xie Yanli promised him that as long as he facilitated Yuer's withdrawal from Wudong Academy, he would be spared? What was happening now? His body trembled slightly as he quickly grasped the situation. It was Xie Yanli. He had deceived him. But at that moment, the Duke could not afford to ponder the intricacies of the matter. His face was pale and haggard, trembling hands clutching at Li Gonggong's sleeve. His voice laced with urgency and desperation. "Li Gonggong, I beseech you, please grant me an audience with His Majesty. I am the nephew of the Empress Dowager, the Emperor's cousin. If I can personally plead for forgiveness, the Emperor will surely show mercy." He was utterly abject. "Li Gonggong, you have watched the Emperor grow. You understand his heart. I implore you to assist me this once. If only I can meet the Emperor, I, the Duke of Linen, will be forever grateful." Li Gonggong raised his chin slightly, effortlessly shaking off the Duke's grasp. "Duke, do not persist in your entreaties. The Emperor's edict is resolute. It is not something you can simply wish for. You have committed a grave error, and the Emperor has already shown considerable leniency by merely exiling you from the capital. Do not harbor any delusions. The young master has already submitted all the evidence. With such irrefutable proof, how can the Emperor continue to shield you? How would he govern if he did?" Li Gonggong's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the Duke, his tone frigid. "You should hasten to pack your belongings and leave the capital at once. The Empress Dowager has ceased to intercede on your behalf, and your banishment from the capital is a dead end. There is no need for further respect." With that, Li Gonggong turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving the Duke standing in despair. News spread swiftly throughout the capital, especially among the prominent families. Within an hour, the tidings of the Duke's removal had reached Qinlan Courtyard. So soon? Qin Jiwei paused, gripping her porcelain spoon. This must surely be the doing of Xie Yanli. He had spoken of dealing with the Duke yesterday, and today the outcome was apparent. His decisiveness was indeed remarkable. Xiao He sighed nearby, reflecting on how brazen the Duke had been upon his arrival yesterday, only to be stripped of his title and expelled from the capital today. This was already the result of the Emperor's mercy. Qin Jiwei cast the porcelain spoon into her bowl, deeming that for all the Duke's previous misdeeds, 1,000 cuts would not suffice. Yet, because he was the nephew of the Empress Dowager, the Emperor would spare his life, regardless of his transgressions. Xiao He lamented, expressing sympathy for the innocent lives the Duke had taken. As if recalling something, she hesitated before adding, however, I have heard that the young master has confiscated half of the Duke's assets to establish a charitable hall for the relief of the poor. Qin Jiwei smiled slightly upon hearing this, not surprised. She was aware that Xie Yanli genuinely had the country's and the people's welfare at heart. In the days that followed, Qin Jiwei remained in the Duke's residence recuperating. Xie Yanli had also procured the finest scar-reducing ointment for her. The injury to her arm from the arrow had healed completely, leaving no trace of its former wound. With the 3 children attending school, she found herself with ample leisure. Seated beneath the window, Qin Jiwei placed a blue and white porcelain vase before her, into which she arranged a few branches of lilies, their petals slender and slightly curled. After a moment of contemplation, she added several branches of begonia. The delicate elegance of the lilies harmonized beautifully with the vibrant blossoms of the begonias, creating a unique aesthetic. Xiao He stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although summer was drawing to a close, the flowers in the courtyard were still in full bloom, making them perfect for arrangement. The lady's floral artistry was exquisite, bringing joy to all who beheld it. Qin Jiwei smiled, casting a playful glance at her. You are quite the flatterer. Xiao He beamed in response, eager to praise her further, but her gaze suddenly shifted, and her smile vanished. She quickly bowed, exclaiming, Young master. Qin Jiwei set down her bouquet, eyes sparkling as she called out, Husband, you have arrived. Xie Yanli entered the room, naturally taking a seat on the soft couch beneath the window. Recently, he had been returning each evening at the hour of the rooster, visiting the main hall to spend time with the children before joining the old matriarch and the Duke for dinner in the main courtyard. His gaze fell upon the blue and white vase on the table, his brow arching slightly. Noticing his attention, Qin Jiwei smiled and said, Just passing the time, do not mock me. Husband, how could I? It is quite beautiful, he replied, his voice as melodious as jade. Qin Jiwei looked up at him, teasingly inquiring, You are not merely being polite. Are you? Xie Yanli lifted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. I never engage in pleasantries. Qin Jiwei blinked, having noted with interest that lately Xie Yanli smiled more frequently in her presence. Although his smiles were often subtle, his strikingly handsome appearance made even the slightest expression captivating. Such casual gestures drew one's gaze irresistibly. While it is often said that the allure of women leads to misfortune, she mused that it is the allure of men that truly causes calamity. Even she, who had lived a lifetime and sought to cultivate a heart of simplicity and detachment, found herself struggling to maintain control. Shaking her head, she refocused her thoughts and returned her attention to the vase before her. Nevertheless, she was confident in her floral arrangement skills. In her previous life, even the aged matron beside the Empress Dowager had praised her talents. Her floral artistry was something she had learned only after entering the palace. During her time in the Qin residence, she had been deprived of even the essentials, let alone the opportunity to learn such skills. As she continued to arrange the flowers, Qin Jiwei delicately added several jasmine blossoms, her demeanor earnest. Her long lashes quivered slightly, casting soft shadows across her fair complexion. Xie Yanli, with his dark lashes fluttering, quietly observed her, unsure whether he was admiring her beauty or her floral arrangement. Xiao He stood nearby, her face adorned with a kind smile. The young master and the lady were a perfect match. Simply sitting together was a sight to behold, a true delight to her eyes. Young master, madam, a formal invitation just arrived from the Qi Wangfu, a maid announced. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei's pupils dilated in shock, and her body trembled slightly. An invitation from the Qi Wangfu. It was over. What had to come was finally here. This very banquet had led to Xie Yanli sustaining a grievous injury to his right leg, rendering him confined to a wheelchair. Beside her, Xie Yanli had already opened the invitation and, after a brief glance, instructed calmly, Inform them that I shall attend as scheduled in 5 days. Absolutely not. Qin Jiwei blurted out in a moment of panic. Chapter 45. What are you good at? However, Qin Jiwei soon realized her lapse in composure. She bit her lip and attempted to remedy the situation, saying, "What I meant was, my lord, do you truly wish to go? Perhaps you should reconsider." Xia Yanli furrowed his brows. The Qi Wang was a royal relative, and his perspective on the recent tax reform was crucial. "Naturally, I must inquire," he replied. Qin Jiwei's gaze sharpened, and she composed herself with difficulty. "If you seek to ask for his opinion, it need not be at the Qi Wang's poetry gathering. Surely a different time or place would suffice." Xia Yanli suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and piercing like ice. Qin Jiwei had always been gentle and virtuous, seldom opposing anything. Yet now, her resistance was fervent and her demeanor intense. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating her words. "You seem quite reluctant for me to attend this poetry gathering. Why is that?" "Because he intends to kill you." Qin Jiwei had a compelling reason in her heart that he must not attend the banquet. Yet, she could not voice it, for she had no proof. Revealing such thoughts would surely mark her as mad. The Qi Wang harbored treasonous intentions, and the purpose of this gathering was to eliminate Xia Yanli and disrupt the court's stability. Should Xia Yanli perish, chaos would surely ensue, allowing the Qi Wang to launch his rebellion. In her past life, it had unfolded just so. The Qi Wang had arranged for an assassin at the poetry gathering, aiming to strike Xia Yanli when the moment was ripe. To his astonishment, Xia Yanli had survived, sustaining only a leg injury, and he had discerned the Qi Wang's plot, quietly tightening his preparations. Subsequently, the Qi Wang, with no retreat, resolved to rebel, only to be ensnared by Xia Yanli's strategy. The Qi Wang's forces were vanquished, and all who followed him were captured. The assassination attempt during the banquet was revealed by his subordinates at that time. In an instant, the capital ran red with blood. The Qi Wang's power was extinguished, but Xia Yanli's leg would never heal, leaving him forever disabled. Qin Jiwei could not admit that it was her desire to prevent him from going, as such reasoning held no merit. She smiled gently. "Of course not. I did not mean to imply that. I merely thought that my lord, being burdened with official duties, already endures much hardship. Attending the poetry gathering would only add to your toil." Xia Yanli regarded her with deep, penetrating eyes, fully unconvinced by her words. Yet, he could not fathom her reasons for wishing to deter him. "Must you go?" Qin Jiwei hesitated before asking again, unwilling to yield. Xia Yanli nodded lightly, responding calmly. "Of course." Qin Jiwei sighed regretfully, her gaze drifting to Xia Yanli's right leg. What a fine leg it was. Such a pity, alas. Xia Yanli. What is with that expression? Qin Jiwei understood that throwing a tantrum to prevent him from attending would surely provoke his disdain. Yet, to articulate her reasons directly would be no better than a tantrum. She resolved to devise another strategy. Since her lord wished to go, then let him go. A gentle smile returned to her face. "However, I too wish to accompany you." At this moment, Xia Yanli was utterly baffled. Only moments ago, she had vehemently opposed his attendance, yet now she had transformed entirely, not only permitting his departure, but also expressing her desire to join him. "If you wish to go, then let us go together. We shall see what she is truly up to." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Jiwei noticed the sun had set outside. Just as she intended to inquire about Xieju's tardiness, a small figure suddenly lunged toward her. Xieju dashed up to Qin Jiwei's legs, mumbling, "Mother, mother, I want to cling to you. I want to cling to you forever." Qin Jiwei chuckled, lifting the little rascal into her embrace. Xieju nestled contentedly against her, looking up with a beaming smile at Xia Yanli, chirping in a sweet voice, "Father, I will cling to you forever too." It was delightful to see Father every day after school. At last, Father had time to spend with them. Previously, he had been so busy that the number of times they had seen him last year paled in comparison to these few days. Xia Yanli smiled gently, replying softly as he handed a peach to Xieju. "Here, have a peach. It's quite sweet." Xieju's eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, Father." He then produced 2 plums from his pocket, offering them to Xia Yanli. "You should eat too. I found these on the ground today and saved them just for you." Xia Yanli chuckled in resignation but accepted the 2 dusty plums. Observing them brought a hint of warmth to his previously aloof features. It was evident that spending time with the children was essential. He had noticed their growing affection towards him in recent days. After school, Xie Jingchun and Xieju would chatter excitedly, no longer shying away from sharing their thoughts and experiences with him. The companionship, care, and guidance children require as they grow would be his focus moving forward. "My dear child, anything found on the ground must be washed before consumption." Qin Jiwei instructed Xiaohe to clean the plums. Suddenly, she realized that Xieju was not the only one returning. A figure stood not far away. Zhang Xuanqi. Seeing that someone had finally noticed him, immediately bowed in greeting. Greetings to the young master and the young mistress. Alive. It was the living Xie Shitzi. He had seen the living Xie Shitzi. Is there something you need, Mr. Zhang? Qin Jiwei inquired gently. Aside from the day Xie Zhu began school, this was Zhang Xuanqi's first visit to Qinglan Courtyard. Zhang Xuanqi nodded, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. Indeed, I have come regarding young Master Zhu's studies. Please. Speak freely, Qin Jiwei encouraged softly. Recently, while teaching young Master Zhu, I discovered that he possesses remarkable talent in the abacus, Zhang Xuanqi said, his voice tinged with excitement. For a child of his age, mastering the abacus can be quite challenging. Yet, not only does he learn quickly, but he also has an exceptional ability to apply knowledge creatively. If nurtured with care, he is sure to achieve great success in this field in the future. Qin Jiwei's eyes glimmered with surprise. She had contemplated this issue previously, but wished to avoid placing any pressure on Xie Zhu, preferring that he grow naturally. She had not anticipated discovering his aptitude so swiftly, particularly in mathematics. However, Zhang Xuanqi hesitated, failing to continue his thought. Chapter 46. Does young Master Xie dislike him? Qin Jiwei discerned his hesitation. Mr. Zhang seemed on the verge of articulating something, yet held back. Zhang Xuanqi pressed his lips together and continued, I wish to augment the arithmetic portion of our daily lessons, but I am hesitant to take such liberties. Thus, I have come this evening to seek the young madam's counsel. Every pupil, from the onset of their education, engages primarily with literary classics. I have never encountered a child who devoted effort to the abacus. Yet, I cannot bear to squander Master Zhu's remarkable talent. Qin Jiwei lowered her gaze and gently poked Xie Zhu's cheek, inquiring, Do you enjoy learning arithmetic? Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Zhu nodded vigorously. Akin to a chick pecking for grain. I do. I like it very much, he exclaimed. Those texts are simply dull. He far prefers playing with the abacus and solving calculations. Qin Jiwei smiled, recognizing that Xie Zhu's inherently whimsical nature made his preference entirely reasonable. As long as the child finds joy in it, this endeavor can indeed be pursued. She raised her eyes to Zhang Xuanqi, acknowledging that such talent should not be wasted. Let us adopt Mr. Zhang's proposal to increase the arithmetic content in our daily lessons. I would also appreciate your diligent efforts in this matter. Zhang Xuanqi promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, assuring her, Rest assured, young madam, I shall exert my utmost effort. However, to delve deeply into the study of arithmetic, we will require specific texts and tools. Simply list what is needed, and I shall ensure everything is prepared. Qin Jiwei interjected immediately. Zhang Xuanqi nodded in satisfaction, and the two engaged in earnest discussion regarding various details, their dialogue a harmonious exchange concerning the child's education. Qin Jiwei frequently smiled, her lips curving in delight. Xie Yanli observed from the side, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Xuanqi, appraising him. Zhang Xuanqi was the epitome of a scholarly figure. Fair-skinned and elegant in his azure robe, exuding a certain charm. While Zhang Xuanqi conversed with Qin Jiwei, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him and turned to find it was Xie Yanli observing him. Could it be that Xie Yanli had read his writings and held some recollection of him? Xie Yanli's eyes were deep and inscrutable. What could possibly amuse this individual? At that moment, Zhang Xuanqi had concluded his discussion with Qin Jiwei and turned to face Xie Yanli, a smile adorning his face. Greetings, young Master Xie. Xie Yanli nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Xuanqi's smile widened as he continued. I am Zhang Xuanqi. Your esteemed work, Chonglin Fu, composed during your youth, is truly a masterpiece. Its language is exquisite, and the flow of prose is as seamless as a gentle stream. What do you wish to convey? Xie Yanli interjected, his voice devoid of any emotion. Zhang Xuanqi felt the weight of Xie Yanli's gaze, his complexion draining of color. Does young Master Xie harbor a dislike for him? Yet, he has done nothing wrong. Qin Jiwei observed the scene with a hint of amusement. The world perceives Xie Yanli as aloof and unapproachable, venerating him as a deity. However, those who have interacted with him know that engaging with such a personality is far from pleasant. His every utterance can leave one feeling stifled. At last, someone else is beginning to share her sentiments. Mr. Zhang, it grows late, and you have lessons to conduct tomorrow. You should return to dine and rest. Qin Jiwei interjected, eager to smooth over the moment. Zhang Xuanqi nodded in agreement and took his leave. Qin Jiwei turned to Xiao He, instructing, Please see Mr. Zhang out. The cloud cakes prepared by the kitchen today are quite delightful. Take 2 plates for him and his mother to sample. Why send him cloud cakes? Xie Yanli inquired from the side. Qin Jiwei smiled. Mr. Zheng is Ju's instructor, diligent and dedicated. He approaches his work with sincerity and responsibility. Thus, I naturally hold him in high esteem. Qin Jiwei was not one to consider herself superior and look down upon others. She had risen from humble beginnings and understood that goodness and malice exist across all strata of society. She judged individuals by their character rather than their status. While some of the powerful might deem it unnecessary to show respect to a scholar of Mr. Zheng's ranking, Qin Jiwei felt otherwise. She blinked her enchanting peach blossom eyes and tilted her head, asking, "Do you dislike Mr. Zheng?" "Certainly not," Xie Yanli replied, his lips pressed tightly together. Noting his reticence, Qin Jiwei opted not to press further. Just as she was about to reach for a peach, Xie Yanli's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "What are your thoughts on Zhong Xuanqi?" Qin Jiwei turned, meeting Xie Yanli's dark, penetrating gaze. Chapter 47. The visit of Madame Ho's relatives. Qin Jiwei found Xie Yanli's question rather perplexing, yet she answered truthfully. Mr. Zhong is a responsible and admirable tutor. Xie Yanli's eyes were as dark as ink, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Indeed, he was merely a tutor. Qin Jiwei reached for a peach from the table, but before she could take a bite, her mind drifted back to the poetry gathering at the Qi Wang's residence. She raised her gaze, pondering if her husband was determined to attend the gathering. Before she could finish her thoughts, Xie interjected eagerly, "What poetry gathering? I want to go too. Staying in the Marquis' residence every day is making me feel like I'm going to turn into a giant turtle." As Qin Jiwei contemplated her response, the voice of a servant announcing, "Young Master Chun, young Master Jing," interrupted her. As the words faded, two tall, slender figures entered. Xie Jingchun, with a background in martial arts, was robust and already quite tall. Xie Jing, a few years younger, only reached his elder brother's shoulder but was also lean and tall. The two youths walked side by side, their postures upright, resembling two young poplar trees. They greeted their father and mother respectfully. Seeing his children so capable and lively softened Xie Yanli's expression, and he nodded gently. Among the three siblings, Xie Jingchun was the most extroverted. With their increased interactions, he spoke with much more ease than before. He smiled and said, "I heard third brother's voice outside just now. Was he causing a ruckus?" Xie Ju huffed, "In our family, I'm the most well-behaved." Qin Jiwei chuckled and pinched his little face, affirming, "Yes, you are the most well-behaved." Xie Ju exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Elder brother, you have no idea. Father is going to the poetry gathering." Qin Jiwei's lips twitched. He spoke of the gathering as if it were a battle. Nevertheless, the peril associated with this poetry gathering was indeed akin to that of a battlefield. She still felt apprehensive when suddenly, the eldest child spoke up. "Mother, can I go?" Xie Jingchun explained. "The instructor at the training ground said I performed well, and he promised to give me a day off without hindering my training progress." "That would be acceptable," she replied. Being the eldest, he understood the boundaries and, being skilled in martial arts, might even assist Xie Yanli. She looked at Xie Jingchun and gently said, "If you wish to go, you certainly may." After pausing, she turned to Xie Yanli. "What does my husband think?" Xie Yanli, naturally, had no objections, stating it would be fine for him to accompany them. Xie Jingchun grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. "Yay, I can go out to play." Mother, can I go too?" Xie Ju asked persistently. Qin Jiwei playfully pinched his little nose and gently refused, "Of course not." Xie Ju was simply too young to attend. He pouted, his face resembling a forlorn little duck, but upon glancing at his elder brother standing nearby, he quickly perked up. He giggled, "Well, I'm not the only one who can't go to the poetry gathering. I have second brother to keep me company." After a brief discussion, the five of them proceeded to the main courtyard for dinner. In the past few nights, Xie Yanli had been present at dinner, and despite Xie Wanning's dissatisfaction with Qin Jiwei, she only dared to make subtle jabs, no longer overtly provoking her. Shortly after dinner commenced, Madame Ho set down her chopsticks and announced, "There is something I need to report to the Marquis and the old madam. My maternal family has a daughter named Chiou who recently wrote to say she wishes to visit after a long time of not seeing each other. I have agreed, and she will be arriving at the Marquis' residence in a few days." As the matriarch of the household, Madame Ho had the authority to make such arrangements. However, welcoming a newcomer into the household warranted informing the Marquis and the old madam. Upon hearing this, the old madam nodded, acknowledging it was not a significant matter, but inquired, "Have arrangements been made for her accommodation?" "Yes, she will be staying in the Yueling courtyard, not far from the main courtyard," Madame Ho assured. Having taken care of all details, Qin Jiwei quietly continued her meal, choosing not to comment. It seemed that the visit was merely a pretext for her cousin Qiu to seek a good match. Madame Ho's maiden family bore the surname Qiu, and her father held a third-rank official position in Ningzhou. While the official rank was respectable, the location was rather remote. Madame Ho was the only woman from her family to have married into the capital. It was likely that the Qiu family harbored similar intentions, hoping to marry off another daughter to the capital. Regardless, this was Madame Ho's affair, and Qin Jiwei had no desire to involve herself, as she had more pressing matters at hand. The following day, in the evening, a carriage leisurely rolled out of the Marquis' residence. "Where are we going?" Xie Yanli asked, puzzled. He had just returned to Qinglan courtyard when Qin Jiwei whisked him away in a carriage, saying they were heading somewhere. Qin Jiwei tilted her head slightly and replied, "Do not worry, my husband. You will know once we arrive." Xie Yanli raised an eyebrow. He was accustomed to orchestrating plans for others, yet now found himself in a situation where he was being led without knowledge of their destination. Seeing her reluctance to divulge more, he chose not to inquire further, lowering his gaze to rest. The carriage wound through several turns before finally stopping in a secluded alley before a small courtyard. Qin Jiwei led Xie Yanli into the courtyard, where a robust man clad in coarse fabric approached them. Qin Jiwei addressed him. "I have come to collect something." The man nodded, indicating that it was ready and to follow him inside. The three entered the room, filled with various metal tools and implements. At the center, on a large wooden table, lay a finely crafted chainmail shirt. The chainmail was composed of countless small metal rings interlinked with precision, each ring fitting snugly against the others, combining flexibility with formidable protection. Xie Yanli's brow furrowed as he glanced at Qin Jiwei, whose smile brimmed with mystery. What on earth did she intend to do? Chapter 48. Xie Yanli was suddenly flustered. Qin Jiwei did not notice the change in his gaze. Instead, she focused intently on the chainmail before her. Beside her, a burly man began to explain that the edges of the chainmail were meticulously bound with exquisite leather, making it not only protective but also more comfortable compared to previous versions. Satisfied, Qin Jiwei nodded. This chainmail was indeed remarkable. In the face of significant events, she always prepared for both contingencies. In this life, Xie Yanli accompanied her home and did not go to Meng County, and his arm remained uninjured. At the very least, he would not suffer a disability from a delayed reaction during an assassination attempt. Yet, Qin Jiwei remained uneasy. She could not afford any mishaps with Xie Yanli. Thus, since her marriage, she had been discreetly searching for a place to craft chainmail. Now, it was finally completed. The only thing left was to persuade Xie Yanli. With determination, Qin Jiwei pinched her palm, and her eyes immediately reddened. She turned to Xie Yanli and spoke in a low voice. "Husband, a few nights ago, I had a dream where you were assassinated at this banquet, injuring your right leg and becoming a cripple. So, upon awakening, I hurriedly sought someone to make this chainmail for you to wear for protection. Is it because of this dream that you do not want me to attend the Qi Wang banquet?" Xie Yanli asked in a calm tone, understanding why Qin Jiwei, who usually displayed such grace and understanding, behaved so oddly regarding this matter. Qin Jiwei nodded gently. That dream was too frightening to dismiss. Xie Yanli, however, was not one to believe in deities or ghosts, let alone the ephemeral nature of dreams. He dismissed it lightly. It was merely a dream. Why take it to heart? Before he could finish, Qin Jiwei, her voice thick with emotion, interjected, "No, it was not just a dream." As she spoke, her body trembled uncontrollably, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung from a broken necklace. Xie Yanli panicked. "Please, do not cry." He cradled her delicate face, using his thumb to wipe away her incessant tears. Qin Jiwei had initially intended to feign distress to soften Xie Yanli's heart, yet as she wept, her sorrow became genuine. In her previous life, Xie Yanli had suffered a debilitating injury from an assassination attempt and had passed away merely 5 years later due to complications. If something were to happen to him now, what would they do? The lady of the Marquis did not favor them. Xie Yanli had many enemies, and she lacked familial support. Their future would undoubtedly be bleak. As her sobs deepened, Qin Jiwei lamented her past, where she was poisoned, and now she had hoped for a better life, only to find her husband so disobedient. Her cries were not of the usual loud wails. She bit her lip, suppressing her voice, allowing only tears to fall, each drop shimmering as it traced down her cheeks. Xie Yanli held her face gently, attempting to dry her tears, but they only seemed to multiply, leaving him at a loss for how to comfort her. He spoke soothingly. "Please, do not cry any longer." It was the first time he had tried to console a woman, and he felt utterly unsure, merely repeating, "Do not cry." After a while, Qin Jue sensed the moment was right and looked up at Xie Yanli. Husband, will you promise me to wear the chainmail to protect yourself? She lifted her chin, her graceful neck forming a captivating arc. Having been biting her lip earlier, faint imprints were left on her delicate mouth. Her eyes, once sparkling, now glistened with unshed tears, enchanting like autumn waters. Xie Yanli's heart skipped a beat, and he distinctly heard himself respond, "Very well, I promise you." After speaking, he paused, pressing his lips together, astonished that he had so easily acquiesced. Seeing him relent, Qin Jue's sorrow transformed into joy, and she said softly, "You are truly wonderful, husband." Xie Yanli's lips curled ever so slightly, and the tension in his heart dissipated. Very well, it is just a piece of chainmail, he thought. As long as she ceased crying, everything could be discussed. After trying on the chainmail, Xie Yanli found it indeed fit him well. At that moment, Qin Jue finally felt at ease, and they boarded the carriage back to the Marquess residence together. With Xie Yanli's matter resolved, her spirits lifted significantly, her lips curving into a smile. As long as Xie Yanli remained safe, her future would be secure and prosperous. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and exclaimed, "How delightful." She lifted the curtain to look outside, discovering they were passing a luxurious restaurant. She read the three prominent characters aloud, Jufu Lu. At that moment, Zizhu, who was also in the carriage with them, explained. The delicious scent comes from a signature dish at Jufu Lu called roasted duck. It is made from a plump duck that has been cleaned and cut into pieces, marinated with wine, fish sauce, and ginger for a full meal's duration before being roasted. When each duck is served, the aroma wafts through the air, truly a fragrance that can be sensed for miles. Qin Jue's eyes brightened. It sounded utterly delectable. Unable to resist, she bit her lip and peered outside again. It was already late evening, nearing dinner time, and the enticing scent of roasted duck wafted through the air. Her stomach audibly grumbled. Xie Yanli's lips curled slightly, and he calmly instructed, "Stop the carriage." Qin Jue turned to him, seemingly inquiring why. He replied casually, "Since you wish to eat, let us dine at Ju Fu Lu tonight." Surprise flickered in Qin Jue's eyes, but she quickly smiled. "Thank you, husband." She had assumed, given Xie Yanli's nature, that he would prefer her to return home to dine with the children, so she had not mentioned it. She did not expect him to suggest it himself. Likely drawn in by the tempting aroma, she would not be polite. Qin Jue was the first to alight from the carriage, with Xie Yanli following closely behind her. As they stood, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them, filled with excitement. "Young Master Xie." Soon, a figure dressed in pink hurried towards Xie Yanli. Gao Xiu looked up at his handsome face, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Her voice trembled with barely contained joy. "I never expected young Master Xie would also come to Ju Fu Lu today," she shyly added. "It seems we are indeed fated." Young Master Xie rarely ventured out, spending his days either in court or managing affairs at the Wenyuan Pavilion. Their encounter today was surely a sign of destiny, was it not? Xie Yanli frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance flickering in his eyes as he replied coldly, "Do you have something to discuss?" Qin Jue raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the woman who was so openly fixated on her husband. Dressed in a pink silk gown adorned with intricate floral embroidery and styled in an elaborate coiffure adorned with sparkling hairpins, Qin Jue quickly recalled who she was. Chapter 49. Rest assured, my husband, I am not jealous she was Gao Shiyu, the only daughter of the Qi King. Later, when the Qi King's rebellion failed, his entire family was executed, and Gao Shiyu could not escape her fate. In her past life, they had met a few times, but she never expected to encounter her in this life. Gao Shiyu, shy and timid, inquired, "Young Master Xie, are you heading to Jufu Tower for dinner?" "I am going there as well. Would you like to join me?" Without hesitation, Xie Yanli declined, stating it was inconvenient. Gao Shiyu felt choked by his indifferent demeanor. It was said that Xie Yanli was cold and unfeeling towards women, and she now witnessed this firsthand. Nonetheless, she considered it a small victory to have spoken to him. Qin Jue stood nearby, observing another woman openly express affection for her husband, feeling remarkably calm. In her previous life, within the imperial palace, where there were thousands of beauties vying for the emperor's favor, she had seen her fair share of such scenes. Qin Jue initially wished to remain silent, believing the matter between the two should be resolved by themselves. However, her stomach betrayed her with a soft growl, prompting her to gently tug at Xie Yanli's sleeve and softly call, "Husband, I am hungry." It was only then that Gao Shiyu noticed the woman standing beside Xie Yanli. Reluctantly, she diverted her gaze from him, Her chin lifted slightly, scrutinizing Qin Jiwei with an air of disdain. Qin Jiwei was adorned in a sky-blue gauze dress, its flowing fabric reminiscent of moonlight cascading to the ground. A white silk ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure and enhancing her grace. Her fair complexion and delicate features were as striking as fresh snow. She stood there quietly, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. Standing alongside the exceptionally handsome Xie Yanli, instead of being overshadowed, they appeared remarkably well-matched. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Gao Shiyu's eyes. A lowly concubine of humble birth. How could she possibly deserve to be with young Master Xie? Burning with envy, she could not help but mock. Madame Xie is truly fortunate. With your background, you would barely meet the threshold of the Marquess. However, Master Kong Yu's words have granted you such a fortunate union. Gao Shiyu was incensed when recalling how, earlier in the year, Master Kong Yu of the Wanfo Temple had proclaimed that Xie Yanli was destined for calamity, which could only be resolved by marrying a woman from the Qin family. She dismissed him as an old fool, believing he could understand matters of fate. Thus, she could not accept that Qin Jiwei had married Xie Yanli. They were simply incompatible. Qin Jiwei, fully aware of the condescension in Gao Shiyu's tone, chose not to engage in a public dispute. Their differences in status rendered it unnecessary. She had already drawn enough ire by marrying Xie Yanli and could not afford to be overly arrogant. With a composed expression and a gentle tone, Qin Jiwei replied, "Indeed, it is a blessing for me to marry young Master Xie." Gao Shiyu had anticipated a furious rebuttal, or at the very least, some semblance of anger, but was taken aback by Qin Jiwei's calm acceptance, leaving her momentarily speechless. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she gritted her teeth. "May you always enjoy such fortune." Xie Yanli cast a cold glance at her, asking, "Is there anything else?" "My wife and I wish to dine." Upon hearing the term wife, Gao Shiyu's expression soured further. Yet she forced a smile, saying, "In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer." Xie Yanli ignored her, leading Qin Jiwei into Jifu Tower. Gao Shiyu glared at their retreating figures, nearly shredding the handkerchief in her grasp. Stamping her foot, she huffed, "Let us go." Her maid, Yuer, hurriedly followed, cautiously asking, "My lady, are we not having the roasted duck today?" Gao Shiyu snapped, "What are we eating for?" "I am full of anger." Meanwhile, upon learning that young Master Xie had arrived, the proprietor of Jifu Tower immediately arranged the finest private room for them. A succession of exquisite dishes was soon presented. The final dish was the roasted duck, and upon seeing it, Qin Jiwei's eyes sparkled with delight. As soon as the duck was served, she swiftly picked up her chopsticks and selected a slice of the delicately roasted meat, glistening with tempting fat. The tantalizing aroma wafted toward her before she even brought it close. As she savored the crispy skin and tender, juicy meat, her eyes narrowed in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Seeing Qin Jiwei relish her meal, Xie Yanli noted that the earlier incident seemed to have no effect on her. "Aren't you angry?" he inquired, his gaze deep. Puzzled, Qin Jiwei responded, "Why should I be angry?" Xie Yanli remained silent, as she gazed at his stern visage. Realization dawned upon her. Was he referring to the earlier encounter? A soft smile graced her lips as she replied, "It is only natural for other women to admire a man as handsome as my husband. Why would I harbor anger over such matters?" Winking at him, she reassured, "Rest assured, my husband, I am not given to jealousy." Xie Yanli's expression darkened slightly, retorting coldly, "You are indeed magnanimous." Detecting an odd tone in his voice, Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow. She believed she had exhibited sufficient grace. Why was he upset? Xie Yanli himself could not pinpoint the source of his discontent. He had insisted on mutual respect between them, and now Qin Jiwei had indeed fulfilled that promise. Yet, he found himself wishing for something different. Noticing his silence, Qin Jiwei opted not to press further. As long as Xie Yanli could endure this trial without faltering, she would leave the rest to him. She picked up another slice of roasted duck, soon consuming half the platter. Typically indifferent to food, she found herself wanting just one more bite of the delectable dish. "Truly, this roasted duck is exquisite," she exclaimed, pausing as if recalling something, then turned to Xiaohua, instructing, "Please order 3 more roasted ducks to take away." Xiaohua nodded and prepared to leave when Qin Jiwei called her back. "Also, add 3 portions of the tai-bai duck and lotus porridge to the order." Though she was enjoying her meal, she had not forgotten her 3 children at home. They were well-behaved, never vocalizing their desires for food or outings, dutifully consuming their 3 daily meals. However, even the finest dishes could become monotonous over time. Today, She wished to treat them to something new. Xie Yanli turned to see Qin Jiwei so joyfully engaged, her charming peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. Although he still felt a bit gloomy, his earlier displeasure had faded. He picked up his chopsticks and joined her in the meal. Chapter 50. The rice has been cooked after Qin Jiwei and Xie Yanli finished their meal. They took the packed food and returned to the manor in a carriage. By this time, the three children had already had their dinner and were patiently awaiting their return in the Qinglong courtyard. In the evening, they received word from a servant that their parents would not be joining them for dinner that night. Thus, the three children, led by Xie Jingshan, proceeded to the main courtyard for their meal. However, without Qin Jiwei and Xie Yanli present, their dining experience was far from enjoyable. Xie Jingshan, who usually had quite the appetite, could only manage half a bowl of rice porridge before setting down his spoon. Eager to leave, he quickly finished his meal and hastily departed the main courtyard. The three children sat in a row at the entrance of the main house in Qinglong courtyard. Xie propped his small face up with his tiny hands, sighing, "What delicious food are father and mother enjoying? Why haven't they returned yet?" "I don't know," replied Xie Jingchun as he took a hearty bite of the peach in his hand. "They are two people, they can't be lost." However, Xie only heard the word lost and, with tears brimming in his eyes, turned to Xie Jing. "Second brother, if father and mother are lost, what should we do?" Xie Jing, feeling speechless, gently reassured him, "Don't worry, they will return shortly. They won't get lost." Just as he finished speaking, a servant at the entrance of Qinglong courtyard announced loudly, "Young master, young mistress." Xieju's eyes sparkled like black grapes. Xie Yanli and Qin Jiwei stepped into the courtyard side by side. A small, chubby figure suddenly lunged towards them, clinging to Qin Jiwei's leg. "Father, mother, why did you take so long to come back?" Xie Jingchun exclaimed, excitedly taking another bite of his peach. "You're back." Xie Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they had returned. Taking care of children was truly exhausting. Qin Jiwei smiled warmly at them. "Come, let us go inside. I've brought you something delicious." "What is it?" Xie Jingshun immediately asked, having not eaten enough in the main house that evening, which was why he was still munching on the peach. Without looking back, Qin Jiwei carried Xieju and walked ahead, saying, "You will find out soon." Xie Jingshun beamed widely and hurriedly followed behind her. When Xie Jing saw them enter the house, he too stepped inside. In the main house, the three children gathered around the table. Xiaohe opened the food box, and the enticing aroma of roasted duck filled the room. Xieju could hardly contain his saliva, his large, dark eyes fixated on the succulent duck before him. Seeing this, Qin Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Go ahead and eat." "All right." Xie Jingshun was the first to respond eagerly. Xieju echoed his brother's enthusiasm, shouting, "Hooray!" At the age of 13 or 14, Xie Jingshun was growing rapidly and soon finished an entire duck. Xie Jing, as composed as ever, methodically ate half of his duck. Qin Jiwei, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on Xieju. When he had consumed a third of the duck, she gently intervened. "That's enough. Mother will eat." "I won't eat anymore. Mother can have it." Qin Jiwei smiled and waved her hand. "Foolish child, mother only returned after finishing her meal," she added. Qin Jiwei served each child a bowl of lotus porridge. Although the roasted duck was delicious, it was rich and heavy, and the porridge would be perfect to cleanse their palates. They eagerly accepted the bowls and drank heartily. Xie Yanli sat beside them, observing their laughter and chatter, and his stern demeanor softened. In the past, during battles, he had never understood why soldiers longed to return home. To him, home had merely been a place for rest. But now, he seemed to comprehend that yearning. 5 days later, at the Qinglong Manor, the maid Yuer hurried through the night to the room of Gao Shuyu, gently knocking on the door. The door opened, and Yuer quickly stepped inside. At that moment, all other maids had been dismissed by Gao Shuyu, leaving just the two of them. Yuer cautiously pulled out a small white medicine pouch from her bosom. "Miss, I have found the medicine." Gao Shuyu's expression brightened with excitement upon seeing the pouch. "Tomorrow at the poetry gathering, Xie Yanli will be there. This time, I will definitely make the rice cook. Once I become his, he will surely marry me," she declared, eagerly snatching the pouch from Yuer's hands, gripping it tightly. However, Yuer hesitated. "But miss, do we really have to do this? Once this is done, there is no turning back, and it might tarnish your reputation." Gao Shuyu interrupted sharply. "What do you know? As long as I can marry Xie Yanli, I would do anything." But Yuer opened her mouth, wanting to continue her persuasion. Though she was just a small maid, she could see clearly that young Master Xie had no feelings for the Mississippi. Even if she forced her way into that position, it would not lead to a happy life. Gao Shuyu scoffed. When I enter the manor, that little illegitimate daughter will naturally have to step down. With her chin slightly raised, her face radiated confidence and pride. The following day, Qin Jiwei rose early and, after dressing, headed straight to the study where Xie Yanli was staying. He had been sleeping in the study every night recently. As she approached the door, Xie Yanli was just stepping out. Upon seeing him, her first question was, "Are you wearing it?" Today's visit to Qiwang Manor could be quite a battle. One never knows what the Qiwang might do. She hoped Xie Yanli had heeded her advice and donned his armor. Hearing this, Xie Yanli stiffly nodded. He had not intended to wear it. He only used armor in battle, and today he was merely attending a poetry gathering. Yet, ultimately, he put it on. There was no choice. If he didn't, Qin Jiwei might very well burst into tears right before him. Although Xie Yanli nodded, Qin Jiwei still felt uneasy. She reached out, intending to check if he had indeed worn his armor. Chapter 51. Her gaze flitted back and forth over Qin Jiwei, who placed her hand upon his chest and felt the unmistakable firmness of the chainmail beneath. A wave of reassurance washed over her. It was a relief to know he was indeed wearing it. She recognized that Xie Yanli did not presently trust her, as the Prince of Qi had not displayed any signs of rebellion and had maintained a leisurely detachment from worldly affairs. However, after today, Xie Yanli would come to realize that the prince was the one with the most insidious ambitions. Xie Yanli cast his eyes downwards, observing Qin Jiwei's delicate hand resting on his chest. Dressed in a bamboo green outer robe, his chest contrasted vividly with her fair and soft skin, which appeared even more luminous against the fabric. Although the chainmail obscured any direct contact, he could still faintly sense her touch, causing a slight blush to creep onto his ears. However, she quickly withdrew her hand after feeling the armor beneath. At that moment, Xie Jingchun approached, accompanied by Xie Ju. The Xie Academy had early classes, and Xie Jingchun had left in a carriage early in the morning. Xie Ju, still lingering, rushed toward Qin Jiwei upon spotting her. "Mother." "Good morning," he exclaimed, his cherubic face beaming with innocence. Qin Jiwei smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she pinched his cheek. "Good morning." A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Qin Jiwei to shiver slightly, and she coughed delicately into her handkerchief. "Mother, are you all right?" Xie Jingchun inquired immediately. Xie Ju's face turned anxious. "Mother, are you unwell?" Qin Jiwei shook her head, assuring them, "I am fine. It was just a brief chill from the wind. It's nothing to worry about." Xie Yanli glanced at her with a deep gaze, noting her composed demeanor, which indeed suggested she was not ill. He turned and commanded, "Fetch a cloak for the young madam." Qin Jiwei, surprised by his concern, looked at him with newfound appreciation. Soon, Xiaohe returned with a cloak, which Qin Jiwei donned. She wrapped it around herself and, raising her eyes to the sky, observed that the sun was now high overhead. "It is getting late. We should make our way to the prince's residence," she stated calmly. At this moment, Xie Ju truly felt like crying. "Why must I be the only one going to school?" he lamented, tugging at Qin Jiwei's leg, nuzzling against her like a puppy. "Mother, I want to go too. Please take me with you." Qin Jiwei affectionately ruffled his hair. "Be good. There will be far too many people at the poetry gathering. How about I take you out to Jufilu tomorrow?" "All right." "I'll reluctantly agree," Xie Ju declared, extending his little pinky. "Let us make a promise, Mother." "You mustn't go back on your word." With a light laugh, Qin Jiwei linked her pinky with his. The carriage of the Marquis halted gracefully before the gates of the Prince of Qi's residence. Word had spread that this poetry gathering would see the young master accompanied by his newlywed wife, and many eagerly awaited the opportunity to glimpse the true beauty of the young master's spouse. As Qin Jiwei alighted from the carriage, countless gazes immediately fixated upon her. She was adorned in a robe of cloud mountain blue silk, intricately embroidered with elegant floral patterns. A splendid golden hairpin nestled in her hair, its top adorned with a delicate flower, whose center cradled a vibrant ruby. The rich hue of the ruby accentuated her fair complexion, while her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a captivating luster. Her features were exquisite and gentle, with a small black mole at the corner of her right eye, adding a touch of charm. Initially, the crowd was captivated by her beauty, murmuring their admiration. Yet, almost instantaneously, envy and resentment began to seep into their whispers. No matter how lovely she appeared, her lowly status as a mere concubine's daughter rendered her unworthy of the outstanding Xie Yanli. Amidst hushed conversations, their scrutinizing gazes dissected Qin Jiwei, as if striving to unveil her true essence. The low murmurings reached her ears, laden with discontent. For someone of her status to marry the young master is indeed a stroke of luck. I wonder what the old lady of the Xie family was thinking when she chose such a granddaughter-in-law. She is hardly deserving. Yet, Qin Jiawei remained unfazed by their idle gossip. With her head slightly bowed and a serene smile gracing her lips, she exhibited an air of tranquility. Such trivial remarks were inconsequential. She had endured far harsher words during her past life in the palace. Before long, Xie Yanli and Xie Jingchun descended from the carriage, positioning themselves on either side of Qin Jiawei. Xie Yanli, tall and strikingly handsome, wore an impassive expression, his narrow phoenix eyes harboring an undeniable intensity. His mere presence exuded a palpable pressure, as if an invisible hand grasped the hearts of those around him. Though young, Xie Jingchun stood with the poise of a towering pine, embodying an indomitable spirit. As they flanked Qin Jiawei in silence, the crowd instinctively hushed, their fingers only daring to point and whisper about her. They knew better than to provoke the young master or his formidable foster son, who seemed fiercely protective of Qin Jiawei. Caught in their own envy and jealousy, the onlookers clutched their handkerchiefs tighter, lamenting the fortune that had seemingly smiled upon this woman. Yanli, you've arrived. A deep and cheerful male voice boomed as the Prince of Qi approached, clad in resplendent robes. At 35, the prince exuded an air of refined elegance and amiability, though a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes as he fixated on Xie Yanli. Following closely behind him was the elegantly attired Gao Shuyu, whose cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of Xie Yanli. Observing this dynamic, Qin Jiawei could not help but smile subtly. The interplay between father and daughter was indeed amusing. The father harbored intentions of eliminating Xie Yanli, while the daughter seemed enamored by him. Chapter 52. Qin Jiawei almost chuckled aloud. Xie Yanli slightly bowed to Prince Qi, greeting him respectfully. The prince responded with a faint smile, stating that there was no need for such formalities between them, as it felt rather unfamiliar. He patted Xie Yanli on the shoulder and suggested they proceed to the main courtyard, where they could catch up properly without delay. Xie Yanli nodded his head, expressing his willingness to comply. Gao Shuyu, noticing their departure, immediately interjected, "Father, I wish to hear what you discuss." Prince Qi glared at her, admonishing, "Child, how can you be so lacking in decorum?" He relented, allowing her to join, claiming he and Xie Yanli were merely engaging in casual conversation. Gao Shuyu followed eagerly, but her expression soured upon seeing Qin Jiawei. With a disdainful huff, she quickened her pace to distance herself from her. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Jiawei remained oblivious to this animosity, feeling an unsettling trepidation within. She was unaware of the specific details surrounding Prince Qi's assassination attempt from her past life. Nor did she know when he might strike or if his methods would differ this time around. Lacking a better strategy, she could only respond to whatever was thrown her way. As the group departed, silence enveloped the entrance of the Qi residence. Many attendees of the poetry gathering had come to curry favor with Prince Qi, given his esteemed status as the emperor's only uncle. Yet, Prince Qi's gaze was solely fixed on Xie Yanli, rendering the others invisible and unable to forge any connections. Inside the main courtyard of the Qi residence, the prince greeted warmly, "Yanli, I have recently acquired some exquisite wine. You must try it." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiawei's spine stiffened. She was uncertain of Prince Qi's intentions, but she knew to avoid anything he offered. Once the prince finished speaking, a servant approached with a cup of wine already poured for Xie Yanli. Aware that he could not refuse due to the necessity of social niceties and an impending discussion regarding tax reform, Xie Yanli reached out to accept it when a clear female voice interrupted. "Husband," Qin Jiawei gently called out, halting his motion. "A few days ago, you caught a chill, and the doctor advised against drinking for your recovery." Xie Yanli turned to her, raising an eyebrow, as if questioning her knowledge of his condition. However, he soon found amusement in the thought that it might be linked to that ethereal dream. Dismissing it internally, he refrained from showing any displeasure publicly. "You are quite right. My wife, I almost forgot." He then shifted his gaze back to Prince Qi, apologizing, "Regrettably, due to my health, I cannot partake in wine today." Prince Qi maintained his smile, though a hint of tension crept into his expression. He had indeed infused the wine with a substance intended to weaken Xie Yanli. Given Xie Yanli's formidable abilities, he had prepared for contingencies. However, he had not anticipated that a mere woman would thwart his plans. Gao Shuyu cast a venomous glare at Qin Jiawei, feeling that she had overstepped her bounds. Clearly, she was flaunting her status as the wife of Xie Yanli under the guise of concern for his well-being, as if others needed reminding of her position. She contemplated that by the end of the day, the title of the prince's wife would be hers. A smirk crept onto her lips as she recalled the prepared powder concealed for her scheme. Prince Qi engaged Xie Yanli in idle conversation, inquiring about the health of Lady Xie and the 3 adopted sons and their family. As Xie Yanli answered, the prince abruptly shifted the topic, stating, "The reason I sought you today concerns an important matter. The tax reform has reached a critical juncture, and opinions are in disarray. I wish to hear your thoughts." Xie Yanli's demeanor grew serious as he responded earnestly, "Tax reform is a matter of great significance to the people. I shall do my utmost to contribute and speak candidly." This was precisely why he had attended the poetry gathering at Prince Qi's invitation. Prince Qi nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the quietly seated Qin Jue, pausing before stating, "This tax reform is a national concern." Qin Jue recognized his intent to dismiss her. "As a mere woman, I should not involve myself in state affairs. I shall wait outside for my husband." She then furrowed her brow, feigning concern. "However, given the oppressive heat and the crowd within, it might be more beneficial to discuss matters in the cooler pavilion outside, for the sake of my husband's health." Rising gracefully, she performed a respectful bow. "As a woman of the inner chambers, my only concern is for my husband. Should my words or actions be deemed inappropriate, I hope Prince Qi will not hold it against me." Prince Qi's teeth ground in frustration. He had indeed positioned a cadre of assassins within the main hall. Once the door closed, who would be privy to the commotion inside? Ultimately, it would be his word against theirs. With Xie Yanli's demise, the court would descend into chaos, and his inept nephew would be unable to manage the situation, paving the way for his ascension. Yet, Qin Jue had thwarted his intentions once again, immediately following with an apology that left him with no avenue for reproach. What kind of wife had Xie Yanli brought home? One who had twice disrupted his plans. A sardonic smile crept onto Prince Qi's lips as he remarked, "Indeed, the wife of the heir truly cares for him." Qin Jue responded calmly, "As a wife, it is my duty to do so. If you were to cause his demise, what would become of me?" It suddenly dawned on her that Xie Yanli had suffered an assassination attempt in this very location during her previous life. She could not allow him to remain. Prince Qi pressed his lips together, contemplating another excuse to retain him, when Gao Shiyu eagerly interjected, "Father, the discussion on tax reform is not a state secret. It could just as easily take place outside. Besides, the health of Xie Yanli is of utmost importance." She was unwilling to let Qin Jue bask in the spotlight alone, as if only she cared for Xie Yanli's well-being. She needed Xie Yanli to understand her concern as well. With that, she shot a provocative glance at Qin Jue. Qin Jue nearly laughed aloud. She was grateful for her intervention. Prince Qi cast a cold glare at Gao Shiyu, thinking, "Fool, how could I have spawned such a dimwit?" Now that 2 individuals had suggested moving outside, it would be unreasonable to insist on keeping Xie Yanli in the room. Nonetheless, since Xie Yanli was at the Qi residence today, he would have ample opportunities to enact his plans. With a strained smile, Prince Qi conceded, "Shiyu is correct, Yanli. Your health takes precedence. Let us proceed to the pavilion for a more leisurely discussion." Xie Yanli remained silent, listening intently. His purpose for attending was solely to discuss tax reform with Prince Qi. As for other matters, he was content to defer to Qin Jue's judgment. Chapter 53. Suddenly, he reached out and embraced Qin Jue. The attendants quickly arranged the pavilion beside the main courtyard. Nestled upon an artificial hill, the pavilion offered a broad view, with participants of the poetry gathering passing by occasionally. Qin Jue surmised that Prince Qi would not choose to act at this moment. Thus, she and Xie Jingchun sought a nearby resting spot. Gao Shiyu, seeing Qin Jue leave so casually, could not help but sneer in disdain. This woman clearly harbored no affection for Xie Yanli, unlike herself, who was entirely consumed by thoughts of him. Once she entered, she would certainly care for him far better. In the pavilion, Prince Qi wore a grave expression, for the tax law was fundamental to the nation. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire fabric. "Yanli, what are your thoughts?" he inquired. Xie Yanli pondered for a moment. The current tax regulations were excessively lenient towards merchants, yet rather harsh on farmers. If this continued, farmland would fall into disuse, and grain production would be jeopardized. Prince Qi frowned slightly, pacing within the pavilion as he spoke. "Indeed. But this tax law has been enforced in our great Jin for many years. It is difficult to know where to begin reform. Reforming the tax law could commence with clarifying the taxable items," Xie Yanli suggested slowly. "Taxes on merchants could be levied based on their scale of operations and profits. For farmers, taxes should be adjusted according to land fertility and harvest quality." A flicker of admiration crossed Prince Qi's eyes. Xie Yanli was truly a talent. Were it not for his propensity to complicate matters, he would wish to retain him for future governance. Your words are excellent, but the specifics of these tax items require careful consideration. The two continued their discussion, and before long, a quarter of an hour had passed. Prince Qi lifted his teacup for a sip, and, casting his gaze towards Qin Jiwei not far off, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Were it not for this woman, he would have already eliminated Xie Yanli. Previously, in Ming County, he had even orchestrated an assassination attempt against Xie Yanli. But the latter never made it to Ming County. There was no choice but for him to take matters into his own hands. Prince Qi set down his teacup, his gaze sharpening. However, it seemed Xie Yanli treated his wife quite well, which conveniently aided him. Seizing the moment while Xie Yanli was preoccupied with writing, Prince Qi whispered a few instructions to an attendant. Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei and Xie Jingshun were seated in the pavilion at the foot of the artificial hill. Ling Zhu informed me yesterday that the medicine prescribed by Dr. Lin for you has been used up. I was thinking of having Dr. Lin come to see you after your studies tomorrow, Qin Jiwei said. Xie Jingshun smiled. Mother, there's no need to trouble yourself. I truly feel much better. As she spoke, she stood up to demonstrate to Qin Jiwei that her leg was indeed fine. Qin Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle. Xie Jingshun was too innocent and cheerful, a child still untouched by the world's hardships. Turning to see Xie Jingshun poised to perform a set of martial arts, Qin Jiwei felt a surge of panic. All right, Mother knows you are fine. At that moment, a maid approached Qin Jiwei, her tone exceedingly respectful. Madam, the poetry gathering is about to commence. The Grand Princess has arrived today and wishes to meet you. Qin Jiwei's expression stiffened. The Grand Princess. That name had not graced her ears in a long time. In the pavilion atop the artificial hill, Prince Qi and Xie Yanli concluded their discussion. Xie Yanli rose and glanced around, yet he could not spot that familiar figure. Noticing this, Prince Qi smirked and deliberately asked, Yanli, are you searching for your wife? Xie Yanli's gaze deepened as he nodded slightly. Has anyone seen the young master's wife? Prince Qi inquired, turning to the attendants. Soon, a maid responded. I just saw the young master's wife with young Master Chun, heading towards the poetry gathering. Xie Yanli's brow furrowed. He had not expected them to have gone ahead. Your Highness, the poetry gathering is about to begin. Prince Qi nodded promptly. Yanli, your literary talent is exceptional. You cannot miss this. With that, he casually gestured to an attendant. Guide young Master Xie there. The attendant led Xie Yanli down a narrow path. As they passed through a small garden, an eerie silence enveloped them. Suddenly, two dark figures erupted from the bushes like phantoms. They moved with lightning speed, closing in swiftly. The swordsman among them drew his blade in a flash, aiming a lethal strike at Xie Yanli's throat. Startled, Xie Yanli quickly sidestepped to evade the attack. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the second assailant, wielding short blades, lunged at him, thrusting towards his abdomen and ribs. He deftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping. In that instant, with remarkable swiftness, he extended his right hand, seizing the swordsman's wrist with precision. With a powerful twist, he wrested the sword from the assailant's grasp. After disarming him, Xie Yanli's wrist flicked, and the blade shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the chest of the would-be attacker. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. The other assailant, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic, revealing a greater flaw in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yanli skillfully turned his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashing as he slashed at the man's throat, blood gushing forth. In his final moments, the assailant's eyes glinted with malice. He summoned the last of his strength to launch a concealed weapon from his sleeve. The dark projectile, glistening ominously, shot towards Xie Yanli with a piercing whistle. At that moment, Qin Jiwei and Xie Jingshun were not far from the small garden. Hearing the clash of weapons, their hearts raced. With Xie Jingshun in tow, Qin Jiwei dashed towards the sound, just in time to witness the unfolding chaos. Hubby, be careful of the concealed weapon. Qin Jiwei cried out in alarm. At her warning, Xie Yanli's gaze turned icy, but the assailant was too close. He could only slightly shift his body. The projectile sped directly towards his torso. Then, Qin Jiwei heard a sharp clang. The weapon struck Xie Yanli's armor with a forceful impact. The steel rings vibrating slightly as the projectile ricocheted, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Seeing that Xie Yanli was unharmed, Qin Jiwei rushed towards him, her skirts trailing behind. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she anxiously scanned him, as if seeking to confirm he was indeed unscathed. You're safe, thank heavens. Qin Jiwei's voice trembled, laced with emotion. The fright she had just experienced was almost overwhelming. Xia Yanli gazed at her tear-streaked face, and in a sudden impulse, he pulled Qin Jiwei into his embrace. His arms enveloped her tightly, as if he were intent on merging her with his very being. Gently, he patted her back, soothing her like a startled fawn. In a soft voice by her ear, he assured her, "Do not fear. I am here, and I am unhurt." In that moment, he realized that all she had said was indeed true. Chapter 54. A distinguished guest arrives. Qin Jiwei was still somewhat dazed, extending her hand to tightly clutch Xia Yanli's garment, as if grasping a lifeline. With a stuttered breath, she murmured, "I was truly terrified just now. I was so worried about you. What would I have done if something had happened to you?" Xia Yanli tightened his embrace further, soothingly whispering, "Do not fear. Do not fear." He lowered his head slightly, inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from her hair, and gradually, his own tumultuous emotions began to settle. The two remained entwined in this embrace, while Xie Jingchun, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. Although he was but a child, he could discern that the relationship between his parents had always been rather frigid. They often did not even share the same bed at night. Yet now, they were embracing each other. Xie Jingchun rubbed his eyes vigorously, attempting to confirm whether he was mistaken. Upon reopening them, they were still tightly entwined. How he longed to call his second and third brothers to witness this. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qi Wang received news of the failed assassination attempt, and his refined visage contorted with rage. He abruptly halted, delivering a powerful fist to the nearby table, causing the teacups to tremble and spill some tea. "A group of useless fools." The Qi Wang seethed, his voice echoing in the spacious chamber. The two assassins he had summoned were the finest from Tianyuan Pavilion, yet they had failed to inflict even a scratch on Xie Yanli. A trembling attendant reported they were close to succeeding. One assassin, before his demise, launched a concealed weapon at young Master Xie, but unexpectedly. "What? Speak," the Qi Wang bellowed. Unbeknownst to us, young Master Xie was armored in chainmail. The Qi Wang's brow furrowed deeply. Why would he wear armor to a poetry gathering? A sense of foreboding gripped him as he realized Xie Yanli's level of caution. He had anticipated that Xie Yanli would not be easily dispatched, yet this time they were so close, leaving him utterly unwilling to concede. The Qi Wang clenched his fists tightly, his voice cold as he commanded, "Where is Xie Yanli now? Lead the way." The failed assassination necessitated immediate consideration of his next move. He needed to devise a means to extricate himself from suspicion. While the scheme of rebellion could be pursued gradually, the assassination must remain concealed, and he could not allow Xie Yanli to harbor any doubts. Should this information leak, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Swiftly, the Qi Wang hurried to the small garden. "Yanli, are you unharmed?" He called out loudly upon arrival, his voice laced with profound concern and indignation. His face flushed crimson with anger as he continued, "How dare anyone be so audacious as to attempt an assassination within my royal estate? This is intolerable." As he spoke, he approached Xie Yanli, feigning a thorough examination of him. Satisfied to see Xie Yanli unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief, saying, "Fortunately, Yanli, you are blessed and unharmed. Otherwise, I would bear an insufferable burden of guilt." The Qi Wang turned to his attendants, bellowing, "What are you all standing there for? Immediately investigate this matter thoroughly. We must unearth the mastermind behind this, and I shall not show mercy." The attendants hurriedly acknowledged and set off to fulfill his orders. Then, with a face full of contrition, one turned to Xie Yanli and assured him, "Yanli, rest easy. Given the occurrence of such an incident in my royal estate, I will ensure you receive justice. I shall promptly instruct an increase in guards to safeguard you. Nothing shall go amiss today." At this moment, Qin Jiwei had composed herself and stepped away from Xie Yanli's embrace. She observed the Qi Wang's performance with quiet amusement. Had she not known the truth, she too might have been deceived by his seemingly heartfelt demeanor. Xie Yanli sensed something amiss but did not reveal it, merely offering a slight bow. "I appreciate your concern, Your Highness." At that moment, an attendant approached in a fluster, having hurried over, his forehead glistening with sweat. "Your Highness, a distinguished guest has arrived and wishes to meet you and young Master Xie." Qin Jiwei's brow furrowed. A distinguished guest? Who could it be? In the garden, the Qi Wang, favored by the late emperor, resided in a grand estate replete with exquisite details and opulence. The poetry gathering was being held in Jinhua Garden, the largest garden within the Qi Wang's residence. Qin Jiwei accompanied Xie Yanli and the Qi Wang to the gathering. In the open-minded culture of the Great Liang, Although there were still distinctions between the genders, as long as there were no private exchanges, normal discussions regarding poetry were permissible. The garden was populated with many attendees, both men and women mingling without feeling cramped. Upon the arrival of young Master Xie, numerous noblewomen stirred with excitement, gently fanning themselves while casting shy glances in his direction. Simultaneously, many curious eyes fell upon Qin Jiwei. However, she paid them no mind, instead scanning the surroundings for a familiar figure, yet she failed to spot anyone she recognized. Earlier, a maid had informed her that the eldest princess wished to see her, which was why she agreed to follow her. In retrospect, it seemed a ploy by the Qi Wang to lure Xie Yanli into a secluded area for the assassination attempt. She realized she had been ensnared in his scheme. It appeared that the eldest princess was merely bait to draw her away. Nevertheless, a twinge of disappointment lingered in Qin Jiwei's heart. In her previous life, when she first entered the palace and faced bullying, the eldest princess had come to her aid countless times. They had shared a bond of kindred spirits, becoming friends, with the eldest princess visiting her each time she entered the palace. Tragically, when the eldest princess suffered a difficult childbirth, both mother and child were lost. It had been an eternity since she last saw her. Xie Jingchun raised an eyebrow, unable to restrain his curiosity. Mother, who are you looking for? His mother, who had always been composed and steady, now appeared anxious and flustered, a sight he had never witnessed before. Qin Jiwei offered him a gentle smile, vaguely responding, I am looking for the distinguished guest mentioned earlier. Distinguished guest? Xie Jingchun turned and pointed. Isn't she over there? Following his gesture, Qin Jiwei's gaze shifted, and her pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 55. She is the true wonder. A tall, dark figure reclined against the railing of the pavilion, donned in a robe of deep purple. The collar and cuffs were intricately embroidered with silver thread in a cloud pattern, shimmering subtly in the sunlight, evoking a sense of fluidity. A mask partially covered his face, concealing half of it while revealing a chiseled jawline and piercing, deep-set eyes. One hand languidly rested at his side, slender fingers lightly tapping the railing. Despite the mask, Qin Jiwei recognized him instantly. It was Gao Xian, the current emperor, the man with whom she had shared a decade of her past life, who had ultimately delivered her a cup of poison wine that led to her demise. Sensing her gaze, Gao Xian slightly turned his eyes towards her, his cold gaze devoid of any emotion. Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, striving to maintain her composure and conceal any signs of weakness. Gao Xian was incognito, his face obscured by the large mask, clearly wishing to avoid recognition. She merely needed to pretend she hadn't recognized him, to act as if she were unaware of his identity. Qin Jiwei turned away, avoiding Gao Xian's penetrating stare, intending to find a quiet place for tea with Xie Jingchun. However, the voice of a maid suddenly rang out behind her, halting her in her tracks. Lady of the Heir, young Master Xie requests your presence. Qin Jiwei's spine stiffened at once, realizing that Xie Yanli and Prince Qi were beside Gao Xian. Dressed in a bamboo green cloak, Xie Yanli exuded an air of aloof elegance, standing tall and majestic like a snow-capped peak, which accentuated his fair complexion and striking features. A faint smile graced Qin Jiwei's lips. The past was but a fleeting memory. This was her husband now. The Lady of the Heir has arrived, the maid announced as she led Qin Jiwei to the pavilion. The surrounding company had been dispersed, leaving only the four of them and a few maids. Upon her approach, Gao Xian raised an eyebrow. Yanli, is this your new bride? He scrutinized Qin Jiwei, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Despite having encountered countless beauties, he deemed Qin Jiwei exceptionally striking. Standing alongside Xie Yanli, they appeared quite compatible. However, he found her overly restrained, lacking the vivacity he preferred, unlike his beloved Qin Fei. Xie Yanli nodded softly, replying with a gentle tone, Indeed, she is my wife. Gao Xian smirked, casting a teasing glance at him. It was surprising to see the usually aloof Xie Yanli displaying such warmth. It was evident he genuinely cherished his wife. Qin Jiwei recognized the close bond between Xie Yanli and Gao Xian, forged not only by Xie Yanli's exceptional capabilities, but also by their shared upbringing. From a young age, Xie Yanli's brilliance was acknowledged, leading the late emperor to decree he be educated alongside the princes. It was during this time that Xie Yanli and Gao Xian first became acquainted. Their long-standing friendship endured even through past tragedies. After Xie Yanli was assassinated in her previous life, Gao Xian had dispatched the entire Imperial Medical College to attend to him. Qin Jiwei gracefully bowed. I am Qin. Pleased to meet you, young master. Aware that Gao Xian was in disguise, she altered her address accordingly. Gao? Gao Xian furrowed his brow, finding the surname vaguely familiar. Li Gonggong, dressed in plain attire, piped up, "Young master, have you forgotten? There is a Qin Chongzai in the palace, Lady Qin, the one who dazzled in the imperial garden dressed as a flamboyant flower." Recalling the woman, Gao Xian had indeed been unaware of her surname, but it mattered little. She had merely been a pawn in his scheme against the virtuous consort. It was said that the virtuous consort had been forcing her to kneel before the Buddha, transcribing scriptures day in and day out, deprived of food until her hands became swollen. Although Gao Xian was aware of her plight, he felt no inclination to intervene, as long as she did not trouble him. Qin Jiwei remained silent upon hearing mention of Qin Luan, choosing to ignore her existence as long as no one questioned her about it. Xie Jingchun, seeing his mother perform her greeting, imitated her and bowed. "Greetings, young master." Gao Xian's brow arched slightly as he turned to Xie Yanli. "Is this your adopted eldest son? I hardly recognized him. He has grown so tall," he praised. "He resembles you in your youth." Xie Yanli, who always held a favorable view of Xie Jingchun, remained humble in public. "He is still young. We shall see how he develops." Gao Xian understood his nature and chose not to pursue the matter further. The poetry gathering had commenced, with the theme centered around autumn. The scholars were fervently composing verses, and the pavilion offered an excellent vantage point to witness the unfolding event. However, after hearing the fifth poem, Gao Xian turned away, disinterested. The talent on display was rather mediocre. None of the poems had captured his attention. Had Qin Kuei been present, she would have undoubtedly claimed the top prize. Xie Yanli had heard Gao Xian praise Chen Fei on multiple occasions and chimed in. "Indeed, the noble consort possesses exceptional literary talent." "You know not," Gao Xian replied, his previously languid posture shifting slightly, his voice rich with mirth. "Yesterday, Qin Kuei composed a remarkable poem, truly splendid." He then recited, "The clouds rise in the chest. The returning birds fly into view. Atop the highest peak, I gaze upon the mountain small." Xie Yanli nodded in agreement. "It is indeed a fine poem." Gao Xian's lips curved into a smile. His piercing gaze softened with affection. "I did not expect that a woman raised in seclusion could craft such grandiose verses. She is indeed a true wonder." Upon hearing that name, Qin Jiwei momentarily lost her focus. Imo Qin Kuei, the very woman Gao Xian truly loved. In her past life, after 7 years in the palace, she was conferred the title of Defei due to her lack of major faults and her virtuous reputation. At that time, the position of Empress had been vacant for long, and ministers had petitioned for an Empress to be appointed. Her name, along with that of the virtuous consort and Chen Fei, was mentioned most frequently. Eventually, she was crowned Empress. Elated, she believed she had finally risen to prominence. However, merely 3 days into her reign, the emperor personally fed her poison. It turned out that her ascension to Empress had merely been a means for the emperor to safeguard Chen Fei by orchestrating her demise. He had eliminated 2 rivals in one fell swoop, paving the way for Chen Fei to claim the position of Empress. Reflecting on her past life, Qin Jiwei's lips curled into a bitter smile. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, "Miss, I just heard that the emperor has come incognito. He is currently at the poetry gathering, conversing with young Master Xie and the prince, and will dine with them shortly." "What?" Gao Xiu jumped up from her seat. "How could the emperor be here?" Yue shook her head. "I do not know. It was sudden, and even the prince did not expect it." Biting her lip, she cautiously asked, "Miss, since the emperor is here, should we still proceed with the plan to drug young Master Xie?" Gao Shiyu's brow furrowed, her heart tumultuous. She took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "We must continue with the plan." Xie Yanli seldom appeared in public and had no fondness for such gatherings. Who knew when another opportunity would arise? She could not afford to miss it. She dared not gamble, nor could she afford to. Yue hesitated. "But the emperor will dine with young Master Xie, and all dishes must be tested with silver needles. It may be difficult to administer the poison." A cold glint flashed in Gao Shiyu's eyes. If she could not tamper with the food, then she would manipulate the utensils. Gao Shiyu was aware that this was not a task befitting her status. However, what choice did she have? Her father adamantly refused to allow her to marry Xie Yanli. Despite her pleas, he remained unyielding. Now, she had no recourse but to resort to this desperate measure. They had forced her into this. Xie Yanli, her inkstone. Soon, he shall belong to her. Chapter 56. The most potent medicine. The poetry gathering continued until dusk, as the evening light cloaked the earth in a delicate golden veil. "It is getting late. Let us dine at the residence of the imperial uncle today," Gao Xian casually remarked. although he had not encountered any remarkable verses that day. He thoroughly enjoyed his conversation with Xie Yanli and wished to linger a while longer. Upon hearing this, Prince Qi felt a tightening in his chest, forcing a strained smile. He bowed and said, "The kitchen has been short-staffed lately, and the dishes may be rather humble. I fear we may not offer you the hospitality you deserve." Gao Xian, unfazed, insisted, "It matters not. I care little for such formalities. Let us simply share a meal as family." Prince Qi's hands instinctively clenched within his sleeves. His initial plan to eliminate Xie Yanli had faltered, and he had intended to poison him during dinner. However, with Gao Xian's unexpected arrival, all meals must be inspected by the personal eunuchs. It seemed that the plan to create chaos by assassinating Xie Yanli and then staging a rebellion was no longer feasible. He would have to seek another path. In the kitchen, "Sister Ewer, you have arrived," Zhang Mama said respectfully. "Is there anything you require?" Ewer stood tall, surveying the bustling kitchen, and replied coolly, "Nothing in particular. I was sent by the young lady to check on matters due to the presence of esteemed guests." Her gaze fell upon a set of exquisite blue and white porcelain dishes, adorned with elegant landscape motifs. Zhang Mama quickly explained, "These dishes are for the prince's table, crafted with the utmost quality." As Ewer approached and picked up one bowl, she suddenly questioned, "Why is this bowl not cleaned properly? That shouldn't be the case." Zhang Mama furrowed her brow, yet dared not dispute it. "I shall take it and wash it immediately." "No need. The kitchen is busy at the moment." "I can handle it," Ewer replied softly. Zhang Mama hastily offered a smile, insisting, "Miss, how could I trouble you with such menial tasks? These chores are best left to the servants." Ewer frowned, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes as she retorted, "Why do you speak so much? The princess instructed me to supervise, so I must attend to every detail." Seeing her invoke the princess, Zhang Mama dared not utter another word. Ewer raised her chin, carrying the porcelain bowl to the sink. The kitchen was bustling, and no one noticed her as she discreetly retrieved a small paper packet from her sleeve. Pouring the powder into the bowl, the powder dissolved upon contact with water, and she swirled the bowl, allowing the liquid to cling to the sides. This was the most potent medicine. Just a little would suffice. At the Prince Qi's residence, in the main hall, the room was brightly lit by candlelight, with a beautifully carved round table set in the center. Gao Xian occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Prince Qi and Xie Yanli on either side. Qin Jiwei sat next to Xie Yanli, with Xie Jingsheng beside her. Delicate dishes were presented one after another. Eunuchly tested each dish with a silver needle, declaring sharply, "Your Majesty, all dishes are free of poison." Gao Xian nodded absently. Though he had grown up in the royal court, he found these formalities tedious. To him, it was unnecessary. Prince Qi was his beloved uncle, who had always treated him with kindness. How could he wish him harm? Yet, as emperor, he was bound by many protocols that could not be overlooked. Lost in thought, Gao Xian suddenly longed for Qin Kuei. Unlike others, she dared to defy such conventions and was truly one of a kind. Ewer, blending in with the maidservants, felt a wave of relief as she saw the marked blue porcelain bowl placed before Xie Yanli. This time, the young lady's wishes shall surely be fulfilled. Qin Jiwei observed the dishes before her, tightening her grip on her chopsticks. She harbored distrust towards Prince Qi, convinced he harbored ill intentions. However, since Eunuch Li had already tested the food, it was likely safe. After contemplating, she finally picked up her chopsticks and reached for the exquisite dish before her. The dish featured thinly sliced base, each piece translucent and arranged like a blooming lotus in the plate, drizzled with a prepared sauce. Qin Jiwei savored a piece, unable to resist reaching for another. Gradually, she forgot her earlier concerns, realizing that her immediate need was to satiate her hunger. In truth, Qin Jiwei was correct. Prince Qi indeed did not dare to act against the emperor while he was present. Yet, she had not anticipated that his daughter would be so audacious. Though Gao Xian and Xie Yanli saw each other daily in court, they seldom had the opportunity for such leisurely conversation. Their bond, forged in childhood, allowed for an effortless flow of dialogue. Gao Xian spoke more often, while Xie Yanli contributed occasionally. Gao Xian's voice, though not deep, had a slight rasp to it. Qin Jiwei was intimately familiar with that voice, having listened to it for a decade in her past life. Her thoughts began to drift, and her movements slowed. In her previous life, she had spent 10 years in the palace, only to be poisoned 3 days after attaining her desires. Did she harbor hatred? Hatred for what? That Gao Xian did not love her. But love, after all, could not be forced. Rather, she felt resentment for his coldness and lack of affection. Nevertheless, that was the past. In this life, she had avoided entering the palace and would not have to interact with someone like Gao Xian again. Fortunately, he had not been reborn either, and with his strong rapport with Xia Yanli, he likely would not trouble her. Living a stable life in this world was not such a bad fate. Xie Jingshun gorged himself, eagerly sampling one dish after another. He could not help but marvel at the delicious offerings of the Prince Qi's residence. He polished off the contents of his plate in mere moments and turned to see his mother about to sip from a bowl of chicken porridge. Xie Jingshun nodded to himself, acknowledging that the porridge was indeed delightful, and his mother had always known how to appreciate it. However, his hand paused as he realized that the bowl might have been served to his mother during their earlier meal, and by now, it was likely cold. He recalled the 2 coughs she had uttered that morning. "Mother," Xie Jingshun called gently, prompting Qin Jiwei to set down her spoon and look up at him, inquiring, "What is it?" Xie Jingshun pointed at the bowl of porridge beside her, stating earnestly, "That porridge has cooled. Perhaps you should have another bowl." Though Xie Yanli was engaged in conversation with Gao Xian, he was also attentive to Qin Jiwei's side. Upon hearing this, he turned to her, saying, "You caught a chill this morning. It would be best not to drink cold porridge." As he spoke, he offered her a bowl of chicken porridge from his side. "I have not touched this bowl. If you do not mind, please enjoy it." Qin Jiwei blinked, then smiled, replying, "How could I possibly mind? Thank you, my husband." Xie Jingshun nodded in approval. It was perfectly fine for his father to consume the cold porridge, but his mother deserved the warmth of freshly served porridge. Qin Jiwei accepted the bowl of porridge offered by Xie Yanli, stirring it gently with a porcelain spoon before sampling a spoonful, savoring the warmth within. Chapter 57. Xie Yanli kissed directly. The cuisine at the Qi Wangfu was indeed exquisite, and the bowl of chicken porridge was exceptionally delightful. Qin Jiwei quickly finished the porridge and, feeling satiated, set down her chopsticks. She typically ceased eating once she reached 70% fullness. Sitting quietly beside them, she listened to Gao Xian and Xie Yanli converse. However, after a short while, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her. A wave of warmth continuously ascended from her lower abdomen, causing her tongue to feel parched. Initially, Qin Jiwei thought it was merely thirst and drank several cups of tea in quick succession. Yet, this did little to alleviate her discomfort. Rather, her heart grew increasingly restless, as if a fire were igniting within. Simultaneously, her head began to spin, and her surroundings gradually blurred. She raised an arm to support her forehead, her eyes half closed, with her lashes fluttering like butterflies. "What is wrong?" Xie Yanli noticed her unusual state and reached out to touch her forehead. Xie Jingshun, equally concerned, inquired, "What is the matter with mother?" Xie Yanli furrowed his brow, suspecting she might have a fever. "Is she unwell?" Gao Xian turned to look. At that moment, Qin Jiwei slightly opened her eyes, the corners reddened, and her beautiful gaze reflected a pool of clarity. Her fair cheeks had taken on a rosy hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, exquisite and dripping with vibrancy. Gao Xian found himself momentarily entranced, forgetting to avert his gaze until Xie Yanli's voice snapped him back to reality. "Your Majesty, Jiwei is ill. I shall take her back to the for treatment." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly scooped Qin Jiwei into his arms and hurried outside. Qin Jiwei felt as light as a feather in his embrace, acutely aware of her increasing weakness. Were it not for Xie Yanli's support, she would have been utterly lost, incapable of standing. She was bewildered by her condition, the heat radiating from her body, rendering her unable to think clearly. Xie Jingshun hastily rose, now aware of Gao Xian's identity. After respectfully bowing, he quickly followed Xie Yanli. Once the trio departed, the room fell silent. Gao Xian gazed at their receding figures, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. He pressed his lips together, chastising himself. After all, that was Yanli's wife. What had come over him? He then moodily lifted the nearby wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Qi Wang's demeanor remained indifferent as he continued to eat. Whatever. It's best if they all perish. Xie Yanli carried Qin Jiwei swiftly to the carriage, halting momentarily to address Xie Jingshun. "Take my waist token and summon a physician from the Tai hospital. The distance from Qi Wangfu to the palace is considerable, and it may take time for the doctor to arrive. I will first take your mother to a clinic." Xie Jingshun nodded, took the waist token, and swiftly mounted a horse, racing toward the palace. Xie Yanli glanced down at Qin Jiwei, noticing beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and dampening her hair at the temples. Her breathing became rapid, and her lips parted slightly as she gasped for air. He helped her into the carriage, commanding sternly, to the nearest clinic. The coachman, upon hearing this, urgently cracked the whip, and the horses took off at a gallop, raising a cloud of dust behind them. Meanwhile, at Chi Wangfu, Gao Shiyu waited anxiously for news. Soon, Yue cautiously entered the room. Reporting on the earlier incident at the table, Gao Shiyu sprang to her feet, her face pale with fury. What? Qin Jiwei took the aphrodisiac? She shouted, her teeth clenched in rage. Yue, now frightened, stammered, I don't know how this happened. That bowl was indeed placed before young Master Xie. But somehow it was consumed by Qin Jiwei. You fool. Gao Shiyu's voice pierced the air, causing pain to the ears. You can't even manage such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Yue, terrified, fell to her knees, trembling and unable to utter another word. Gao Shiyu, in a fit of rage, seized a vase from the table and hurled it to the ground. The shattering sound echoed painfully in the silent room, shards scattering everywhere. She then swept everything off her vanity, combs, jewelry boxes, sending gold and silver trinkets rolling across the floor. Standing amidst the chaos, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. If this time fails, there will be another chance. Xie Yanli must belong to her. The carriage sped along the road, bouncing violently. Qin Jiwei felt increasingly disoriented, her head nearly colliding with the carriage wall when Xie Yanli swiftly cradled her head, resting it on his shoulder. In this position, she nestled against him, and Xie Yanli felt her burning temperature seep through his clothing. He gently caressed her soft hair, speaking soothingly, do not fear, we shall reach the clinic soon. Qin Jiwei's brow furrowed tighter. Her cheeks, once merely flushed, now blazed with an unnatural heat that spread from her cheeks to her ears and down her slender neck. Resembling a red plum blooming in the snow, passionate and enchanting. Burying her face in Xie Yanli's shoulder, she emitted a soft, indistinct moan, clutching his robe tightly. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against his neck, eliciting a wave of refreshing coolness. Tormented by the heat, she craved more. She twisted her body and positioned herself directly on Xie Yanli's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck like a kitten. Xie Yanli's pupils constricted sharply. Yet her bold embrace around his neck held him captive, their gazes locked, deep and unfathomable. Moonlight streamed through the carriage curtains, illuminating her flushed face, a breathtaking sight. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes arched slightly, glistening with an alluring moisture, an otherworldly charm radiating from her. Her gaze appeared vacant as she clutched his collar, trembling and lowly moaning, as if enduring immense suffering. Even with his lack of experience, Xie Yanli sensed something was amiss. However, he quickly realized he could not bring himself to push her away. She had always been gentle and serene. He had never witnessed her in such a state. The beauty in his arms was delicate and ethereal, her cheeks flushed, lips as vibrant as ripe fruit. Xie Yanli lowered his gaze to her, his large hand gently caressing her cheek, feeling the delicate texture beneath his fingertips. Qin Jiwei felt her body grow even warmer as she tilted her face closer to him. Her slightly parted lips, glistening and alluring, exhaled a breath of intoxicating fragrance that brushed against Xie Yanli's cheek. She parted her lips, her voice sultry and hoarse, save me. As she spoke, she twisted her waist, pressing her soft form against him. At that moment, the taut string in Xie Yanli's mind snapped. He locked his deep gaze onto the woman in his arms and suddenly bent down, kissing her directly. Chapter 58. The union beneath the moonlight, the two shared a kiss. Their breaths entwined. Qin Jiwei let out a soft murmur, startled by the suddenness of the kiss, her body trembling slightly, yet she instinctively responded, her hands clutching tightly at Xie Yanli's garments. In that fleeting moment when their lips met, Xie Yanli felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, desperately inhaling her essence. Qin Jiwei, nestled in his embrace, felt her breath stolen, and could only wrap her arms around his neck, surrendering to his fervent kiss. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, and the driver's voice broke through the intimacy. My lord, we have arrived at the physician's. The enchanting moment was abruptly interrupted, and Xie Yanli's dark eyes flared with desire. Return to the Marquis' residence, he commanded coldly. The driver hesitated, questioning aloud, but Madam is unwell. Shouldn't we see the doctor? Yet, he dared not oppose, swiftly turning the carriage towards the estate. Inside the carriage, Qin Jiwei felt discontent at the abrupt departure. Letting out a soft whine, Xie Yanli chuckled softly, capturing her head and pressing fervently against her once more, unwilling to leave even the slightest gap. Their kiss was both passionate and commanding, and Qin Jiwei felt as if she were being devoured by him. Simultaneously, Xie Yanli's hand, which had rested on her waist, grew restless. One hand began to wander down her back, feeling the warmth and softness of her skin through her delicate garment. upon reaching her slender waist. He could not resist squeezing gently, eliciting a soft sound from her lips. Xie Yanli let out a low laugh, his large hand lingering on her waist, caressing it slowly. The other hand tenderly brushed against her cheek, his fingertips grazing her heated face. Qin Jiwei's eyes were tightly shut, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, resembling a rose poised to bloom. At that moment, the carriage came to a gentle stop. "My lord, we have arrived at the Marquis' residence." Xie Yanli abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and fixated on the soft beauty before him. Qin Jiwei slowly opened her tear-filled eyes, sparkling with unmatched brilliance. Xie Yanli spoke in a husky tone, soothing her. "Be good, it will be over soon." He then picked up a cloak nearby, draping it securely around her, holding her tightly as they descended from the carriage, wishing to shield her from prying eyes. Only he should behold her in this state. The steward, hearing the commotion, hurried over, but upon seeing Xie Yanli's dark expression, he swallowed his words in trepidation. Xie Yanli hurriedly crossed the threshold of the Marquis' residence, making his way to the Qinglong courtyard. Qin Jiwei, aware they were outside, instinctively burrowed deeper into his embrace. Xie Yanli paused momentarily, feeling her softness brushing against his chest, a tingling sensation spreading from his heart to his limbs, tightening his lower abdomen. The servants of the Qinglong courtyard, upon seeing Xie Yanli return, prepared to bow respectfully. However, upon recognizing the situation, their eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, did I not see wrong? The young mistress is actually in the Lord's arms. What transpired? Wasn't she supposed to attend the poetry gathering at the Qi Palace? Who knows? But it seems the young mistress has indeed gained favor. The Qinglong courtyard was well managed under Qin Jiwei's care, and the staff admired her capabilities, recognizing her adeptness in household management. Yet, they were also acutely aware that the relationship between the young lord and the young mistress was rather ordinary. As they had been living separately, the time they spent together paled in comparison to that spent with young Master Zhu. They never anticipated witnessing such intimacy between the two today. Xie Yanli carried Qin Jiwei into the main chamber, his voice low and commanding. "No one is to enter." The maids exchanged glances, then shared a knowing smile. The door slammed shut behind Xie Yanli, isolating them from the outside world. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Xie Yanli gently placed Qin Jiwei upon the bed, and with his movement, the pile of clothes beside the bed increased. Qin Jiwei's eyes were filled with confusion and bliss. Her skin, as white as snow, glistened alluringly in the moonlight. In the enveloping darkness, their forms intertwined. Xie Yanli's breath grew increasingly rapid. Qin Jiwei inhaled silently, tilting her head back and reaching for his neck. Sensing her response, Xie Yanli became more audacious, akin to a beast freed from its bonds, revealing his fangs in full. Qin Jiwei was the prey, utterly defenseless, emitting soft whimpers akin to a small animal. Time slipped away, and the dozing maids outside were startled awake by the call for water from within. A bathtub and warm water were soon prepared and brought into the room. Xie Yanli cradled Qin Jiwei to the tub, gently lowering her into the water, before stepping in himself, the warm water enveloping them both. His eyes still bore traces of a lingering crimson hue, but more prominently was the tenderness that shone through. Xie Yanli picked up a soft, damp cloth, tenderly wiping her shoulders and arms. The sensation of the cloth gliding over her skin was as gentle as a feather's caress, causing Qin Jiwei to shiver slightly, emitting inaudible sounds. The steamy mist, like a diaphanous veil, surrounded them. As he continued to wipe, Xie Yanli's gaze fell upon the marks on her neck and the way her skin appeared even more luminous and smooth when wet. At this moment, Qin Jiwei opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze clouded with a dreamy haze. Her lips were a vibrant red, and the blush on her cheeks remained, reminiscent of springtime peach blossoms. Xie Yanli's expression darkened suddenly. Chapter 59. Even her fingertips were soft. Xie Yanli enveloped her, confining her against his chest and the wall of the bathtub. The water within the tub gently swelled momentarily, soon sending ripples that lapped against the sides. The following day, morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a glow upon Qin Jiwei's tightly closed eyelids. The brightness pierced through, awakening her as she slowly lifted her eyelids. Raising her hand, she discovered her fingertips were utterly languid. She attempted to shift her body, but pain and numbness instantly coursed through her entire being. Furrowing her brow, Qin Jiwei drew in a soft gasp, her once bright eyes now veiled in a mist of discomfort. Through the sheer fabric, she glimpsed a tall, Slender figure, it was Xie Yanli. He appeared to be donning his official robes, preparing to attend the morning court. Awake? Xie Yanli noted her gaze and inquired with a gentle tone. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Jiawei felt her ears flush. It was the same voice that had whispered low and husky in her ear the previous night, urging her to look at him and hold him tightly. Xie Yanli's voice was typically clear and crisp, akin to jade, yet at that moment, it bore a touch of hoarseness and languor, reminiscent of a beast's satiated relaxation. In an instant, Qin Jiawei recalled the absurd scenes of the previous night. She had always relished in playing the role of the victim, but last night, she had genuinely pleaded for mercy. She felt like a solitary boat, relentlessly battered by monstrous waves. Not hearing her reply, Xie Yanli's brow furrowed. Remembering the tempestuous night, he couldn't help but worry. Had he inadvertently harmed her? He stepped to the bedside, lifting the curtain and sitting at the edge of the bed. Dressed in crimson official robes, Xie Yanli appeared exceptionally handsome. Perhaps due to their intimate exchanges the night before, his approach felt remarkably natural and familiar. He brushed a lock of hair from her forehead and spoke softly. Did I hurt you last night? Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he had lost all control the moment he touched her. Qin Jiawei was not one to shy away from a little pain. Yet, opportunities that could evoke guilt in the usually aloof Xie Yanli were rare. Moreover, last night had indeed been quite painful. Biting her lip gently, she nodded slightly. Xie Yanli's normally icy black eyes now brimmed with tenderness. His tone exceedingly gentle. I apologize, it was my recklessness. Qin Jiawei, her cheeks flushed, replied softly, It is not your fault, husband. Xie Yanli's gaze deepened as he regarded her. She remained as gracious and gentle as ever. Your Grace, the carriage is ready, Ziju's voice called from outside. Xie Yanli, I must attend the morning court. You should rest well today. Take care on your journey, husband. Once Xie Yanli departed, the room fell silent once more. Qin Jiawei rubbed her temples, her mind gradually clearing. Last night had been unbearable. She felt as though she was on fire. Her thoughts seemed scorched by that heat, rendering her unable to contemplate clearly. Upon awakening this morning, she quickly sensed something amiss. This was the reaction from consuming an aphrodisiac. In her previous life within the palace, she had witnessed countless sordid affairs. Concubines vying for favor would resort to such drugs to entrap others in scandalous liaisons with guards. However, Qin Jiawei had always been cautious and had never fallen into such traps, which was why she only now realized the situation. But, from where did this drug originate? Focusing her mind, she recalled the events of the previous night's banquet. Her discomfort had begun after consuming the chicken puree porridge. Yet both Chenggu, and Prince Qi had also partaken, with no ill effects. Thus, it should not be the porridge's fault. If not the porridge, then the issue must lie with the bowl. The bowl she used belonged to Xie Yanli, suggesting that someone had drugged him, but she had mistakenly ingested it instead. If one were to ponder who would dare to drug Xie Yanli, within the entire residence of Prince Qi, it could only be Gao Shiyu. Qin Jiawei was astonished at Gao Shiyu's audacity. To dare to drug Xie Yanli, even while the emperor was present. That woman was truly reckless. Miss, shall I help you rise and prepare? Xiao He's voice called from outside. Qin Jiawei descended from the bed, attended by her maid as she dressed. Granny Song, who had been by her side since childhood, now observed the numerous red marks adorning Qin Jiawei's fair skin, so many that some were alarmingly dense. Granny Song felt a pang of distress, her heart also harboring some resentment towards the heir for his insensitivity. Sitting before the bronze mirror, Qin Jiawei examined the series of red marks on her neck, frowning slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she selected a water blue silk dress, tying a matching sheer scarf around her neck to conceal the marks thoroughly. With a soft sigh of relief, she felt ready to face the world outside. Remembering something, she turned to instruct, Granny Song, please prepare a bowl of contraceptive soup for me. Granny Song opened her mouth. Miss, the heir has come after such a long time. Qin Jiawei understood Granny Song's implication. To outsiders, the three adopted sons were well and good, yet they were ultimately not of the Ho family bloodline. In the future, they could not inherit the title. Should Xie Yanli remain childless, the title would pass to his younger brother, Xie Zhongji. Yet Qin Jiawei was aware that this was not the time to contemplate children. The comfort and leisure she enjoyed now were largely due to her kindness towards the three children. In her past life, her legitimate sister had mistreated them, leading to Xie Yanli's disdain and ultimately her dismissal. In this life, she devoted herself to these three children, not only to ensure her survival in the household, but also out of genuine compassion for them. If she were to have her own children too soon, she would inevitably neglect the care of the 3 adopted sons. Although the children were now in school, assisted by maids and nannies, there were still many intricate matters requiring her attention. She could not adequately care for 4 children at this moment, at the very least. She needed to wait until Xie Zhu was a bit older. Qin Jiuwei surmised that Xie Yanli had similar thoughts. This was likely why he had refrained from consummating their marriage on their wedding night, not due to any lack of desire, but rather because he did not wish for her to conceive. After all, given his demeanor the night before, he certainly did not appear to be averse to women. In her previous life, she had heard from the old maids that childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of hell. The younger the woman, the greater the risk of mortality during delivery. It was advisable to delay childbirth for a few years to increase the chances of survival for both mother and child. Fearing death, Qin Jiuwei cherished her newfound opportunity to live again, wishing to avoid the treacherous palace intrigues and desiring a longer life. Seeing that Qin Jiuwei had made up her mind, Granny Song had no choice but to comply with her request and left to prepare the medicine. The carriage meandered from the Ho residence towards the palace. Inside, Xie Yanli sat quietly, his gaze lowered as he collected his thoughts. Since the banquet last night, everything had spiraled out of control like a runaway horse. It was only now that he had the time to ponder the origin of the aphrodisiac that Qin Jiuwei had consumed. Moments later, he raised his eyes, a glint of severity flashing within them. Gao Shiyu was indeed a menace that must be dealt with. In a corner of the carriage, Zizhu was organizing Xie Yanli's documents when he suddenly raised his gaze, frowning. Your Grace? It seems the documents regarding the land dispute in Jiangzhou were left in the study. After the morning court, Xie Yanli intended to go to Wenyuan Pavilion to handle the paperwork. The document he had forgotten was precisely what he needed today. No matter. I shall return to retrieve it. Xie Yanli typically left the residence half an hour early, and returning now would still allow him ample time to attend the morning court. Moreover, he was concerned about Qin Jiuwei's health. Upon returning to Qinlan Courtyard, he turned to Zizhu and instructed coldly, go to the study and fetch the documents. Upon uttering those words, he strode directly towards the main house. As he reached the corridor, he unexpectedly collided with Granny Song, who was entering with a bowl of dark medicine. At the sight of the murky concoction, Xie Yanli's brow furrowed immediately. What is this? Granny Song, startled by Xie Yanli's sudden return, momentarily faltered, but quickly regained her composure. This is a tonic for the young mistress, she replied, her voice strained in an effort to remain calm. Xie Yanli let out a cold laugh. Is that so? His formidable presence caused the air around them to grow frigid, a palpable pressure bearing down on Granny Song. Already in awe of Xie Yanli, she was now thoroughly intimidated. Her face turned pale as parchment, and beads of cold sweat began to form uncontrollably on her forehead. Chapter 60. Who are you? If you do not speak, I shall summon someone to verify, and the truth shall be revealed. Xie Yanli's gaze turned icy, regarding Mama Song as if she were a specter. As for you, a treacherous servant, your fate shall be determined in due course. Mama Song trembled, finally closing her eyes, realizing that today she could no longer conceal the truth. Her voice, faint as a whisper, confessed, it is a contraceptive. With each word she uttered, Xie Yanli's expression grew colder, until it was entirely shrouded in frost. Initially, he harbored mere suspicions, but now, his hands clenched into fists within his sleeves, knuckles blanching from the exertion. With a stony visage, he turned and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. Young master, Zizhu, having retrieved items from the study, emerged to see Xie Yanli hastily departing. He quickened his pace to follow. Perplexed, wasn't the young master supposed to seek out the young mistress? Why had he exited so swiftly? Mama Song recognized the gravity of her misstep. Upon entering the room, she relayed the entire incident to Qin Jiuwei. He left without uttering a word? Qin Jiuwei inquired, her brow furrowing. Mama Song nodded, recounting that the young master's countenance had darkened ominously before he departed. Qin Jiuwei lowered her gaze, sensing his ire. She had assumed that Xie Yanli would not wish for her to bear children, even if he learned of her consuming the contraceptive medicine. His reaction should not have been so extreme. Evidently, she had underestimated the situation. Her refusal to bear his child had wounded his pride, engendering feelings of humiliation. Mama Song, visibly anxious, asked, Miss, what shall we do now? Qin Jiuwei downed the contraceptive potion offered by Zhang Mama, then replied, it matters not, when he returns tonight, I shall pacify him. The bitterness of the potion began to seep into her senses, and she frowned. How bitter? Mama, please fetch me some candied fruit. Mama Song wished to say more, but obediently went to procure the sweet treat. The matter concerning the young master could wait. Her mistress must not suffer from the bitterness of the medicine. As Qin Jiwei savored the candied fruit, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside. Sure enough, in the next moment, a small figure rushed toward her, followed closely by the striding Xie Jingchun and Xie Jing. Xie Ju, with his cherubic face, whimpered, "Mother. Brother said you were ill. Are you well now?" Qin Jiwei pinched his tiny cheek, soothingly assuring him, "Mother is fine. See, I am right here." Suddenly, she noticed the swelling around his usually bright eyes. "What happened to your eyes?" Xie Jingchun interjected, explaining, after school yesterday, he couldn't find Mother. So he went to find second brother and cried for half an hour. Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow, and then she recalled the tranquility that enveloped the courtyard upon her return last night. Xie Jingchun grimaced. He fell asleep from crying. He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Xie Ju turned to pout at him. "You mustn't laugh." He stammered in protest. "I was just too tired from school yesterday." Xie Jingchun made a face at him, laughing heartily, which only incensed Xie Ju further, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. How annoying. So very annoying. Qin Jiwei watched the two brothers bicker, unable to suppress a smile as she concealed her laughter behind a handkerchief. Yet, her gaze fell upon Xie Jing, whose demeanor remained composed and dignified, akin to an adult. Qin Jiwei couldn't help but twitch her lips. The eldest and youngest were exuberant and noisy, while the second son appeared all the more mature and composed by contrast. Xie Jingchun, not forgetting the pressing matter at hand, ruffled Xie Ju's hair into a disheveled mess and inquired, "Mother, is your illness truly of no concern?" Last night, he had sought the royal physician, Lin Taiji, who remained silent upon hearing the symptoms. Xie Jingchun scratched his head in confusion. Why was that? Qin Jiwei hesitated. "My dear child, how am I to explain this to you?" Both Xie Ju and Xie Jing gazed at her intently, their eyes unblinking. Though Xie Jing was well-read, his studies had encompassed only classic literature, leaving him oblivious to such matters. It seemed he was unaccustomed to confronting something entirely beyond his grasp, hence his curiosity. Xie Ju, an inquisitive soul, expressed his eagerness for knowledge through his wide, questioning eyes. Xie Jingchun, ever loquacious, quickly posed another question before Qin Jiwei could respond, prompting her to deftly sidestep the inquiry. "I instructed Lin Taiji to prescribe medicine for Mother, but upon learning Father was in the main hall, he dismissed the need for any medication." Xie Jingchun's lean, handsome face was etched with perplexity. "But Father is not a doctor. He cannot cure an ailment. Why then was no medicine necessary?" I pondered this throughout the night and could not fathom it. "Can you enlighten me, Mother?" Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, awkwardly stating, "When you grow older, you shall comprehend." In her youth, she had detested such vague adult responses. However, how could she explain the nature of aphrodisiacs to her children? Indeed, immediately after uttering these words, she observed Xie Jing's previously curious gaze reverting to its usual state. Xie Jingchun, taken aback that their usually indulgent mother had chosen not to enlighten them, pursed his lips in disappointment. Xie Ju, after a brief moment of contemplation, was distracted by Mama Song, who stood beside Qin Jiwei. "Oh, I do not recall seeing you before," he inquired in a high-pitched voice. Mama Song smiled warmly, replying to young Master Ju, "I am Mama Song, a maidservant who has attended to the young mistress since her childhood. Recently, I returned home to mourn a loss in the family, as the young mistress, being kind-hearted, permitted me to do so." Xie Ju blinked and tilted his head, asking, "Did you see what my mother looked like as a child?" Mama Song replied with a smile, "Indeed, young Master Ju is astute. You share the same cleverness as the young mistress in her youth." This was her first encounter with the three young masters. Upon hearing that the young mistress was to marry the illustrious young Master Xie and become the mother of 3 children, she had felt considerable trepidation. While it was indeed a privilege to marry such a talented individual, she knew well that being a mother to 3 children was no trivial task. The young mistress had endured hardships from a young age, lacking familial affection, and had learned to be cautious and reserved, having never known the warmth of love. Mama Song had harbored anxiety until she met the 3 children, realizing they were all good-hearted souls. Witnessing the harmonious relationship between the young mistress and her children had finally eased her mind. Seeing their camaraderie brought a smile to Qin Jiwei's lips. Mama Song was a maidservant who had accompanied her mother into the Qin household. After her mother's passing, it was Mama Song who had cared for her with genuine concern. Xu Rong interjected, "Young Master Jing, it is nearly time for school." Qin Jiwei snapped back to reality. realizing she had momentarily forgotten the children's school schedule amidst their conversation. The three children's school times varied, with Xie Jing departing first for his morning classes. She promptly instructed Xiaohe, "Hurry to the kitchen and fetch some buns and pastries for young Master Jing to take along." After Xie Jing left, having finished breakfast, Xie Jingshun also headed to the training grounds. This left only Xie Ju, who languidly stirred his porridge, taking a quarter of an hour to finish a single bowl. Qin Jiwei raised her gaze to him, her brow furrowing slightly. "What is the matter?" Xie Ju lifted his face, speckled with grains of rice, and grinned. "Mother, do you remember the promise you made to me yesterday?" Chapter 61. Mothers are truly wonderful. I love my mother. Qin Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, failing to recall the promise. Xie Ju, however, was quick to show his concern, his little brows furrowing as if fearing Qin Jiwei might renege on her word. "You promised to take me to Jufu Lu today. Adults must keep their promises." Qin Jiwei smiled gently as the memory flooded back. She tenderly wiped the remnants of food from Xie Ju's face with a silk handkerchief and reassured him. How could a mother ever break her promise? "If I said I would take you, I certainly will." Instantly, Xie Ju's previously furrowed little face broke into a radiant smile. "Higi, mother is the best. I love my mother." Qin Jiwei's lips curved into a playful grin. "You little rascal, your mood changes faster than the turning of a page." She turned to instruct. "Please inform Mr. Zhang that he may take the day off." Yet, last night had indeed worn her out. After a brief nap on the soft couch, she finally set out toward Jufu Lu with Xie Ju as noon approached. At Jufu Lu, Xie Ju delightedly gnawed on roast duck, his rosy little mouth glistening with grease. Qin Jiwei chuckled softly, finding her appetite mirroring his joy at mealtime. However, she remained vigilant about Xie Ju's well-being, mindful that his digestion was not yet fully restored. Although the roast duck was delectable, it was also rich and should be consumed in moderation. Their private room was on the first floor, and while dining, Xie Ju's curious gaze frequently wandered outside. Observing the bustling pedestrians and vendors, his large eyes sparkled with intrigue. Recognizing this, Qin Jiwei knew Xie Ju longed to play outside. After all, Xie Yanli was often preoccupied with official duties, leaving little time to take Xie Ju out for leisure. As for Madame Ho, she rarely afforded Xie Ju any indulgence. Thus, she resolved to take Xie Ju out for some fun. After their meal, Xie Ju clasped Qin Jiwei's hand as they made their way to the carriage. The closer they got to the carriage, the lower his little head drooped, his delicate face scrunching up in discontent. "Oh no, we're heading home," he lamented. "I don't want to go back at all. The manor is so dull." Suddenly, he realized his mother had not led him to the carriage. Xie Ju's head shot up, astonished to find himself strolling down the lively street instead. His mother was taking him out to play. His grape-like eyes sparkled with delight. Brimming with surprise, Qin Jiwei playfully pinched his little face, asking, "Are you happy?" She found no end to her amusement with his tender visage. "Happy. Very happy." Xie Ju nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Qin Jiwei smiled brightly. "Today, we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly. You can buy anything you desire, my dear Ju." Xie Ju joyfully raised his right hand, exclaiming, "Hooray! Mother is so wonderful. I love my mother." The marketplace bustled with life, throngs of people creating a vibrant atmosphere. Though Qin Jiwei wore a veil, her exquisitely beautiful peach blossom eyes still caught the attention of many. However, two tall and imposing attendants followed closely behind her, deterring any onlookers from approaching. Xie Ju trailed beside Qin Jiwei, his eyes wide with curiosity, darting from one stall to another, captivated by various trinkets. His steps light and airy like a little bird. Before long, mother and son found a quiet tea house to sit down, unpacking the treats and toys they had purchased. Qin Jiwei removed her veil, and across from her, Xie Ju eagerly munched and played. His eyes squinted in delight, savoring the moment. "This is so much fun, so delicious." With a smile, Qin Jiwei glanced outside, and was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure. Was that Xie Jingshun hurrying past just now? What could be causing such urgency? Immediately, she sent a nearby servant to investigate. Wenyuan Pavilion. The evening sun filtered through the mottled paper windows, casting a warm glow and swirling dust motes in the air. Xie Yanli sat at the table, his stern visage appearing even darker in the muted light, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp and cold as an owl's, fixated on the documents before him. The surrounding officials exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. Xie Shitzi was typically reserved, seldom displaying emotion, and they had grown accustomed to his stoic demeanor. However, today his countenance was unervingly grim. having reprimanded 4 officials in a row, an unprecedented occurrence. None could discern what had transpired to provoke such anger in Xiaxizhi. The young scribe, grinding ink, moved with utmost caution, anxious not to create even the slightest noise. Each official who completed their tasks hurriedly departed, leaving even faster than usual before the scheduled rest day. Soon, the vast Wenyuan pavilion was left with only Xie Yanli as the last official. The last rays of twilight faded from the horizon, and darkness began to envelop the room. Young eunuchs scurried about, lighting the candles within. "How long has it been?" Xie Yanli abruptly halted his writing and inquired. The young eunuch replied respectfully, "Lord Xie, it is already the 3rd watch of the night." Chapter 62. Why not inform Mother? Xie Yanli gazed at the flickering candle flame before him, his mind inevitably drifting to the bowl of medicinal soup he had seen that morning. On their wedding night, he had assured Qin Jiwei that he would not touch her, fearing that should she bear her own child, her attention would wane towards the 3 children they already had. Now, as she voluntarily consumed contraceptive medicine, should he not feel a sense of relief? Why, then, did he experience such anger? Please reiterate. Did you witness young Master Chun entering that gambling house with your own eyes? The young servant wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Yes, I indeed saw young Master Chun enter. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, he did not use the main entrance of the gambling house, but rather the back door. Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow in contemplation. The back door? Why would Xie Jingshun choose to enter through the back? If he intended to gamble, would he not use the front entrance? As Qin Jiwei pondered, she suddenly felt a tug on her sleeve. Looking down, she met the wide, glistening eyes of Xie Ju. He lifted his cherubic face, inquisitively asking, "Mother, what is a gambling house? Are there delicious treats and fun things inside?" His enthusiasm bubbled forth. Then I want to go to the gambling house too. Qin Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, her concern for the situation momentarily overshadowing the presence of this little imp. She glanced at Granny Zhao, who immediately understood and approached Xie Ju gently, saying, "Young Master Ju, let us go play on the street, shall we?" Being still quite young, Xie Ju's attention was swiftly diverted, and he followed Granny Zhao out. Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, determined to investigate this matter thoroughly. She abruptly rose from her seat, turning her gaze towards the guiding servant, her voice clear yet authoritative. "Lead the way. I shall see for myself." Having never raised a child in her past life, Qin Jiwei now comprehended the multitude of worries involved in nurturing a child. Soon, they arrived at the back entrance of the gambling house. This area was devoid of the bustling noise of the front, shrouded in silence, with weeds trembling in the gentle breeze. Granny Song cast a sidelong glance at the young servant, who promptly understood and approached the door, lightly knocking a few times. The sound of knocking echoed oddly in the stillness of the alley. With a creak, the back door swung open. A ragged young attendant peeked out to ascertain who had knocked. Before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Jiwei and her companion surged inside. The back courtyard of the gambling house was a chaotic sight, cluttered with debris in one corner, emanating a pungent odor. Qin Jiwei's skirt became sullied by the water on the ground, her exquisitely embroidered shoes caked with mud, yet she paid it no mind. After navigating a series of corridors and traversing a small courtyard overgrown with weeds, she halted before a dilapidated woodshed. The door was ajar, and faint sobs could be heard from within. Qin Jiwei hastily pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit woodshed where Xie Jingshun squatted in a corner beside a girl of approximately 9 years old. The girl's clothing was tattered, filthy, and she bore numerous injuries. The scars on her body were distressing, both old and new, resembling marks from a whip and cuts from sharp objects, with fresh blood oozing from her wounds. Her small, dirty face was streaked with grime. Xie Jingshun held a soft white cloth, gently tending to her wounds. Upon seeing Qin Jiwei, Xie Jingshun's eyes widened in surprise. "Mother, what brings you here?" Xie Jingshun bit her lip, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, and slowly began to explain. "This little girl is named Nan Nan. I wanted to help her. The other day, as I passed the medical hall, I saw her kneeling at the entrance, pleading for medicine, her body covered in injuries, looking utterly pitiable. Nan Nan told me that her mother had passed away, and her father sold her to work at some place. Are you referring to the gambling house?" Qin Jiwei interjected. Xie Jingshun's eyes brightened. "Mother, how did you know?" "Yes, it is this gambling house. Nan Nan brought me here, saying this was her home. When I have the chance, I come to bring her food and medicine for her wounds, doing what I can to help her." Xie Jingshun spoke earnestly. "Mother, I have not done anything wrong. Qin Jiwei nodded. Indeed, who would have thought your reason for visiting the gambling house was this? Her gaze then fell upon the small girl, who cowered in the corner. Her limbs as thin as twigs, with barely any flesh on her arms and legs, her skin tightly adhering to her bones, and her little face so gaunt it appeared almost sunken. How heart-wrenching it would be if this child's mother were to learn of her fate. Xie Jingshun was also kind-hearted, truly a good child, willing to exert such effort to aid another. Then why did you not inform me? Qin Jiwei turned her attention back to Xie Jingshun and inquired. Chapter 63. Good child, come here. Xie Jingshun pressed his lips tightly together, contemplating bringing Nan to the Marquis' residence, yet he hesitated, fearing his mother would disapprove, for this was no trivial matter. Qin Jiwei could not help but sigh inwardly. Silly child, compared to your visits to the gambling house, adding a maid to the household is hardly significant. At this moment, she realized that these three children had rarely asked her for anything. She turned to him gently, saying, You are your father's son, the young master of the Marquis' residence. You may request anything directly from your mother. Xie Jingshun blinked in surprise. Is that permissible? My mother has already sought a physician to tend to my injuries and has taken great care of me. To ask for more would seem rather ungrateful. Qin Jiwei smiled tenderly at him, poised to speak when a sudden harsh voice interrupted. Who are you? What are you doing here? She turned to see a tall, middle-aged man glaring at them with a wary expression. Xie Jingshun, agile as ever, had managed to sneak in and out unnoticed until now. But their raised voices had attracted the attention of the guards. Grandma Song stepped forward, declaring, You need not question our identity. We have matters to discuss. With that, she produced a silver ingot from her sleeve and tossed it to the guard, adding, Summon your superior. This matter cannot be disclosed to you. The guard's eyes widened at the sight of the silver, and after testing it with his teeth to confirm its authenticity, his demeanor shifted from suspicion to obsequiousness. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall fetch Masterly from the gambling house at once. Under the influence of the silver, the guard hurried away, returning shortly with Masterly, who was rotund and squinted as he scrutinized them. Although the woman wore a veil, her beauty was undeniable, exuding an air of unapproachable nobility. The young man beside her was also strikingly handsome and dignified. Unaware of their true identities, Masterly immediately donned a sycophantic smile. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I wish to purchase someone, Qin Jiwei replied, her gaze settling on Nan, who was cowering in the corner. I want her. Name your price. Xie Jingshun's eyes widened in disbelief. His mother was so direct in her intention to take Nan. A quarter of an hour later, they finally boarded the carriage. Sitting up straight, Xie Jingshun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Mother, thank you for this. This was his decision. Yet it was his mother who had to clean up after him. Silly child, your kindness brings me joy, Qin Jiwei replied with a smile. Though Xie Jingshun still struggled with relying on her, she understood that this would take time. As he sat there, an odd sensation washed over him. It seemed that expressing his desires to his mother was not as daunting as he had imagined. When he grew up, he would share all the good things he acquired with her. The carriage came to a gentle stop at the Marquis' gate, and Qin Jiwei led Nan down. Xie Jingshun did not accompany them, but returned to the training grounds instead. He had been practicing late into the night and would often sneak away during breaks to see Nan, as today's training had yet to conclude. Qin Jiwei wished to prevent him from falling behind, so she escorted him back to the practice arena. While she endeavored to meet her children's needs in daily life, she would not compromise on their education. Upon returning to Qinglan Courtyard, Qin Jiwei instructed the maid, Take this little girl to wash up and find her some fitting clothes. Nan was still clad in a tattered gray robe, her face covered in grime, obscuring her features. The maid nodded and led Nan away. Continuing her instructions, Qin Jiwei added, Also, summon the physician. Remember to call for Dr. Ming. The Marquis' residence had both a male and a female physician, with Dr. Ming being the latter. After completing her directives, Qin Jiwei began to attend to the accounts of Qinglan Courtyard. Soon enough, the maid returned with Nan, who had bathed and received treatment. Her hair was still slightly damp, cascading softly over her shoulders, and her large, dark eyes timidly regarded Qin Jiwei. The clothes, though somewhat oversized, were clean and tidy, transforming Nan into a different person altogether. Qin Jiwei gently called, Good child, come here. Chapter 64. Never have I seen her so obedient before. Upon hearing this, Nan took small steps towards her. Qin Jiwei's brows furrowed slightly. Only upon closer inspection did she realize that Nan was truly beautiful, with a delicate face, fair skin, and willow-like brows framing her almond-shaped eyes, she would certainly grow into a stunning beauty. However, Qin Jiawei always maintained a sense of caution towards strangers. While she felt pity for Nan and was inclined to assist her, she needed to observe her character further. Nan timidly lifted her gaze. Mustering the courage to bow deeply to Qin Jiawei, her voice as soft as a feather. "Thank you, madam, for saving my life. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." At the moment Nan bowed, Qin Jiawei could not help but chuckle lightly. This child, without any guidance, did not even know how to properly greet someone. "What would I want with your life?" Qin Jiawei teased. Nan pressed her lips together, replying, "But I have nothing else. Only my life. Madam spent a great deal of silver to save me, yet I cannot repay you." Qin Jiawei gently reassured her, "You need not do anything for me. In the future, you will work at Qinglan Courtyard, and I shall instruct others to give you the simplest tasks. Just focus on recuperating and growing strong." Nan's eyes brimmed with tears. She never anticipated that Madam would not only rescue her but also treat her with such kindness. "Thank you, Madam," she said, bowing again. Seeing her prepare to bow once more, Qin Jiawei quickly interjected, "Please, no more bows." Turning to Song Mama, she instructed, "Teach her some etiquette." Nan was taken aback. And as Qin Jiawei looked at her with a smile, she said, "Make sure to learn well, and once you do not bow to everyone indiscriminately." With Qin Jiawei's gentle demeanor, Nan's fears gradually dissipated, and her voice grew a touch louder. "Yes, Nan will learn diligently." In the evening, Xie Jingchun, concerned about Nan's injuries, hurried back after school. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted Nan standing by the table. Her hair was tied in a simple bun, adorned in a light green maid's outfit, her face pale and delicate. Realizing it was indeed Nan, Xie Jingchun burst into laughter. "I almost didn't recognize you. This little girl seems to have transformed completely." Nan bashfully smiled, mimicking the gestures Song Mama taught her earlier, albeit a bit clumsily in her bow. Xie Jingchun was amused by her awkwardness, grinning. "You're doing quite well." He then inquired, "Have your injuries been treated?" Nan replied, "Yes. The young lady has already sent the physician to attend to my wounds." Xie Jingchun nodded. "That's good. Mother is always thorough and considerate." Recalling the action Song Mama had taught her, Nan poured a cup of tea for Xie Jingchun. Meanwhile, Qin Jiawei quietly sipped her tea from a chair. Before long, a maid outside announced, "Young madam, the young master has returned." Qin Jiawei exchanged glances with Song Mama, both recalling this morning's incident with Xie Yanli and the contraceptive potion. Qin Jiawei hurried out of the main room, coming face to face with Xie Yanli. Dressed in a red court robe, he stood tall and imposing, his face cold and stern, with sharp features that exuded an air of aloofness. Qin Jiawei smiled gently, her voice soft as she asked, "Husband, have you dined yet?" This matter was indeed her fault. She should have been more cautious with the potion, ensuring Xie Yanli never discovered it. However, it seemed there would be no next time. Xie Yanli, unusually indifferent today, responded coldly, "I have already eaten." His lips were tightly pressed, devoid of any smile, and he walked directly to the study. Qin Jiawei remained in place, watching his retreating figure. It had been a long time since she had seen such an expression on Xie Yanli. Throughout their time together, though he remained stoic, he had been markedly warmer than on their wedding night. Yet now, he had reverted to that previous state. It seemed he was genuinely upset. With a soft sigh, Qin Jiawei lifted her gaze once more. If he was angry, she would soothe him. In the study, Xie Yanli wore a grim expression, instructing Zizhu at the door. "No matter who comes, I do not wish to see them." Zizhu nodded. "Understood, young master." Since this morning, Xie Yanli had appeared unhappy, though the reason remained unknown. Sitting at his desk, he forced himself to focus on the documents before him, trying to suppress thoughts of her. Just as he settled into silence, he heard Qin Jiawei's voice from outside. "I have brought ginseng soup and some pastries for nourishment." Zizhu's voice followed, "Young madam, the young master has instructed that he is busy with work tonight and will not receive guests." Outside, Qin Jiawei paused, realizing he was indeed upset. When one is angry, they're often unyielding. It would be wise to let him calm down before attempting to comfort him. Having spent considerable time with Xie Yanli, Qin Jiawei believed she understood him somewhat. He was not difficult to appease. Xie Yanli listened intently for a while, but soon, no further sounds came from outside. His lips pressed tightly together. Had she truly left just like that? Never had he seen her so compliant. Chapter 65. A curious situation with Xie Yanli. The scene of Qin Jiawei's visit to the study unfolded before the eyes of three children not far away. All three were in Xie Jing's room, sitting by the window, gazing outside. Xie Jingchun, munching on an apple, mumbled, "What is happening with father? This is the first time I have seen mother being kept out of the study." Xie Ju tilted his small head, pondering, "I don't know. Perhaps father is simply too busy." Xie Jing's voice was indifferent. He preferred solitude while studying, so it was reasonable to assume that his father shared the same sentiment. Not receiving an answer, Xie Jingchun shifted his inquiry. "Do you think father and mother will sleep together tonight? Why do father and mother need to sleep together?" Xie Ju asked, looking up. Xie Jingchun took another large bite of his apple, explaining, "Because if father and mother sleep together, it shows that their relationship is good. I have a good relationship with mother, but..." Xie Ju murmured softly, "Father won't let me sleep with her, alas." Xie Jing glanced at him, patiently elucidating, "It is because the servants in the household are hierarchical. The better the relationship between mother and father, the higher her status will be in the Marquis' residence." Although Xie Ju did not fully comprehend his words, he felt there was a profound logic to them. He lifted his little face, looking at Xie Jing with admiration. "Elder brother, you are so impressive." Meeting his gaze, Xie Jing felt a flicker of joy in his heart. "If you two have nothing else to do, return to your rooms. I still have homework to finish." "All right," Xie Jingchun replied, tugging at his younger brother's small tuft of hair. "Third brother, let us go." Xie Ju nodded vigorously and waved his small hand towards Xie Jing. "Elder brother, we are leaving." Xie Jing curled his lips in amusement, thinking that his elder brother and youngest brother were truly endearing in their childishness. In the study, Xie Yanli gazed at the nearly extinguished candle flame, his expression growing increasingly somber. Has she truly left just like that? She truly does not care for me, hence her refusal to keep our child. Since she does not care for me, I, too, need not concern myself with her. Setting aside the documents in his hand, he washed up and directly reclined on the soft couch in the study. Just a woman, he thought. I shall not dwell on her. As the night deepened, Xie Yanli fell into a profound slumber, yet his consciousness gradually sank into a bizarre dream. In this dream, he found himself in Meng County, managing a flood disaster. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, resembling a heavy leaden plate that made it hard to breathe. He was busy directing rescue operations with his subordinates. Suddenly, assassins appeared like phantoms, and a flash of cold light struck him. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, and warm blood gushed forth. In an instant, he found himself in the main hall of the Qi Wangfu, discussing tax reform with the prince. However, chaos erupted once more as an assassin, emerging from nowhere, lunged at him with a gleaming dagger. Due to his injured arm, he could not react in time. In the ensuing chaos, the assassin's weapon plunged into his right leg. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him like a torrential tide. In that misty dreamscape, the scene abruptly shifted from the disorder of the Qi Wangfu to a battlefield shrouded in smoke. He saw the Qi Wang clad in armor, his eyes devoid of the previous gentleness, replaced by ambition and madness. The prince had indeed rebelled. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of clashing swords and cries for battle. Flames leaping high into the night sky, the rebel forces surged towards the imperial city like a relentless tide. Xie Yanli jolted upright from his bed, cold sweat drenching his forehead, feeling as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. The surrounding stillness momentarily disoriented him. Yet, the scenes from his dream replayed vividly in his mind, each detail so real that his heart raced uncontrollably. The assassination during the disaster relief, the bloody melee during the Qi Wang's rebellion, and the searing pain in his leg all felt as if they had just transpired. Instinctively, he reached down to touch his leg. The intact sensation left him bewildered. Xie Yanli could not help but recall the dream Qin Jiwei had shared with him, in which she envisioned him being attacked at the Qi Wang's poetry gathering. He never expected to have a similar dream himself. This occurrence struck him as exceedingly mysterious. He had never been one to believe in deities or supernatural phenomena. Yet, the vividness of this dream compelled him to reconsider. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 66, The 10,000 Buddha Temple. At the break of dawn the next day, Xie Yanli departed in a horse-drawn carriage, heading to the 10,000 Buddha Temple. This marriage was predicated upon the words of Master Kongyu, who had revealed to her that she was destined to face a calamity, one that could only be averted by marrying a daughter of the Qin family. Initially skeptical, Xie Yanli found herself reconsidering after surviving an assassination attempt at the poetry gathering, an event that transpired thanks to Qin Jiwei, who had urged her to don chainmail. Furthermore, the peculiar dream she had experienced the previous night lingered in her mind. Upon her arrival at the 10,000 Buddha Temple, she was informed that Master Kongyu seldom welcomed visitors, but upon learning of her identity as the young Master Xie, he readily agreed to meet her. A young monk guided Xie Yanli to the Master's meditation chamber. Within the serene courtyard, evergreens stood tall, and the rustling bamboo leaves created an atmosphere reminiscent of a pure land amidst the mundane world. When Xie Yanli encountered Master Kongyu, he was seated on a mat, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony. Hearing her footsteps, he slowly lifted his gaze, as if he had anticipated her arrival, and calmly addressed her as young Master Xie. Xie Yanli bowed deeply, her voice slightly hoarse as she spoke. Master Kongyu, I was troubled by a strange dream last night, which has left my mind in disarray. The two took their seats opposite one another at the table, where Xie Yanli recounted the bizarre dream to Master Kongyu. After a considerable pause, the master brought his hands together in prayer, regarding her with a compassionate gaze, and gently stated, Young Master Xie, I once confided in the matriarch of the Xie family that you were destined to face a calamity. What you dreamed last night pertains to that very calamity. He then glanced towards the Bodhi tree in the courtyard, adding, However, this calamity has now been resolved. Xie Yanli's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, Is this resolution due to my wife? Master Kongyu nodded slowly. Emerging from the 10,000 Buddha temple, Xie Yanli climbed back into his carriage, making his way directly to the Marquess' residence. At Qinglan Courtyard, Qin Jiwei was sipping tea when a maid announced, Madam, the young master has returned. Just as she rose to greet him, Xie Yanli entered the room, catching her off guard. The expression in Xie Yanli's eyes was rather peculiar. Qin Jiwei smiled faintly, intending to speak, but Xie Yanli interjected first. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers, his voice melodious as he expressed, Thank you. Qin Jiwei was somewhat perplexed by her husband's sudden gratitude. Xie Yanli continued in a subdued tone, I am grateful for your intervention at the Qi Wangfu poetry gathering. Had you not insisted that I wear chainmail, I might have met my demise. In truth, it was not only at the Qi Wangfu poetry gathering. His decision to refrain from going to Ming County had also stemmed from Qin Jiwei's insistence that he accompany her to her familial home. Everything aligned perfectly. What he had initially perceived as mere coincidence now revealed itself to be an inevitable fate. All of the tribulations he faced had been navigated with Qin Jiwei's assistance. Qin Jiwei was taken aback. This had all occurred just 2 days prior. Why was Xie Yanli expressing his gratitude now? While her motivations had been self-serving, she had indeed saved his life. She felt that this gratitude was something she could accept. We are husband and wife. There is no need for such formality, she replied with a gentle tone. Then why do you not desire my children? Xie Yanli felt a twinge of frustration within. Yet, he now understood that Qin Jiwei had saved him. She was his savior. Regardless, he should not show her displeasure. These were 2 separate matters that warranted distinct consideration. Yes, we are husband and wife, Xie Yanli responded softly, seeing him no longer wear a cold expression. Qin Jiwei felt a sense of relief, albeit still uncertain about the reasons behind his change in demeanor. Yet, the outcome was favorable. Before she could soothe him further, Xie Yanli had already regained his composure. Nevertheless, she sensed that he still harbored some unexpressed irritation. With this thought, she softened her tone and smiled gently, My lord. You have not yet had breakfast this morning. It is unwise to remain on an empty stomach. The kitchen has prepared a meal. Would you care to partake? Xie Yanli shook his head lightly, replying, I must visit Wenyuan Pavilion shortly, so I shall forego breakfast at home. Please enjoy your meal with the children. If the dream foretold events yet to unfold, then the Qi Wang's ambitions for rebellion were indeed true. The assassination attempts in Ming County and at the Qi Wangfu were likely orchestrated by the Qi Wang himself. There was still time to act. He needed to strategize and gather evidence of the Qi Wang's treason before he could incite further chaos. As Qin Jiwei observed Xie Yanli's retreating figure, she blinked in surprise. This morning, she had assumed he was absent from the morning court session due to a leave of absence. Little did she know he was headed to Wenyuan Pavilion. Indeed, such was Xie Yanli. Even his leaves of absence were but half-hearted. After completing her breakfast and sending their 3 children off to school, Qin Jiwei immersed herself in managing the affairs of Qinglan Courtyard, with all responsibilities resting upon her shoulders. And with the month's end necessitating a review of the accounts, she busied herself until dusk. In the main courtyard during dinner, Xie Yanli returned earlier than the previous day, joining her for the evening meal. As Qin Jiwei looked up at Xie Jingchen, she could not help but notice the transformation in his countenance. Compared to a month prior, the youthful innocence had gradually faded, revealing sharper, more defined features that boasted a striking handsomeness. Noticing her gaze, Xie Jingchen grinned and asked, Mother, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Chapter 67, The young master surprisingly does not allow the young mistress to enter the study. Qin Jiwei smiled gently, noting that her mother seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight recently. It's because my master has begun teaching me swordplay, Xie Jingchun explained, his tone obedient. He sighed lightly. I had been practicing the spear, but I now realize that swordsmanship is far more challenging. When I was learning the spear, I could master it with 3 hours of practice daily. Now, with the sword, I need to add an extra half hour each day. Qin Jiwei nodded, understanding why Xie Jingchun appeared so much thinner. Do you remember the fundamentals of swordplay? Xie Yanli suddenly inquired. Upon discussing serious matters, Xie Jingchun immediately adopted a more focused demeanor. Of course, he replied. Swordsmanship involves various techniques such as thrusting, flicking, sweeping, chopping, and slashing. For instance, in a thrust, the sword must move in a straight line, with force directed to the tip. The wrist must be agile, and power should be transmitted from the waist to the arms and finally to the tip of the sword. Even a slight deviation can lead to missing the target. Xie Yanli nodded in satisfaction, affirming that Xie Jingchun's answers were indeed correct. Initially, he had thought Xie Jingchun was merely slow in his studies, but it appeared that he had been attentive in his lessons, albeit lacking in natural talent for swordsmanship. Fortunately, diligence can compensate for lack of skill, and as long as Xie Jingchun practices diligently, he will surely master it. Hearing this, the Marquis set aside his chopsticks and turned to Xie Jingchun with a warm smile, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from Xie Yanli and Xie Chongji's childhood training in martial arts. His second son, Xie Chongji, was notably less adept than his elder brother, Xie Yanli. In their youth, to strengthen their bodies, they often underwent training with various weapons and physical exercises. Yanli could learn after just one demonstration, while Chongji required 4 or 5 repetitions. Though both were his sons, he naturally favored the more accomplished Yanli. Nevertheless, Xie Chongji had shown commendable effort and now held an important position in the military. Lady Marquis, observing the cheerful atmosphere at the table, felt a twinge of discomfort. The Marquis always spoke of Xie Yanli with pride, yet his demeanor remained indifferent when mentioning her son, Chongji. After all, Chongji was also his son, and the only one still serving in the military. How could he possibly be inferior to Xie Yanli? Frustrated, she tossed her porcelain spoon into her bowl, losing all appetite. Seeing the family enjoying their meal, the old matriarch's eyes crinkled with joy. Not only has Spring become thinner, but our Ju has also improved so much, she exclaimed. Although Xie had not been to the point of emaciation, he had appeared listless and somewhat sallow. Now, however, he had been nurtured to a rosy complexion, his round face and bright eyes resembling that of a doll from a traditional painting. Everyone at the table turned their attention to Xie. Noticing their scrutiny, he shyly nestled closer to Qin Jiwei. The old matriarch teased, "Oh dear, look at you. Shy little one. Indeed, you have improved greatly," Xie Yanli commented kindly. Xie Wanning rolled her eyes, retorting, "What improvement? He still looks dreadful, like a ghost. He'll grow up to be a failure, just like a lowly wretch." The old matriarch then turned her praise towards Qin Jiwei, sitting beside Xie. "It's all thanks to Jiwei. I recall how she used carrot soup and tremella porridge to nourish Ju's spleen and stomach, and it has proven effective." Qin Jiwei smiled modestly. This is merely the duty of a granddaughter-in-law. Lady Marquis detested hearing the old matriarch praise Qin Jiwei, as if she were the only one capable of doing anything right in the Marquis household. In truth, the current order and harmony within the household were largely her accomplishments. At that moment, the ever-attentive Mama Kong stepped in, lifting the curtain and announcing respectfully, "Madam, a servant just delivered a message that Miss Chu will arrive early tomorrow morning." "Is it so soon?" Lady Marquis exclaimed, momentarily startled but quickly regained her composure. She instructed, "Have the staff tidy the rooms. Everything must be in order." "Yes, madam. I shall attend to it right away," Mama Kong replied. Later that evening, in the study, Zijou softly asked, "Young master, will you be going to the main house tonight?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yanli set down his brush. Zijou cautiously met his master's cold, handsome gaze. Just 2 nights ago, Xie Yanli had surprisingly forbidden the young mistress from entering the study, a most unprecedented occurrence. He had assumed they were at odds. But upon learning that the young master had visited the 10,000 Buddha temple that morning, he believed all was well again. Surely, the young master would return to the young mistress's chamber tonight. After all, as an observer, he was well aware of the young master's affections for the young mistress. However, just as he finished his thought, Xie Yanli's icy voice echoed in the room. No, Zijou was taken aback. Had he misjudged the young master's feelings? That seemed implausible. Without further ado, Xie Yanli resumed his work. flipping to the next document with a stoic expression. Though he felt gratitude towards Qin Jiwei for her life-saving assistance if she was so adamant about not wanting his child, he would acquiesce to her wishes. From this day forth, he would no longer stay in the main house. Chapter 68. The young master did not visit again tonight on the other side, after Qin Jiwei finished her grooming. She changed into a light and delicate nightgown and sat by the bed. Miss, the young master did not come again tonight. Shui could not help but sigh. Qin Jiwei chuckled softly. It's all right. We can sleep peacefully. If Xie Yanli does not come, that is for the best. I won't need to take any contraceptive medicine. Seeing her mistress so unconcerned, Shui sighed again as she lowered the mosquito net around the bed and bowed her way out. The next day, Qin Jiwei sipped her porridge. Xie Yanli had left the residence early, presumably concerning the Qi Wang's affairs. Although she had not directly informed him of the Qi Wang's treasonous intentions, Xie Yanli, being both cautious and astute, must have sensed the peculiarities at the poetry gathering. After sending the 3 children off to school, the Qinglan courtyard fell into a moment of tranquility. However, scarcely had she settled down when a maid entered, reporting, "Young madam, Miss Chiu has arrived. The madam requests your presence." Understood, Qin Jiwei replied softly, setting down her teacup. At the entrance of the Marquis' residence, a carriage leisurely came to a halt. A delicate hand gently lifted the curtain, and a lady dressed in a flowing white gown stepped down. The fabric was exquisite, subtly shimmering, lending her an air of elegance and serenity. Her skin was fair as snow, her brows like distant mountains, and her presence was as enchanting as mist enveloping emerald peaks. Her long, ink-black hair glistened, loosely pinned with a jade hairpin, a few wisps falling delicately by her ears, enhancing her vulnerable charm. As she gracefully descended from the carriage, her every movement was like that of a slender willow bending in the breeze, reminiscent of a fairy stepping down from a painting. Xia Weining, having been summoned early by the madam to greet guests, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing Qiu Yueli's appearance and rolled her eyes dramatically. Which noble girl dresses in white? She looks as if she is attending a funeral. Truly a product of a small town, lacking sophistication. Qiu Yueli approached the 3 and performed a graceful curtsy. Greetings, aunt. Good child, rise quickly. No need for such formality, the madam chuckled lightly, lavishly praising her. It has been so long since we last met. I scarcely recognized you, Yueli. You have blossomed into such a beauty. Being of the same maternal lineage, the madam felt a sense of pride at Qiu Yueli's ethereal beauty. Qiu Yueli's lips curved into a gentle, elegant smile. Aunt, you flatter me. I had only met you once as a child, and I am astonished to find you unchanged after all these years. Although the madam knew her words were mere pleasantries, she was charmed and smiled with squinting eyes. Xia Weining rolled her eyes again at this blatant flattery. How can she speak such nonsense? Look how aged her mother has become. She found the sycophancy utterly distasteful. Qin Jiwei observed quietly, remaining silent. Initially, she had expected Qiu Yueli, adorned in her flowing white gown, to be aloof and proud, but was surprised to find her sweet-tongued and clever, a stark contrast to Xia Weining, who wore her emotions on her sleeve. After exchanging pleasantries with the madam, Qiu Yueli's gaze was drawn to Qin Jiwei, who stood nearby. As she took in Qin Jiwei's appearance, her smile faltered momentarily. In her hometown, she would have been considered the most beautiful woman in Linzhou, and she had always been confident in her looks. Yet, encountering such a stunning woman on her very first day in the capital was unexpected. Qin Jiwei surpassed her beauty. However, her momentary surprise quickly transformed into a smile as she realized this must be her cousin-in-law, the wife of Yanli. Greetings, cousin, Qiu Yueli said, performing another graceful curtsy. Qin Jiwei replied gently, Sister, there is no need for such formality. We are all family. Although she did not particularly care for this cousin who had traveled from afar, she would not let it show. Qiu Yueli performed another curtsy. Greetings, cousin Weining. Xia Weining, feeling displeased that she was the last to receive a greeting, thought, what does this mean? Does she think Qin Jiwei holds a higher status than me? After all, I am the daughter of the Marquis, while she is merely an outsider. Enraged, Xia Weining ignored Qiu Yueli's greeting entirely. The madam immediately shot Xia Weining a disapproving glance. Child, you must learn to be more gracious and considerate, she scolded gently. Let us not linger at the door, come inside. I have prepared your courtyard. It is right beside the main courtyard, and I have named it Moonlight Courtyard. Qiu Yueli immediately curtsied. Thank you, aunt. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. The madam affectionately held her hand. Silly child, your mother is my own sister. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Qin Jiwei had always kept a respectful distance from the madam, and seeing that there was nothing more for her to do, she found an excuse to return to Qinglong Courtyard. In Qinglong Courtyard, Xiaoyi poured Qin Jiwei a cup of tea and remarked, "Miss, the madam is treating Miss Jia with such care. I hear she has sent many fine gifts to Moonling Courtyard, and the maids and servants are arranged according to the third young lady's standards. This is the first time I have seen the madam so attentive to someone." Qin Jiwei leisurely sipped her floral tea, explaining, "The madam's family hails from Ningzhou, and being alone in the capital, she must feel lonely. With her own kin finally arriving, it is only natural that she seeks to foster closeness." However, she paused, a cold smile gracing her lips. Perhaps there are ulterior motives at play. In Moonling Courtyard, after conversing with Qiu Yueli for some time, the madam reluctantly took her leave upon receiving a report from a maid. Watching the madam depart, Qiu Yueli's previously smiling countenance immediately turned cold. The maid, Shanqin, remarked, "The madam truly cares for the young lady, doesn't she?" Qiu Yueli did not respond. Instead, she observed the decor and arrangement of the room, her eyes growing brighter with each detail. The Marquis' residence was indeed remarkable. Even the most ordinary decorations were beyond anything she had previously encountered. After her father's death, she and her mother had been sidelined by the clan elders and forced to return to her maternal home. She had grown weary of living under someone else's roof and being at the mercy of others. A fierce determination flickered in Qiu Yueli's eyes. "This time in the capital, I am determined to seize an opportunity for myself." Back in the main courtyard, after finishing her tasks, the madam took a sip of tea. Madame Kong spoke up, "Madam, why go through such trouble? No matter how exceptional Miss Qiu may be, she is still just a cousin. How can she compare to your own daughter?" "The third young lady?" The madam scoffed, with waning disposition. "Which noble would choose her? Although Qiu Yueli is merely a cousin, her beauty and talent far exceed Waning's. She will undoubtedly attract the favor of the gentry. By treating her well now, I hope she will remember my kindness and be willing to help should I require her assistance in the future." Madame Kong sighed. Madame is truly concerned for the second young master's future. In the evening, Xie Jing returned from school to the main house but found no sign of Qin Jiwei. So he found a spot to sit. This had become their brother's habit. After school, they would first come to the main house to pay their respects to their mother. Of course, both parents were of utmost importance. If their father was present, they would greet him too. If not, they would let it be and then proceed to the main courtyard for dinner. Before long, Xie entered, his short legs carrying him inside. He raised his little face to search the room, but upon failing to find Qin Jiwei, he settled down obediently. Xie Jingshun was the last to return. He had been training longer at the martial arts field lately, and by the time he finished, night had already fallen. He surveyed the room and wondered aloud, "Where's mother? Why haven't I seen her?" Chapter 69. Qiu Yueli held a deep admiration for him. At this moment, Qin Jiwei was in the small kitchen, instructing the cook to prepare medicinal porridge for the children's nourishment. Xie Jing and Xie Ju, who were currently studying, required more nourishment due to their extensive reading. Thus, their porridge consisted of goji berries and pig liver, both known for their benefits to eyesight. As Qin Jiwei's culinary skills were merely average, she refrained from cooking herself. Yet her concern compelled her to inspect the ingredients before returning to the main house. To her surprise, upon her return, the once empty room was now bustling with people. Xie Ju, spotting her, immediately dashed towards her. Xie Jingshun, observing from the side, could not help but smirk, thinking to himself how delightful it was to be young, allowing one to easily act spoiled and charming. "Your Grace," a maid announced at the entrance. With Xie Ju in her arms, Qin Jiwei turned and met Xie Yanli's cold, dark gaze. She smiled softly and called out, "Husband." Xie Yanli nodded slightly. He had not intended to visit the main house, but the presence of the children prompted him to check in. His brow furrowed slightly upon noticing a new maid, Nan Nan, who appeared to be just as young as Xie Jing. Qin Jiwei noticed Xie Yanli's gaze and understood his surprise at encountering Nan Nan after his absence from the main house for 2 days. Approaching him, she gently explained, omitting the details of Xie Jingshun's gambling, which was merely a misunderstanding. "This little girl was saved by Chun Go, and we found her pitiable, so we brought her back as a maid." Xie Yanli nodded, his expression deepening with thought, impressed by her kindness. He chose to disregard the part about the girl being saved by Xie Jingshun. On their way to the main courtyard for dinner, Qin Jiwei recounted the significant events of the day. Walking beside him, her voice was soft. "Husband, today the niece of the Marquis has arrived at the estate." Name Xie Yanli was initially attentive, yet the proximity between them was overwhelming. The delicate fragrance emanating from her enveloped him like an invisible hand, gently plucking at his heartstrings. Since that night, they had not been this close. He recalled how, during that moment, the same fragrance had filled his senses, intensifying when she was emotionally stirred. Miss Chiu will also be coming to the main house shortly. As she spoke, she noticed Xie Yanli seemed lost in thought and gently called, "Husband." He snapped back to reality, instinctively nodding. Good. Do you know what I was saying?" she inquired. Never mind, she thought, realizing that Xie Yanli's mind was occupied with official matters, and she should not burden him with trivialities. In the main courtyard, Qiu Yueli gracefully curtsied, her voice melodic. "Greetings to the Marquess and the matriarch." The elder lady smiled. "Rise. You must be the niece of the Marquise. You are indeed remarkable, not only in beauty but also in decorum." Qiu Yueli smiled at the praise, well aware of her exceptional beauty that stood out even in the capital. "The young master and the young lady have arrived," a maid announced from outside. Qiu Yueli turned her gaze eagerly towards the entrance. She had long heard of Xie Yanli's reputation, especially following the Battle of Heishui. Her admiration for him was profound, yet she had never seen him in person. Soon, a tall figure entered the room. At that moment, all eyes fell upon him. He wore a flowing white robe, his stature reminiscent of a pine tree, tall and imposing. His brows were like ink, strikingly refined, with a visage devoid of any smile and an air of aloofness. He exuded an aura of nobility that made outsiders feel he was untouchable. Qiu Yueli's heart raced, her cheeks warming. To her astonishment, Xie Yanli was not only extraordinarily talented but also strikingly handsome, the most exquisite man she had ever encountered. However, in the next instant, a captivating figure stepped beside Xie Yanli. Standing in tandem with him, Qin Jiwei, naturally radiant, possessed an elegant oval face framed by slightly upturned, sparkling peach blossom eyes. Dressed in a begonia red garment, she appeared even more exquisite against her snow-white complexion, exuding a charming allure without a hint of frivolity. Together, they resembled a perfect pair. Qiu Yueli felt a pang of bitterness in her heart as she observed Xie Yanli and Qin Jiwei perform their greetings to the elders before taking their seats. Despite her lingering gaze on Xie Yanli, she noted with disappointment that he had not once looked her way, dousing her initial excitement with cold reality. Biting her lip, she took her seat. Dinner was soon served by the maids. "This dish is quite exceptional. It must be a new creation from the kitchen," Xiao old lady remarked, savoring the dish before her. The Marquise smiled proudly. This dish was not prepared by the kitchen, but by Yueli herself. "Is that so?" Xiao old lady expressed surprise. "I did not realize Miss Chiu was adept in cooking." Qiu Yueli replied. "This dish is called furong crab dough, a specialty from Linzhou. I hope it meets your approval." She lowered her gaze modestly. "My culinary skills are lacking. I am grateful if the matriarch does not find it unsatisfactory." Xia old lady shook her head. "Not at all. Your skills are on par with her chef's. You are too humble, dear child." A glimmer of delight sparkled in Qiu Yueli's eyes, confirming her expectations. Having learned that the matriarch favored crab, she had specifically prepared this dish. In the Marquis, with the Marquis indifferent to affairs and the Marquise already leaning in her favor, her next step was to win the matriarch's affection. Yet, what she truly yearned for was with hopeful eyes. She gazed at the unparalleled figure of Xie Yanli, her delicate face brimming with anticipation. "Young master, would you care to sample my culinary skills?" Chapter 70. Qin Jiwei lunged towards Xie Yanli, who remained indifferent, his gaze unyielding and his voice as frigid as frost. "No." Qiu Yueli's smile faltered instantaneously. He did not even bother to offer a reason. He simply rejected her outright. And before the assembly, no less. With a sense of injustice, Qiu Yueli bit her lip, questioning if he truly was so heartless. Qin Jiwei leisurely sipped the sweet porridge from her bowl, unable to suppress a chuckle at Qiu Yueli's embarrassment. While the world praised Xie Yanli as a natural gem, interacting with him was far from delightful. Now, at least she was not the only one suffering this discomfort. How delightful that was. Xie Jing lifted his eyelids to regard Qiu Yueli, then cast a sidelong glance at the chuckling Qin Jiwei. "Mother, how can you still smile when someone is trying to court father right in front of you?" The others at the table were already well acquainted with Xie Yanli's distant demeanor. Not even when the Marquis personally served him did Xie Yanli deign to show any courtesy. Alas, his extraordinary talents and the Emperor's sole trust in him left no room for dissent. Thus, no one dared to speak on Qiu Yueli's behalf. The Marquess only dared to assert herself with Qin Jiwei, but remained entirely mute regarding Xie Yanli. She lowered her head, pretending not to hear. Xie Wanting instructed a maid to serve her some crab delicacies, only to wrinkle her nose in distaste after tasting it. Humph, hardly appetizing. After dinner, Qin Jiwei and her companions returned to Qinglan courtyard. Xie Jing couldn't help but recall the earlier dinner scene, his brow furrowing. Qiu Yueli's intentions toward his father were unmistakably clear, yet his mother seemed entirely unperturbed. However, he cherished their current life. The happiness he had so painstakingly obtained was not to be disrupted by anyone. Mother, Xie Jing approached Qin Jiwei's side and softly called out, turning her gaze. Qin Jiwei inquired, "What is it?" Xie Jing pressed his lips together. "Did you not notice how strangely that Qiu girl treated father tonight?" Qin Jiwei was taken aback, surprised by her second son's keen observation. "You are quite perceptive, my dear." "Mother, we must remain cautious. One must never let their guard down," Xie Jing advised gravely. Qin Jiwei's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at her eldest and youngest, who were playfully teasing one another. Her second son was already strategizing for her benefit, while the first was wholly absorbed in his own mischief. Truly, each child was unique in their own right. Reassuringly, Qin Jiwei said, "Rest assured, your father harbors no feelings for Qiu Yueli. There is nothing between them, and you must trust your father. He is not one to indulge in frivolous affairs. Had he been inclined toward romantic pursuits, he would have married long ago and surrounded himself with concubines. As for Qiu Yueli, she is simply not a possibility." Qin Jiwei felt a measure of confidence in this assessment. Xie Jing contemplated briefly before nodding, convinced. From the moment he returned to the Marquis' residence, he had not seen any woman by his father's side until his mother arrived. Even with such a wonderful mother, his father had never been particularly close. In Xie Jing's heart, no one could replace her. Qin Jiwei observed the youthful face of Xie Jing. Her curiosity piqued. "But how do you know about such adult matters? Who taught you?" Xie Jing smirked confidently. "Mother, you underestimate me. It's as clear as day." Qin Jiwei, "Indeed. You are quite remarkable." Yueliang courtyard. "Have you gathered the information I asked for?" Qiu Yueli inquired, her expression slightly cold. The maid, Shanqin, nodded. "Miss, I have found out that young Master Xie and the young madam maintain a rather distant relationship. They still reside in separate quarters. The young madam occupies the main house while young Master Xie stays in the study." "Is that so?" Qiu Yueli's eyes brightened. If their relationship was strained, then her opportunity had arrived. Shanqin hesitated before speaking. "However, Miss, young Master Xie is already married. Your intention to enter the capital is to marry into nobility. Young Master Xie is indeed one of the finest candidates among the city's elite. Yet, he is married, and should you pursue him, you would merely be a favored concubine. How could that compare to becoming the legitimate wife of another noble?" Qiu Yueli scoffed disdainfully. "What of his marriage? Young Master Xie and Qin Jiwei share no affection. Their union has been brief enough to be considered as acquaintances. The truth is, young Master Xie wed her out of necessity, not desire." As thoughts of Xie Yanli's coldly handsome visage flitted through her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly. Upon seeing him for the first time today, she knew he was meant for her. Who else could possibly be worthy of her? If Qin Jiwei could not capture young Master Xie's heart, then let her take the chance. Qinglan courtyard. An hour after dinner, Qin Jiwei instructed a maid to bring the prepared herbal soup to the 3 children. The portions she prepared were modest, intended for nourishment rather than satiation. She had ordered 4 bowls in total, with 1 reserved. As she meandered through the winding corridors towards the study, holding a delicate food box, Zijou spotted her arrival and promptly bowed. "Young madam, I come bearing herbal soup for the young master." Qin Jiwei spoke gently. Zijou pondered briefly, recalling that the young master had stated only the night before that no one was to enter the study. However, he had not reiterated that tonight. With a respectful creak, Zijou opened the door. "Young madam, please enter." Xie Yanli was seated at the desk, his slender, pale hands gripping a brush. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his gaze from the scrolls. "It is you." Qin Jiwei glided to the desk, placing the food box before him. With a voice as soothing as water, she said, "I have brought you a bowl of herbal soup, my dear husband. You must take care of your health amidst your labors." Xie Yanli's deep-set eyes hinted that he was not entirely indifferent to her concern. A slight smile graced his lips. "Thank you." He set the brush aside. Seeing his willingness to partake, Qin Jiwei's eyes sparkled with joy as she opened the food box, releasing a plume of steam accompanied by the unique aroma of the soup. She presented a porcelain bowl before him. Though Xie Yanli's demeanor towards her had softened slightly since that day, it still bore an air of peculiarity, likely residual discomfort from the postnatal tonic. Thus, She could only coax him gently. As he took a spoonful of the herbal soup, he found its flavor delightful. After finishing one spoonful, he prepared to take another when suddenly his brow furrowed. There seemed to be something foreign within the soup. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Jiwei. Surely the kitchen staff wouldn't be so careless. She hastily gathered her skirts and rushed to the desk, unaware of the small object beneath her foot. Suddenly, her foot slipped on a tiny bead, and she lost her balance, exclaiming as she tumbled towards Xie Yanli. Chapter 71. Allowing Qiu Yueli to enter as a concubine, Xie Yanli swiftly reached out and encircled her slender waist. Qin Jiwei felt a sudden tightening at her waist, and then she fell into a warm embrace. Her balance faltered, and instinctively, she clutched Xie Yanli's neck, her cheek pressed against his chest. The steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears like thunder. Her originally fair complexion was unwittingly tinged with a rosy hue. Xie Yanli lowered his gaze. Observing the beauty in his arms, he noted how Qin Jiwei's small hands clutched his garment tightly, her eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. Her flushed cheeks resembled blooming peach blossoms in spring, and her eyes shimmered with glimmering light. Witnessing this, Xie Yanli felt a tightness in his throat. His mind involuntarily drifted back to that night, when she was just as vulnerable. Qin Jiwei quickly regained her composure and instinctively attempted to extricate herself from Xie Yanli's embrace. She pressed her pink lips together, murmuring, "Husband, it was merely a moment of instability, not intentional." With a keen self-awareness, she recognized that while Xie Yanli's demeanor towards her had softened compared to the initial coldness, it did not imply romantic affection. She could feign grace, display vulnerability, and show kindness to the child to garner some of Xie Yanli's favor, but she understood that such goodwill was not likely to stem from romantic inclinations. After all, Xie Yanli had previously stated that they need not develop any feelings for one another, a sentiment she had etched into her memory. If he were to perceive her actions as an attempt to seduce him, it would undoubtedly provoke his disdain. Furthermore, apart from that night, this was the first time she had been so close to him while fully aware, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. The blush that crept from her cheeks to her ears persisted, and when she noticed that the hand around her waist had yet to loosen, she blinked her long lashes and raised her gaze to him, softly calling out, "Husband." The elongated intonation of husband dripped with sweetness, her voice now reminiscent of a melodious songbird, soft and enchanting. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanli tightened his embrace rather than loosening it. His dark eyes, unfathomably deep, flickered with emotion as he caught sight of the tears welling in Qin Jiwei's eyes, stirring his heart with an unexpected tremor. She seemed genuinely frightened and anxious. Sensing a release around her waist, Qin Jiwei almost immediately stood from Xie Yanli's lap. Her small face remained flushed, and she added, "This medicinal dish contains foreign substances. Please refrain from consuming it for now. I will ensure a thorough inspection next time." Noting the late hour, she urged, "Husband, you should rest early." With that, she hurriedly departed. It was only upon stepping outside that the cool night breeze began to dissipate the crimson hue on Qin Jiwei's face. She touched her flushed cheeks, feeling a pang of regret. How could she have become so flustered and bashful merely from sitting in his embrace? After all, she had lived 2 lifetimes. Yet, with Xie Yanli's remarkable presence, she could hardly deem herself at a disadvantage. Inside the room, Xie Yanli found himself suddenly bereft of her warmth. His thin lips pressed tightly together, feeling somewhat disoriented. His mind drifted back to her soft form and the faint fragrance that lingered in the air. He stirred the medicinal dish on the table with a porcelain spoon and noticed that the foreign substance he had previously detected was, in fact, an ingredient of traditional medicine. Realizing that this dish had been prepared for him by Qin Jiwei stirred something within him. Her concern and care were evident. Otherwise, she would not have gone to the trouble of making him this medicinal dish. Yet, if she truly cared for him, why had she been so eager to escape his hold earlier? Xie Yanli gazed at the bowl of medicinal soup, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Was it care or indifference? He found himself perplexed. In the main courtyard, Mama Kong helped the madam remove her hairpins. "Madam, during dinner today, I couldn't help but notice that Miss Chiu seems to harbor feelings for young Master Xie." The madam scoffed. "I have long been aware of her ambitious nature, but I never expected her to pursue Xie Yanli so boldly. Her audacity is remarkable." "Should we take any action now?" Mama Kong inquired. The madam pondered for a moment. She had initially intended for Qiu Yueli to marry into a powerful family, which could potentially benefit her son. However, she hadn't foreseen her fixation on Xie Yanli. With a light chuckle, she mused, "Perhaps this is for the best. I have grown weary of Qin Jiwei's composed demeanor, as if she has everything under control. But now that Xiao Yueli has arrived, I doubt Qin Jiawei will feel entirely secure. Xiao Yueli is no simple opponent. Let them clash and create chaos within Qinglan courtyard. The following day, a servant approached Qin Jiawei. Young madam, this is an invitation that just arrived from the palace. An invitation from the palace? Qin Jiawei took the invitation from the maid, and upon opening it, her lips immediately curved into a smile. Seeing her delight, Xiaohua curiously asked, Miss, what does the invitation say? Qin Jiawei closed the invitation, revealing that it was for the autumn banquet hosted by the Grand Princess in the Imperial Garden the day after tomorrow. Mentioning the Grand Princess softened Qin Jiawei's gaze. In her previous life, she had shared a close bond with the Grand Princess, and since her untimely death during childbirth, Qin Jiawei had longed for her. Now, she would finally have the chance to reunite. Xiaohua then thought of another matter. If Miss enters the palace, will she also be able to see the eldest Miss? I wonder how she is faring in the palace these days. Qin Jiawei smiled. Indeed, I miss my dear elder sister dearly. In the main courtyard, the madam greeted Yueli. You have only just arrived at the, and yet you are already here to pay your respects so early today. Unlike Qin Jiawei, who barely acknowledges me since her marriage. Xiao Yueli smiled. It is only right for a younger generation to pay respect to their elders. You are a dutiful child, and your aunt is well aware of this. The madam replied with a gentle demeanor. Naturally, I care for you. You have reached the age to discuss marriage. Do you have any plans in mind regarding your future? At this, Xiao Yueli's cheeks flushed. In her heart, she indeed harbored feelings for someone. The madam sipped her tea, feigning ignorance. Oh, who might that be? Xiao Yueli's blush deepened, her voice barely above a whisper. It is Cousin Yanli. Setting her teacup down, the madam smiled. This is wonderful news. If you were to marry into the, we would truly become a family. However, Cousin Yanli is already married. Xiao Yueli lowered her gaze, feigning sorrow. The madam smiled. What of marriage? If you can capture Yanli's heart, I will certainly advocate for you in front of my husband and the elder madam, allowing you to enter as a concubine and stand alongside Qin Jiawei. Upon hearing the term concubine, Xiao Yueli's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 72. Xiao Yueli's self-inflicted humiliation. Madam Ho grasped Xiao Yueli's hand and gently patted it in her palm. Yueli, you are blessed with beauty and talent. If you dare to act boldly, you will surely capture your cousin Yanli's heart. Xiao Yueli's ears flushed crimson as she nodded lightly. Aunt, I understand. As dusk fell, Xiao Yueli inquired, are you certain that young Master Xie will pass this way? Shanqi nodded, assuring her, I have inquired. And this is indeed the path young Master Xie takes to return to Qinglan courtyard. There can be no mistake. Xiao Yueli pressed her lips together, shedding her cloak to reveal her dance attire beneath. The dress was white, as pristine as untouched snow, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her delicate curves. The neckline formed an elegant arc, exposing her graceful neck and collarbone. Her long, dark hair cascaded like ink down her back, held in place by a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands framing her fair neck, enhancing her porcelain complexion. Xiao Yueli pinched her palm tightly. Though she had been living under someone else's roof in Linzhou, she was still a young lady of distinction. She had never performed such a public display, dancing in front of a man in her dance attire. Yet, to attain what she desired, she must be willing to make sacrifices and take risks. Her thoughts drifted to Xie Yanli's ethereal presence, her ears growing warm. And courage surged within her. As long as she could win his affection, she would do anything. With the sky darkening, she turned to Shanqi and said, let us begin. Shanqi nodded and retrieved a long flute from her sleeve. As the flute's melody filled the air, Xiao Yueli gracefully moved her long sleeves in rhythm. In the twilight glow, she danced in her white attire, the layers of her dress flowing like delicate petals of a blooming white lotus. Within the pavilion, her movements were enchanting, yet her gaze remained fixed on the path. At last, a familiar figure appeared at the end of the trail, dressed in a crimson robe. Xie Yanli looked even more ethereal, resembling a snow jade from the mountains. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon him, illuminating his strikingly cold visage. He stood tall, with steady strides, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed to push others away. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Yueli's eyes. She danced with renewed vigor, her figure reminiscent of a fragile willow swaying in the wind, evoking pity from onlookers. However, Xie Yanli did not spare her a glance. He strode past the pavilion, heading towards Qinglan courtyard without pause. In an instant, Xiao Yueli's smile froze. Her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. prompting Shanqin to rush forward to steady her. Biting her lip, Qiu Yueli watched Xie Yanli's retreating figure, her heart heavy with disappointment and indignation. She could not fathom why. Despite her willingness to expose herself to such humiliation, young Master Xie treated her so dismissively. He had not even paused to appreciate her dance, let alone acknowledge her presence. Tears welled in her eyes. In Linzhou, countless suitors had admired her, yet now, she faced such disgrace. Xie Yanli continued walking, and Zijou, puzzled, asked, "My lord, was there someone dancing in the pavilion just now?" He had moved too swiftly to catch a glimpse of the dancer. Xie Yanli replied coldly, "Does it matter?" Sensing the chill in his voice, Zijou quickly corrected himself. Not important at all. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Noting that the young master's temper had worsened in recent days. Previously, he had only been somewhat aloof. Now, he was positively frigid. Xie Yanli had indeed noticed Qiu Yueli, but he had grown weary of such antics and found it a waste of time to linger. In the pavilion, Shanqin approached Qiu Yueli, draping her cloak over her shoulders. "Do not be disheartened, my lady," she consoled. Qiu Yueli's heart ached, her lips nearly bleeding from her biting. "Perhaps young Master Xie was simply too hurried to recognize you dancing," Shanqin suggested. "If he had known it was you, he surely would not have left so indifferently." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yueli's eyes brightened. "Yes, he must not have seen my face clearly in his haste. If he knew it was I dancing, he would not have walked away so directly." She clutched her cloak tighter, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Shanqin, you are right. I cannot give up so easily." "My lady, what shall we do now?" Shanqin inquired. Qiu Yueli smiled. "We shall go to the kitchen." Her mother had once told her that to win a man's heart, one must showcase her strengths before him. Not only was she a skilled dancer, but her culinary talents were unmatched. At Qinglan Courtyard, a maid announced, "Young mistress, Miss Qiu has arrived." "Why has she come?" Qin Jiwei set down her teacup, her brow furrowing. "Let her in." She could not dismiss her outright, as doing so would tarnish her own reputation. "Sister-in-law," Qiu Yueli entered gracefully, carrying a food box. "And sent me." She was clad in the same ethereal white attire, though her hair was loosely styled this evening, with a few strands cascading down, adding a touch of feminine charm to her celestial appearance. Qin Jiwei observed her with a cold smile. "So, you come bearing gifts for your cousin Yanli?" she thought, though her face remained serene. "Miss Qiu, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Qin Jiwei inquired. "And is concerned about cousin Yanli's health, and has asked me to prepare some ginseng soup for him." Qiu Yueli replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Qin Jiwei scrutinized her coyness, thinking to herself, "It is not your aunt who worries for Yanli, but rather you." "Ah, is that so? How considerate of you, Miss Qiu," Qin Jiwei remarked, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Qiu Yueli's cheeks flushed. "It is no trouble at all, as long as it is for cousin Yanli's benefit." Qin Jiwei feigned disinterest. "I see. Sister-in-law, where is cousin Yanli's study?" Qiu Yueli raised the food box, a gleam of pride in her gaze. "I wish to deliver this personally. I have heard you cannot cook, unlike me, who can prepare a meal for him." "Xiaohe," Qin Jiwei called. "Please escort Miss Qiu to the young master's study." Xiaohe hesitated, but nodded. "Yes, young mistress." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Qiu Yueli curtsied, a smirk playing at her lips. How naive Qin Jiwei is, completely unaware of my intentions. She has unwittingly pushed Yanli into my grasp. It was evident that she realized she could not hold on to Yanli's heart, so she chose to let it go. After they left, Mama Song frowned and advised, "Miss, do you truly wish to let Miss Qiu deliver soup to the young master? It is late, and she has dressed so beautifully to visit a young man's room. Even a fool could discern her intentions. Miss Qiu is indeed a well-bred young lady. How could she act so shamelessly?" Qin Jiwei casually set down her teacup, her lips curving into a smile. "If she seeks humiliation, why should I intervene?" Although it displeased her to see her husband coveted so openly, she understood Xie Yanli well enough to know that Qiu Yueli would gain nothing from her efforts. Why should she be the only one to suffer? Qiu Yueli should not expect to find joy either. Chapter 73. Does father like mother? In the study, Zijou stood by the door, his gaze momentarily frozen upon the sight of Qiu Yueli approaching. "What brings Miss Qiu to Qinglan Courtyard at such a late hour?" "I am here on the orders of the lady of the Marquis to deliver soup to cousin Yanli," Qiu Yueli explained softly, noticing his hesitation. Inside, Xie Yanli sat before his desk, his long, fair fingers deftly holding a brush as he immersed himself in his writing. Hearing the creak of the door being pushed open, a subtle smile graced his lips. Having just received medicinal dishes yesterday, she has returned so soon. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "Is it medicinal cuisine again today?" Unbeknownst to him, his voice had unconsciously softened considerably. However, Chiyo Yueli noticed, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Just a few days prior, Cousin Yanli had spoken to her with an icy demeanor, yet today he was so gentle towards her. Indeed, Cousin Yanli treated her differently. In a voice both delicate and soft, Chiyo Yueli replied, "Cousin Yanli, I have prepared ginseng soup, not medicinal cuisine." At the sound of this unfamiliar voice, Xia Yanli abruptly looked up, his eyes instantly turning cold. "Why are you here?" Chiyo Yueli recoiled at his frosty gaze, her voice trembling involuntarily. "It has always been me." Cousin Yanli. Xia Yanli's expression remained frigid, his eyes as deep and dark as an abyss. This woman had first danced provocatively in his path, and now she dared to bring him ginseng soup. She was like a fly buzzing incessantly, utterly annoying. Seeing his silence, Chiyo Yueli felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Xia Yanli's attitude towards her was still favorable, and she was certain she had a chance. With a smile blooming on her lips, she gracefully approached him. Placing the food container on the table, poised to serve the soup she had personally made. However, as she opened the food container, a voice, chilling to the core, rang out, "Leave." Xia Yanli's dark eyes flared with irritation, the coldness palpable. Chiyo Yueli froze, momentarily believing she had misheard him. Her hand, resting on the food container, trembled slightly, her lips parting to utter, "Cousin Yanli." Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and she bit her lip tightly, leaving a trail of clear indentations, a sight both pitiable and heart-wrenching. Yet, Xia Yanli, witnessing this, felt only heightened annoyance. His thin lips parted, his voice devoid of warmth. "Leave." Chiyo Yueli's complexion paled. Now she truly understood. Her lips had drawn blood, the metallic taste flooding her mouth. She spoke with a choked voice. Her eyes reddened as she exited the room. Mama Song, who had been keeping an eye on the study's activities, rushed to the main house upon seeing Chiyo Yueli in such a state. "Miss, you truly are insightful," Mama Song exclaimed excitedly. Miss Chiyo just entered the young master's study, and shortly after, she came out in tears. Qin Jiwei merely smiled knowingly, aware that only those who had not truly engaged with Xia Yanli would harbor hopes of winning his heart. In truth, he was as cold as ice, impossible to warm. In the study, Xia Yanli recalled Chiyo Yueli's sudden intrusion, his expression as frigid as the winter frost. "Zijou," he called, raising his voice. Zijou entered. Sensing the chill in the air, his heart sinking, he stood before Xia Yanli, trembling and too afraid to lift his head. Xia Yanli's gaze bore into Zijou. His tone as sharp as an icicle. "I have instructed that no unauthorized individuals are to enter the study." How did she gain entry? Zijou trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Miss Chiyo said she was sent by the lady of the Marquess, and I did not dare to stop her," he stammered. Biting his lip, "I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me, young master." "You shall forfeit 3 months' wages as a lesson," Xia Yanli replied coldly. "If there are further lapses in judgment, I will not be lenient. Yes, I shall never allow unauthorized individuals into the young master's study again." After a brief pause, Zijou hesitantly ventured, "As for the young mistress, delivering soup, what do you think?" Xia Yanli's dark eyes narrowed. Zijou quickly nodded. "I understand now. The young mistress is not an unauthorized individual, only she may enter." He felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing he had guessed correctly. The young master indeed treated the young mistress differently. Qinglan Courtyard was not vast, and the commotion caused by Chiyo Yueli had not gone unnoticed by the 3 children. Xie Jing stepped outside, summoning the attendants at the courtyard entrance. His voice was gentle yet firm as he declared, "Do not allow any indecorous individuals to enter this courtyard. This is Qinglan Courtyard, not a tavern. It is not a place where anyone can wander in." He fixed his gaze on the attendant, raising his voice slightly. "Do you understand?" The attendant nodded promptly. "Yes, young Master Jing, I understand." Though not his biological brother, young Master Jing's demeanor was strikingly similar to that of the young mistress. Xie Jingchun approached with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Second brother, do you seem to dislike Miss Chiyo?" Second brother had always been gentle and courteous, yet this was the first time he had shown such disdain towards someone. Xie Jing, staring in the direction where Chiyo Yueli had departed, remarked, "This woman has designs on father." "What do you mean?" Xie Ju blinked in confusion. "What does designs mean? Does it mean she sees him? Then he can see father too." Xie Jing glanced at the short, rotund figure beside him and explained calmly, "Designs mean she wishes to become our mother." "Ah, no way." Understanding dawned on Xie Ju, and he immediately burst into tears. I don't want anyone else to be my mother. Woo-woo. No. Xie Jing, fearing his younger brother's tears, comforted him. Do not worry. Father does not like her. Xie Ju sighed in relief, but soon found a new question arising. But does father like mother? Chapter 74. Becoming a concubine. The question left Xie Jing at a loss, his brows furrowing in contemplation. He was uncertain. His mother was the only woman he had seen close to his father, yet their intimacy was not profound. This matter perplexed him. Rarely caught off guard, Xie Jing found himself momentarily speechless. Of course, father likes mother, Xie Jingchun interjected. Both Xie Jing and Xie Ju turned to him in curiosity. Why do you say that? Xie Jing asked, puzzled. As a child, he naturally wished for a harmonious relationship between his parents, yet he was no fool. Noticing the skepticism in his younger brother's eyes, Xie Jingchuan's tone grew more urgent. I saw it with my own eyes. At the poetry gathering in the Qi Wangfu, when you two were absent, I witnessed father and mother embracing tightly, so tenderly. Father even comforted mother. Xie Jingchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time I saw father so gentle. That must signify affection. Does liking someone mean you embrace them? Xie Ju blinked innocently. Absolutely, Xie Jing affirmed confidently. Hearing this, Xie Ju sidled closer. Then, dear brother, hug me. I want to see if you like me. Third brother, our relationship is not akin to that of father and mother, Xie Jing said, shifting aside to evade Xie Ju's approach. I would never embrace a snot-nosed brat. Seeing Xie Jing's reluctance, Xie Ju sniffled, feeling a bit wrong that his elder brother did not seem to like him. Noticing his silly younger brother's distress, Xie Jingchun opened his arms. Don't cry. I will hug you. Xie Ju giggled and flew into his embrace. Nan Nan, standing behind them, couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Madam, Miss Chiu has arrived, announced Granny Kong. The lady of the Ho was preparing for bed and frowned slightly at the news. What brings her here at this hour? She mused, yet instructed calmly. Let her in. Chiu Yueli entered, her eyes reddening upon seeing the lady of the Ho. This was the first time the lady of the Ho had witnessed Chiu Yueli in such a state. Yueli, what troubles you? Why are you crying? Aunt. Chiu Yueli sat by the table, sobbing as she recounted the events of the day. The lady of the Ho pressed her lips together. Though she had hoped for Yueli's success, she had anticipated such an outcome. If Xie Yanli were easily swayed, he would not have remained unmarried until this year. Moreover, his marriage to Qin Jiawu was not of his own volition but rather a result of the old lady's insistence. Aunt, what should I do now? Chiu Yueli, experiencing such cold treatment from a man for the first time, felt utterly helpless. Yet, she could not bear to give up on Xie Shizhi. She yearned to stay by his side, regardless of the means. I had originally thought that if you could win Yanli's affection, with his support and my persuasion, marrying him as a primary wife would not pose much difficulty. The lady of the Ho pursed her lips. But now, Yueli, if you still wish to marry Yanli, you can only become a concubine, although that would be quite a humiliation for you. Becoming a concubine. Chiu Yueli's heart trembled at the words, and despite her mental preparation, she felt a pang of sorrow. With her beauty and talent, she had come to the capital to marry into a prominent family as a mistress, yet now she could only settle for being a concubine. However, relinquishing her feelings for Xie Shizhi was simply impossible. Biting her lip, she resolutely declared, and I am willing to be a concubine. As long as I can stay by Xie Shizhi's side, he will surely grow to love me over time. Perhaps, one day, I could even be elevated to the status of primary wife, or perhaps I may become his only wife. The following day, in the Ian courtyard, paying respects to the old lady, the lady of the Ho arrived early at the residence of the elderly matriarch. To have Xie Yanli take a concubine, she needed the matriarch's approval. Setting down her porcelain spoon, the old lady of Xie smiled. You are here. Is there something you wish to discuss? Though the lady of the Ho could be somewhat muddled at times, she was nonetheless astute and managed household affairs quite well, which garnered the old lady's amiable demeanor towards her. Sitting beside the old lady, the lady of the Ho's visit concerned Yanli. For Yanli? What is there about him? The old lady furrowed her brow. The lady of the Ho sighed deeply. Now that Yanli's 3 foster sons are growing up, they're all well-behaved children. Yet they are not his biological offspring. Yanli is the eldest son of the Ho family, destined to inherit the family title. If he has no children of his own, what will become of the family title? The old lady nodded. I am aware of this. That is why I urged Yanli to marry quickly. Jiawu is not only striking but also adept in her duties. Her eyes glowed with satisfaction as she spoke of her granddaughter-in-law. Admiring how well she managed the Qinglan courtyard, and cared for the 3 children. While that is true, the lady of the Ho interjected. But do you know that Yanli and Jiawu have only shared a bed once? After saying this, she sighed heavily, pondering how long it would take before the old lady could hold her great-grandson. But you know Yanli's temperament. The old lady shook her head discreetly. The lady of the Ho quickly added, exactly. That is why we should introduce more women to Yanli. Perhaps he will find someone he likes. You mean? The old lady hesitated. You do not mean to suggest that Yanli should take a concubine, do you? The lady of the Ho gently nodded. The more women in Yanli's courtyard, the greater the likelihood of children. Moreover, it is quite common for men to have multiple wives. After listening, the old lady found her reasoning quite reasonable. Yanli was a promising young man, and she naturally hoped for him to expand his family. Furthermore, since Yanli was not particularly drawn to women, having only Jiawu in the household was inadequate. Given their limited intimacy, it seemed Yanli did not harbor strong feelings for Jiawu. Perhaps introducing new women might lead him to find someone he truly liked. Now that he had accepted the idea of marriage, taking a concubine should not be too challenging. Do you already have someone in mind? Or perhaps choose from the maids of Qinglan courtyard? The lady of the Ho chuckled softly. Indeed, I have someone in mind. But she is not a maid. It is my niece, Qiuyueli. Upon hearing the name, the old lady quickly recalled the young lady. She was indeed a fine girl, and the old lady held a favorable impression of her. Yet, is she truly willing to be just a concubine? The old lady couldn't help but inquire. The lady of the Ho nodded. She is indeed willing. I have already asked her. The old lady acquiesced. As long as the child is willing, that is sufficient. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, however, we should still consider Jiawu's feelings. After all, they have only been married for less than 2 months. It would not reflect well for the family to have Yanli take a concubine so soon. The old lady instructed, summon the young mistress. I have something to discuss with her. Chapter 75, The young master encounters the lady after her bath. Qin Jiwei received the summons from the old matriarch. Although she was unaware of the reason, she nonetheless accompanied her maid to Ian courtyard. She adjusted her skirt and walked steadily inside. Jiwei, come here and sit beside me. The old matriarch beckoned. Qin Jiwei complied. Grandmother, have you summoned your granddaughter for some urgent matter? The old matriarch gently patted Qin Jiwei's hand. It is not a matter of great urgency, but as you know, the Ho residence is vast and significant, and Yanli is destined to inherit the title. She sighed softly. Though those 3 children are well-behaved, they are ultimately not Yanli's biological offspring. A sense of foreboding rose within Qin Jiwei, and indeed, the next moment, the old matriarch spoke. Thus, I thought to add another person to Yanli's household. You are acquainted with her. It is Miss Chio, who visited the residence the other day. You must have gathered that she is quite amiable. The old matriarch looked at her. What do you think? This matter was not one that Jiwei could decide on her own. Qin Jiwei smiled faintly, raising her gaze to the old matriarch, embodying a demeanor of grace and virtue. As long as my husband agrees, Jiwei naturally has no objections. Deep down, Qin Jiwei wished to prevent any newcomers from entering Qinglan courtyard, as it would undoubtedly bring about numerous troubles. Yet, she understood that it was customary for men to take multiple wives, and she could not directly refuse the old matriarch. It would be wiser to pass the matter to Xie Yanli, allowing him to address it, as she was certain he would not acquiesce. The old matriarch, satisfied with her response, nodded. Very well. When Yanli returns this evening, I shall summon him to inquire. She had always recognized Qin Jiwei's gentle and virtuous nature, but was pleasantly surprised that she exhibited no displeasure upon hearing this news. Zhang Mama, the old matriarch instructed. Please bring me the box of East pearls from my table. Yes, Zhang Mama replied, and soon returned with the box, presenting it to the old matriarch. The old matriarch took Qin Jiwei's hand and placed the box in her palm. Good child, this matter burdens you, but please accept these East pearls. They would make splendid adornments for headpieces and jewelry. Qin Jiwei did not hesitate to accept the gift. Thank you, grandmother. The lady of the Ho was furrowing her brow, initially intending to witness Qin Jiwei's embarrassment upon hearing of the potential concubine. To her astonishment, Qin Jiwei appeared unfazed and even accepted the old matriarch's generous offering. The old matriarch's maternal family had originally been a duke's household, and the dowries were exceptional, rarely given away. Yet, Qin Jiwei had only just entered the residence and had already received 2 gifts from the old matriarch. The lady of the Ho clenched her handkerchief. Her teeth gritted in frustration. Qin Jiwei was acutely aware of the lady's hostile gaze, but she remained indifferent, as she had long been accustomed to disdain. Little did she anticipate that Qiuyueli would willingly accept the role of a concubine. It seemed she was helpless in the face of Xie Yanli, yet could not relinquish her feelings for him. However, she believed in facing challenges head-on and feared nothing. In the palace, at Qinwu Palace, Qin Luan sat pale and slumped on a chair, her eyes filled with fatigue and pain. Her right hand, resting on the chair, trembled slightly. The maid, Donglian, cautiously brought a basin of hot water and gently lifted one of Qin Luan's hands, applying a warm towel to it. "Dear miss, please bear with it. The heat will bring you some relief," Donglian murmured softly. Qin Luan bit her lip, her eyes ablaze with rage and resentment. "That wicked consort is a heartless and ruthless vixen. She confines me in the side hall each day to copy scriptures, and my hands feel as though they will break. That wretched woman. Sooner or later, she will meet her demise." Qin Luan cursed vehemently, her hands instinctively clenching, only to draw in a sharp breath from the pain. "Dare not let your anger flare. Miss, your hand is still injured," Donglian quickly advised, reapplying the warm towel to Qin Luan's right hand. "Fortunately, tomorrow marks the beginning of autumn. The eldest princess will host an autumn banquet in the imperial garden, and all the concubines and relatives of officials of third rank and above will attend. You will have a chance to rest and will no longer need to copy scriptures," Donglian added. A cold glint flickered in Qin Luan's eyes. Did that mean Qin Jiwei would also enter the palace tomorrow? A cold smile crept upon her lips. No matter how miserable her existence in the palace was, she remained a consort, ultimately above Qin Jiwei. "Just wait and see how I will deal with Qin Jiwei tomorrow." At the Ho residence in Qinglan Courtyard, the maid announced, "Young mistress, the attire and headpiece for tomorrow's autumn banquet have been prepared." Qin Jiwei nodded lightly. "And has the hot water been made ready?" Xiao He replied gently, "It has been prepared, along with fresh rose juice, to ensure the young mistress will emerge fragrant and stunning, captivating everyone tomorrow. Although the young master has already married, there are still many women enamored with him outside. Tomorrow, she must let them witness her beauty, so they may know to retreat." Qin Jiwei chuckled softly, playfully tapping Xiao He's forehead. "You." Meanwhile, Xie Yanli was returning to the residence in a carriage. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, before he could retreat to his chamber to rest, a servant informed him of the old matriarch's summons. Though puzzled, he followed the attendant to Ian Courtyard. Upon entering the room, he saw the old matriarch seated in her rightful place. "Yanli," the old matriarch said with a kind gaze, "you have always been the most sensible child in the family. I have great trust in you, but you must also pay more attention to your heirs. Although you are married, your courtyard lacks concubines, and the number of people around you is rather insufficient. Thus, I thought to suggest adding another concubine." Xie Yanli's expression turned cold. "Grandmother, I have no intention of taking a concubine." The old matriarch frowned. "You are already married. What harm is there in taking a concubine? Besides, Jiwei has already agreed to it." "You say Qin Jiwei has agreed to let me take a concubine?" Xie Yanli's dark eyes narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him. The old matriarch, taken aback by his intensity, pressed her lips together and insisted, "Yes, she has agreed. She said that as long as you consent, she has no objections." Upon hearing this, Xie Yanli's fury ignited. His voice turned steely. "Grandmother, I will not take a concubine." Without waiting for the old matriarch's response, he strode purposefully toward Qinglan Courtyard. In Qinglan Courtyard, Xie Yanli was as frigid as frost, exuding an aura of coldness as he headed straight for the main room. Within, warmth enveloped the air, and fragrant rose petals floated in a large bath. Qin Jiwei sat in the tub, surrounded by warm water and petals that caressed her skin like jade. A maid carefully ladled water with a wooden spoon, gently pouring it over her shoulders and back. The heated water glided along her curves, cascading into the tub. In a fit of rage, Xie Yanli burst through the door of the main room, and a wave of warmth mixed with the rich aroma of roses hit him. Hearing the sound of the door, Qin Jiwei assumed it was Xiao He returning. She stood up from the tub and turned to face the newcomer, only to meet the cold, dark gaze of Xie Yanli. Chapter 76. Do you wish for me to take a concubine? Within the room, a mist lingered, and as the haze began to dissipate, Xie Yanli's gaze fell squarely upon Qin Jiwei, who was immersed in the bath. The beauty had just emerged, her body devoid of any garment. Her flawless form unveiled without reservation before his eyes. Her skin, as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat jade, glistened with droplets of water that traced down her graceful neck, cascading over her gently rounded collarbones and meandering down her arms. The soft swell of her bosom rose and fell with her rapid breaths. A flush crept from her cheeks to her neck, rendering her both alluring and pitiful. Xie Yanli stood frozen, his initial ire replaced by a sudden enchantment. A tension gripped his lower abdomen, warmth enveloping him, flushing to his ears. His once piercing gaze faltered, knowing he ought to turn away. Yet his feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground, immovable. "Ah!" Qin Jiwei exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening in alarm and confusion. Typically composed, she was rendered momentarily speechless, her mind faltering. It took several heartbeats for her to regain her senses, and she quickly sank back into the bathwater. The blush of embarrassment deepened, enhancing her beauty from her rosy cheeks, to her elongated neck, and to the pale shoulders peeking from the water's surface, a breathtaking sight. Her chest heaved with rapid, disordered breaths. The water droplets glided down her skin, falling into the water and creating delicate ripples. Her once clear eyes now shimmered with a veil of mist, making her even more enchanting in her vulnerability. Xie Yanli's breath caught in his throat, his heartbeat accelerating, the sound echoing in his ears like a tumultuous tide. "Husband," Qin Jiwei called softly upon noticing his unmoving stance. Xie Yanli snapped back to reality, a flicker of panic crossing his face. He hastily averted his gaze, suppressing the inexplicable emotions swelling within him, his voice hoarse and unnatural. "I will step outside." With that, he turned and hurriedly exited, leaving the screen behind. Xie Yanli pressed his lips tightly together, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. He felt a tinge of regret. He had come to confront her about taking a concubine, yet it had transformed into this. Once Qin Jiwei saw him leave, she gradually regained her composure. The maidservant hurriedly retrieved a towel and prepared garments to assist Qin Jiwei in dressing. After drying her body, the maid gently lifted a gown to adorn Qin Jiwei. It was a soft silk dress, light yet opaque. However, the humidity in the room caused the fabric to cling to her figure as soon as she donned it. When Xie Yanli turned around, he beheld this scene. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, and the contours of her bosom were subtly discernible beneath the fabric. The hem of the gown cascaded gracefully down her legs, brushing against them. With each step she took, the outline of her shapely legs swayed beneath the skirt, embodying an alluring ambiguity. Yet, his emotions had settled into a calmness. His gaze merely lingered momentarily before returning to its usual indifference. Qin Jiwei offered him a graceful bow. "Husband, when did you ever regard me as such?" Xie Yanli replied with a cool smirk. Qin Jiwei, puzzled, looked at him with confusion in her eyes. What was he upset about now? "What do you mean, husband?" Xie Yanli countered with a question of his own. "Are you aware that my grandmother wishes for me to take a concubine?" So that was the matter at hand. Qin Jiwei nodded gently, acknowledging, "I know." Upon seeing her nod, Xie Yanli's anger flared. His gaze ignited with fury. "Did you agree? Do you truly wish for me to take a concubine? Are you so eager to push me toward another woman?" Qin Jiwei's eyes flickered with bewilderment. "Husband, what are you talking about? I did not agree." Xie Yanli clearly doubted her words. "But my grandmother said you consented. Which of you is telling the truth?" Qin Jiwei had not anticipated the conversation would take such a turn. She bit her lip and explained, "What I said was that as long as you agree, I have no objections. I did not give my consent. Therefore, as long as I agree, you will also agree." Xie Yanli's gaze darkened. "You truly do not mind my taking a concubine?" Qin Jiwei opened her mouth, knowing that was indeed her thought, but seeing Xie Yanli so enraged, she could not voice it. She lifted her eyes to him. Then, "Husband, what do you wish for me to say?" She pressed her palm against her own, tears welling in her eyes. "My grandmother is an elder, and since I have only been married into the Marquess residence for less than 2 months, how could I dare openly defy her? You are the legitimate heir of the Marquess residence. You can speak as you wish, but I cannot." By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a whisper. Xie Yanli paused, a pang of bitterness welling up within him. She had come alone into this household, carrying the weight of solitude. It was indeed not easy for her. How could he demand that she defy her grandmother? She was incapable of doing so. Xie Yanli's throat tightened, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Qin Jiwei continue. "Moreover, my grandmother mentioned heirs. The continuation of the family line is paramount. I am even more uncertain of what to say. Otherwise, I would be the sinner of the Marquess residence, would I not?" At the mention of heirs, Xie Yanli's previously softened expression turned cold once more. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze, fixing his heated and slightly angry eyes upon Qin Jiwei. "If you understand the importance of heirs, then why are you drinking contraceptive medicine?" Qin Jiwei blinked in surprise, caught off guard by his sudden inquiry. However, she was prepared for this day. Ultimately, this was a matter that needed clarification. Lowering her eyes, she spoke softly, because of our 3 children. Xia Yanli's lashes fluttered, surprise flashing in his eyes. Qin Jiwei raised her fair face, meeting his gaze. They lost their biological parents at a young age and have a pitiable background. If I were to have my own children too soon, my attention would inevitably be divided, and I would risk neglecting them. Since they call me mother, I must embrace my responsibilities as one. Xia Yanli stiffened, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had misjudged her once again. He had assumed she did not want to bear children because of her disdain for him, but it turned out to be for this reason. Xia Yanli looked at her. You speak wisely, especially concerning Zhu Gur. He is still too young. Since their wedding night, he had refrained from approaching her. And this was the reason. He had not realized that Qin Jiwei shared the same sentiment. She was far better than he had imagined. Actually, Qin Jiwei bit her lip. There is another reason. What is it? Xia Yanli's gaze was locked onto her. Chapter 77. A beast within. Qin Jiwei furrowed her brows, finding the reason for her distress somewhat difficult to articulate. She raised her gaze to meet Xia Yanli's eyes and inquired, My husband, have you ever heard tales of women who perished during childbirth? Xia Yanli was taken aback, surprised that she would broach such a topic. Qin Jiwei lowered her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. The midwife informed me that women who marry at a tender age should wait several years before conceiving, for the younger they are, the greater the peril during delivery. She cautiously lifted her gaze once more, adding, In truth, I am unwilling. Pausing, her long lashes fluttered as she asked, Do you think me cowardly, husband? In her previous life, despite the adversity she faced within the palace, she fought with every ounce of her strength to survive. Now, she yearned to prolong her existence for as long as possible. She did not believe her thoughts were erroneous. She merely feared that Xia Yanli might find them unacceptable. Not at all. Xia Yanli's thick lashes quivered as he gazed quietly at her. Qin Jiwei was momentarily stunned. Really? But others seemed to think otherwise. Thus, she had always perceived herself as timid and selfish. Others are others, you are you. There is no need for comparison. His melodious voice resonated in her ears. Qin Jiwei's heart trembled as she locked eyes with his profound black orbs. Biting her lip, she asked, Do you truly feel this way, husband? Indeed, Xia Yanli replied, his voice momentarily faltering. My mother passed away during my birth. I survived, but she did not. He averted his gaze, his lashes trembling slightly. I simply had not considered this until now. We need not rush regarding children, Xia Yanli spoke gently. The thought of Qin Jiwei potentially dying in childbirth constricted his chest with an unbearable weight. Qin Jiwei sighed inwardly, relieved that they had finally clarified the matter. Their previous encounter had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac, and it was likely that Xia Yanli would not approach her again in the future. Nonetheless, it was the first time she learned of the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise during childbirth. Their relationship seemed to draw ever closer. At the main courtyard, during dinner, Xia Yanli set down his jade chopsticks and stated coldly, Regarding this evening's affair, we have yet to clarify matters. Today, I shall speak plainly. I have no intention of taking a concubine, and I shall never do so in this lifetime. Qin Jiwei found it difficult to voice her thoughts, so she let him speak. His tone was frigid, yet his declaration rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The old matriarch's expression stiffened, and she slammed her chopsticks down with a sharp crack. Xiao Yueli, who had been dining gracefully, nearly dropped her chopsticks in shock. Her complexion turned deathly pale upon realizing that Xia Yanli had no desire to take her as a concubine. She had humbled herself to this extent. Yet he still refused her. Did he truly detest her so? Tears brimmed in Xiao Yueli's eyes as she thought. He even said he would never take a concubine. What was so special about Qin Jiwei? She could neither cook nor dance. Would he truly be content to spend his life with her alone? Xiao Yueli's fingers dug into her palm in frustration. She was unwilling to accept this. Xie Jingchun, overhearing the conversation, raised an eyebrow at his 2 younger brothers. What he had said the previous night was indeed true. Their father favored their mother, and he had now publicly declared that there would be only one matriarch in the household. Xie Ju, still too young to grasp the implications of concubinage, nonetheless sensed that it meant he would not have another mother in the future. Hooray! He exclaimed, cheerfully gulping down his rice porridge. Xie Jing's expression remained unchanged, though he inwardly rolled his eyes at his brother's rather unrefined way of celebrating. Hearing the proclamation, the Marquis of Xie furrowed his brows. After a moment's pause, he sighed and said, Very well, this is your matter and ultimately, you must decide for yourself. Then, Turning to the old matriarch, he respectfully added, "Mother, Yanli is now a man of his own accord. Let him follow his heart regarding the matter of concubinage." Yanli had grown up and was no longer the boy who could be easily managed. The old matriarch exhaled softly, ultimately refraining from further comment. Throughout the dinner, Qin Jiwei remained silent, until later in the corridor when she called out to Xie Yanli, "Husband." Upon hearing her familiar voice, Xie Yanli paused in his stride towards the study, turning to face her. With a gentle smile, Qin Jiwei said, "Thank you for addressing the matter during dinner." He understood that she found it difficult to speak on such topics, so he had taken it upon himself to do so publicly. Henceforth, the old matriarch would likely no longer press her on this issue. It was of no consequence. "I had no intention of taking a concubine," Xie Yanli replied softly. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon her. That evening, Qin Jiwei wore a lilac silk gown, the fabric delicate and ethereal, hugging her form like mist. A ribbon cinched her waist, trailing down adorned with tiny gemstones. The gown was exquisite. Yet Xie Yanli could not help but recall the enchanting glimpse he had caught of her without it. As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly averted his gaze, feeling a flush creeping to his ears. "I am simply a beast," he muttered to himself, discomfort. Clearing his throat, he added, "It is late. I shall return to my study to rest." Without waiting for Qin Jiwei's response, he strode away. Qin Jiwei was left bewildered by his sudden change of demeanor. They had been in the midst of a conversation, yet he had abruptly departed. This man was truly peculiar. Later that night, in the study, Xie Yanli fell into a deep slumber, his consciousness gradually slipping into a hazy dream. He found himself deep within a forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees and intertwined foliage. At the heart of the woods, a hot spring exuded steam, and at that moment, Qin Jiwei appeared, adorned in a gossamer white garment as thin as a cicada's wing, stepping delicately into the spring. The fabric grew damp, clinging to her alluring curves. Xie Yanli's gaze darkened as he felt an irresistible pull towards the spring, stepping into the water. The sound of splashing echoed as the beauty's cheeks flushed, her eyes misty and enchanting like fog-laden blossoms. The rising steam enveloped her alabaster form in a soft veil. Her pale arms wrapped around the man's neck like supple vines. With her captivating peach blossom eyes glistening with water, she implored softly, "Husband." Suddenly, a cold breeze swept in from nowhere, akin to a frigid hand that abruptly severed the thread of his dream. Xie Yanli jolted awake, his phoenix eyes still carrying a hint of daze and confusion. Chapter 78. Once again, Qin Jiwei lost control. He cast a downward glance at his trousers, realizing that this time it was no mere reaction. Once again, he had lost control due to Qin Jiwei. The following day, during breakfast, the maidservant respectfully announced, "Young madam, the carriage is ready." Qin Jiwei stirred the red date congee in her bowl with a porcelain spoon, her gaze fixed downward, acknowledging the information without meeting anyone's eyes. "Mother, are you going out?" Xie asked, blinking inquisitively. He noticed that today, his mother seemed different from before. The adornments atop her head appeared more numerous than usual. Qin Jiwei nodded, explaining that she was to attend the autumn banquet hosted by the Grand Princess. Autumn banquet? Xie Jingshun raised an eyebrow, but quickly lost interest, lowering his gaze. Having attended the poetry gathering at the Qi Wangfu last time, he found it rather dull. He would prefer to indulge in a few more crab roast soup dumplings instead. Xie Jing furrowed his brow, questioning, "Going to the palace? I fear there will be many people like Qiu Yueli there." He was well aware of his father's popularity, recalling a time when several of his classmates' older sisters entrusted him with letters to pass on to his father, filled with their poetic affections. Naturally, he burned every single one, never delivering them to his father. He cherished his current life and was resolute in not allowing anyone to disrupt it. Yet, with his mother venturing into the palace alone, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Xie piped up with a grin, "Mother, I want to go too. Is that all right?" "That is not permissible," Qin Jiwei replied, placing a crab roe dumpling onto his plate. "Sugar, be a good boy and finish your meal, then go study in the front courtyard. The people in the palace are not at all easy to interact with. You are not suited for such occasions." Xie pouted, visibly displeased. He opened his mouth, ready to protest, but was abruptly interrupted by Xie Yanli's cold voice. "You cannot go." Xie fell silent, realizing his father's sternness was somewhat intimidating. Father is a bit frightening, he thought, deciding it best to comply. Qin Jiwei looked up at Xie Yanli, only to find him averting his gaze elsewhere. She raised an eyebrow, questioning if it was merely her imagination or if he was intentionally avoiding her eyes. Xie Yanli pressed his lips together. His dark eyes filled with a profound depth. Having been raised on the teachings of sages, he found himself completely unhinged upon encountering Qin Jiwei. Now, the very sight of her filled his mind with uncontrollable thoughts. Meanwhile, Xie, recovering from his initial surprise, poked at his kanji with his spoon. Fine. If I can't go, then I won't. But even if mother never takes me along, I still like her the most. Mother and father, I have finished my meal. I shall head to the training grounds now. After wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, Xie Jingchun made his exit. Qin Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle at the child's exuberance. It seemed that practicing martial arts suited him best. After Xie Jingchun departed, Xie Yanli and Xie Ju followed suit, leaving only Qin Jiwei and Xie Jing at the table. Xie Jing sipped his kanji slowly, and Qin Jiwei found it peculiar that he was taking his time today. He was usually the first to leave for the Wutong Academy, which was quite a distance from the residence. Yet today, he lingered, almost becoming the last to depart. As she opened her mouth to inquire, Xie Jing suddenly set down his spoon and met her gaze. Mother, I wish to accompany you to the autumn banquet. Qin Jiwei was taken aback. This was the first time Xie Jing had expressed a desire to join her anywhere. It felt as though the sun had risen in the west. May I ask why? Xie Jing, with his youthful visage devoid of any overt emotion, simply replied, I want to see what you will be doing, and perhaps I can be of assistance. Qin Jiwei smiled softly. This child truly had a thoughtful heart. Are you concerned for me? She gently inquired, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Xie Jing blinked his gentle eyes and replied softly, yes. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei's eyes brightened with joy, initially intending to go alone without anyone in tow. She found herself unable to dismiss her son's kind offer. Unlike his elder siblings, Xie Jing possessed a wisdom and decorum that assured her he could take care of himself. After preparing, the mother and son made their way outside. The carriage awaited them at the gate. Jiwei, a familiar voice called from behind, prompting Qin Jiwei to pause and turn. She saw the countess approaching with Xia Wanning and Xiao Yueli. Qin Jiwei greeted her with a respectful bow. Mother-in-law. The countess smiled lightly. Jiwei, are you also heading to the Grand Princess's autumn banquet? Indeed, Qin Jiwei nodded in affirmation. What a coincidence. We are just on our way there as well. We can travel together, the countess replied, her voice laced with mirth. This was a prestigious gathering, and she was determined to attend. The Grand Princess's events attracted the city's noblewomen, all eager to seek suitable brides for their sons. Perhaps Xia Wanning would catch the eye of a wealthy matron. Or Xiao Yueli could find a high-ranking match, now that Xie Yanli was reluctant to marry her. Qin Jiwei smiled, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. It was indeed a coincidence, but she was reluctant to accompany the countess. After offering another bow, she led Xie Jing toward the carriage at Qinglan Courtyard. Watching Qin Jiwei's retreating figure, Xiao Yueli bit her lip hard. In days past, Qin Jiwei was already stunning, but now, having taken care to dress up, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The memory of Xie Yanli's cold rejection from the previous night stung her heart with bitterness. Yet, a thought crossed her mind regarding the upcoming autumn banquet. She had heard that the Grand Princess adored poetry. This was her opportunity. She would ensure her talent was known throughout the capital, thus vindicating herself. To rely solely on beauty was fleeting. One must possess talent to truly capture a man's heart. Xie Shitzi simply had not recognized her worth yet. Once he beheld her poetic prowess, he would surely reconsider. In the palace, within the imperial garden, whispers circulated among the ladies. I hear Xie Shitzi's wife will be attending today. I wonder what she looks like. I must see what kind of woman will eventually marry Xie Shitzi. Regret swept through the crowd as they reminisced about the previous poetry gathering at Qi Wangfu, wishing they had attended to see both Xie Shitzi and his wife. Why would a noble lady attend a poetry gathering? They are merely a bunch of impoverished scholars. Hardly worth our time, one remarked. Yet, it was surprising to learn that the rarely seen Xie Shitzi had indeed attended. You went last time. Tell us what his wife looks like. One noble lady exclaimed, turning to a round-faced companion. Recalling Qin Jiwei's appearance, the round-faced lady scoffed. Nothing special. Quite ordinary, really. Even rather unattractive. Is that true? Xie Shitzi married an ugly woman? The chatter erupted once more, filling the air with gossip. Just then, the sharp voice of a eunuch silenced the room, announcing, Xie Shitzi's wife has arrived. Chapter 79. The imposing presence of Qin Changzai, all eyes converged upon a singular direction, captivated by the sight of a stunning figure. With her delicately arched eyebrows and alluring peach blossom eyes, complemented by her fair skin and rosy lips, she gracefully approached the crowd. Draped in a pomegranate red gown and adorned with a dazzling crown that accentuated the shimmering brilliance of her gaze, she was a vision of beauty. Her hair was elegantly styled in a lofty bun, reminiscent of clouds, and her wrist bore an exquisite emerald bracelet. Qin Jiwei, already remarkable in her appearance, radiated even more allure in such splendid attire. As her gaze lightly swept over the assembly, several noble ladies found themselves blushing involuntarily under her enchanting glance. She was undeniably beautiful. Even women could hardly withstand the charm of her gaze, let alone the lecherous men present. Qin Jiwei sensed the varying reactions, admiration, envy, and jealousy emanating from the onlookers. With a subtle smile, she reflected on her preparation for this occasion, having adorned herself meticulously for the day. Bearing the identity of the wife of Xie Yanli, she was bound to attract attention, thus she chose to embellish her appearance further, hoping to dispel any improper thoughts lingering in some minds. Xie Jing, upon noticing his mother's contented and somewhat smug demeanor, couldn't he help but smirk. His mother, at times, behaved like a child. Yet, he realized he was the one who truly bore the innocence of youth. As the banquet had yet to commence, there were no restrictions in place. Qin Jiwei, accompanied by Xie Jing, sought refuge in a nearby pavilion to await the arrival of the Grand Princess. Her purpose for attending the autumn banquet was solely to meet the Grand Princess. Observing Qin Jiwei's retreating figure, the crowd exchanged astonished glances. Was the wife of the young master Xie truly so exquisite? How could there exist such a captivating noble lady in the capital when they had never encountered before? It was clear. Qin Jiwei was of lowly birth and had never attended such gatherings. A noblewoman scoffed, questioning how someone of her lineage could possibly be worthy of the young master Xie. The assembly sighed in unison, resigned to the notion that they would never be linked to him. As the noble ladies arrived, the concubines followed suit. Upon entering the imperial garden, Qin Luan scanned the crowd until her gaze landed on Qin Jiwei, seated in the pavilion, accompanied by a young boy. Recognizing Xie Jing, she thought to herself that she could identify the little rascal even if he were reduced to ashes. In her previous life, this bothersome child had been the most exasperating. Appearing gentle, yet wielding a hidden dagger, she had assumed he would be easily manageable, only to find he had secretly sabotaged her at every turn. But now, witnessing this little scoundrel smiling at Qin Jiwei ignited a spark of jealousy within her. How could Qin Jiwei thrive, even after their exchange of marriage? Why was her existence filled with strife, while Qin Jiwei enjoyed a vastly different life? Clenching her right hand into a fist, her face flushed with rage, Qin Luan strode purposefully towards Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei, the familiar, haughty voice rang out behind her. Turning around, Qin Jiwei was met with Qin Luan's arrogant visage. With a slight lift of her chin and a disdainful glint in her eyes, she regarded her, as if demanding, "Will you not pay your respects to this esteemed lady?" She had entered the palace for this very moment, to rise above Qin Jiwei as the emperor's consort. No matter how esteemed Xie Yanli was, he remained a subject, and thus, his wife was but a step below the emperor's women. Once she ascended to the position of empress, she would become the most revered woman in the realm. As her eyes sparkled with provocation, a smirk crept onto her lips. Xie Jing's gaze narrowed dangerously at the unfolding confrontation. Qin Jiwei discerned that Qin Luan was deliberately instigating a conflict. Despite Qin Luan's struggles within the palace, she was still a consort, a woman of the emperor. Qin Jiwei was not one to be easily intimidated. She slightly inclined her body and addressed her, "Greetings, Qin Changzai." Seeing Qin Jiwei's nonchalant bow, Qin Luan's brows furrowed in indignation. This was hardly sufficient. There was no insult directed towards Qin Jiwei. Her expression soured as she sharply retorted, "Do you understand the decorum? Such a lackadaisical greeting implies you do not regard me at all." With narrowed eyes, she demanded, "I require you to kneel and bow before me." Xie Jing's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, his demeanor icy. Observing the scene, Qin Jiwei placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, signaling for him to remain calm. The palace maids and eunuchs averted their gazes, while the noble ladies, who had initially gathered to observe, exchanged perplexed glances, taken aback by the sudden escalation. The atmosphere thickened with tension, palpable enough to cut through the air. Finally, Qin Jiwei lifted her head, her voice steady and resolute. "And if I choose not to kneel, what will you do, Qin Changzai?" Though her tone was soft, her words resonated with clarity, exuding an air of dignified defiance. You claim you will not kneel, do you? Qin Luan's eyes widened in fury as she barked at the nearby eunuchs. You useless wretches, why do you hesitate? Restrain her and force her to bow before me. I shall teach her the rules of the palace today. The eunuchs, being loyal to Qin Luan, were compelled to obey. Yet, they hesitated, knowing the significance of Xie Jing's status as the young master. Offending his wife could spell disaster for them in the future. As they exchanged apprehensive glances, Qin Luan's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. You worthless dogs. Have I provided for you in vain? Move. Her sharp voice pierced the air, compelling the eunuchs to reluctantly advance towards Qin Jiwei. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. A glimmer of frost ignited in Qin Jiwei's eyes, her posture unwavering. Her voice rang clear and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. The eunuchs froze mid-step, uncertain of their next action. Qin Jiwei, you are exceedingly audacious. Qin Luan shouted, her voice rising in pitch. If she could not subjugate Qin Jiwei after the exchange of marriages, her earlier choices would appear nothing short of absurd. This is the imperial palace, not a mere marquis estate. Do you truly believe you still hold the title of a young lady here? Qin Luan's countenance contorted with resentment and bitterness. Just as her words faded, a haughty voice interjected, Qin Changzai, what an imposing presence you have. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Luan's spine stiffened. This was the end. Chapter 80. He is the emperor, why does he keep thinking of the minister's wife? The virtuous consort, adorned in resplendent attire, gracefully approached the two individuals before her. With a gaze that seemed to hold a smile, yet was laden with sarcasm, she addressed Qin Luan, elongating her tone. I was wondering which favored concubine dared to stir trouble under the watchful eyes of so many. It turns out to be you, Qin Changzai. Qin Luan tightened her grip on the handkerchief, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. You previously asserted that this is the harem, not the marquisate, and instructed the young lady to refrain from being presumptuous. The consort's lips curled into a mocking smile. What is this? Has the harem now been usurped by Qin Changzai? Panic washed over Qin Luan, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor as she stammered. I dare not. I truly dare not. Her earlier words had merely been a heated retort provoked by Qin Jiwei. Dare not. The consort flicked her handkerchief dismissively and raised her voice. I see that you dare quite a lot. Qin Luan, already trembling in fear of the consort, felt her legs weaken at the sudden severity of the consort's tone, causing her to collapse to the ground. Your Highness, I truly dare not. I truly dare not. Her once arrogant demeanor was extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving her cowering like a plucked quail. The consort cast a scornful glance at the kneeling Qin Luan. Did you not exhibit great bravado just now? Are you afraid now? To dare humiliate even the wife of Lord Xie, one might think you were to ascend to the position of Empress tomorrow. Terror and anxiety filled Qin Luan's eyes, beads of sweat rolling down her temples. Observing this, Qin Jiwei could not help but chuckle softly. In her previous life, she had been embroiled in a deadly rivalry with the consort. Now, having been granted a second chance, she found it astonishing that the consort stood on her side. The consort's phoenix eyes glinted with authority as she coldly scrutinized Qin Luan. With such a capricious and unruly disposition, you do not embody the grace of a consort. Henceforth, you shall copy the Heart Sutra 100 times in my side hall tonight, to cultivate your character. Upon hearing this, Qin Luan was seized by a violent shiver, drained of all color. After a long pause, she managed to rasp, Your Highness, I beg for mercy. I recognize my error. Her voice quivered with a hint of tears, thinking she might escape punishment due to the autumn banquet hosted by the Grand Princess. Yet, she found herself sentenced to transcribe scriptures instead. A fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in her eyes as she clutched her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. You have brought me to this state. The noble women nearby, witnessing the resolution of the incident, began to extol the virtues of the consort. The consort is truly benevolent. Despite Qin Changzai's audacity, she merely imposed the task of copying scriptures. Of course, the consort hails from a prestigious lineage, unlike those from humble backgrounds. Qin Luan, listening to the praises heaped upon the consort, felt her fury swell. The consort is nothing but a venomous woman. What they perceived as a simple task of copying scriptures was entirely different from the consort's intent. Her punishment entailed kneeling on the ground without a mat, laboring through the entire night. Should she doze off, the bamboo rod wielded by the matron would strike her immediately. Such torment was far more excruciating than receiving 20 lashes outright. The consort, basking in the flattery of the crowd, smirked with satisfaction. Qin Jiuwu observed with a knowing smirk. The consort's methods of torment remained unchanged. In her past life, the consort had attempted to use this very tactic against her, prompting Qin Jiuwu to inflict a wound upon her hand and let her blood drip onto the painting she presented to the Empress Dowager, bringing the matter to her attention. But Qin Luan, lacking the favor needed to curry the Empress Dowager's goodwill, could hardly conceive a strategy to address her predicament. Foolishness follows one everywhere, indeed. Xie Jing observed Qin Luan's loss of composure with an impassive expression, his eyes betraying no emotion. In the imperial study, following the morning court session, Xie Yanli did not proceed to the Wenyuan pavilion, but instead arrived at the imperial study. He presented a substantial dossier to Gao Xian. "What is this?" Gao Xian inquired as he began to peruse the document. With each page he turned, his expression darkened further. Xie Yanli's voice was cold. "Your Majesty, these secret letters reveal the collusion between the Qi Wang and certain officials within the court, conspiring to usurp the throne." Preposterous. Gao Xian slammed the document shut, his voice laced with fury. He prided himself on his generous treatment of this imperial uncle, granting him the highest honors and never harboring suspicions against him. Yet, he was plotting against his throne. Gao Xian's countenance turned as dark as ink, his hands gripping the armrests of the dragon throne until his knuckles whitened, joints creaking under the pressure. "Kill him," he commanded, his eyes filled with shadows. "Bring him to his end. Such a traitor could not be allowed to live." The very thought was insufferable. "Your Majesty, the Qi Wang cannot be executed just yet," Xie Yanli cautioned, bowing slightly, his demeanor grave. "Though we possess irrefutable evidence of his treachery, the Qi Wang has cultivated his influence over many years, his faction akin to a 100-legged insect, dead yet unyielding. We must wait. Ensnare them all at once." Gao Xian's brow furrowed deeper, his rage somewhat tempered by reason. He inhaled deeply. "You make a valid point. Yet the thought of not executing him is intolerable." Releasing his grip on the armrests, he pressed his lips together for a moment. "Very well, we shall heed your counsel. For now, we shall spare the Qi Wang. This matter shall be entrusted to you, and I will allocate additional personnel to assist you fully." Xie Yanli nodded. "Yes, I shall do my utmost." Gao Xian acknowledged him, reassured by Xie Yanli's competence. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you come to know of the Qi Wang's rebellion?" He recalled that previously, the Qi Wang and Xie Yanli had maintained a cordial relationship. What had prompted Xie Yanli to suspect the Qi Wang of treason? In response, Xie Yanli succinctly recounted the assassination attempt at the Qi Wang's residence that day. Upon hearing of Xie Yanli's narrow escape from the hidden weapon, Gao Xian's brow immediately knitted in concern. "You mean to say, it was your wife who advised you to don the armor, allowing you to evade danger?" "Indeed," Xie Yanli explained, "my wife had a dream foretelling my assassination, and little did I expect it to manifest into reality. This led me to suspect the Qi Wang's involvement, prompting my investigation." The mention of Qin Jiuwu stirred memories in Gao Xian of the enchanting scene he had witnessed at the banquet. Her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed blossoms in spring. Lost in thought, he failed to hear Xie Yanli's subsequent remarks until the latter's gentle call roused him from his reverie. He pressed his lips together. "Yanli, you have indeed married a remarkable wife." Yet, upon uttering those words, an inexplicable pang of sadness welled within him. Xie Yanli's lips curled slightly. "To have wed Jiuwu is truly my fortune in this life." Gao Xian, observing the smile in Xie Yanli's eyes, felt an unidentifiable irritation rise within him. He was the emperor. Why did he continually dwell on the minister's wife? Witnessing the affection displayed between spouses only served to aggravate his own discontent. Chapter 81. Qin Jiwei was momentarily stunned. He gently shook his head, redirecting his thoughts back to the matter concerning King Qi. Gao Xian let out a soft sigh, feeling a deep sense of disappointment towards his imperial uncle. A tinge of melancholy crept into his heart. Was it truly the case that being born into the imperial family meant one could never experience familial affection? Gao Xian couldn't help but think of Qin Kuei, who was unlike anyone else. She was the purest and most innocent woman he had ever encountered. Unlike King Qi, she would never forsake family ties for personal gain. "Where is Consort Qin now?" Gao Xian asked, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Eunuch Li promptly replied, "The consort has gone to attend the autumn banquet hosted by the eldest princess. Your Majesty dotes on her deeply and often inquires about her whereabouts. Thus, we keep a close watch on her every move." Gao Xian nodded. "Naturally, I must attend my elder sister's banquet." He turned his gaze towards Xie Yanli in front of him. "Yanli, will you accompany me?" Xie Yanli's brows slightly twitched, his dark eyes deepening with thought. "The autumn banquet. It seems Qin Jiwei is also attending. He nodded. I shall accompany your majesty. He harbored some concern for her, and it was a perfect opportunity to check on her. In the imperial garden, after being reprimanded by the virtuous consort, Qin Luan no longer dared to be arrogant. Standing silently behind her without uttering a word, Qiu Yueli cast a disdainful glance at the trembling Qin Luan, feeling contempt in her heart. Earlier, seeing her so imposing, she had thought she could indeed humiliate Qin Jiwei, but it turned out she was merely a blustering coward. At that moment, the noble ladies began to surround the virtuous consort, vying for her favor, with a distinguished lineage spanning 3 dynasties and ancestors who were founding heroes. The virtuous consort held significant status in the palace despite lacking the emperor's affection. No one dared to oppose her. Amidst the commotion, a sharp voice of a eunuch rang out. The eldest princess has arrived. Everyone turned to see the eldest princess walking gracefully along the winding path. Dressed in a pale yellow silk gown cinched at the waist with a gem-studded ribbon, her slightly protruding abdomen revealed her pregnancy. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and the corners of her eyes held a hint of mischief, her clear eyes sparkling like a pristine spring. A smile graced her lips, accentuating her delicate dimples, rendering her irresistibly charming and radiant. Her elegantly styled hair was adorned with only a few exquisite golden hairpins, exuding an air of nobility. The palace maids and eunuchs knelt in respect, and the crowd followed suit. Even the usually proud virtuous consort slightly bowed to pay her respects to the eldest princess. The moment Qin Jiwei laid eyes on the eldest princess, she was frozen in place. The figure that had always appeared in her dreams now stood before her in reality. Everyone, please rise, the eldest princess commanded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on Qin Jiwei. Her eyes brightened suddenly. What a stunning beauty. She had always had a fondness for beautiful women. The more exquisite they were, the more she adored them. Just looking at a beauty would uplift her spirits. Yet, she had never encountered such a breathtaking figure before. Qiu Yueli felt a surge of excitement upon the arrival of the eldest princess. Having heard that the eldest princess favored talented women, she was determined to capture her attention and win her favor. As the eldest princess approached, Qiu Yueli was about to speak, but to her astonishment, the eldest princess bypassed her and walked directly towards Qin Jiwei. Qiu Yueli's expression instantly stiffened. The eldest princess stood before Qin Jiwei, intending to inquire her name, but unexpectedly, the beauty spoke first. Yunji. Her voice trembled slightly. Gao Yunji tilted her head gently. This beauty was quite bold, daring to call her name directly. Strangely, she felt no anger. Qin Jiwei gazed at Gao Yunji's face, her eyes immediately filling with tears. In her previous life, she had been trapped within the palace, never getting to see her one last time. Yunji, when you died in childbirth, did it hurt terribly? Gao Yunji blinked, somewhat puzzled. Why is such a beautiful woman crying? Yet, even crying, she remained beautiful. What is wrong? Gao Yunji asked gently, hearing her voice. Qin Jiwei felt a pang in her heart and was about to reply that she was fine, but Xie Jing spoke first. Xie Jing bowed to Gao Yunji. Addressing the eldest princess, my mother was startled just now. Qin Jiwei turned in shock to look at Xie Jing. Child, what are you saying? Startled? Gao Yunji's expression suddenly turned cold. Who dares to frighten my little beauty? What happened? Speak to me in detail. Xie Jing replied respectfully, just now. Consort Qin ordered my mother to kneel and pay her respects, stating that this is the palace, not the Marquis' residence, and chastised her for being unruly. Gao Yunji's eyes narrowed dangerously. A mere consort dares to be so arrogant? Has she gone mad? Who is she to demand a beauty to kneel before her? Turning to the crowd, Gao Yunji commanded coldly, who is Consort Qin? Step forward. Xie Jing smiled subtly. He could tell the eldest princess held great affection for his mother and would not let this opportunity slip by. He could not bear to see his mother wronged. Anyone who caused her distress would pay dearly. Was merely copying scriptures enough punishment? He thought not. At this moment, Qin Luan had already turned pale with fear the moment Xie Jing spoke. Hearing the eldest princess call her name, she felt her legs weaken, unable to move. Seeing her unmoving, the virtuous consort glanced at the elderly matron beside her. The matron dragged Qin Luan before the eldest princess. Gao Yunji scrutinized Qin Luan from head to toe. Is it you who commanded her? She paused, realizing she did not yet know the beauty's name. After a moment's thought, she decided to replace it with, is it you who demanded her to kneel and pay respects? Qin Luan trembled, nodding cautiously. Her voice barely a whisper, why yes. Is a mere consort now so bold? Does she think the palace and my mother are absent? Gao Yunji exclaimed angrily. Qin Luan quaked, collapsing to the ground. Ella, little princess, I was wrong. Gao Yunji scoffed and turned to Qin Jiwei, eager to hear her opinion. Beauty. Gao Yunji bit her lip, realizing she had misspoken again. Clearing her throat, she asked, what do you think should be her punishment? You shall decide. Qin Jiwei's brows twitched slightly. Let her decide. She lowered her gaze, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. Upon hearing this, Qin Luan felt as if struck by lightning. After standing in shock for a moment, she suddenly lunged forward, grasping Qin Jiwei's skirt tightly. Chapter 82. The beautiful one named Qin Jiwei. We are half-sisters, sharing the same father. You must save me. You must save me. Tears streamed down Qin Luan's face. Her makeup ruined and her eyes filled with terror and desperation. Upon entering the palace, she discovered the myriad of tormenting methods within its walls. She truly wished to evade any further punishment. If it meant relinquishing her lofty pride and humbling herself to plead with Qin Jiwei, she would gladly do so. Qin Luan, in her heart, was confident that such humility would be fleeting. Once she ascended to the position of Empress, she would reclaim every ounce of humiliation she endured today. She would forever remember this day. Gao Yunji raised her eyebrows slightly, finally learning the name of the beautiful one, Jiwei. To her astonishment, they were indeed sisters. A glance at Qin Luan and then back to Qin Jiwei made her click her tongue. Their appearances were as disparate as heaven and earth. Moreover, this woman was Jiwei's elder sister, yet she bullied her so cruelly. Such cruelty was inexcusable. Qin Jiwei's gaze was as cold as frost. She uttered not a word, merely observing Qin Luan in silence. Noticing the lack of response, Qin Luan's heart raced with anxiety. Ever since she had snatched the hairpin from Qin Jiwei, she had found her increasingly inscrutable. What punishment was she preparing? The dread of the unknown made Qin Luan tremble even more, rendering her words incoherent. Sister, I was merely, momentarily confused. Which led me to commit such a grave error. You have always been kind-hearted. You surely would not wish to see your elder sister suffer harsh penalties. Would you? Her hair fell messily about her face, tears brimming in her eyes, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight. Qin Jiwei's expression was icily indifferent as she lowered her gaze, fixing her eyes on the pleading Qin Luan, devoid of any emotion. Sister? Huh. When Qin Luan bullied her in their youth and seized her belongings, she never considered that they were sisters. After enduring years of humiliation at the hands of Qin Luan and Li Shi, she had long since accepted that she had no sister. There was no pity in her heart for Qin Luan, yet to outsiders, she was indeed her legitimate elder sister. If she were to openly punish Qin Luan, it would undoubtedly invite scandalous gossip. The identity of Xie Yanli's wife had already drawn considerable scrutiny. Would she foolishly thrust a knife into her own back? She refused to engage in such folly. Qin Jiwei turned her gaze to Gao Yunji, her expression calm and unwavering. Yet for some reason, Gao Yunji instantly grasped Qin Jiwei's intention. She wished for her to pronounce a punishment upon Qin Luan. However, given that they were sisters, such a declaration would inevitably be twisted by malicious tongues. It would paint Qin Jiwei as a heartless woman who disregarded her own bloodline. How could she allow her sister to be ensnared in such unfounded rumors? Gao Yunji nodded at Qin Jiwei, signaling her not to worry. Then, with a delicate arch of her brows and a gentle parting of her lips, she declared, Qin Changzai has committed an offense against this princess. Drag her away and administer 20 lashes as a warning to others. Qin Luan's complexion turned ashen, and she let out a desperate scream. No, princess. Jiwei, I beg you. She could not bear the thought of being punished. Xian Fei observed Qin Luan's disarray, nearly bursting into laughter. A wretch like her deserved a severe punishment to teach her a lesson about her own worth. Let her understand the consequences of her flirtations with the emperor. Since the princess had already spoken, she felt no hesitation in adding fuel to the fire. With an air of superiority, Xian Fei tossed her handkerchief aside and proclaimed, Qin Changzai, do not forget that you also owe this palace a copy of the scriptures today. She then instructed the attendant beside her, after the punishment. Take her directly to the side hall to transcribe the scriptures, allowing her ample time for reflection. Should there be any hint of negligence, she shall face doubly harsh punishment tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Luan's previously contorted face now reflected utter despair. She opened her mouth to plead, but could only emit a faint whimper, as if even the strength to beg had been depleted. Nearby, the guards promptly stepped forward. Lifting the crumpled figure of Qin Luan, who lay on the ground, her face a mask of terror. Soon, the muffled thud of the lash and the woeful cries of the woman echoed through the air. One strike after another sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. The palace maids and eunuchs bowed their heads, afraid to make a sound. Xie Jing glanced at the scene where Qin Luan was being punished, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. Your name is Qin Jiwei? The bothersome flies had been swatted away, and Gao Yunji eagerly turned to converse with the beautiful one, her eyes sparkling with mirth and dimpled smiles. Qin Jiwei felt momentarily dazed. In her previous life, similar conversations had taken place in the Imperial Garden, with Gao Yunji wearing that same smile. Her Gao Yunji had returned. Regaining her composure, she nodded gently, resolutely vowing within herself. In this life, she would ensure that Gao Yunji remained safe. And you are? Gao Yunji's gaze shifted to Xie Jing. It was this young lad who had mentioned Jiawei being bullied. What had he called her? Mother. Gao Yunji blinked at the two, noting that despite the young man's handsome appearance, they did not resemble mother and son in the slightest. Xie Jing, with a fair complexion and a demeanor as gentle as jade, clasped his hands and said, replying to the princess, my name is Xie Jing. I am my mother's adopted son, not her biological child. Gao Yunji understood. No wonder. She then engaged Qin Jiawei in a multitude of inquiries, ultimately discovering that the beautiful one was named Qin Jiawei and was to marry the heir of the Marquis. Gao Yunji nodded in satisfaction. That is how it should be. A beauty deserves a handsome counterpart. Xie Yanli was remarkably handsome and possessed both literary and martial prowess. Only such a man could be worthy of her beauty. In a nearby pavilion, Princess, the autumn banquet has commenced. We must take our seats, Yuer whispered. This is a banquet hosted by the Grand Princess. We cannot slight her. Gao Shiyu lifted her weary gaze. A banquet? It holds no interest for me. I only desire Xie Yanli. Yua sighed softly, recalling how the princess had been in low spirits since that poetry gathering, a change even the prince had noticed. Thus, the prince insisted that the princess attend the Grand Princess's autumn banquet. Princess. Yuer remembered the news she had just heard and spoke up. The wife of the heir, Xie Yanli, is also attending. Upon hearing this, Gao Shiyu's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing slightly. That woman is coming too. The banquet's decorations were elegantly simple, yet luxurious. Sheer fabric billowed gently in the breeze, and the ground was adorned with intricately embroidered carpets. The noble ladies, familiar with such gatherings, quickly found their places. As Qin Jiawei prepared to take her seat, a soft call reached her ears, Jiawei. She looked up to see Gao Yunji smiling gently from the main seat. Come, sit beside this princess. Chapter 83. The arrival of the consort. The position of Qin Jiwei was not far from Gao Yunji, situated just below her right hand. After all, Qin Jiwei's husband was Xie Yanli, a man of esteemed status, and the palace attendants naturally took that into consideration when arranging the seating. However, Gao Yunji was not entirely pleased. She wished for Qin Jiwei to sit directly beside her. Lin Mama, who was beside Gao Yunji, approached Qin Jiwei to guide her. Initially taken aback, Qin Jiwei quickly composed herself, slightly bowing and softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. In her previous life, at every banquet hosted by Gao Yunji, it was always her seated by the princess's side. This time was no different. Qin Jiwei rose, with Xie Jing following closely behind, as they walked to take their seats beside the princess, led by Lin Mama. This gesture from the princess was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of surprise among the assembly. The smiles of the young noble women, previously composed, now bore traces of envy. Why was the princess so favorably inclined towards her? Just moments ago, she had punished Qin Changzai for her sake, and now she allowed Qin Jiwei to sit beside her. What extraordinary fortune this Qin Jiwei possessed. First marrying the esteemed Xie Shizhi, and now garnering the princess's favor. Gao Yunji was the only daughter of the Empress and the Emperor's elder sister. With the princess's backing, Qin Jiwei could traverse the palace with unparalleled ease. The young ladies, unable to contain their discontent, began to murmur among themselves. Qiu Yueli, upon hearing their envious remarks about Qin Jiwei, clenched her handkerchief tightly, her knuckles turning white, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. Patience, she thought. It was not yet her time to shine. The princess simply had not yet recognized her worth. Madame Ho was similarly vexed. Earlier, while conversing with Xie Wanning and other noble women, none had shown any interest in Wanning. She had hoped to curry favor with the princess, thinking that with her support, Wanning's prospects would improve. Yet, she had not exchanged a single word with the princess before Qin Jiwei boldly seated herself at the princess's side. How dare she? The resentment within Madame Ho grew wild, akin to rampant weeds. Turning, she saw Xie Wanning engrossed in her fruit wine and, in a fit of rage, knocked the cup from her hands. What are you drinking for? Such a useless thing. Qin Jiwei maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the gazes around her. Merely lowering her eyes to adjust her sleeve, her gaze drifted towards the songs and dances at the center of the banquet. Gao Yunji occasionally turned to converse with Qin Jiwei, her eyes brimming with delight. Engaging with a beauty was indeed pleasant. Not only were her words captivating, but she also carried a delightful fragrance. After several dances, Gao Yunji's interest began to wane. She waved her hand, signaling for the dancers to withdraw. Then, surveying the assembly, she declared, "This princess has a deep fondness for poetry. Today, I propose a contest based on the theme of autumn essence. The one who composes the finest poem shall be generously rewarded." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yueli's eyes brightened instantly. Her opportunity had arrived. Eagerly, she rose, causing her skirt to sway slightly with her movement. She bowed gracefully towards Gao Yunji, her every gesture enchanting. Resembling a fairy descending from the heavens. "Your Highness, I have composed a poem for the onset of autumn. Please allow me to present it." Gao Yunji was taken aback by the promptness of the poem's delivery, her brow arching slightly. "Go on," she encouraged, with a gentle and melodious voice. Qiu Yueli recited, "In autumn's chill, the wind does play, while half-draped lotus and water lay. Fallen leaves seek dreams of you, as chilly stars twinkle by the shore." During her recitation, her eyes frequently darted towards the princess, seeking a glimmer of approval in her expression. Gao Yunji's brow twitched. Indeed, the girl exhibited talent. Yet, having encountered countless individuals in her life, she found herself most irked by those who were overly eager to showcase their abilities. Nevertheless, Gao Yunji, appreciating talent, chose not to reveal her distaste for Qiu Yueli's eagerness publicly. Instead, she smiled slightly, acknowledging the merit of the poem. Qiu Yueli's lips could not contain their upward curve, a faint blush of excitement gracing her cheeks. She was certain that with her talent, winning the princess's favor was merely a matter of time. The young noblewomen, cultivated with care by their families, recognized the merit in Qiu Yueli's poetry. Now, witnessing the princess's praise, they too began to extol her virtues. Miss Qiu's talent is truly exceptional. Her choice of words is exquisite, harmoniously blending the autumnal scene with a sense of melancholy. It seems today, Miss Qiu shall seize the top prize. Moreover, Miss Qiu was not only talented but also possessed remarkable beauty. It was her first encounter with a lady exuding such ethereal charm. Hearing their compliments, Qiu Yueli lifted her chin slightly, her demeanor reflecting a hint of arrogance. Gao Shiyu, seated nearby, observed Qiu Yueli and frowned, inquiring, "Who is this person?" "That is a relative of Madame Ho from the Xie family, who recently moved into the Ho residence." Yu promptly replied. Gao Shiyu's gaze was filled with disdain. How could such a woman approach Xie Shitzi? Nearby, at the pavilion beside the artificial mountain, Gao Xian turned to the handsome man beside him. "Yanli, what do you think of this poem?" Before Xie Yanli could respond, a melodic voice suddenly rang out across the banquet. "Such poetry, and yet you dare to recite it in public?" As the words fell, a figure clad in pale hues gracefully entered the hall. Her steps were far from the dignified manner of noblewomen. Instead, they were casual, as if she were taking a leisurely stroll. Upon spotting her, Qin Jiwei's eyes narrowed slightly. The consort? The consort was not adorned in ostentatious palace attire, but wore a simple gown of pink and white silk, embroidered with delicate plum blossoms at the hem. Her hair was loosely styled, held in place by a single silver hairpin, and she wore small pearl earrings that swayed gently. With no makeup, her almond-shaped eyes glistened, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. As she lifted her chin, her gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a distinct air of disdain. Seeing the consort, Gao Yunji rolled her eyes silently. Here she came again, with her perpetual air of superiority, oblivious to the reasons for her own pride. The Xianfei and the consort were bitter rivals. Upon seeing her presence, the former immediately slammed her cup onto the table. "What bad luck! I'm done drinking." At this moment, Qiu Yueli was still unaware of the identity of the woman before her. However, soon the noble women beside her began to rise, greeting her with graceful bows. "We pay our respects to the consort." The consort? Qiu Yueli's eyes widened in astonishment. She was the consort favored by the emperor. Before Qiu Yueli could react, the consort had already approached her. "Was that poem yours?" Mo Qingkai raised an eyebrow, assessing her. Qiu Yueli opened her mouth to nod, but was met with the consort's scornful derision. "It's poorly written." Qiu Yueli, who prided herself on her poetic talent, felt her face flush with indignation. "Your Highness, might I inquire what exactly is lacking in my poem?" How could Mo Qingkai discern its shortcomings? She was utterly ignorant of poetry critique. Her disdain stemmed solely from witnessing the circle of admiration surrounding this woman. With a cold scoff, Qingkai retorted, "After hearing my verses, you will surely understand the difference." With that, she began to recite slowly: withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, a small bridge, flowing water, a humble abode. On the ancient path, the west wind harrows a thin horse. As the setting sun descends, a heartbroken soul wanders far. Chapter 84. Is their marital bond truly so remarkable? As the verse was recited, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The eloquence of the words was simply extraordinary. Qiu Yueli was momentarily taken aback. She had initially believed that Chen Fei was deliberately targeting her, yet she never anticipated that she could compose such exquisite poetry. The language was succinct, and the imagery profound. Truly a masterpiece. Nearby, in a pavilion, Gao Xian gazed at Qingkai with tender, elongated eyes, his admiration evident as he exclaimed, as expected of Qingkai. Even a casual composition shines with brilliance. The woman he adored was indeed exceptional. Beside him, Xie Yanli remained silent, his dark eyes deep and contemplative. The vivid imagery portrayed in this verse was far beyond the capability of a woman confined to the depths of the palace for years. The emotions of longing for one's homeland and the weariness of wandering. How could these sentiments be explained? Xie Yanli pondered silently, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Whether or not this verse was indeed penned by Chen Fei was of no consequence to him. Matters unrelated to him seldom warranted his concern. Chen Fei, being the emperor's favored consort, was never short of sycophants eager to flatter her. The noble women at the banquet began to extol Chen Fei's virtues. The empress is truly a paragon of beauty and intellect. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her talents are unparalleled. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the most gifted woman in the palace. Who could argue otherwise? Was it not the case that Chen Fei alone garnered the emperor's affections? The autumnal essence and profound ambience of this verse far surpassed that of Miss Qiu's earlier attempt. Qingkai lifted her chin, reveling in the awe and admiration directed towards her. As a transmigrated individual who had received 9 years of compulsory education, arriving in this fictional dynasty, she could effortlessly impress them with her poetic recitations, earning their admiration for her intellect. What if she directly recited verses from ancient poets? Who could unveil her? Who could challenge her? These foolish individuals from the ancient era were like playthings to her. Qingkai's eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment. She had merely spoken from the heart. Her feigned humility drew forth another round of compliments from the onlookers. Gao Yunji rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Disgusting." Hearing her words, Qin Jiawei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yunji was still the same Yunji. Her dissatisfaction had to be expressed quietly. She could never keep anything hidden. However, Qin Jiawei had long grown accustomed to such scenes. It was always the same in her previous life. Qingkai composed poetry. The emperor praised her, and then the consorts echoed his sentiments. All she had to do was remain silent and let time pass. Qin Jiawei lifted her teacup, preparing to sip quietly. Yet, before she could take a sip, she suddenly heard her name mentioned. "I have heard that Xie Shizi's wife is also quite adept at poetry," Gao Shiyu remarked with a cold smile in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiawei followed the sound and saw Gao Shiyu's arrogant face, her eyes narrowing slightly. Why could this woman not remain at peace? She had yet to answer for the incident with the aphrodisiac given to Xie Yanli, and now she was deliberately trying to incite animosity. This woman was indeed irritating. Qingkai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Someone else is good at poetry? Seeking trouble? Are we? She turned her gaze toward Qin Jiawei, her eyes icy. "You are quite talented in poetry?" Qin Jiawei smiled faintly and replied, "I merely recognize a few characters." It hardly qualifies as talent. She had lost her mind if she thought to compete for the title of a gifted woman against the favored consort. In her past life, she had noticed how much Chen Fei valued the title of a talented woman. There had been another consort skilled in poetry who had once received praise from the emperor. In the end, that consort faced relentless targeting and, unable to endure it any longer, took her own life in the palace. Gao Shiyu seemed to underestimate Qin Jiawei's intellect, thinking she could provoke her into a rivalry with Chen Fei. Qingkai, satisfied with Qin Jiawei's modesty, nodded approvingly. The title of talented woman belonged to her alone. No one could usurp it. Then Qingkai's gaze fell upon Qin Jiawei's beautiful face, stirring a pang of jealousy within her. Yet, she quickly reassured herself. Beauty meant nothing if it was accompanied by a lack of talent. How could she possibly compare to her? Qin Jiawei coldly averted her gaze from Mo Qingkuai. She had witnessed this impudent and arrogant demeanor from Qin Fei countless times in her previous life. Gao Shuyu, noticing that Qin Jiawei did not take the bait, felt a surge of irritation and inquired, "May I ask what talents Xie Shizi's wife possesses? With such an extraordinary husband, how can she be devoid of any skills?" Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Gao Yunji frowned, glaring at Gao Shuyu. "Why speak so provocatively? If you frighten my little beauty, I will not let this matter rest." Qin Jiawei had no desire to engage with Gao Shuyu. After all, the Qi Wang was already at the end of his rope. The downfall of the Qi Wangfu was merely a matter of time, and Gao Shuyu's arrogance would not last long. However, she could not tolerate Gao Shuyu's incessant provocations and insults. Fixing her gaze on Gao Shuyu, her voice icy, she stated, "I am skilled in painting." Gao Shuyu's eyes lit up at this revelation. With a confident smile, she replied, "I am also adept at painting. Shall we have a contest?" If she could not win Xie Shizi's heart, she would crush Qin Jiawei in another arena. Qin Jiawei narrowed her eyes, realizing Gao Shuyu was relentless. Nevertheless, her painting skills were quite impressive. In her previous life, amid the solitude of the palace, she had learned various skills to pass the time, including painting. She had not anticipated that these skills would prove useful in this life. With a chill in her gaze, Qin Jiawei responded, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Seeing her agreement, Gao Shuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A malicious grin crept upon her lips, since it was a competition. There must be stakes. Whoever lost would have to kneel and bow to the winner. Qin Jiawei had no objections. Gao Shuyu was merely digging her own grave, and she would not stop her. "Yanli, your wife is also skilled in painting?" Gao Xian turned to inquire. He had thought Qin Jiawei was merely beautiful, but was surprised to learn she possessed such talent. Gao Xian's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, landing on Qin Jiawei. Xie Yanli, his dark eyes deep, replied, "Well, I'm not entirely certain. Who do you think will win?" Gao Xian raised an eyebrow. Before waiting for an answer, he chuckled to himself. "Naturally, you would bet on your wife." Xie Yanli's expression softened, of course. Seeing his demeanor, Gao Xian felt an inexplicable annoyance. He pursed his lips and said, "I'm not so sure. Gao Shuyu has been personally taught by the court painter, and I have seen her work. It's quite impressive." The Qi Wang doted on his daughter, knowing her passion for painting, and had arranged for her to study under the court's finest. Gao Xian had already investigated Qin Jiawei's background. She was merely a minor daughter of the Qin family. How could her painting instructor compare to that of a court painter? Xie Yanli remained silent, his expression serene, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. "I believe Qin Jiawei will undoubtedly prevail." Gao Xian, growing increasingly agitated at Xie Yanli's silence, mused to himself, were their marital bonds truly as profound as they appeared? At this moment, he recalled the earlier mention of Qi Wang and the impending rebellion, causing his expression to darken further. Why were there so many troubling matters weighing on his mind? Gao Xian took a deep breath, his fingers fidgeting with the jade beads. But his inner turmoil only escalated, leading him to toss the beads onto the table beside him in frustration. Chapter 85. The dispute between the Grand Princess and Consort Qin. Upon witnessing the quarrel between the Grand Princess and Consort Qin, Gao Yunji promptly instructed her attendants to prepare with great enthusiasm, for the time had come to appreciate the artistry of the beautiful ladies. In no time, the banquet hall was adorned with painting tables, the air infused with the fragrance of ink. Once Gao Shuyu had taken her position, she confidently picked up her brush and began to paint. Her strokes flowed effortlessly, each movement imbued with certainty and grace. In contrast, Qin Jiawei's pace was notably slower, lacking the same flair and confidence that characterized Gao Shuyu's work. Initially, Gao Yunji was convinced that Qin Jiawei would emerge victorious. However, seeing Gao Shuyu's composure, her heart began to flutter with concern for Qin Jiawei. After all, she had witnessed Gao Shuyu's exceptional talent in painting, which was well known among the noble women. Gao Yunji couldn't help but clench the handkerchief in her grasp, glancing over at the composed Xie Jing, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Was he truly unconcerned? Xie Jing, indeed, felt no worry, for he understood his mother well. She never engaged in endeavors without assurance. If she deemed a task beyond her grasp, she would find every means to evade it, departing quicker than anyone else. "I am finished," Gao Shuyu declared confidently, lifting her chin as she spoke. The noble women immediately crowded around her. She had created an exquisite painting of autumn chrysanthemums, the golden petals unfurling under her brush, as if one could almost inhale their delicate fragrance. The flowers appeared lifelike, with the veins of the leaves distinctly visible, as if they might leap off the page. One noblewoman exclaimed in admiration, "This painting of chrysanthemums is truly divine, skillfully rendered. The princess is indeed a master of the brush." The others nodded in agreement, praising the meticulous color palette that balanced perfectly, rivaling even real chrysanthemums. Of course, the princess's skills were honed within the palace, unmatched by those of lesser backgrounds. As they spoke, their glances frequently darted towards Qin Jiwei. Noticing this, the noblewomen stifled giggles behind their handkerchiefs. Qin Jiwei was remarkably beautiful and had made an excellent match. They could only seek a sense of superiority over her through their lineage. Standing proudly before the table, Gao Shiyu wore a triumphant smile. Her gaze filled with arrogance as she turned to look at Qin Jiwei. Soon, she anticipated Qin Jiwei would bow deeply before her, recognizing her own lowly status. Even if she married the esteemed young master Xie, she was still unworthy of him. The words of the surrounding noblewomen reached Qin Jiwei's ears. Yet she did not lift her gaze, remaining focused on her own painting. After a short while, she completed her work. "Jiwei, your painting is truly exquisite." Gao Yunji was the first to voice her praise. Upon hearing that Qin Jiwei had finished, the noblewomen who had gathered around Gao Shiyu quickly shifted their attention to Qin Jiwei's table. Gao Shiyu, lifting her chin, approached Qin Jiwei, eager to see what she had created. However, she was certain that whatever it was, it could not surpass her own masterpiece. Gao Shiyu's dismissive eyes fell upon the paper before Qin Jiwei, but in the next instant, she was taken aback. Qin Jiwei had painted a magnificent landscape, the mountains towering majestically, exuding a sense of grandeur. The variations in ink created a clear sense of depth, the distant peaks appearing ethereal amidst the mist, evoking a feeling of otherworldliness. The mountains were robust, with deep ravines that imparted an overwhelming sense of weight and vastness. At the foot of the mountains, a stream cascaded down, flanked by lush greenery, vividly complementing the landscape and enhancing its vitality. "Madam of the young master, your painting is superb. This landscape is meticulously composed, with profound meaning, truly a rare masterpiece." One noblewoman exclaimed in admiration. Although the others held feelings of envy towards Qin Jiwei, the quality of her painting was undeniable, compelling them to concede. They had not anticipated that the young master's wife was not only stunningly beautiful, but also a woman of talent. Gao Yunji raised her chin slightly, affirming, "Naturally, I have never encountered a landscape as fine as this. No wonder I recognized her beauty at first glance." Qin Jiwei shot her a playful glare. "You're exaggerating." Gao Yunji huffed lightly, insistent that she was not exaggerating. In her eyes, Qin Jiwei's painting was indeed the finest. As the Grand Princess lavished praise upon Qin Jiwei, the surrounding women began to echo their admiration. Though some were eager to curry favor with the Grand Princess, they could not deny the excellence of Qin Jiwei's artistry. Gao Shiyu's expression darkened the moment she beheld Qin Jiwei's work. Wasn't she merely a lowly branch of the Qin family? How had she acquired such remarkable skills? Gao Shiyu had been taught by court painters since childhood. Yet here was Qin Jiwei, surpassing her. Gao Shiyu's delicate features twisted with disbelief. Not only had Qin Jiwei married the young master Xie, but now she had outshone her in the very art she prided herself upon. Would she be forever overshadowed by Qin Jiwei? Biting her lip, Gao Shiyu felt her composure slip. Mo Qingkue, upon hearing others call Qin Jiwei a woman of talent, found it unbearable. She could compose poetry but had no skill in painting. After all, she had memorized those poems, whereas painting required years of dedicated practice. Mo Qingkue was filled with discontent. She had believed that her status as a time-traveling woman would allow her to surpass these feudal ladies in every regard. Yet, she had discovered areas where she fell short. However, after a moment's reflection, she regained her confidence. Why should she compare herself to these antiquated women? She was of a different caliber. To place herself alongside them was to diminish her worth. With a cold gaze, Mo Qingkue surveyed Qin Jiwei and Gao Shiyu. She harbored disdain for both. For any talented woman irked her. Only she could claim the title of a talented woman. Yet, in truth, she found herself harboring a greater animosity towards Qin Jiwei, solely for her striking beauty. While the young master's wife's painting is indeed commendable, I find that the princess's work surpasses it. Mo Qingkue suddenly interjected, her voice rising to capture everyone's attention. Gao Shiyu's eyes brightened at the remark. She had anticipated a loss, yet Consort Chun had unexpectedly recognized her talent. Is that so? Yet, I believe Jiwei's painting is superior, Gao Yunji countered, raising her chin defiantly as she locked eyes with Mo Qingque. While others may fear Consort Chen, she felt no trepidation. Why should she shy away from confronting Mo Qingque? What could Gao Xian do to her? The noble women exchanged glances, uncertain of where to align themselves amidst the dispute between the Grand Princess and Consort Chen. Chapter 86. Your Majesty, whose painting do you think is superior? Mo Qingque sensed the animosity from Gao Yunji and disdainfully rolled her eyes. The parasites of a feudal society simply do not comprehend the essence of equality and freedom of thought. Such individuals are not worthy of her discourse, let alone her respect. She surveyed the noble ladies around her and coldly inquired, "Who do you think has the better painting?" The noble ladies exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The Grand Princess is the sole daughter of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's elder sister. The Consort Chen is the Emperor's favored one, cherished like a precious gem. Both possess vengeful natures, leaving them in a quandary. The Grand Princess and Consort Chen's gazes were fixed coldly upon the noble ladies. At that moment, a magnetic, husky voice suddenly resounded. "What paintings? Let me have a look." The ladies were startled and turned to see a figure clad in bright yellow gradually approaching. Gao Xian, dressed in a dragon robe, exuded a majestic presence, his golden crown holding back his hair, the corners of his robe swaying gently with his strides. His face was like jade, with sharp brows and deep phoenix eyes that carried a hint of mischief. Following closely was Xie Yanli, donned in a red official robe. His demeanor cool and aloof, standing tall like a snow-capped mountain, emanating an air of noble detachment despite the vivid red of his attire. The noble ladies felt their cheeks flush uncontrollably. Beside one handsome man stood another equally attractive figure. Both the most exquisite men of the entire Dalian were present, and they were of entirely different types. Qin Jui also turned her gaze. Gao Xian, in his dragon robe, commanded respect. Yet, standing beside him, Xie Yanli's aura was not in the least diminished, even seeming to overshadow Gao Xian slightly. Upon entering the hall, Xie Yanli's gaze instinctively fell upon Qin Jui. Their eyes met naturally. Qin Jui's charming eyes sparkled with laughter, and she silently mouthed, "Husband." Although Xie Yanli did not hear her words, he immediately understood. His ears flushed with warmth, and he hurriedly turned his head away, unwilling to look at her in such a public setting. Xie Jing, witnessing the scene, felt somewhat speechless. Was it just a simple call of husband? Did his father really have to react so? Mo Qingque's eyes lit up upon seeing Gao Xian. Her voice filled with excitement. "Your Majesty, now that the Emperor has arrived, someone will stand up for me." She felt emboldened, believing no one would dare to bully her in his presence. Gao Xian, noticing her innocent demeanor, couldn't help but smile as he strode to her side. Mo Qingque took the liberty of linking her arm with his, pouting playfully, "Your Majesty, you've finally come." Xian Fei, observing this display, was infuriated. Wretched woman. Such a shameless act to entice the Emperor. Yet Gao Xian seemed quite taken with her antics, his sharp phoenix eyes glimmering with amusement. "What painting are we discussing? Let me see." As he spoke, he moved toward the painting table. Earlier, he and Xie Yanli had been nearby and heard the conversation. He had initially thought that Qingque and Qin Jui, both talented young women, might become close friends. To his surprise, Qingque had expressed her admiration for Gao Xiu's painting, nearly sparking an argument with her elder sister. However, despite having heard their words, he could not ascertain the quality of the two paintings, making it impossible to judge who was right or wrong. Moreover, his elder sister was his blood relative, and Qingque was his beloved. He naturally wished for them to coexist harmoniously, prompting him to hasten to the banquet with Xie Yanli. As Gao Xian approached the writing desk, Xie Yanli followed suit. Many noble ladies felt their cheeks flush uncontrollably upon seeing the two men draw near. Gao Shuyu's eyes sparkled as she caught sight of Xie Yanli approaching. With a shy flutter of her eyelashes, she exclaimed, "Young Master Xie, this autumn chrysanthemum painting is mine." Even the renowned talented Consort Chen praised her painting, indicating that she was not inferior to Qin Jui. Gao Shuyu's confidence surged anew. She gazed intently at Xie Yanli, but to her dismay, his expression remained unchanged. The relief she had felt earlier tightened into anxiety again. After a prolonged silence, a noble lady asked, "Young Master Xie, which painting do you find preferable?" It was obvious. Only a blind person could fail to see it. Xie Yanli replied coldly. After speaking, his gaze fell upon the landscape painting. The noble lady's expressions soured instantly. Xie Yanli was known for his icy demeanor, rarely voicing opinions. Most of the time, he remained an observer, indifferent and detached, especially in a public setting. To speak so bluntly was unprecedented. They all knew that young Master Xie had married Qin Jui due to the words of Master Kongyu and the pressure from the Xie matriarch. This union was far from his heartfelt choice. Naturally, the noble ladies assumed that young Master Xie and Qin Jui were merely a facade of a couple, lacking any genuine affection. Yet, they were taken aback that he would defend Qin Jui so fiercely. Gao Shuyu's eyes turned red, tears welling up within. Not only had young Master Xie chosen Qin Jui, but he also uttered such hurtful words to humiliate her. Her hands clenched tightly around her handkerchief, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Gao Yunji exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially concerned, given that Xie Yanli was notorious for his cold disposition, she feared he would treat Jui poorly. To her surprise, he was fiercely protective of her. It seemed their relationship was quite solid. Gao Yunji turned her gaze toward Qin Jui, only to find her expression unchanged, as if everything unfolded as she had anticipated, raising her eyebrows in intrigue. Mo Qingkuai, feeling indignant at Xie Yanli's response, bit her lip in dissatisfaction. She turned to Gao Xian and asked, "Your Majesty, whose painting do you think is better?" Pointing to Gao Shuyu's autumn chrysanthemum painting, she praised, "I believe this autumn chrysanthemum painting is quite impressive." Gao Xian followed her gaze and nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed. This painting of chrysanthemums features delicate brushwork. The depiction of the branches and leaves is meticulous and well-organized, with clear textures." Gao Shuyu, having learned from the court painters since childhood, has indeed produced an exquisite piece. Mo Qingkuai's face brightened. The emperor was undoubtedly on her side. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Gao Xian continued, "However, I believe that Madame Xie's artistry surpasses this." Mo Qingkuai's smile instantly froze upon hearing those words. Chapter 87. Mo Qingkuai's performance. Gao Xian remained oblivious to her expression, continuing to speak. This landscape painting boasts a grand and harmonious composition, with mountains rendered in varying shades of ink. Furthermore, it does not confine itself to meticulous depictions of individual objects or scenes, surpassing in both depth and charm. I never expected that Qin Jui could paint even better than the favored disciples of the court painters. What a remarkable woman Shi Yanli has married. With each word he uttered, Mo Qingkuai's countenance grew increasingly dark. Gao Yunji could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. It was a rare sight to witness Mo Qingkuai so discomfited. It brought her immense joy. As Gao Yunji's unabashed mockery reached her ears, Mo Qingkuai's ire intensified. Qin Jui was the wife of Shi Yanli, and while it was distasteful, his defense of her was understandable. Yet Gao Xian, clearly aware of her alignment with Gao Shuyu, still chose to praise Qin Jui in her presence. Gao Xian was her man, and he had the audacity not to side with her. It was infuriating. Mo Qingkuai's brows knitted in anger as she placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Gao Xian, how could you do this?" At her words, the crowd collectively gasped. The consort dared to address the emperor by name in public. They had known of her favored status, but none had anticipated it would extend to such audacity. Qin Jui, too, was astonished by Mo Qingkuai's boldness. In her previous life, Mo Qingkuai had been equally irreverent but had maintained a sense of propriety. In the presence of others, she would merely act coyly towards Gao Xian. Yet in this life, her behavior was even more outrageous. Gao Xian's expression grew cold. The sudden stillness in the atmosphere felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Mo Qingkuai, jolting her back to reality. She realized what she had just said. She had forgotten that the man before her was not her former boyfriend but the emperor, revered as the son of heaven. Mo Qingkuai's lips turned pale, but her pride as a modern woman forbade her from kneeling before Gao Xian to apologize. She held her head high, meeting his gaze. Gao Xian, initially furious, found his anger dissipating upon seeing her innocent eyes. He sighed. Was it not her pure and naive nature that he adored? If she were like the other women in the palace, he would not have held any affection for her. He pursed his lips, ultimately choosing not to respond. The crowd was taken aback once more. The emperor's affection for the consort had evidently reached an astonishing level. Even her brazen defiance elicited no reprimand from him. Gao Yunji snorted disdainfully, thinking, Mo Qingkuai, go ahead and ruin any affection Gao Xian holds for you. I shall relish seeing how you fare then. She turned her attention to the weeping Gao Shuyu beside her, smirking inwardly, as there was still one more matter to address. Both the emperor and the young master sure believed that Jiawei's landscape painting was superior. With a bright smile, Gao Yunji addressed Gao Shuyu, Princess Yangning. Do you recall our previous wager? What was it that the loser had to do? Gao Shuyu's face twisted in anguish. She recalled all too well that the loser was to kneel and bow before the winner. However, when they established that wager, she had never imagined that Qin Jui could triumph. What had begun as a means to humiliate Qin Jui had turned into her own disgrace. Gao Shuyu's eyes brimmed with stubbornness and resentment. She was of royal blood. How could she kneel before a mere daughter of an official like Qin Jiuwei? It was utterly humiliating. Your Majesty. She suddenly raised her head, her voice filled with defiance and desperation. Although this subject has lost the contest, I am still your cousin. To kneel before another is a disgrace to the royal family. Tears shimmered in her eyes, desperately clinging to her last shred of hope. The royal family? Cousin? Gao Xian's expression hardened, his eyes reflecting unmasked indifference. If her father, King Qi, had valued blood ties, he would not have rebelled. To bring this up now is absurd. His voice was icy. Since you have lost the contest, you must adhere to the terms of the wager. A member of the royal family cannot lack integrity and honor. Gao Shuyu's body stiffened, the color draining from her face, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Her lips trembled as if she wished to say something more, but the words died in her throat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she slowly turned away, her legs feeling as heavy as lead as she trudged towards Qin Jiuwei. A fire of resentment burned in her gaze, fixated on Qin Jiuwei's face. Shi Yanli noticed her expression, and his handsome features grew even more frigid. He lifted his gaze, his obsidian eyes boring into her. Was Princess Yongning seeking to buy time with such deliberate slowness? Gao Shiyu bit her lip, her complexion worsening. She bent her knee and fell heavily to the ground. The sound echoed sharply in the silent palace. Her forehead touched the cold floor, disheveled hair framing her face. I am indeed inferior. She squeezed out a barely audible voice, laced with bitterness. Qin Jiuwei's brow twitched. It had been a day marked by humiliation. First Qin Luan's kneeling, and now Gao Shuyu's. She felt as though she had morphed into an elder, an ancestor. Yet, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Avenging the earlier incident when Gao Shuyu had drugged her, Gao Xian found the spectacle uninteresting, casting his gaze back to Qin Jiuwei's landscape painting. However, the more he observed, the more it struck him as reminiscent of Meng Fu's style. Yet Meng Fu was a court painter. How could they possibly know one another? Gao Xian's gaze deepened with curiosity as he turned to Qin Jiuwei. Mo Qinghuai noticed his look, a sense of unease rising within her. She understood that Gao Xian's heart lay with her, having always been indifferent towards the other women in the palace. This was the first time she had seen him so intrigued by another. But upon glancing at Shi Yanli beside her, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Qin Jiuwei was already married. Surely Gao Xian would not covet a minister's wife. It was merely her overactive imagination. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the autumn banquet came to an end. The noble ladies began to exit the palace, their carriages waiting at the gates. Just then, the sound of crisp, rhythmic hooves approached, drawing everyone's attention. A luxurious and exquisitely crafted carriage rolled into view, its frame made of ebony, adorned with intricate cloud patterns. Delicate glass lanterns hung at each corner, flickering with candlelight. The carriage halted before the noble ladies, and as the door curtain was gently lifted, a tall, elegant figure emerged. Many recognized him instantly. It was the prince consort. Gao Yunji had set her sights on a man of exceptional looks. Chen Huaiji was strikingly handsome, with expressive eyes that sparkled with warmth, exuding a gentle yet profound presence. His lips curved into a subtle smile, and he stood tall in a brocade robe, radiating an air of refined elegance. However, the moment Qin Jiuwei laid eyes on him, her expression turned icy. Chapter 88. You men are all the same. Upon seeing Chen Huaiji, the eyes of the noble ladies brightened with delight. It was their first encounter with the prince consort, and they were pleasantly surprised by his striking appearance. Although he could not rival the emperor or young master Xia, he was undoubtedly a handsome man of the highest order. It would be exceedingly difficult to find another man in the entire De Liang whose looks could compare to those of the emperor and young master Xia. Gao Yunji walked alongside Qin Jiuwei and immediately exclaimed upon spotting Chen Huaiji, "Prince consort, you have arrived." Her voice was melodious and filled with an irrepressible joy as she quickly approached him. Chen Huaiji greeted her with a gentle smile, taking her hand in his warm grasp. The elegance of his long fingers caused a subtle blush to rise on Gao Yunji's cheeks. "Princess, attending the banquet must be exhausting, especially with a child in your womb. I was quite worried at home, so I came in the carriage to escort you back." He spoke with a soft, pleasant tone. Hearing his words, Gao Yunji felt a warm current flow through her heart. Her already rosy cheeks deepened in hue as she playfully glared at him. "You love to say such sweet things. What is there to be tired about at a banquet?" The surrounding noble ladies and attendants, witnessing Chen Huaiji's tender care for the princess, could not help but reveal a hint of envy. The prince consort truly held deep affections for the princess, coming personally to escort her home even though she was with child, naturally requiring more caution. Unlike the envy of those around her, Qin Jue regarded Chen Huaiji with icy disdain. With each breath, a chill coursed through her. It was him. He was the one who caused Yun's to perish. Years ago. When Yun's died in childbirth, her heart ached profoundly. Upon reflection, she recalled having inquired with the physician about this pregnancy, which was reported to be stable. There should have been no cause for fatal complications. Her suspicions grew, and after conducting a covert investigation, she discovered that Chen Huaiji had bribed the midwife, leading to Yun's demise. This heartless wretch. She vowed to kill him. Fury coursed through Qin Jue, causing her to tremble as she gripped the handkerchief in her hands. Struggling to rein in her emotions. Sensing her distress, Xie Yanli turned to her, his deep, dark eyes fixed upon her, and asked, "What is wrong?" His voice, as smooth as jade, pulled Qin Jue from her tumultuous thoughts. She bit her lip, replying, "I am fine, just a bit weary." Lacking evidence, and knowing Yun's held Chen Huaiji in high trust, she realized it would be futile to confront her directly. Yun's would likely not believe her and might alert Chen Huai's, leading him to mask his true nature even more adeptly. She needed to remain composed and discreetly gather the truth. After Gao Yunji departed, Qin Jue, along with Xie Yanli and Xie Jing, boarded the carriage, which began its leisurely journey back to the Marquis' residence. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Qin Jue. The emotional upheaval of the day had been overwhelming. Now, as she rode in the carriage, her once tense demeanor gradually relaxed. At the same time, the faint, refreshing scent of sandalwood emanating from Xie Yanli enveloped her, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. Her eyelids grew heavier, and her head began to droop. Eventually, she found a makeshift pillow and leaned against it. Xie Yanli felt a sudden weight on his shoulder and was momentarily startled. Yet soon, a sweet, delicate fragrance wafted to his nose, and a smile crept upon his lips. Beside them, Xie Jing observed the scene, thinking he should not be here. Clearing his throat softly, Xie Yanli turned to him. Xie Jing pursed his lips tightly and spoke in a dry tone, "It is too warm in the carriage. I shall step outside for some fresh air." He exited without waiting for Xie Yanli's response, initially intending to leave directly, but realizing that would be rather rude. Xie Yanli shifted his gaze back to Qin Jue, carefully studying her peaceful sleeping face. She appeared deeply slumbering, clearly exhausted. In her sleep, her delicate features were serene, long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, casting a gentle shadow beneath her eyes. Her cheeks bore a soft blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in the spring, evoking a desire to protect her. Xie Yanli's heart began to race, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of tranquility and fulfillment, as if a long-lost void within him had suddenly been filled. In the palace, at Lingyan Pavilion, the flickering lights cast shadows as Gao Xian reclined on a couch, engrossed in a book. His robes were slightly open, exuding an air of lazy elegance. His phoenix-like eyes were lowered, and his high nose complemented his thin lips, which were pressed together. Mo Qingkuai watched him, her ears flushing involuntarily. He was indeed the man she had chosen. His looks were undeniable, fit for stardom in modern times. And such a man now harbored deep affections for her, with his heart devoted solely to her. Yet, suddenly, Mo Qingkuai recalled the way Gao Xian had looked at Qin Jue earlier that day, igniting an unbidden anger within her. "Your Majesty," she called out, her voice tinged with coldness. Gao Xian did not lift his gaze from the book, responding with indifference, "My beloved, what troubles you?" Mo Qingkuai's ire flared even more intensely as she stepped closer and snatched the book from his hands. "What is wrong with you?" Gao Xian furrowed his brow, his tone growing impatient. Pouting, Mo Qingkuai, feeling quite aggrieved, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you promised to dismiss the harem for me. When will you fulfill that promise?" Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "You vowed to be with me for all eternity." Gao Xian's brow tightened, fatigue evident in his gaze. "Qingkuai, it is not that I do not wish to, but I truly cannot at this moment." How could he explain to her the constraints imposed by powerful families, ancestral laws, and the political landscape? Though he was the emperor, he had ascended the throne less than 3 years ago, and the powerful clans were deeply entrenched, colluding with one another. The harem and the court were intricately intertwined. Mo Qingkuai, however, did not believe his words. She abruptly rose from her seat, raising her voice. "You are lying. You are the emperor. The entire nation belongs to you. How can you not control this matter?" Did she not have knowledge of history? There were instances of emperors who dismissed their harem to favor one individual, such as Emperor Ming and Yang Jian. Why could Gao Xian not do the same? Mo Qingkuai could not bear the thought of Gao Xian being with other women. To her, that was betrayal. She hurled the book onto the floor, shouting, "You men are all the same. You feast at the table while yearning for the pot." Gao Xian felt his temper rise in response. standing with an expression as cold as ice. Chapter 89. The breath of each other clearly hurt enough. Though I dote on you, I cannot disregard the greater good for your selfish desires. I am unable to perform the absurdity you propose. Do not linger on this matter any longer. Since encountering Chinkie, he has not favored any woman in the harem. Yet, how increasingly outrageous she has become. How dare she speak to him in such a manner? Gao Xian's face darkened, and he abruptly tossed aside his sleeve, striding away from Lingyan Pavilion. Seeing him depart in such a manner, Imo Chinkie trembled with rage. She raised her hand and swept a delicate porcelain vase from the table to the floor. With a sharp crash, the vase shattered into countless pieces, the sound echoing harshly in the silent palace. Following this, she rushed towards an antique shelf, carelessly knocking down various ancient artifacts and rare decorative items. As she wreaked havoc, Imo Chinkie cursed vehemently. Liars. All of them are liars. Not a single good man among them. Upon returning to Yangxin Palace, Gao Xian was still consumed with anger. His expression was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Noticing his demeanor, Eunuch Lin immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. You are well aware of Consort Qin's temperament. She has always been so indiscreet. After a moment's contemplation, Eunuch Lin swallowed this last word and instead advised, Consort Qin is still young. Do not hold her accountable. Still young? Gao Xian scoffed. Qin Jiwei is of the same age and does not behave like her. The thought surfaced, and Gao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Why was he thinking of Qin Jiwei again? It had already been countless times today. What on earth was happening to him? His gaze fell upon the scroll before him, and he recalled the painting Qin Jiwei had created today. Pressing his thin lips together, he quietly instructed Eunuch Lin with a few words. Initially taken aback, Eunuch Lin soon nodded and withdrew. The carriage slowly made its way toward the Marquis' residence. The gentle jostling roused Qin Jiwei from her slumber. She blinked, her consciousness still clouded, and after a moment, realized her head was resting against something. This object was neither soft nor hard, providing a comfortable support and exuding a cool sandalwood fragrance. Cool sandalwood fragrance. Startled, Qin Jiwei awakened fully and turned to meet Xie Yanli's dark, cold gaze. Her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. How did I fall asleep? Her voice, no longer the clear chirp of a lark, now bore the lazy timbre of someone just awakened, tinged with embarrassment. She slightly turned her head, attempting to mask her awkwardness. Xie Yanli smiled faintly and replied, You were simply too weary. As he spoke, he suddenly extended his long, pale hand towards her. The hand drew nearer. Qin Jiwei's heart skipped a beat, instinctively leaning back. Yet, the hand quickly halted, the distinctly knuckled fingers gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. A shiver ran through Qin Jiwei. He was merely helping her arrange her hair. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she inquired, Where are we now? Xie Yanli lifted the carriage curtain and glanced outside. We are nearing the Marquis' residence. Following his gaze, Qin Jiwei looked out. Their eyes met briefly before quickly averting. The atmosphere within the carriage had turned somewhat delicate since her awakening. At that moment, Xie Yanli retrieved an exquisite food box from a hidden compartment, unveiling an array of delicate pastries. I instructed the kitchen to prepare these, he said, glancing at her. Would you care for some? Qin Jiwei intended to decline, yet her stomach betrayed her with an untimely gurgle. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Just then, the carriage jolted over a small bump, causing Qin Jiwei to lurch forward. Quick as a flash, Xie Yanli caught her in his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together, their breaths distinctly audible. Qin Jiwei's heart raced like a drum. She lifted her gaze to meet Xie Yanli's dark eyes. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the only sounds being the carriages swaying and their rapid heartbeats intertwining. Soon, Xie Yanli gently released his hold on her. Qin Jiwei straightened, lowering her gaze to adjust her sleeve. They both remained silent, allowing the charged atmosphere to linger before gradually dissipating, leaving behind an unspoken tension. The carriage came to a steady halt before the Marquis' residence. Before the curtain could be fully raised, a small figure dashed towards the carriage like a jubilant fawn. As Qin Jiwei stepped out, a little bundle dove into her arms, wrapping its small arms tightly around her waist, its little head nuzzling against her. Mother, you have finally returned. I thought you had abandoned me. Xieju whined in a childish voice. Having not seen Xieju all day, Qin Jiwei felt a surge of affection and immediately bent down to embrace him. How could a mother ever abandon you? Xie Jingchun chuckled softly from the side. Little did mother know. The third brother cried incessantly upon returning and not finding you or father, refusing to join the evening meal in the main courtyard. Xieju pouted at Xie Jingchun. Eldest brother is just trying to tarnish my reputation before mother. I did not cry incessantly. I merely hummed a few times. Qin Jiwei chuckled, pinching Xieju's cheek. Is my little Ju thinking of mother so much? Xieju nodded vigorously. I missed you terribly. He placed his hand over his heart, feigning pain. Qin Jiwei laughed at his antics, gently poking his nose. You are quite the clever little rascal. Seeing his mother's delight, Xieju beamed up at her, his obsidian eyes sparkling. Then can this little spirit sleep with mother tonight? At that moment, Xie Jingshun finally understood that the third brother had been waiting for this. He shot a knowing glance at Xieju. Third brother seems to have used all his wits to charm mother. No, you are growing up. You must get accustomed to sleeping alone, Xie Yanli declared sternly, casting a cold, dark gaze at Xieju, embodying the role of a strict father. Xieju opened his mouth, his once bright eyes dimming instantly. Pouting, he whined, but I don't want to. Xie Jingshun chuckled softly, amused at the sight of his younger brother's plight. Indeed, how can you still sleep with mother at your age? Qin Jiwei was taken aback by Xie Yanli's sudden remark and immediately turned to look at him. Chapter 90 with a pouting expression filled with resentment, Xie Yanli's cold dark eyes briefly flinched upon meeting Qin Jiwei's gaze before slowly averting. The fact that Xieju could make such a request indicated that Qin Jiwei treated him exceptionally well, and he had fully accepted her. Unacknowledged, Xieju sulkily pouted, feeling immense dissatisfaction. Humph. His father was doing this on purpose. His father could not sleep with his mother and would not allow him to sleep with her either. He had yet to share a bed with his mother. Bullying a child. It was utterly excessive. After sending Xieju away, Qin Jiwei turned her gaze to Xie Yanli. Upon seeing his jade-like, handsome face, her mind involuntarily recalled the earlier scene in the carriage, causing her fair cheeks to flush crimson once more. She softly remarked, "It is getting late. My husband should rest early." Xie Yanli's dark eyes coldly acknowledged her with a soft As Qin Jiwei turned to leave, his gaze remained fixed on her. Only when her graceful figure vanished from sight did he turn back to the study. The next day, at the princess's residence. Li Gonggong, what brings you here? Gao Yunji expressed surprise upon hearing the announcement of the eunuch's arrival early in the morning. Although she maintained a good relationship with her brother Gao Xian, who often sent eunuchs to deliver rewards to the princess's residence, it was her first time encountering Li Gonggong at such an hour. She wondered what had transpired. Concerned about her brother's unstable position on the throne, Gao Yunji hastened toward the main hall, mindful of her pregnancy and careful not to hurry too much. Mama Lin assisted her, and they finally arrived. Upon seeing Gao Yunji, Li Gonggong immediately bowed in greeting. Gao Yunji observed his calm demeanor and concluded that it was likely not a significant matter, allowing her to relax her anxious heart. She nodded at Li Gonggong and inquired, "What does His Majesty wish to see you about?" Li Gonggong respectfully replied, "His Majesty wishes to see the landscape painting of yesterday's Lady Xia. I have been sent to retrieve it, as it is said to be in the princess's possession." Gao Yunji furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, after the autumn banquet concluded, she had taken possession of Jiwei's landscape painting. It was perplexing that Gao Xian had sent a eunuch so early merely for a painting. He did not seem particularly fond of art. Though puzzled, she instructed a nearby maidservant to fetch the painting. Li Gonggong soon left with the artwork. Originally, His Majesty had intended for him to come directly to the princess's residence, but he had advised against it, citing the princess's pregnancy and the need for rest. Nevertheless, he was commanded to retrieve the painting early today. Li Gonggong himself found it strange, as His Majesty rarely visited the Rui Pavilion. Why was he suddenly so concerned about a painting? After Li Gonggong's departure, Gao Yunji sat in her chair, her thoughts lingering on the events of earlier. However, despite pondering for a long time, she could not arrive at a conclusion. "Princess." Chen Huaiji's gentle voice broke through her reverie. Gao Yunji quickly regained her focus and turned to him, saying softly, "What is it?" "Princess, I fear I cannot accompany you at home today. Minister Li has invited me to a poetry gathering. This is his third invitation, and I cannot decline." Upon hearing this, Gao Yunji's previously bright eyes dimmed instantly. There was no regulation in Dalian forbidding a husband from holding an official position. Currently, Chen Huaiji served as a deputy minister in the Ministry of Works. Today was his rare day off, and Gao Yunji had hoped he would stay home with her, but since he had expressed his intentions, she could not object. Moreover, it was merely a poetry gathering, not some frivolous affair. She lifted her delicate face to look at Chen Huaiji, gently saying, "Then return early. Our child wishes to spend time with his father." Chen Huaiji smiled tenderly, assuring her, "Rest assured, Princess, I will return promptly." Gao Yunji nodded, her gaze lingering on his departing figure. Mama Lin sighed, "Princess, You truly possess great understanding. Take the Princess of Yongning from the Qi Wangfu. She is merely a princess yet behaves arrogantly in the capital, looking down on everyone. Your status as the eldest princess, the emperor's sister, and the empress's daughter affords you considerable dignity. No matter how demanding you are of your husband, it is justified. Yet, you remain so understanding, entrusting the household affairs to him and refraining from interfering in his life. Sigh, there are few men who treat their wives with such regard. Many take multiple concubines. Yet the eldest princess remains devoted to her husband alone. Gao Yunji smiled gently. We are a couple. Mutual respect is only fitting. Though Chen Huaiji had achieved the title of Jinshi, he had not ranked among the top 3. Gao Yunji was drawn to him for his appearance and noble character. Moreover, they now had their own child. As she spoke, Gao Yunji lowered her gaze, her expression soft as she caressed her belly. Oh, dear child, grow quickly. When you are older, your mother will give you the finest things in the world. Your father and mother will be there to watch you grow, for they love you dearly. Mama Lin observed the gentle smile on Gao Yunji's face and could not help but smile as well. As long as the eldest princess was happy, it was all that mattered. She hoped the prince would be worthy of such love. Meanwhile, as Chen Huaiji turned away, his previously gentle gaze abruptly turned cold. Upon reaching the entrance of the princess's residence and settling into the carriage, he coldly commanded, to the old place. The coachman respectfully nodded, and the carriage slowly rolled out. As they approached Juke Street, the coachman's expression immediately hardened. He leaned toward the carriage, whispering, Young master, someone is following us. I do not know who it is. Chen Huaiji's eyes darkened as he coldly instructed, shake them off. The coachman nodded and then vigorously cracked the whip in his hand. Qinglong Courtyard. What? Lost them? Qin Jiwei set down her teacup, her brows instantly knitting together in anger. The servant dispatched for this purpose nodded, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Returning to the young madam. The prince's coachman was exceptionally alert and quickly noticed our presence. He then turned into an alley, which is quite convoluted, and soon disappeared from sight. When we finally located them again, only an empty carriage remained. The prince has vanished. Qin Jiwei's eyes turned icy as she tightened her grip on the handkerchief. Chapter 91. She raised her gaze with keen interest, astonished by Chen Huaiji's heightened vigilance, even employing skilled guards to serve as his coachman. What could he possibly be up to? Such elite protection must have cost a considerable sum. Chen Huaiji, hailing from humble origins, lacked an illustrious family background. It was only after becoming a prince consort that he enjoyed such privileges. Yunxi, known for her lavish spending, must have bestowed a generous amount upon him. Yet, as he squandered Yunji's wealth, his thoughts were consumed with schemes to bring about her demise. Even the money he used to bribe the midwife came from Yunji. He was using Yunji's funds to orchestrate her downfall. This man was utterly despicable. Qin Jiwei trembled with rage, desperately pinching her palm to suppress her fury. Miss, what should we do now? Xiaoyi inquired, worry etched across her face. Their actions had already been detected by the prince consort, making future endeavors even more precarious. Qin Jiwei's eyes narrowed, her voice deliberate as she replied, Chen Huaiji has engaged formidable guards. If we wish to discern his intentions, we must find someone even more skilled. Xiaoyi frowned, but the guards we have summoned are already the most formidable in Qinglong Courtyard. Qin Jiwei gently shook her head. No? There is still one more. Who? Xiaoyi asked, her curiosity piqued. That evening, in the study, husband, Qin Jiwei's voice, no longer as bright as a lark, flowed soft and delicate. Xia Yanli felt a tightening in his throat upon hearing her. He glanced at her, noting how Qin Jiwei appeared remarkably different this evening. Clad in flowing robes with a sash cinched at her waist, her slender figure was accentuated, her beauty striking with rosy lips and fair skin. Her eyes shimmering as she gazed at him, enchantingly captivating. The smile upon her face was gentle, as if it could conjure a springtime brook. Xia Yanli's eyes narrowed slightly. A thought flashed through his mind. Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft. His brow twitched as he responded with a nonchalant. Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, a pang of anxiety gripping her heart. Despite her alluring demeanor, he remained as cold and distant as ever. In the past, she could easily approach Xia Yanli with requests concerning household matters and their 3 children. However, this matter was personal, unrelated to the Marquess, and could even implicate it. Thus, Qin Jiwei felt a twinge of guilt, making it difficult to voice her intentions. Yet, thinking of Yunxi, she clenched her small fist within her sleeve, summoning her courage to speak. Husband, I have something to ask of you. Xia Yanli's dark eyes turned toward her, his tone calm as he inquired. What is it? Feeling vulnerable, Qin Jiwei shifted uncomfortably, her heart racing. Xia Yanli, Noticing her unusual demeanor, subtly curved his lips in amusement, his gaze intrigued. She mentally encouraged herself again. Her voice barely above a whisper, "I would like to borrow your shadow guards." She knew Xia Yanli possessed shadow guards, tasked with handling critical matters of state. However, she was uncertain if he would be willing to lend them to her, considering their significance. Before she could contemplate further, a crisp, melodic voice interrupted her thoughts. "All right." Qin Jiwei looked up in surprise. His response was far too agreeable, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Husband, you don't wish to inquire what I need the shadow guards for?" Xia Yanli replied coolly, "No need to ask. Simply attend to your own affairs." His shadow guards were unwaveringly loyal to him. Whatever tasks Qin Jiwei assigned them would be reported back to him without question. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Yanli's thoughts wandered, and she felt a fleeting touch of emotion within her. However, this sentiment was short-lived as her mind began to strategize. Later that evening, within the palace, Gao Xian scrutinized the landscape painting before him, his brow furrowed. What was he doing? It was utterly absurd. He rolled up the painting and cast it aside, rubbing his aching temples. Beside him, Eunuch Li spoke up, "Your Majesty, Consort Shun has not eaten all day." Gao Xian lifted his gaze, his tone frigid as he retorted, "What is she up to? Is she trying to starve me into submission?" Eunuch Li sighed and shook his head. It seemed Consort Shun had no such intention. The maidservants reported she had been weeping all day, unable to eat due to her distress. It was likely not a deliberate fast. She had cried all day? The coldness in Gao Xian's eyes softened, and his lips tightened. He recalled their argument from the previous night. Indeed, if she were as docile and tedious as the other women in the harem, he would not find her appealing. Qin Kuei had her virtues. He cherished those traits, but also had to accept her temperament. 3 years ago, shortly after his ascension, he had encountered Qin Kuei in the Imperial Garden. Her presence ethereal and enchanting. The words she spoke were unlike anything he had ever heard. He could uncover no details of her past, as if she had materialized from thin air. Yet, he fell for her and insisted she remain in the palace. Now, Qin Kuei was alone and vulnerable within the palace, with only him to rely upon. Gao Xian's heart softened. "Very well, have the kitchen prepare her favorite dishes and send them to her." Eunuch Li nodded, "Yes. I shall attend to it immediately." He mused that despite their quarrels, the emperor still cared deeply for Consort Shin. Eunuch Li then ventured, "Shall His Majesty visit the Lingyan Pavilion tonight?" "Do not go," Gao Xian interrupted decisively. Though his heart had softened, he would not so easily concede to her this time. This quarrel was clearly Qin Kuei's fault. Furthermore, as emperor, he would not bow down. Let her come to him instead. At the Lingyan Pavilion. "Your Highness, please stop crying. The emperor just sent a variety of your favorite foods. He does care for you," a maidservant gently urged. Qin Kuei lifted her swollen eyes. "It's just some food. What does it matter? He cannot give me what I truly desire." As she spoke, her tears flowed more abundantly. Having grown up in modern times, she had internalized the notion of unwavering loyalty within romantic relationships. Now, thrust into the reality of a feudal society with its polygamous customs, how could she accept it? To love someone is to possess them. Moreover, Gao Xian had promised her that once he secured his position, he would dismiss the harem. Year after year, she waited, only to find herself embroiled in arguments with him. He did not love her, wailing in despair. The maidservant, observing Qin Kuei's anguish, sighed inwardly. The emperor was, after all, the emperor. He was not like them. Yet, it seemed the consort did not grasp this reality. The following evening, Qin Huaizhi departed from the princess's residence in a carriage, with several masked shadow guards stealthily trailing behind him. Chapter 92. Should I inform the princess? The carriage came to a halt at the mouth of a narrow alley. Qin Huaizhi disembarked and glanced around. Seeing that no one was in sight, he finally relaxed his anxious heart. After discovering that someone had stealthily followed him the previous day, he had taken extra precautions today, circling the area 3 times before arriving here. But who could be tracking him? Qin Huaizhi furrowed his brow. Could it be that Gao Yunji had grown suspicious? The thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. That foolish girl wouldn't even notice. Pregnancy had dulled her senses for 3 years. It was all too easy for him to manipulate her. His gaze fell upon the tightly shut wooden door before him, and the coldness in his eyes softened. With a creak, the door swung open, and he strode inside. Within the room, a slender woman was embroidering by the window. Qin Huaizhi approached her quietly from behind, suddenly reaching out to encircle her delicate waist. "Oh dear, you startled me," Lun Yang exclaimed playfully. Qin Huaizhi chuckled, pressing his body against hers. "What's the matter? Don't you miss me?" Lun Yang's cheeks flushed as she turned to face him. Frowning, she chided, Why did you come so late today? I've been waiting for you so long. At this mention, Chun Huaiji's tone turned icy. She's just greedy, insisting on eating the sour dates from Chongning Street. Nothing else will do, such a nuisance. But because of this, I can use it as an excuse to buy sour dates and come find you. He pinched Lun Yang's cheek teasingly, adding, she still thinks I'm thoughtful. Lun Yang squirmed in his embrace, shyly protesting, don't pinch my face. Chen Huaiji adored her coyness and couldn't resist his desire, his hands wandering lower. Come now, Lun Yang, let me touch you. The woman was currently with child, unable to do much, rendering their interactions rather dull. Upon hearing Chun Huaiji's disdainful tone regarding Gao Yunji, Lun Yang's eyes gleamed with pride. What of the princess? No matter how noble her status, her man is here with me. A woman who cannot hold on to her husband's heart is truly worthless. With a playful shove, Lun Yang leaned half-heartedly into Chun Huaiji's embrace. He smiled and effortlessly lifted her, striding toward the bed. The sheer curtains fluttered, and the room was filled with a passionate atmosphere. Moments later, Lun Yang lay breathlessly against him, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. Brother Huaiji, what do you plan to do next? We can't continue like this. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. I want to be by your side openly. Chen Huaiji caressed her cheek reassuringly. Do not worry, Lun Yang. I have already bribed the midwife who will assist her during childbirth. When the time comes, I will act in secret, and there will be one corpse but 2 lives. That woman is the Emperor's only biological sister, and their bond is strong. Once she is gone, I will feign sorrow. The Emperor, feeling guilty over her death, will undoubtedly shower me with compensation. At that time, I shall possess wealth and power, and the entire princess's estate will be mine. I will then bring you to my side and make you my rightful woman. Lun Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she listened. Brother Huaiji, you truly are a master strategist. How impressive. What kind of man had she found? One who could scheme against the royal family. Lun Yang's cheeks flushed anew. Chun Huaiji smirked. Although he and ranked among the top 3 in the imperial examination, it hardly mattered. By aligning himself with the princess, he lived far better than any top scholar. He had rescued Lun Yang 2 years prior on the street, captivated by her beauty. Gao Yunji forbade him from taking a concubine, so he had resorted to keeping a mistress outside. A man of his stature should not be limited to just one woman. It was simply absurd. Is your allowance sufficient? If not, I can provide you with more. Chun Huaiji boasted, she is currently pregnant, and I now oversee the shops and estates of the princess's household. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Lun Yang's eyes brightened as she inched closer to him. Brother Huaiji, you are truly capable, such a real man. Chen Huaiji chuckled lightly, leaning in closer to Lun Yang. Later that evening, in Qinglan Courtyard. Madam, I personally witnessed the prince consort enter the small courtyard and stay for a full hour before heading to Chongning Street to purchase sour dates. Qin Jiwei set down her teacup, her brow furrowing deeply. What small courtyard? Who resides there? The cloaked figure replied, I later investigated. A woman named Lun Yang lives there. She is beautiful and generous. Neighbors report frequently seeing a carriage parked nearby, lingering for an hour or 2 before leaving. From the description, it matches the prince consort's carriage. With every word, Qin Jiwei's grip on the armrest tightened until her knuckles turned white. Why did Chen Huaiji require skilled protection? Why did he bribe the midwife? She understood everything now. Qin Jiwei trembled with anger, her fury boiling over. How dare he keep a mistress outside? How could he? Gao Yunji is suffering through pregnancy, and he has the audacity to treat her this way. To endanger his legitimate wife for a mistress. To conspire against a princess. This man is utterly revolting. Qin Jiwei's nails dug into her palm, oblivious to the pain. Zio had never before seen her mistress so enraged. Her mistress was usually composed, rarely displaying such intense emotions. For a moment, Zio felt flustered, her heart swelling with indignation. She had never imagined the prince consort to be such a man. At that moment, a small shadow lurked outside. Upon hearing this revelation, its grape-like eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a soft sound came from within, and the little shadow quickly scurried away. At this time, Granny Song remained the calmest of all. She had seen enough of men as true colors to be unfazed. Yet, her thoughts wandered to another matter. Miss, should we inform the princess of this situation? Qin Jiwei took a moment to regain her composure, her brow furrowing at the suggestion. She bit her lip, contemplating. The princess is with child. If she learns of this matter, it could jeopardize her pregnancy and pose a risk of miscarriage. But if I do not inform her, my worries will only deepen. Currently, she spends her days in Qinglan Courtyard, managing household affairs and caring for the children. She cannot be by Gao Yunji's side at all times. Even if she can handle the midwife's affairs, Gao Yunji is completely defenseless against Chen Huaiji. Who knows what schemes he might devise next? As long as Chen Huaiji remains close to Gao Yunji, she cannot rest easy. Qin Jiwei bit her lip, her resolve hardening. This matter must be brought to the princess's attention. But before that, there is something else I must attend to. Chapter 93. Xie Jingquan's heart also holds fire in the princess's residence. The princess, the sour jujubes have been bought back. Chen Huaiji strode in, his face adorned with an exceedingly gentle smile. After handing the jujubes to a nearby maid, he approached and wrapped his arms around Gao Yunji's slender waist. Why have you taken so long? Gao Yunji furrowed her brows. It was just to buy some jujubes. Why the delay? She had even worried whether something unfortunate had befallen him. Chen Huaiji's voice was soft and melodious. I happened to encounter the Minister of Rites and engaged in some idle chatter. I hope the princess will not be displeased. I wish to return sooner to accompany you. But the minister is my superior now. Although I am a prince consort, I cannot slight him. Gao Yunji felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but under his gentle explanation, that discontent quickly dissipated. She nodded, trusting him implicitly. After all, Chen Huaiji was merely an assistant minister at present, and it was only polite to show deference to a minister. She pressed her lips together, contemplating that in a few days she would speak to the emperor about promoting Chen Huaiji. Huaiji. She lifted her delicate face to look at him, but before she could finish, Chen Huaiji interrupted. Princess, I have some official matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gao Yunji's eyes. She wished for him to stay longer. Yet, she ultimately nodded, a soft smile gracing her lips. Very well, you may go about your business. With aspirations to achieve greatness, the prince consort was clearly focused, and she could not hinder his ambitions. Watching him depart, Gao Yunji suddenly recalled something, her eyes narrowing slightly. She seemed to have detected a trace of perfume on Chen Huaiji. This thought struck her like thunder, yet she quickly shook her head vigorously. No, it couldn't be. Chen Huaiji had promised her that in this lifetime, she would be the only one, that he would not take a concubine nor entertain any extramarital affairs. For 3 years since their marriage, he had adhered to this vow. Gao Yunji sighed softly. It was indeed the folly of pregnancy to overthink. How could she harbor doubts about her beloved? Now that she was with child, she needed to be mindful of her health, prioritizing the well-being of the baby. She had not played polo, once her favorite pastime, for quite some time. Now, she could only linger indoors or take leisurely strolls in the courtyard, which was exceedingly dull. It was no wonder she found her thoughts wandering. Furrowing her brow, she realized this was not a sustainable situation. She turned to issue a command. Tomorrow, send an invitation for the young lady of the Xie family to gather. With her charming presence accompanying her, perhaps it would alleviate her spirits. That evening, in Qinglan courtyard, Xie Jingquan strode toward his chamber when he suddenly spotted a small figure sitting on the steps, their little face scrunched in distress. Raising an eyebrow, he recognized it was Xie Ju. He approached and lightly patted the back of his head. What's the matter? Lost in thought all alone. Speak to your elder brother. He inquired casually. What troubles could a child like Xie Ju have? Most likely, it was merely that he had not been served his favorite dish at dinner or had received a reprimand from his tutor. Turning his head, Xie Ju's usually cheerful face was now serious. Observing this, Xie Jingquan's smile faltered. An ominous premonition welled up within him. It seemed that matters were not so simple. Xie Ju pouted, on the verge of tears, when he was suddenly hushed by Xie Jingquan. Wait, do not speak yet. Let us find mother. Regardless of the issue, she will surely have a solution. No, we cannot go to mother. Xie Ju exclaimed immediately, his eyes reddening. This matter was indeed related to their mother. Xie Jingquan pressed his lips together. We must seek out Xie Jing. We will discuss it later. This appeared to be a serious situation requiring careful thought, and he surmised he might not be up to the task. It would be better for his second brother to devise a plan. Moments later, in Xie Jing's room. What is it? Speak. Xie Jing inquired in a calm tone. Xie Jingquan sat on a chair, munching on an apple, and glanced at the small figure in the middle. Upon seeing both older brothers present, Xie Ju could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Something terrible has happened. Mother is angry. Mother is angry? That cannot be. Xie Jingquan responded instinctively. Since mother married into the Marquis' residence, he had never witnessed her anger. Xie Ju sobbed. She is indeed furious. I heard it all outside, and I did not mishear. Xie Jing gently replied, Third brother, do not cry. First, Tell us what you heard. Xie sniffled, collecting himself to say, I heard mother shouting angrily that he dares to keep a concubine outside. Then he looked up at Xie Jing, second brother. What does concubine mean? Xie Jingchun scoffed, quickly explaining, it means having another family outside. After a pause, he added, and who does he refer to? The room fell silent, the three brothers staring at each other in shock. Could it possibly be referring to their father? Their father was actually keeping a concubine outside. Xie emerged from Xie Jing's room, only to see Xie Yanli approaching. His small face was tense, his round eyes filled with defiance. Unlike his usual demeanor of rushing to Xie Yanli to act cute, he pursed his lips tightly. With a strained voice, he managed to utter two words, father. He had now realized that father was bullying mother, provoking her to such anger. He would never smile at father again. Xie Jingshun felt a surge of anger as well and lowered his voice to call out, father. Without waiting for Xie Yanli's response, he turned and strode back to his chamber. Xie Yanli, bewildered by the sudden hostility from both children, could only mutter, what is happening? The next day, in the princess's residence, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the floor of the inner chamber. Gao Yunji and Qin Jiuwu sat facing each other, a table beside them laden with exquisite hairpins. Try this one. Gao Yunji picked up a gold hairpin inlaid with rubies and inserted it into her hair. Gao Yunji's eyes sparkled. You look splendid in this. The rubies are resplendent and complement you beautifully. Now try this one. She then took a jade-carved hairpin and gently placed it in Qin Jiuwu's hair, tilting her head in admiration, her expression full of satisfaction. You look lovely in this as well. A beauty is a beauty. Any hairpin suits you splendidly. Adorning a beauty is indeed delightful. Next, she eagerly picked up a silver hairpin adorned with pearls, hastily inserting it into Qin Jiuwu's hairstyle. Qin Jiuwu chuckled helplessly, allowing Gao Yunji to dress her as she pleased. In her past life, although she had formed a close friendship with Yunji, her position in the palace had imposed many restrictions, leaving little room for such casual conversations. Gao Yunji waved her hand grandly, her voice light and cheerful. You look beautiful in all these, so I shall gift them all to you. Qin Jiuwu was momentarily taken aback. The items in the princess's residence were undoubtedly exquisite, and the pearls on the silver hairpin alone were sourced from the South China Sea, holding immense value. Not to mention the fine jade and rubies. Yet she understood Gao Yunji's nature. She relished bestowing various treasures upon her. Qin Jiuwu nodded graciously. Very well, I shall accept them. Thank you, Your Highness. Gao Yunji chuckled lightly. There is no need for such formality between us. It was no wonder she found such joy in the company of the charming beauty. In the past, gifts had often been met with unnecessary pleasantries, which she found terribly tedious. Observing Gao Yunji's smiling face, Qin Jiuwu bit her lip and inquired, is the princess's pregnancy stable? Chapter 94. A path to wider, softer hands. Gao Yunji picked up a sour jujube from the table, savoring it with a gentle smile gracing her lips. This child is very well behaved and has not caused much trouble for me. The court physician also mentioned that this pregnancy is quite stable, ensuring a smooth delivery. Qin Jiwei furrowed her brows at the mention of the court physician. She harbored distrust towards the medical staff of the princess's residence, especially since Chen Huaiji had almost completely taken control there. One could not ensure that he wouldn't bribe the physician to carry out his own schemes. Perhaps we should invite an imperial physician for a consultation, which would provide greater reassurance, Qin Jiwei suggested. Gao Yunji felt somewhat troubled as the court physician checked her pulse daily for safety. She parted her lips, wishing to decline. But when faced with the shimmering gaze of Qin Jiwei, the words of refusal remained lodged in her throat. Very well, it is merely an additional physician's visit. It is nothing significant. She turned and instructed, please summon an imperial physician from the palace. Let us invite physician Linen, Qin Jiwei added. Gao Yunji was taken aback. You know an imperial physician? Not quite an acquaintance, Qin Jiwei replied with a light laugh. Some time ago, when Chun Gu fell ill, physician Lin visited and provided excellent care. This prompted Gao Yunji to inquire curiously, what about your 3 adopted sons? Given that she had started raising them later, she worried about their interactions. When discussing children, Qin Jiwei's voice softened, and her lips curved into a smile. They are all exceptionally good children, obedient and filial. Hearing this eased my worries, Gao Yunji said, gently patting her belly. I will soon have my own child as well. She extended the sour jujube towards Qin Jiwei. Would you care to try this sour jujube? It was specially purchased for me by Huaiji when he went out yesterday. He is genuinely attentive to this child. After 3 years of marriage, he still treats me as he did at the beginning. as Qin Jiwei beheld the happiness reflected on her face. A pang of bitterness tightened her heart. This sour jujube was bought by Chuan Huaiji after a clandestine meeting with his mistress the day before. If Yunji were to learn the truth, would she still desire this child? Half an hour later, Linen removed the cloth from Gao Yunji's wrist. Rest assured, your pregnancy is indeed stable, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Gao Yunji turned to Qin Jiwei, winking with a smile that revealed her dimples. See, I told you. This pregnancy is very stable. Qin Jiwei nodded, attempting to smile, but found it difficult to do so. The more joy Yunji expressed, the heavier her heart felt. Seeking an excuse, Qin Jiwei rose to leave, casting a glance at Physician Lin as she departed. He immediately grasped her intent and followed her out of the princess's residence. Inside the carriage, facing Linen, Qin Jiwei unconsciously reverted to her previous identity, that of the revered imperial concubine who wielded significant influence in the harem. Tell me, how is the princess's pregnancy progressing? Linen was taken aback, as this was the first time he had spoken privately with the young masteress wife. The familiarity in her tone, laced with an unspoken command, surprised him. Strangely, he found himself compelled to heed her words. In response, he respectfully stated, Your Ladyship, the princess's pregnancy is indeed stable. The critical first 3 months have passed, and unless she engages in excessive activity, there should be no issues. Moreover, the princess is quite attentive to her health, and the fetus appears to be at peace. If she were to learn, Qin Jiwei paused, contemplating whether unsettling news might adversely affect the child. That would depend on the nature of the news, Linen promptly replied. However, noticing the shift in Qin Jiwei's expression, he realized he had overstepped and quickly amended his words. The princess's condition remains stable. Even if her emotions fluctuate, it should not pose a risk. If there are lingering concerns, a bowl of prenatal medicine could be prepared. Qin Jiwei nodded, her mind already formulating a plan. Later that evening, in Qinlan Courtyard, Miss, what shall we do now? Mama Song inquired. Qin Jiwei sighed heavily, pressing her finger against her brow. It seems Yunji holds great affection and trust for Chen Huaiji. If we were to reveal the truth directly, she likely would not believe us. We must allow her to witness the truth with her own eyes to truly disillusion her. Only by distancing her from Chen Huaiji can we save her. Fortunately, Yunji's pregnancy is stable, allowing me to feel somewhat reassured. Thus, I can begin to orchestrate my plans. Miss, Xiaoyi entered, carrying a copper basin. Here, soak your hands and take a moment to rest. Xiaoyi perceived that her mistress had been under considerable strain lately, managing the affairs of Qinlan Courtyard while caring for 3 children and worrying about the princess. Hence, she had prepared this for her tonight, hoping to provide her with some relaxation. Setting the copper basin on a low stool, it was positioned perfectly for Qin Jiwei to reach. As she glanced into the basin, seeing the milk and rose juice within, a smile blossomed on her lips. For women in the harem, beauty is a powerful asset. Although she had no intentions of vying for favor, she had inevitably been influenced. The palace maids were well versed in various skincare and beauty remedies, and this hand-soaking solution was among them. She had jotted it down some time ago, not expecting Xiaoyi to remember it so diligently. Though preoccupied with thoughts of Yunji, Qin Jiwei felt a wave of warmth at Xiaoyi's thoughtful gesture. Observing her mistress's lack of refusal, Xiaoyi promptly stepped forward to assist Qin Jiwei in rolling up her sleeves. As Qin Jiwei immersed her hands in the warm liquid, the soothing warmth enveloped her fingertips, while the fragrance of roses wafted into her senses. Gradually, she began to unwind, her fingers gently moving through the water. Moments later, a maid at the door announced, Young master. Qin Jiwei looked up to see Xia Yanli approaching, donned in a crimson official S-robe. His posture was straight and regal. Each step measured, the hem of his robe swaying gently with his movements. Qin Jiwei admired the sight of him in official attire. She blinked her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes and called out, Husband. At the sound of her melodious voice, Xia Yanli casually replied, Lately, their interactions had been scant, for reasons unknown. His official duties had increased significantly over the past few days, leaving him to return home late, long after Qin Jiwei and the children had already dined. Although he had returned slightly earlier today, he still missed dinner. As he approached, his gaze fell upon the copper basin before Qin Jiwei, filled with a white substance. His eyes darted between the basin and her, his brow arching in curiosity. What is this? Husband. I am merely pampering my hands with a mixture of milk and rose juice to render them softer and fairer, Qin Jiwei explained, lifting her hands from the basin slowly. Xia Yanli's gaze froze upon her hands. Chapter 95. On the verge of losing a mother. Droplets of water glided down Qin Jiwei's slender fingers, splashing into the basin below and creating tiny ripples. Her hands, with their elongated fingers and delicate joints, resembled tender shoots emerging in the spring. The nails were round, glossy, and neatly trimmed, adorned with a subtle pink hue akin to the petals of peach blossoms in early spring. Xie Yanli had never observed Qin Jiwei's hands so closely before. He was taken aback by their exquisite beauty. A longing to hold her hand surged within him, yet he had never done so. The only memory of her hands on him was from that one night, when she had left numerous marks on his back. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, feeling his throat tighten. Realizing his thoughts were veering into disarray, he pressed his lips together and took a seat on a nearby chair. At that moment, Xiao He approached with a clean, damp cloth, carefully wiping Qin Jiwei's hands. Xie Yanli suppressed the stirring emotions within him and recalled the unusually cold demeanor of Xie Jingchun and Xie Ju towards him the previous night. This morning, they had hastily finished their meals and left without the customary greetings and conversations. Xie Yanli felt he had improved significantly in his attentiveness towards the children. Yet they seemed to be drifting further away from him. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned to Qin Jiwei and softly inquired, "How have the children been these past few days?" Qin Jiwei tilted her head gently. "The children are well, my husband." "Why do you ask?" However, she had been preoccupied with matters concerning Yunji, and her attention towards the children had indeed waned. She had heard they often gathered in Xie Jing's room at night, but she was unaware of their discussions. Xie Yanli hesitated on how to express himself, ultimately pursing his lips and responding, "It's nothing." Seeing that he clearly had something to say yet remained silent, Qin Jiwei decided not to pry further. To her, it was sufficient to play the role of a dutiful wife. Meanwhile, in Xie Jing's room, 3 children sat in a row. Xie Ju's small face was contorted with worry. Their mother was genuinely upset this time. She had been absent from home all day, and he speculated it was because she was angry with their father, preferring not to stay at home. This was the first time he had witnessed their mother's anger. Xie Jingchun furrowed his brows. "Do you think father and mother might separate?" At the mention of separation, Xie Ju's face turned pale, and his eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Separation? Leaving? Mother is leaving? No, please don't go, mother. That won't happen. Separation is quite complicated," Xu Rong interjected. Xie Jingchun, still a child, was confused. "How do you know?" Xu Rong blinked. "It's written in the storybooks. The female protagonist feels disheartened and wishes to separate from the male lead. But it takes at least 200 chapters to achieve that." Xie Jingchun raised an eyebrow. "Is it really that troublesome?" Xu Rong nodded. "Yes, adult matters are very complicated." Upon hearing that separation was unlikely, Xie Ju's frantic heart calmed slightly. But soon, he lowered his head. "But mother is very angry now." Xie Jingchun huffed. "It's all father's fault. He already has a family, yet he is creating another one outside. I misjudged him." Xie Ju waved his small fist. "Yes, it's all his fault." Even the usually composed Xie Jing's eyes turned cold. After some time, Xie Jingchun and Xie Ju exited the room, only to encounter Xie Yanli. Their anger heightened compared to the previous night. Today, they realized they were on the brink of losing their mother. Upon seeing Xie Yanli, they didn't even greet him and turned away in haste. Xie Yanli was left bewildered, pondering why their attitude towards him had worsened. The next day, at the princess's residence, Gao Yunji sat in a chair, holding a floral note and reading it word by word, her face lit with uncontainable joy. Chen Huaiji, seated nearby, observed her delight and couldn't help but inquire, "Your Highness, what brings you such happiness? What does the note say?" Gao Yunji lifted the note slightly, smiling. "It's an invitation from Jiwei to join her for tea at the tea house this afternoon." Upon hearing that name, Chen Huaiji's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. Noticing his expression, Gao Yunji realized he was unfamiliar with Jiwei and explained, "Jiwei is someone I met at the autumn banquet a few days ago. She is the newlywed wife of young Master Xie." When Xie Yanli was mentioned, Chen Huaiji recalled the news of the marriage, confirming it was indeed the same name. Gao Yunji continued, "We hit it off quite well. She visited my residence yesterday and gifted me several hairpins." At this, Chen Huaiji's brows knitted together, showing his displeasure. How can the items from the princess's residence be given away so casually? Those hairpins would be perfect for Lunyang. Now, they have been unfairly bestowed upon an outsider. Gao Yunji examined the note again, surprised at the beauty of Jiwei's handwriting. Meanwhile, realization struck Chen Huaiji, with Gao Yunji going to the tea house this afternoon. It meant she would not be home. Thus, he would have the opportunity to visit Lunyang. The thought of her alluring figure made him restless. Yet he maintained a gentle facade, speaking in a melodious tone. I see. Do enjoy yourself, Your Highness. Gao Yunji nodded eagerly. Since becoming pregnant, I haven't ventured outside the princess's residence or the palace. I intend to have a splendid time. Afterward, she casually asked, Huaiji, where are you headed this afternoon? Chen Huaiji's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, replying somewhat awkwardly. Today, Minister Meng has invited me to his residence for a casual chat. Why Minister Meng again? Gao Yunji, preoccupied with her plans to meet Qin Jiwei, thought little of it and proceeded to her room to select attire and accessories. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Huaiji's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. What a fool, so easily deceived. In the afternoon, after Gao Yunji left the residence, Chen Huaiji hurriedly changed into more understated clothing, boarded a carriage, and set off towards Lun Yang's place. Unbeknownst to him, several figures clad in black quietly followed in his wake. In Qilong Courtyard, Qin Jiwei coldly inquired, Have they all followed? Mama Song nodded. Rest assured, Mississippi. This time, we shall surely catch that treacherous couple red-handed. Qin Jiwei nodded in agreement, rising to say, Let us head to the tea house first. However, just as she stepped out the door, a small figure suddenly leaped towards her, tightly embracing her waist. Chapter 96. She must see it with her own eyes, mother. Where are you going? Xieju lifted his delicate little face, blinking his big eyes at her, his gaze glimmering with unshed tears. His heart raced in a state of panic, nearly bringing him to the brink of tears. He fixed his gaze intently on Qin Jiwei. His mother was angry. She was leaving home, abandoning him. Xieju tightened his grip around Qin Jiwei, looking at her with a pitiful expression, attempting to awaken her maternal love, pleading silently for her not to forsake him. Qin Jiwei, perplexed by the situation, found herself both amused and distressed at Xieju's demeanor. Mother is merely going to have tea with the princess, she explained, and perhaps to catch a scoundrel. The princess? Xieju tilted his head slightly. Is that the one from the autumn feast? He paused, recalling that he had not attended that gathering. Qin Jiwei continued, Yes, she is the emperor's sister, a new friend of your mother. The revelation that she was merely going out to enjoy herself with a friend brought a palpable sense of relief to Xieju. He peered behind Qin Jiwei and noticed she was accompanied only by Mama Song and Xiaohe, without any burdensome luggage. Then mother is not leaving home, he thought. Allowing himself to relax, he loosened his grip on Qin Jiwei and stepped aside. Come back soon, mother, he urged with a sweet smile, resembling a little fortunate doll. Qin Jiwei cherished the sight of Xieju's smile, which radiated innocence and joy. She affectionately ruffled his hair, nodding affirmatively, assuring him that she would return swiftly. Once I deal with that ungrateful man, she added as she departed with Mama Song and Xiaohe. However, as she walked away, Xieju's smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He stomped his foot in frustration, blaming his father for the scare he had just endured. Meanwhile, far away in Wenyuan Pavilion, Xia Yanli felt a chill creeping down his spine. Why did he have the unsettling sensation that someone was cursing him of late? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Could it be Qi Wang? He commanded coldly, increased the surveillance on Qi Wang's movements. As Qin Jiwei settled into the carriage bound for the tea house, the gentle rocking of the vehicle brought back memories of Xieju's earlier distress. He had appeared so helpless, as if she were about to abandon everything. And then there was the troubling question posed by Xia Yanli the night before. Qin Jiwei's expression grew serious. Xieju had been acting strangely lately. And not just him. The eldest and second sons were also behaving oddly. She pressed her fingers gently to her forehead, realizing that her preoccupation with Yunji's matters had caused her to overlook her children. After resolving today's affairs, she would return in the evening to inquire further. At the tea house, guided by the attendants, Qin Jiwei entered a private room. Jiwei, you've arrived. The moment she opened the door, Gao Yunji greeted her with a radiant smile, showcasing her charming dimples that made her all the more endearing. Qin Jiwei couldn't help but smile back, her lips curving gently. She settled across from Gao Yunji, who poured her a cup of tea. Their informal interaction bore no constraints of status or formality. It was as if they were destined to enjoy each other's company. Thank you, Qin Jiwei said softly as she accepted the tea, taking a delicate sip. Jiwei, is raising children very troublesome? Gao Yunji suddenly inquired. She had yet to experience motherhood, and the child within her was quite well behaved, leading her to wonder what the future might hold. Qin Jiwei chuckled lightly. It is indeed not without its challenges, but fortunately, my children are all well-mannered and have grown familiar with me from the start. Gao Yunji caressed her belly. her lips curving into a smile. I hope my child will be as understanding as yours. When I met Xie Jing at the autumn feast, he truly was a remarkable child, cultured and wise, always looking out for his mother. If my child could be like him, or even like Huaiji, that would be splendid. Huaiji is handsome and treats me exceptionally well. After finishing a pot of floral tea, Mama Song entered, nodding subtly at Qin Jiwei. The prince has arrived at the designated location. Understanding her implication, Qin Jiwei turned to Gao Yunji. We've been sitting here for a while. How about we take a stroll to refresh ourselves? I heard from Dr. Lin that prolonged sitting is not good for pregnant women, and a little walk could facilitate a smoother delivery. Gao Yunji readily agreed, her voice light and cheerful. Yes, let us go out for a walk. I've been cooped up at home for too long. As Qin Jiwei gazed at her bright countenance, a pang of sadness struck her heart. She did not wish for Gao Yunji to witness the sordid realities of life, but this was a truth that she must see for herself to truly believe. In a small courtyard, Lun Yang was taken aback upon seeing Chun Huaiji. What brings you here at this hour? The woman has left. Finally, I have some leisure, he said, moving closer to embrace Lun Yang's slender waist, his hands deftly loosening the ties of her garment. Lun Yang blushed and playfully hit his chest. You're so impatient upon arrival. Chun Huaiji teased. I am no gentleman. How can I resist when a beauty is in my arms? Besides, you know well what my daily life entails. A cold smirk graced his lips. I harbor no feelings for that foolish woman. Every time she draws near, I feel nauseated. If it weren't for her title as princess, I wouldn't spare her a second glance. Lun Yang delighted in hearing Qin Huaiji speak ill of the princess. The more scathing his remarks, the more she reveled in it. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and he smiled in response. Before long, they found themselves entwined on the bed. On a street corner, young Master Jing. Was that the young madam we just saw? Xu Rong inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Today, Wudong Academy was closed, and young Master Jing had taken him out to purchase some books, only to unexpectedly encounter the young madam. Xie Jing glanced back, recognizing his mother. He also noted that beside her stood the princess. During the autumn feast, he had observed their amiable interaction and surmised they were simply out for a leisurely stroll. He handed the books to Xu Rong. This concerns my mother. Let us return home. However, as soon as he stepped into the carriage, he hesitated, recalling recent conversations with Xieju. Could it be that his mother was taking the princess to confront his father's mistress? Xie Jing's expression hardened. No, we will not return home. We shall follow their carriage. I must uncover the identity of my father's mistress. Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei and Gao Yunji's carriage halted at the entrance of a narrow alley. The maidservants assisted them in disembarking. Gao Yunji tilted her face upward, surveying the low courtyard walls surrounding them. Jiwei, where are we? Why is it so secluded here? She asked, intrigued by this unfamiliar environment. I have brought you here to find someone, Qin Jiwei replied softly, her voice laced with an underlying chill. Chapter 97. She will protect this child. Qin Jiwei led Gao Yunji to a small courtyard. The gate was firmly shut, and not a sound could be heard from within. This is the residence of a dear friend of mine, she explained. Gao Yunji, momentarily taken aback, realized the situation. However, she soon heard Qin Jiwei instruct one of the attendants to approach and kick the door down. Gao Yunji gasped, Isn't this your friend? A tall attendant stepped forward and forcefully kicked the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, splintering into fragments. Inside, Qin Huaiji, startled by the commotion outside, felt a sudden jolt of fear. What was that noise? Panic surged within him. Lun Yang, nestled beside him, raised her head and suggested, Shouldn't we go out and see who's so audacious? After all, your husband is the esteemed prince consort. The nerve of someone to kick down her door was beyond comprehension. They hastily stood up, frantically adjusting their disheveled clothing, and strode into the courtyard. Chun Huaiji frowned, his voice laced with anger. Who is it? But as soon as he spoke, his expression drained of color, his lips trembling. The Grand Princess. How could she be here? How did she find this place? He had thought he had concealed everything so well. But then, a wave of immense dread gripped his heart. It was over. Everything was lost. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and instinctively he raised a hand to wipe it away, only to find his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Gao Yunji stood frozen in the courtyard, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the couple before her. She instinctively shook her head, denying the reality. No, it couldn't be true. It was impossible. Her lips parted, yet no words emerged as her gaze fixated on the two of them. They were poorly clad. The woman's hair disheveled, and unmistakable red marks adorned her neck, revealing the events that had just transpired. Tears welled up in Gao Yunji's eyes. She had not been mistaken. Chen Huaiji had indeed betrayed her, daring to keep a mistress while she was with child. How could he be so audacious? Her shock swiftly transformed into a tempest of fury. Clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white, she charged toward Chen Huaiji, her eyes wide with rage, arm raised high. With a sharp crack, her palm struck Chen Huaiji's face, leaving a vivid red mark. Then she swung her fist, landing a blow squarely on his chest. Gao Yunji, having played polo before, was not a sheltered young lady. The force of her punch made Chen Huaiji grunt in pain, stumbling backward. Chen Huaiji, what did you promise me on our wedding day? You said I would be the only one in your life. And yet, how long has it been? You dare to keep a woman on the side. As she spoke, she kicked at him, tears streaming down her face, her hair falling wildly around her cheeks. I trusted you completely, and this is how you repay me. Chen Huaiji, dazed and terrified, bore the brunt of her assault, his face marked with fear and disarray, unable to muster any resistance. A trickle of blood seeped from his lips, but he was too panicked to wipe it away, trembling as he pleaded, Princess. It was my fault, I was foolish. Please forgive me this once, I swear I won't do it again. You can hit me, just don't harm the child. At the mention of the child, Gao Yunji's anger flared even higher. You still have the audacity to mention the child? Lun Yang, now paralyzed with fear, had never imagined the Grand Princess could find them here. Her lips pressed tightly together, filled with dread. She saw that the Grand Princess was preoccupied with punishing Chen Huaiji and turned to flee towards the door. Qin Jiwei, noticing this, called out sharply, "Stop her." An attendant acted swiftly, stepping forward to grasp Lun Yang's arm, pinning her firmly to the ground. Lun Yang's feet flailed in a desperate attempt to escape, her embroidered shoes scraping against the stone floor with a sharp sound. Please spare me, Princess, she cried in despair. Qin Jiwei regarded her coldly. Whether she would spare Lun Yang depended on Gao Yunji's wishes. With her eyes red-rimmed, Gao Yunji lifted her hand, ready to strike Chen Huaiji again, but suddenly, her breath became rapid and unsteady. Her body began to sway, her steps faltering. Chen Huaiji, seeing this, widened his eyes in terror, instinctively reaching out to support her but hesitating to actually touch her. In that moment, Gao Yunji's body seemed to lose all support, collapsing backward. Her eyes fluttered shut. Her complexion pale as paper, she had fainted. Yunji, Qin Jiwei rushed forward. At the Grand Princess's residence, Gao Yunji lay on a soft couch, her eyes closed. After examining her pulse, Physician Lin lifted her eyelids. How is she? Qin Jiwei inquired immediately. Physician Lin replied respectfully, Rest assured, madam. The Grand Princess is not in grave danger. The pregnancy is still stable. Just let her drink a bowl of calming medicine. Qin Jiwei felt a slight relief but couldn't help but ask, when will she wake up? Physician Lin shook his head gently. I cannot say for certain. It may be tonight or perhaps tomorrow. Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together, acknowledging the situation. You will stay at the Grand Princess's residence tonight. Do not return to the palace. Physician Lin nodded, understanding the importance of his presence given her status. Madam, the medicine is ready. I will administer it to the Grand Princess. Qin Jiwei turned to accept the porcelain bowl from the maid, saying, No, I will do it. She sat by the couch, and Lin Mama carefully propped Gao Yunji's upper body. Qin Jiwei scooped a spoonful of the medicinal broth and brought the spoon to her lips. Only after ensuring she had consumed the medicine did Qin Jiwei finally feel at ease. She pondered whether, upon learning the truth, Yunji would still desire this child. Yet she would not make that decision for her. Until Yunji determined her path, she would protect this child with all her might. Qin Jiwei tucked the blanket around her and remained by her side for an hour. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Mama Song finally spoke up. Madam, it is quite late. The young masters are waiting at home for you. Qin Jiwei bit her lip, realizing the truth. She was no longer alone. She had a family to care for. But before she left, what of those two? Are they secured? She asked coldly. They have been bound and locked in the woodshed. Lin Mama replied solemnly. Chapter 98. Xieju's outburst when Mama Lin uttered these words. Her voice was laced with coldness. She could hardly fathom that the prince consort would maintain a mistress while the princess was with child. As a close attendant of the eldest princess, she was acutely aware of the trust and affection the princess held for the prince consort. All matters, large and small, within the princess's residence, as well as the management of their estates, were entrusted to the prince consort. What prince consort wielded such considerable power? Yet, in the end, he treated the princess in this manner. Mama Lin gritted her teeth in resentment. Just wait. The emperor and the empress dowager would not let him off lightly. At this moment, within the Qinglan courtyard, Xie Yanli sat in the main seat of the room, his gaze dark and cold. Upon hearing a sound, his eyes immediately turned towards the courtyard, only to see a maidservant carrying a wooden tray pass by. The familiar figure was absent. Qin Jiwei had returned home quite late for the first time. The shadow guards had informed him that she had gone to confront the prince consort's mistress alongside the eldest princess. Xie Yanli found it strange. Since when had Qin Jiwei become so close with the eldest princess? Beside him, Xie Ju sat on a low stool, propping her small face up with her tiny hands. Looking listless. Unable to contain herself, she murmured softly, "When will mother come back?" This afternoon, she said she would return early. Seeing Xie Ju's little face scrunched up in worry, Xie Yanli spoke softly, "Do not fret, your mother will be back soon." Upon hearing this, Xie Ju's eyes widened in surprise. Not worry? How could she not worry? Mother had already left home because of Father's affair. And father acted as if nothing had happened. How outrageous. Suddenly, she jumped up from her stool, hands on her hips, glaring at Xie Yanli. With a small outburst, she declared, "Father, it's all your fault." Xie Yanli was taken aback. "How is it my fault?" Just then, a light huff came from beside him, and he turned to find it was Xie Jingchun. The moment their eyes met, Xie Jingchun quickly turned away, refusing to look at him. Xie Yanli thought to himself, "Why is even my eldest acting this way?" At that moment, a maidservant's voice came from the entrance, "Young madam." Upon hearing this, Xie Ju's eyes lit up, and she hurried over with her little legs. "Mother, please don't go. Don't go, okay?" Xie Ju was genuinely frightened. Although she loved her father and he had been increasingly kind to them, she had finally found a mother who cared for and loved her. And now it seemed she might lose her. She didn't want that. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she whimpered. Qin Jiwei, seeing Xie Ju's pitiful state, was momentarily at a loss. However, seeing the child cry so sorrowfully filled her with heartache. She quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the tears from Xie Ju's face. Xie Ju lifted her little face and pleaded, "Mother, even if you have to leave, please take me with you." Her small voice still held a hint of sobbing. "I don't eat much like my elder brothers. I'm easy to care for." Xie Jingchun interjected, "Third brother, even at this moment, you still don't forget to throw shade at me, do you? Besides, ever since you've been adjusting your diet, you eat almost as much as second brother, don't you?" Qin Jiwei could only chuckle at the foolishness of her child. "Juer, mother will never leave you." She crouched down, looking into Xie Ju's onyx eyes, and gently inquired, "Tell mother, what have you heard? Why do you think I would leave?" It seemed there was indeed a reason for Xie Ju's unusual behavior earlier, yet Qin Jiwei had remained unaware. "Because father is keeping a mistress outside, you're angry, so you want to leave, woo. The innocent accusation left Xie Yanli bewildered. "When did I keep a mistress? I was unaware of this." Qin Jiwei couldn't help but laugh. "Your father isn't keeping a mistress. Where did you hear such a thing?" She knew Xie Yanli had little interest in women. How could he possibly maintain a mistress? Moreover, after spending so much time together, she had confidence in his character. Xie Ju's little face tightened, her round eyes filled with disbelief. Mother must be coaxing her. She didn't want to believe it. But she had heard it that day outside the door. Father really isn't keeping a mistress. Xie Jing's voice suddenly resonated. Dressed in a white robe, he stepped into the room, his face serious as he calmly explained, "I witnessed it myself. The one keeping a mistress is the prince consort. This afternoon, mother and the eldest princess caught him red-handed in a narrow alley." Qin Jiwei turned to Xie Jing with astonishment. "You saw this in the afternoon?" "Yes. I discreetly followed behind your carriage." "You simply didn't notice," he added nonchalantly. Qin Jiwei was taken aback. How much were these three children privy to that she remained unaware of? Xie Ju opened her mouth, scratching her head awkwardly. "Oh no, I seem to have made a mistake." She glanced at Xie Yanli, whose expression had darkened further, and instinctively shrank back. Xie Ju approached him, speaking softly. "I'm sorry, father. I understand now. You're not that kind of man. I misunderstood you." Xie Yanli was taken aback. "What kind of words are those?" Xie Ju lifted her eyelids and noticed that Xie Yanli's face had grown even darker. Confused, she wondered why her apology seemed to anger him more. Taking a deep breath, she realized she had to deploy her ultimate weapon, cuteness. She suddenly lunged into Xie Yanli's arms, nuzzling him like a little puppy. "Father, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong." Xie Yanli's initially cold expression softened slightly, charmed by his son's innocent and endearing nature. Xie Jingchun stepped forward as well, apologizing. "I'm sorry, father. I misunderstood you. You are a good father, and I sincerely apologize. Xie Yanli pressed his lips together. Why did that sound so peculiar? Nevertheless, he nodded slightly, accepting the apology. Qin Jiawei found the scene amusing. She hadn't anticipated that the recent discord among the three children and Xie Yanli stemmed from this situation. The matter with Qin Huaizhi had somehow impacted them from afar. After a while of playful banter, Qin Jiawei noted that it was getting late and instructed Mama Lin to take the children to rest. Soon, only Qin Jiawei and Xie Yanli remained in the room. She approached him, her tone gentle as she asked, "Is my husband still upset?" Receiving no reply, she settled into a chair beside him and softly remarked, "I wonder if you have noticed, but the children no longer regard you as they once did." Xie Yanli lifted his gaze. "What do you mean?" Qin Jiawei smiled lightly. "Previously, the children held you in reverence, but there was a certain distance. They did not dare to approach you. Now, however, they are unafraid to show their emotions and express their displeasure. They truly see you as their father now." As she spoke, her long lashes fluttered, her beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmering in the candlelight. Xie Yanli's gaze grew profound. "Well, I am no longer angry." Chapter 99. Qin Huaizhi bowed his head earnestly, seeing his expression soften. Qin Jiawei discerned that he had ceased to be angry. She tilted her head slightly and jested. "Will my husband keep a concubine outside?" Xie Yanli replied flatly, "No. One is sufficient." Qin Jiawei was taken aback by his swift response. She blinked gently and smiled. "You are truly wonderful, my husband." Yet, within her heart, she felt a profound tranquility, paying no heed to the matter. The following day, "Young madam, this letter has just been delivered for you," a servant announced. "For me?" Qin Jiawei's brow arched slightly as she accepted the letter from her maid and unfolded it. Upon recognizing the familiar handwriting, her eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao He, rarely witnessing her mistress so elated, couldn't help but inquire, "Miss, is there good news?" She lifted her gaze to Xiao He, her eyes brimming with joy. "My uncle's family is coming to the capital soon." "Is that true, miss?" Grandma Song interjected immediately. Qin Jiawei's eyes sparkled with mirth. Indeed, this is my uncle's handwritten letter." Furthermore, in her past life, her uncle had returned to the capital at this very time. Though later, Qin Jiawei gently shook her head, pulling her thoughts back. She lowered her eyes, reading the letter once more, word for word, wishing fervently that her uncle had penned more. After her mother passed away when she was 8, she was left vulnerable within the Qin residence. Thankfully, her uncle persevered, diligently pursuing his studies. He is now a 4th-rank official, dispatched to Jiangnan. During festivals, he would send lavish gifts, and privately, he would provide her with financial support. Although much of it was intercepted by Li Shi, a portion still reached her, making her life slightly more bearable in the Qin household. At this moment, in Jiangnan, "Qirang, have you organized your books?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Yes, father, most of them are arranged," came a gentle male voice. In the study, a young man lowered his gaze, meticulously sorting through the books. His slender fingers caressed the spines of ancient texts, carefully stacking several hefty volumes of classics and histories. He stood tall and graceful in a long gown, exuding an air of refined elegance. His complexion was as pale as jade, his nose straight and defined, reminiscent of a towering peak. Each gesture exuded boundless gentleness and humility. Jiang Ling looked upon his son with satisfaction. "Qirang, you are no longer a child. This time upon entering the capital, I wish to introduce you to a suitable match. Your cousin Jiwei has recently married. You must act swiftly." Jiang Qirang tightened his grip on the book, his voice strained. "Jiwei cousin has married?" Having devoted himself to his studies, he had scarcely kept up with the world outside. He was taken aback to learn that Jiwei cousin had already wed. He raised his dim gaze, his voice urgent. "To whom has Jiwei cousin married?" Jiang Ling was surprised by his reaction. "She has married young Master Xie," he replied, as mentioned in Jiwei's letter. At the mention of Jiwei, Jiang Ling sighed softly. Jiwei was the sole descendant left by Qingqing. Over the years, although he had sent money to the Qin residence, he rarely received replies from Jiwei. Alone in the Qin household, he wondered how she was faring. After marrying into the Marquess family, she had written, but Jiwei was always sensible, likely only sharing her joys. He resolved to visit her upon returning. Hearing the name, Jiang Ling's lips trembled slightly. He had certainly heard of young Master Xie's illustrious reputation. Such a remarkably talented individual was perfectly suited for Jiwei cousin. Yet, he had heard that young Master Xie seemed to have 3 adopted sons. He sighed, feeling a twinge of pity. Marrying into another family as a stepmother seemed a bit unfair to her. In the capital, at the princess's residence, Gao Yunji slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still clouded with confusion. Upon seeing her awake, Qin Jiwei hurried forward and softly called, "Yunji." Seeing her, Gao Yunji immediately recalled the events of yesterday. The scenes from the courtyard surged through her mind like a tumultuous tide. Gao Yunji's lips trembled uncontrollably, her throat constricted as if choked by something, rendering her unable to utter a sound. The tears that had pooled in her eyes could no longer be contained, cascading down her pallid cheeks. Qin Jiwei's heart ached for her, and she quickly enveloped her in a comforting embrace, patting her back gently. "It's all right. It's all right. It's all over now." However, Gao Yunji wept even more violently, her tears flowing like pearls strung on a broken thread. She cried out, instinctively clutching her chest, the pain tearing at her heart. But suddenly, she halted her cries, her eyes aflame with a chilling resolve. Biting her lower lip until it bled, she declared, "I will enter the palace. I will demand justice from the emperor." In the palace, within the imperial study, Gao Xian, upon hearing the account of events, was instantly consumed with rage. Veins bulging on his forehead, he sprang from the dragon throne, exclaiming, "Preposterous!" The eunuchs and palace maids in attendance trembled in fear, kneeling with their heads bowed, their bodies quaking like autumn leaves. Chen Huaiji, kneeling before the throne, did not dare to lift his head. Gao Xian's frigid gaze fell upon him as he unhesitatingly seized a heavy inkstone from the imperial desk and hurled it towards the kneeling Chen Huaiji. The inkstone cut through the air with a menacing arc. Chen Huaiji widened his eyes in terror, watching helplessly as the inkstone hurtled toward him. With a thunderous thud, the inkstone struck his shoulder, causing him to stumble sideways. Pain surged through him, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Gao Xian, still unsatisfied, shouted at him, "Chen Huaiji, how dare you? Your elder sister is with child and suffering greatly, yet you treat her thus." Had it not been for his elder sister's favor, Chen Huaiji would never have risen to such a high position in less than 3 years after failing to even place in the top 3 during the imperial examination. This man was utterly ungrateful. Ignoring his pain, Chen Huaiji bowed his head fervently, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly. "I dare not, I dare not. I am acutely aware of my grave misdeeds. I implore your majesty to spare my life. Please, your majesty, show mercy." Gao Xian scoffed coldly. "You wish for me to pardon you?" His icy gaze fixated on the disheveled Chen Huaiji, his voice as frigid as the winds of a winter night. "Chen Huaiji, your conduct is disgraceful, bringing shame upon the royal family. Your illicit affair disrupts the order of the court. Henceforth, you and your mistress shall be exiled to the pestilent lands of Lingnan, never to set foot in the capital again, as punishment." Chapter 100, The Young Master's Wife. This is the gift from His Majesty. Upon hearing Chen Huaiji's words, she collapsed to the ground as if struck by a thunderbolt, her face ashen. The pestilence in Lingnan was severe. It was likely that she would not survive even 6 months there. Lun Yang, who had been weeping softly, instantly crumpled beside her, her hair disheveled against her cheeks. She had merely aspired to ascend to a better life with the prince, yet she found herself facing such a dire fate. Gao Yunji stood nearby, observing Chen Huaiji and Lun Yang with a cold gaze, unable to discern whether her heart felt pain or relief. This was the man she had loved for 3 years, the one she had envisioned a future with. A bitter smile escaped her lips. Soon, Chen Huaiji and Lun Yang were dragged away by the attendants, and silence enveloped the hall once more. "Older sister," Gao Xian called softly, noticing Gao Yunji's troubled expression. She raised a hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, forcing a faint smile. "I am fine. I shall take my leave. Jiu Wei is still waiting for me outside." "Qin Jiu," Gao Xian began, but suddenly halted. He bit his lip and continued, "Has Madame Sure also arrived?" Gao Yunji nodded slightly. "Yes, Jiu Wei accompanied me into the palace. It was she who uncovered Chen Huaiji's affair." Seeing Gao Xian's apparent interest, Gao Yunji elaborated. Jiu Wei said she had noticed something amiss with Chen Huaiji's movements, so she sent someone to follow him. After 2 discreet investigations, she confirmed her suspicions and took me to that small courtyard, where we caught the pair in the act. She spoke through clenched teeth, still seething at the thought. Gao Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had not anticipated that Qin Jiuwei possessed not only talent but also such keen insight. If it had not been for her, his sister might have remained blissfully unaware. "Your Majesty?" Gao Yunji called softly, noticing Gao Xian lost in thought. "What troubles you, brother?" "Nothing. I merely recalled some state affairs," he replied awkwardly, shaking off his reverie. "Sister, you should go and pay your respects to our mother. She is quite anxious about you." At the mention of the Empress Dowager, Gao Yunji's expression darkened. At her age, she still caused her mother worry. Nodding in acknowledgement, she made a slight bow and exited the imperial study. Gao Xian sat in the dragon throne, playing with a jade prayer bead. He inquired, "Did the Southern Kingdom offer some purple jade yesterday?" "Yes, Your Majesty," responded eunuchly, "and it is of the finest royal quality. I recall there was a purple jade hairpin among them. Take it to present to Madame Sure." Eunuchly was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Your Majesty, was this hairpin not meant for Consort Shin? Why has it suddenly been designated for Madame Sure?" Gao Xian turned his gaze coldly toward eunuchly. "Do you have any objections to my decision?" "Old servant dares not." Eunuchly quickly retorted, "I shall attend to it immediately." As Gao Xian watched him leave, he felt an inexplicable calmness return. He did not understand why he had spoken so impulsively. It was merely that Qin Jiawei possessed a beauty that would undoubtedly complement the purple jade pin. Yet, her appearance had no bearing on him. He would not even see it, only the sight of Xie Yanli. Gao Xian continued to twist the jade beads in his hands, growing increasingly agitated. Finally, he flung the beads to the ground. At that moment, a sudden clarity washed over him. He pressed his lips tightly together and settled back into the throne, his thoughts reassembling. The gift of the purple jade pin to Qin Jiawei was clearly a gesture of gratitude for her assistance to his sister. Yes, that was it. With this realization, he regained his composure. In the imperial garden, young mistress, look how splendid the chrysanthemums bloom over there. Xiao He exclaimed cheerfully, in the presence of others. She still referred to Qin Jiawei as young mistress. Qin Jiawei smiled slightly. The flowers in the imperial garden were cultivated with great care. She had cherished them in her past life, and had even instructed for some to be planted in her own palace. As Qin Jiawei strolled through the garden with Xiao He, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face in a pavilion. "Qin Luan?" She raised an eyebrow, greeting her with a slight bow. "Qin Xiaozhu." Qin Jiawei had not anticipated running into Qin Luan here. Yet she was prepared to face any potential difficulties that might arise. To her surprise, however, Qin Luan merely nodded her head and did not attempt to provoke her as she had during the autumn banquet. "What brings you to the palace today, sister?" Qin Luan inquired with a pleasant demeanor. Qin Jiawei narrowed her eyes, instinctively taking a step back, yet her lips bore a smile. "I am here to accompany the Grand Princess today." Though she was uncertain of Qin Luan's intentions, she decided to play along with her charade of sisterly affection. Qin Luan felt a pang of jealousy upon realizing Qin Jiawei's close rapport with the Grand Princess. Her lips pressed tightly together. Yet she quickly regained her composure. "Oh, how clever you are, sister. It is no wonder the Grand Princess favors you." Qin Jiawei casually responded, "You flatter me, Qin Xiaozhu." Gao Yunji, having heard from the palace maid that Qin Jiawei was in the imperial study, hurried over only to find her standing with Qin Luan. Memories of the previous autumn banquet flashed in her mind, where Qin Luan had targeted Jiawei. With urgency, she stepped forward, shielding Qin Jiawei behind her and glaring at Qin Luan. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Luan was taken aback, quickly adopting a look of contrition. "Grand Princess, I have already realized my mistakes and will not treat Sister Jiawei as I did before." Qin Jiawei gently tugged at Gao Yunji's sleeve, whispering, "Princess, my elder sister has truly not wronged me. Let us depart." Qin Jiawei was not convinced that Qin Luan had genuinely changed. Human nature rarely transforms so swiftly. Yet, she had no desire to entangle herself with Qin Luan any further. Seeing her sister's assurance, Gao Yunji felt relieved. After casting a wary glance at Qin Luan, she led Qin Jiawei away. Qin Luan observed Qin Jiawei's retreating figure, scrutinizing her poise and demeanor. Since the autumn banquet, she had come to a realization. Though she had usurped Qin Jiawei's opportunity to enter the palace for selection, things had not unfolded as she had anticipated. After much contemplation, she concluded that the true difference lay in her inability to adopt the same affectations as Qin Jiawei. After all, she came from a legitimate noble background and had always looked down upon such behavior. But now she understood that men were drawn to such displays. If Qin Jiawei could feign, why could she not? For days on end, she had been subjected to the tiresome task of copying Buddhist scriptures under the watchful eye of the virtuous consort. She could no longer endure such torment. She would change. She aspired to become Empress, to ascend to the throne just as Qin Jiawei had in her past life. In Qinglong courtyard, young mistress. "This is a gift from His Majesty." Eunuchly cautiously placed a small brocade box on the table before Qin Jiawei. Qin Jiawei regarded the box, her brow arching. "Is this a gift from Gao Xian?" She recalled the last time he had presented her with something. It had been poisoned disguised as a gift. With a chill in her eyes, she replied coolly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Eunuch Li was momentarily stunned by her demeanor. Recipients of royal gifts typically expressed joy or gratitude, yet none had ever responded with such indifference. However, he refrained from questioning her, offering a few parting words before departing. Once Eunuch Li had left, Xiao He, who had been holding the box, suddenly burst with excitement. "Miss, do you not wish to see what the Emperor has bestowed upon you?" "I do not." But observing the lively expression on Xiao He's face, Qin Jiwei spoke softly, "Please, go ahead and open it." Chapter 101. Qin Jiwei lifted her flushed face, saying, "Yes, I shall obey." Xiao He responded with a sweet smile and promptly approached to open the brocade box. Inside, there lay a delicate purple jade hairpin, its body exquisitely carved from the rarest purple jade. The texture of the purple jade was warm and delicate, its color rich and uniform. The design of the hairpin's head was intricate, sculpted into a blooming magnolia. The petals unfurled layer upon layer, each one carved to be slender and lively. At this moment, Xiao He's eyes widened uncontrollably. "Goodness, miss, this is truly beautiful." Qin Jiwei's gaze fell upon it, her brow slightly furrowing. This was a tribute from the Southern Kingdom. The purple jade. In her past life, she had encountered it in the palace, and she distinctly remembered this very hairpin. The virtuous concubine and the cherished concubine had quarreled over it, each desiring to possess it. Now, in this life, it had been presented to her so casually. Xiao He's eyes widened further, stuttering, "A tribute. I can't believe I've seen a tribute." Qin Jiwei hadn't anticipated that Gao Xian would bestow such a gift upon her. Was there an abundance of purple jade tribute from the Southern Kingdom this year? So much that he had nowhere else to bestow it? Even she, as a mere subordinate wife, could receive one? Qin Jiwei let out a cold laugh, unwilling to further speculate on Gao Xian's intentions. It was a waste of time. "Put the brocade box away." Xiao He, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, aren't you going to wear it? This hairpin is so lovely." Qin Jiwei gently shook her head. "No, I shall not wear it. Firstly, the hairpin is indeed too conspicuous. Secondly, I desire no further entanglement with Gao Xian, including the gifts he bestows." In the evening, while attending to the various matters of Qinglan courtyard in the main house, Qin Jiwei awaited the return of her 3 children from school. However, instead of her children, she was visited by Mama Lin, a confidant of the princess. "Mama Lin, what brings you here?" Qin Jiwei was initially taken aback by the announcement from her maid, believing she had misheard. It was only upon seeing Mama Lin that she realized the truth. Mama Lin's brow was furrowed, her voice laced with concern. "Lady, you must hurry to the princess's residence. She has been crying incessantly, and I find myself utterly helpless." At this moment, in the princess's residence, Gao Yunji sat alone in her chamber, the flickering candlelight casting soft shadows around her. Dressed in a simple robe, her hair fell carelessly over her shoulders, a few stray strands clinging to her cheek, accentuating her pallor. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, leaving wet trails upon her cheeks. Several jars of wine were placed on the table before her, and she trembled as she poured wine into a cup, the liquid spilling onto the table in a small puddle. For reasons unknown, as night fell, memories of her time spent with Chun Huaiji flooded back, overwhelming her. Weeping, she murmured hoarsely, "Why? Why must you treat me this way?" As Qin Jiwei stepped into the chamber, this was the sight that greeted her. Gao Yunji sat despondently on the floor, wine before her, her hair in disarray, obscuring much of her tear-streaked face. Qin Jiwei quickly approached, gently crouching down, brushing aside the tangled strands from her forehead, her heart filled with concern and pity as she gazed into her red, vacant eyes. "Yunji, how can you drink? Do you not want this child?" Her eyes fixed intently on Gao Yunji. Upon hearing the word child, Gao Yunji slowly opened her tear-swollen eyes. Her voice trembled with sorrow. I haven't tea drunk yet. I just poured it." Qin Jiwei pressed her lips together. "Then do you still wish for this child?" "Chen Huaiji's child." Gao Yunji hesitated, then gently nodded after a long moment. Her voice was deliberate. "This is my child, born from my body. It has nothing to do with Chen Huaiji." "Then please, do not drink any more. Alcohol is not good for the child." But my heart aches. "I wish to drink," Gao Yunji sobbed. Mama Lin stepped forward, speaking softly. "Lady, you need not worry. This wine is not the usual strong liquor. It is the specially brewed peach blossom wine from the residence. I would never dare to offer strong liquor knowing the princess is with child. Dr. Lin has already examined it, and said its nature is gentle. In moderation, it poses no significant harm. Hearing this, Qin Jiwei nodded lightly, relieved that it would not be harmful. Gao Yunji lifted her sleeve to gently wipe away the remaining tears from her eyes, looking at Qin Jiwei with her swollen eyes. Her voice still laced with sorrow. Jiwei, I am truly heartbroken. Will you drink a few cups with me? As she spoke, she grasped Qin Jiwei's hand, her touch cold and slightly trembling. Qin Jiwei felt a pang of compassion, gently returning the grip. If you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Gao Yunji's lips curved into a faint smile. She signaled Mama Lin to bring a clean cup and poured Qin Jiwei a glass of peach blossom wine. Qin Jiwei raised the cup and drank it down in one go. In her past life, she had partaken of alcohol at palace banquets, believing herself to possess a commendable tolerance. However, she had forgotten that this body was no longer the same. In Qinglong courtyard, Xie Yanli observed the empty main house, his brow furrowed. Why hasn't Qin Jiwei returned home tonight? Where has the young mistress gone? His voice was icy as he inquired. One of the maids cautiously replied, replying to the young master. This evening, Mama Lin from the princess's residence came by, and then the young mistress left with her. At that time, only Sister Xiao He and Mama Song were present. I do not know what was discussed. Xie Yanli's eyes darkened ominously. Prepare the carriage. At the princess's residence, a carriage came to a halt at the gate. Xie Yanli stepped down, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the entrance. His expression was cold and distant, resembling an insurmountable snow-capped mountain. At that moment, Qin Jiwei was being assisted out by Xiao He and Mama Song. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, her body leaning against Mama Song. Upon seeing this, Xie Yanli's expression grew even colder. She was out this late, indulging in wine. His eyes darkened as he strode towards Qin Jiwei. She lifted her flushed face, her consciousness somewhat hazy, yet she still recognized him. With a slightly slurred voice, she called, "Husband." And then, her body swayed, tipping towards Xie Yanli. Quick as a flash, Xie Yanli caught her securely in his arms, instinctively tightening his embrace. Chapter 102. The carriage's intoxicating kiss. Young madam, Xiao He exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Her heart raced as she saw Qin Jiwei leaning towards Xie Yanli, fearing that the young master would disregard her and allow her to fall to the ground. After all, Xie Yanli's countenance was dark, clearly indicating his irritation. Yet, when she observed him enveloping Qin Jiwei in his embrace, her anxiety dissipated. Qin Jiwei's head nestled against Xie Yanli's chest, her warm breath fanning against his neck. Xie Yanli's throat involuntarily tightened. Qin Jiwei, held in his arms, stirred restlessly, mumbling indistinctly, caught in a state between slumber and drowsiness. Seeing her thus, a smile tugged at the corners of Xie Yanli's lips. Xiao He stepped forward. Young master, allow me to take care of the young madam. No need. Xie Yanli replied coolly. With a swift motion, he cradled Qin Jiwei in his arms and turned to enter the carriage. Xiao He and Mama Song exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Once inside the carriage, Xie Yanli positioned Qin Jiwei beside him, but she instinctively sought support in her sleep, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and shifting to sit in his lap. Qin Jiwei nestled against him, her head resting on his shoulder, her warm cheek pressed against his neck, her breath softly grazing his skin, causing a faint flush to creep to his ears. She clung to him as if fearing he might escape at any moment. Observing her innocent and dependent demeanor, Xie Yanli's eyes brimmed with tenderness, and he let out a helpless chuckle, opting not to reposition her. Instead, he embraced her more firmly, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead. However, this gentle caress stirred Qin Jiwei from her stupor. She slowly opened her hazy eyes, feeling a heaviness in her head, as everything around her became increasingly unclear. Shrouded in a delicate haze, her once clear gaze lost focus, becoming dreamy and unfocused. Tilting her head slightly, she pointed at Xie Yanli's lips and mumbled, "Why are there cherries here?" A smile graced Qin Jiwei's lips as she leaned closer, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully, murmuring, "I want to eat cherries." In the next moment, her lips pressed against his. Her tongue playfully explored his mouth, as if savoring the taste of cherries. At that instant, Xie Yanli's mind erupted in a tumultuous haze, his body tensing involuntarily. While his instincts urged him to retreat, Qin Jiwei, seemingly tireless, tilted her head further to deepen the kiss. Her eyes fluttered shut, her long lashes quivering as she earnestly indulged in the cherries. This innocent yet seductive display was utterly captivating. Xie Yanli fought against the pull of his reason. Though Qin Jiwei was intoxicated, his mind remained clear. He should have pushed her away, yet he found himself unable to resist. His hand, initially poised to separate her from him, instead descended to her waist, securing her closer. As Qin Jiwei detected no resistance, she let out a soft, satisfied hum. Xie Yanli's heart raced, his breath quickening. Their lips entwined. He felt her tongue dance with his. His other hand gradually rose, caressing her delicate face, his fingers tenderly tracing her smooth skin. Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow, pondering why the cherries seemed endless and why they continued to draw her in. Yet, despite her confusion, she found the sensation quite pleasurable. Her frown softened as she leaned further into him, nearly pressing her entire body against his. Responding to her, Xie Yanli's hand at her waist began to roam, their heartbeats synchronizing in an ever-quickening rhythm. Gradually, his kiss transformed into something more fervent and possessive, as if he wished to meld her very essence with his own. Overwhelmed, Qin Jiwei could not suppress a soft moan. She clutched tightly at Xie Yanli's clothing, as if attempting to catch her breath. The carriage swayed, and the two remained entwined, the moonlight streaming through the window, mingling with the sounds of water, creating a symphony in the night. As the carriage halted at the gate of the Marquis' residence, Xie Yanli tightened his hold on Qin Jiwei, still immersed in the lingering haze of passion. Suddenly, a youthful, clear voice pierced through the air outside. "Mother, mother, is that you returned?" Xie blinked his round, grape-like eyes, calling into the carriage with a childlike lilt. He had returned home that evening without having seen his mother and felt a pang of sadness. He had heard that his father had gone to fetch her, yet they still had not emerged from the carriage. At the sound, Xie Yanli's spine stiffened momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, the remnants of desire glimmering in his eyes giving way to his usual calm demeanor. He carefully released his embrace of Qin Jiwei, gently arranging her disheveled hair and clothing. With a graceful motion, he lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out, still holding Qin Jiwei. Upon seeing them, Xieju's eyes sparkled with delight. "Father, mother, you have returned." "Indeed," Xie Yanli responded softly, carrying Qin Jiwei to stand before Xieju. "Let us return to the courtyard." With that, he strode forward, and Xieju hurriedly followed behind, his little legs struggling to keep pace. He thought to himself, "When I grow up, I want my legs to be as long as a tree's. Then I shall never have to chase after father again." Despite the effort it took to keep up with Xie Yanli, Xieju refused to give up and began to run in earnest, determined to care for his visibly unwell mother. In Qinglan courtyard, the maidservants promptly opened the wooden door to the main room upon seeing the young master carrying the young madam. Xie Yanli strode into the room, gently placing Qin Jiwei onto the bed. Xieju immediately approached, worry etched on his face as he observed his mother's flushed cheeks. Is mother unwell? Is she feverish? Let me blow on her. With that, he puffed his cheeks and blew gently on Qin Jiwei's warm face, his earnest efforts turning his own cheeks a rosy hue. Xiao He and Mama Song exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter at the adorable sight of young Master Ju. Even Xie Yanli couldn't help but smile. However, soon after, Xieju exclaimed loudly, "Father, something is wrong. Why is mother's mouth swollen?" Xiao He and Mama Song's eyes widened in shock, while Xie Yanli remained composed, replying nonchalantly, "I do not know." Yet, the subtle tension in his voice betrayed a hint of unease. Chapter 103. Subconsciously reaching to touch her lips upon hearing those words, Xieju blinked, sensing an oddity he could not quite place. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and continued to exhale towards Qin Jiwei with utmost seriousness. Xiao He chuckled lightly, turning to instruct the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy, but couldn't help pondering why the young lady's lips appeared swollen. Experienced Mama Song's gaze shifted between Qin Jiwei and Xie Yanli, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Lingyan Pavilion. My lady, please cease your tears. It is detrimental to your health," the maid Ming'er delicately urged, observing Imo Qingkuai's tear-streaked face. Since the night of the quarrel with the emperor, she had not set foot in Lingyan Pavilion. Whispers in the palace suggested that the lady had fallen out of favor. Even the head of the Internal Affairs Bureau no longer regarded her with the same enthusiasm as before. In previous years, the amethyst tribute from the Southern Kingdom would be promptly delivered to Lingyan Pavilion, yet this year not even a trace had been seen. Surely, it had been appropriated by the virtuous concubine. Ming sighed heavily, troubled by the lady's thoughts. After all, he was the emperor, the sovereign of all. Why did the lady insist on opposing him? Imo Qingkuai, hearing this, opened her swollen eyes, taking a deep breath to steady herself. For days had passed, and Gao Xian had not only failed to visit her, but had not uttered a single word. The thought sent fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. Ming'er sighed softly. My lady, perhaps you should consider softening your stance with the emperor. His affections for you run deep. A visit to Yangxin Palace could restore his favor immediately. Submit? Absolutely not. Mo Qingquai instinctively rejected the notion. She had traversed time, her perspectives far exceeding those of these feudal minds. Moreover, this matter was unequivocally Gao Xian's fault. Why should she apologize? After the storm of emotions subsided, Mo Qingquai gazed at the desolate chamber, quickly regaining her composure. Yet, it seemed Gao Xian was genuinely upset. She clutched the handkerchief tightly, her expression filled with conflict. Yangxin Palace. Gao Xian sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the memorials before him. The scent of dragon's saliva incense wafted from the bronze burner, and the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, Eunuch Li pressed his lips together and cautiously approached Gao Xian. Your Majesty, the Lady Qin seeks an audience, he announced gently. Upon hearing this, Gao Xian's grip on the brush faltered visibly before he coldly retorted, Do not grant her entry. Tell her to return. After so many days, she chose now to seek him out? Did she take him for granted? Eunuch Li sighed, Your Majesty, I too advise the Lady Qin to return. But she stubbornly remains outside, braving the winds. Let her stand there, Gao Xian replied mercilessly. He lowered his gaze, resuming his perusal of the memorials. Yet the words began to blur before him. He struggled to focus. After finishing the document, he looked up coldly. Is she still outside? Eunuch Li nodded knowingly. Gao Xian pressed his lips into a thin line. It was autumn now. The air had turned brisk. Did she not fear falling ill? Why was she so thoughtless? Lost in thought, he tossed aside the memorial and strode towards the exit. Outside Yangxin Palace, Missouri Qingquai stood in a thin, plain dress, her unadorned face exposed to the autumn wind. Her almond-shaped eyes, filled with unshed tears, gazed at him, radiating vulnerability. Seeing her, Gao Xian's heart softened. He quickly stepped forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Leaning against him, Mo Qingquai's lips curled into a gentle smile. Look, she didn't even need to apologize. Merely standing before Gao Xian was enough to elicit his affection. She was different, unlike any other woman in the harem. In a short while, news of the Lady Qin's reinstatement spread throughout the palace. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window panes, casting a warm glow upon Qin Jiwei's bed. Awakening slowly, she felt a heaviness in her head, the discomfort of a hangover crashing over her like a tidal wave. She raised a hand to massage her throbbing temples. Gradually opening her eyes, her consciousness still in a haze. Hearing a voice from within, Xiaohe called out, Miss, are you awake? Yes, Qin Jiwei replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. Xiaohe turned, and the maidservants promptly approached to assist Qin Jiwei in getting ready. Sitting before the dressing table, she gazed into the bronze mirror, her brows knitting together in confusion. She reached up to touch her slightly swollen lips, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her features. Why were her lips swollen? In the mirror, her formerly rosy lips now appeared slightly puffy and vividly red. Instinctively, she pressed her fingers against them, only to feel a sting. Frowning, she racked her brain to recall the events of the previous night. Fragments of memories flickered in her mind. She remembered drinking with Gao Yunji at the princess's residence, but the subsequent events remained elusive. Mama Song stood behind her, arranging her hair. Noticing the confusion on Qin Jiwei's face, she smiled slightly but refrained from speaking. Such matters were best unraveled by them, as outsiders would only complicate things further. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiwei decided to set aside her puzzlement. The sun had risen high, illuminating the room, suggesting that it was nearly noon. Suddenly, she jolted. Where were the 3 children? Xiaohe inserted a jade hairpin into Qin Jiwei's coiffure, her voice soothing. All 3 young masters have already gone to school. You need not worry. Relieved to hear that the children were safe at school, Qin Jiwei felt a weight lift off her shoulders. It was her first experience of drunkenness and waking up so late. In her previous life, palace banquets often involved copious amounts of wine. To avoid embarrassing herself, she had trained her tolerance in private. Yet, last night, she had forgotten that she was no longer in her former body. After lunch, she reclined on the favored couch. Engrossed in a book, Xiaohe lifted the curtain and entered, her voice bright with excitement. Miss, a letter from your uncle has arrived. My uncle has written? Qin Jiwei exclaimed, setting her book aside eagerly. Let me see. She took the letter, reading each line intently. Noticing her elation, Xiaohe could not help but inquire, Miss, what does the letter say? My uncle writes that he has arrived in the capital today and will visit the Ho residence after settling in. Her uncle was coming to see her. Xiaoyi shared in her joy. Qin Jiwei examined the letter repeatedly, her fingertips trembling slightly. At last, she would finally meet her uncle. In the afternoon, a carriage halted before the Ho residence. Jiang Ling lifted the curtain and disembarked. As Qin Jiwei beheld that familiar face, her eyes immediately welled with tears. Chapter 104. His keen gaze fell upon Jiang Qiran, who trembled slightly as she called out, "Uncle." After her mother's passing, her uncle had become the most benevolent figure in her life. In her previous life, he was summoned back to the capital and wished to visit her in the palace. However, despite sending numerous invitations, they were all rejected by the wise consort. Eventually, they met at a palace banquet. Yet their conversation was abruptly interrupted after only a few exchanged words. Not long after, the news of her uncle's arrest reached the palace. At that time, she had just entered the palace and was powerless to investigate the matter. She learned through whispers that her uncle had been imprisoned for embezzlement. Qin Jiwei could not believe it. Her uncle was not that kind of person, but trapped within the palace. She could do nothing but don plain clothes and kneel before the Yanshin Hall, weeping and pleading for his release. Yet, no matter how fervently she implored, Gao Xian remained unmoved and ultimately ordered her uncle's execution. On the day of her uncle's execution, she fell gravely ill, bedridden for 3 long months. As these memories surfaced, tears welled in Qin Jiwei's eyes, her gaze shimmering with unshed sorrow. Jiang Ling, witnessing this, felt a wave of compassion and hurried to comfort her, saying, "Dear child, our reunion is a joyous occasion. Please do not cry. Your uncle will remain in the capital, and we will have many more opportunities to meet." Qin Jiwei retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her eyes, nodding gently, her heart resolutely determined that in this life, she would not allow her uncle to come to harm again. "Cousin," a warm and melodious male voice rang out. Qin Jiwei lifted her gaze to see a handsome young man before her, blinking in surprise. After a moment, she recognized him, uncertainty lacing her voice as she asked, "Cousin?" Jiang Qiran, upon seeing Qin Jiwei's lovely face, was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. He slightly pressed his lips together and nodded. "Qin Jiwei, is that really you?" "It has been so long," she said with a light laugh. In her childhood, when her mother was still alive, they often visited her uncle and cousin. At that time, her mother enjoyed favor, and although Li Shi had her grievances, she dared not voice them before her father. After her mother's demise, her uncle, having passed the imperial examination, took the family south for official duties, and they had not met since. She could hardly believe how strikingly handsome her cousin had become. Jiang Qiran smiled. "Indeed, it has been quite a while. In his youth, he had once declared that he would marry his cousin Jiwei when they grew up. But now," Jiang Qiran's gaze drifted to the imposing plaque of the Marquess residence, and his expression dimmed slightly. "Uncle," Song Momo called out, her voice tinged with emotion upon seeing Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling sighed heavily at the sight of her. Song Momo had been a companion to Qingqing at her wedding, but alas. "Our meeting is a cause for celebration. Let us not linger at the entrance," Qin Jiwei suggested. Jiang Ling nodded. "Jiwei is right. Let us first pay our respects to the matriarch and the marquis. It is the proper thing to do." At that moment, the marquis was not in the residence. In the main courtyard, Jiang Ling only encountered the marquis's wife. She was gracious and did not treat them with any less courtesy, engaging in light conversation. Qiu Yueli watched from the side. Ever since that autumn banquet where she was publicly humiliated by the consort Chun, she had remained in the marquis's residence, too ashamed to venture out. Hearing that Qin Jiwei's uncle had arrived, she could not help but come out to take a look. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Qiran, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. She was surprised to find that Qin Jiwei's cousin was so exceptional. Tall and upright, clad in a long gown, he exuded an air of elegance. His appearance was striking, and his every gesture radiated gentleness and humility. Yet, the momentary awe was fleeting, and Qiu Yueli huffed softly. Although Jiang Qiran was impressive, he paled in comparison to young Master Xie. The thought of Xie Yanli caused a pang of pain in her heart. In contrast to the marquis's wife's cool demeanor, old Madame Xie appeared far more amiable. She patted Qin Jiwei's hand, exclaiming, "Our marquis's residence is truly fortunate to have a granddaughter-in-law like Jiwei. It is a blessing for both us and Yanli." Though it was mere pleasantries, old Madame Xie genuinely believed it. Ever since Qin Jiwei married in, the 3 children had grown healthier and more talkative. Yanli also noticeably changed, no longer returning only every few days. All of this was due to Jiwei's influence. Jiang Ling smiled. Old madam, you flatter us. It is indeed a blessing for Ji Wei to enter the Marquis' residence. He could see that old Madame Xie genuinely cherished Ji Wei, at least within the Marquis' residence. There was someone to protect her, which brought him some comfort. After paying their respects to the elders, Qin Ji Wei led Jiang Ling and Jiang Qiren back to Qinglan Courtyard. Uncle, what position have you been appointed to upon your return to the capital? Qin Ji Wei inquired. In his letter, her uncle had expressed great concern for her, scarcely mentioning his own affairs. She wondered if his official position remained the same in this life as in the last. If he were not in the Ministry of Rites, perhaps he could avoid the calamity involving the relics. Jiang Ling set down his teacup with a smile. Upon my return, I have been appointed as the Minister of Rites. Qin Ji Wei's heart sank. It was still the Ministry of Rites. Yet, she maintained a cheerful facade. So you hold a third-rank position? Uncle, your promotion is quite rapid. I did not expect it either, Jiang Ling chuckled. I was already delighted to return to the capital. And then the Emperor promoted me as well. By the way, your father is also in the Ministry of Rites now, serving as an assistant under me. At the mention of Qin Fu, Jiang Ling's expression darkened, and his tone grew colder. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch over him. He remembered clearly how Qin Jiang had treated Ji Wei after Qing Qing's death. He intended to repay that debt in full. Qin Ji Wei was momentarily taken aback by her uncle's sudden mention of her father, but soon smiled. Her father? Well, having him was no better than not having him at all. She nodded gently. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Ling waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities between us. By the way, why haven't I seen Aunt and my cousin? Did they not come to the capital with you? Qin Ji Wei asked, puzzled. Mother is unwell, and my sister is attending to her, Jiang Qiren explained. The court's orders came swiftly, and my father and I had to advance to the capital first. In a few days, once Mother feels better, she and my sister will join us. Qin Ji Wei nodded lightly, understanding now. I hope Anne is not seriously ill. Jiang Ling replied gently. It's nothing serious. The doctor has examined her. And it's just a common cold. I was worried that the journey would worsen her condition, so I advised her to recuperate before coming to the capital. However, I received a letter last night stating that your aunt is feeling much better, so I expect she will arrive soon. The group chatted leisurely for a while until a small, crisp voice suddenly echoed through the room. Mother, Xie, with his tiny feet, scampered into the main hall. His big, dark eyes sparkled with joy, but upon seeing the crowd, his smile instantly faltered. Oh no, so many people. He pursed his lips tightly, though his curious eyes roamed about. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the clever little fellow. Jiang Qiren quietly observed, guessing that this must be young Master Xie's adopted son. Qin Ji Wei smiled and waved at Xie. Come here, Jua, greet your uncle and cousin. Xie dashed over to Qin Ji Wei's side. Standing closely behind his mother, he gradually relaxed his stiff little lips. He cupped his hands and bowed to Jiang Ling and Jiang Qiren, saying, I have come to pay my respects to uncle and cousin. Jiang Ling had initially worried that Ji Wei, being young, might struggle to handle young Master Xie's children. Yet, to his surprise, the child was so warm and affectionate towards Qin Ji Wei. Xie was always the first to leave school. Before long, Xie Jingshun and Xie Jing returned as well. Being older, they did not exhibit the same panic as Xie upon seeing Jiang Ling and Jiang Qiren. After inquiring about the situation, they both clasped their hands and offered a respectful greeting. During this time, Xie had been nurtured with care by Qin Ji Wei, and her demeanor was no longer as bashful as before. Although she initially felt a bit anxious, she gradually relaxed, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she began to question Jiang Ling about various matters. The innocent musings of a child soon elicited hearty laughter from the adults in the room. When Xie Yanli entered, he was greeted by this warm and joyful scene. His keen gaze settled sharply upon Jiang Qiren and the way he regarded Qin Ji Wei. Xie Yanli's eyes darkened, his pupils narrowing slightly. Jiang Qiren naturally sensed his scrutiny and turned his gaze toward him. The two locked eyes, their stares icy and unyielding, neither willing to back down. Chapter 105. Xie Yanli's demeanor was somewhat more distinguished. Upon his arrival, Jiang Ling immediately rose and offered a slight bow, addressing him as young Master Xie. Although he had been reassigned to the Ministry of Personnel, he had yet to assume his post and was still merely a fourth-rank official. Upon encountering Xie Yanli, he felt compelled to pay his respects. Xie Yanli's brow furrowed slightly, as if contemplating the identity of this individual. Qin Ji Wei, noticing his confusion, promptly interjected, Husband. This is my maternal uncle. Xie Yanli nodded and softly called out, Uncle. Jiang Ling felt a surge of excitement. Not expecting to be addressed as uncle by the renowned young master Xie, he quickly bowed again. Qin Jiwei then turned to introduce Jiang Qirang, stating, "This is my cousin, Jiang Qirang, who has just reached adulthood this year." Xie Yanli's gaze turned icy, and his voice, laced with frost, acknowledged, "Cousin Jiang." Jiang Qirang sensed the chill emanating from Xie Yanli, but nonchalantly curved his lips into a smile. After a slight salute, he replied, "Young Master Xie." The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Qin Jiwei's eyes flitted between the two men, her brow furrowing. Although this was their first meeting, it felt as if they were subtly competing against one another. Simultaneously, Qin Jiwei couldn't help but draw a comparison between them. Both were exquisite as jade. Yet Xie Yanli exuded an aura of cold elegance, while Jiang Qirang radiated warmth. Both were tall and strikingly handsome, but Xie Yanli's demeanor was decidedly more regal and striking. His dark, cold eyes held no warmth whatsoever. He had indeed guessed correctly. Jiang Qirang harbored unusual feelings for Jiwei. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the imperial garden, upon hearing of concubine Qin's renewed favor, the noble consort, infuriated, shattered 3 vases and 4 porcelain cups in the palace. Nevertheless, her rage remained unsatisfied, and she resolved to unleash her fury on Qin Luan. Dressed in resplendent court attire, the noble consort, with her elegantly arched brows, cast a frosty gaze upon the kneeling Qin Luan in the middle of the path. Qin Luan had long since grown accustomed to the noble consort's torment. Yet she couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The noble consort approached, looking down at her, and coldly commanded, "Beat her." The attending maid, grasping the intent, stepped forward and raised the wrought-tan whip, striking Qin Luan with force. The whip sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, each blow leaving a vivid red mark on her skin. Unlike before, Qin Luan did not cry out for mercy. Instead, she bit her lip, suppressing the pain. Mimicking the way she remembered Qin Jiwei had once cried, she allowed tears to well up in her eyes. At that moment, a steady cadence of footsteps approached. A eunuch's sharp voice rang out, "The emperor has arrived." Gao Xian, clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe, strode towards them. The noble consort immediately bent in salute, greeting the emperor. Gao Xian cast a glance at her. He had intended to visit concubine Qin, but had unexpectedly encountered the noble consort reprimanding a concubine. However, he had no intention of intervening. As long as the noble consort did not target Qin Kuei, she could do as she pleased. Turning to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman kneeling on the ground, causing his steps to falter and surprise to flicker in his eyes. Qin Luan, adorned in a light-hued dress, with only a single jade hairpin in her hair, looked pitiful with tears glistening in her eyes, reminiscent of someone he knew. The noble consort, noticing the emperor's attention on Qin Luan, felt a chill in her gaze but quickly subdued her earlier arrogance. In a delicate tone, she said, "Your Majesty, today Qin Changzai has been quite bold, daring to offend this humble servant. I merely administered a slight punishment. I hope your Majesty will not take offense." Qin Changzai. Qin Luan? Gao Xian's thoughts clicked into place, his lips pressing together. It was indeed her. He had thought it was someone else. Qin Luan and Qin Jiwei were sisters, sharing a resemblance. However, Qin Luan had always adorned herself heavily, obscuring their similarities. In her current understated attire, their likeness was starkly evident. Gao Xian shook his head slightly, refocusing his thoughts. Turning his attention back to Qin Luan, he noticed the alarming red marks on her skin, and his brow furrowed in concern. He vaguely recalled that Qin Luan was Qin Jiwei's sister. If he were to discover that his sister was suffering in the palace, it would surely weigh heavily on her heart. Gao Xian gestured for a nearby eunuch to assist Qin Luan to her feet. He then addressed the noble consort, speaking softly. "It is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for such harsh punishment. Let this be the end of it for today, and refrain from causing such harm in the future." The noble consort, taken aback and enraged, had not anticipated the emperor would intervene on Qin Luan's behalf. Yet, she dared not defy his will and could only bite her lip in acquiescence, replying, "Yes, this humble servant will heed your Majesty's command." Gao Xian nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Qin Luan as he gently offered her words of encouragement for her recovery before departing with the others. The noble consort remained, her face fluctuating between hues of anger and disbelief, her handkerchief clenched tightly in her fist. With a huff, she shot a furious glare at Qin Luan as she left, muttering to herself that today she was under the emperor's protection, but that could change in the future. Qin Luan, however, remained unfazed, her heart swelling with satisfaction. She had surmised correctly. Men were indeed drawn to the pretentious demeanor of Qin Jiwei. If she could emulate just a fraction of that, she would surely capture the emperor's attention. She was destined for greatness, born to be an empress. Rising from the ground, Qin Luan lifted her chin, declaring, "Let us return to the palace." Chapter 106. Could it be that he is feeling jealous? In Qinglong courtyard, Xie Yanli's gaze lingered coldly on Jiang Qiran for a moment before he strode forward and took a seat beside Qin Jiwei. Jiang Qiran raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. Once settled, he accepted the tea offered by the maid and took a delicate sip. Does cousin Jiang currently hold any notable titles? Xie Yanli inquired in a frosty tone. Surprised, Qin Jiwei turned to look at him. When did Xie Yanli become so concerned about others? In response to young Master Xie, I am now a Jishur, and I have come to the capital to participate in next spring's imperial examination, Jiang Qiran replied softly. Qin Jiwei nodded, her mind racing with thoughts. In her previous life, during the spring examination of the following year, her cousin had achieved the rank of a successful candidate. However, he later fell victim to the scandal involving their uncle and tragically took his own life at a young age. She gently shook her head, pulling her thoughts back. In this lifetime, she would not allow either her uncle or cousin to encounter misfortune. Looking towards Jiang Qiran, she smiled reassuringly. Cousin, rest assured, you will surely excel in next spring's examination. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanli's expression darkened slightly. Did she truly have such faith in her cousin? Jiang Qiran's demeanor softened further, and he replied with a gentle smile, I appreciate your kind words, cousin. At that moment, a memory struck him, and he spoke again. When we were young, you would always praise my studies whenever we met. Uncle, Xie leaned closer to Jiang Qiran, his face filled with astonishment. You actually met mother when she was a child? Xie blinked his large eyes, filled with curiosity. What did mother look like as a child? Jiang Qiran's eyes sparkled with warmth. Your mother was quite charming in her youth, with a round face and large, beautiful eyes. With every word he uttered, Xie Yanli's expression darkened further, a wave of annoyance washing over him. He had never seen Jiwei as a child. Xie Jing, who had been silent until then, glanced at Jiang Qiran. His expression remained neutral, but his eyes grew colder. He did not favor this uncle and felt he was a threat to their family. Xie eyes widened in awe. Wow, mother was a beauty even as a child. He then leaned toward Qin Jiwei, nudging her playfully. Now she is a great beauty. Qin Jiwei chuckled, playfully pinching his small nose. You have a sweet tongue. Seeing the corners of Qin Jiwei's lips curl upward, Jiang Qiran continued, his voice laced with nostalgia and warmth. Back then, you always liked to follow me around, asking me to take you kite flying. Recalling those childhood moments, Qin Jiwei couldn't help but smile. Indeed, you were always able to procure the most beautiful kites and gifted me several. Following him, kite flying together, Xie Yanli tightened his grip on the jade ring in his hand, nearly crushing it in frustration. Xie Ling, who had been laughing moments ago, suddenly froze upon noticing Xie Yanli's sullen expression. Why did he look so displeased? Could it be that Xie Yanli felt they had overstayed their welcome? He glanced outside at the gloomy sky. It seemed to be getting late. It is getting late. We should return to the residence, Xie Ling spoke up. Seeing Jiwei thriving brought him a sense of relief. Their visit had fulfilled its purpose, and it was time to leave. Qin Jiwei also stood, noting the time. Uncle, be cautious on your way back. She felt a twinge of reluctance, having not seen him for so many years. However, now that her uncle had returned to the capital, there would be ample opportunities to meet again. Zijou, standing beside Xie Yanli, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Finally, they were leaving. If they stayed any longer, he feared Jiang Qiran might provoke the young master to his limits. Jiang Qiran also rose and turned to Qin Jiwei, his eyes warm and smiling. Until we meet again, cousin. As soon as he spoke, Zijou shot a glare at Jiang Qiran. What more do you have to say? Look at how upset you've made our young master. Jiang Qiran caught Zijou's gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. What is with this servant's hostility? After the Jiang family departed, Xie Yanli cast a deep, brooding glance at Qin Jiwei. She met his gaze, startled by the intensity of his expression. Before she could speak, Xie Yanli turned and strode away to his study without a backward glance. Qin Jiwei could only bite her lip, pondering over the man. The following day, Miss, I have heard an intriguing piece of news today, Xiao He exclaimed excitedly. You little girl, why are you teasing me? Qin Jiwei smiled, lifting her teacup. Do tell. Grandma Song turned her head to look at Xiao He as well. Xiao He chuckled softly. This matter involves uncle. At this, Qin Jiwei's hand trembled slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Recently, the eminent Master Fa Hui, known alongside Kong Yu, had passed away. The governor of Zhujiang sent Master Fa Hui's relics to the capital, intending to present them to the Empress Dowager at the Mid-Autumn Festival in hopes of winning her favor. With only 5 days remaining until the festival, the relics had already been entrusted to the Ministry of Rites. Her uncle, now the Minister of Rites, was responsible for this matter. Qin Jiwei's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling slightly. This incident was, indeed, unfolding. In her previous life, the offering of the relics had been a significant matter concerning the Empress Dowager. Gao Xian had entrusted it to her uncle. However, unexpectedly, the relics were stolen, and even the entire Imperial Guard could not recover them. Shortly thereafter, the Empress Dowager fell gravely ill, barely clinging to life. Gao Xian, in a fit of rage, believed the loss of the relics had caused her condition and ordered her uncle to be executed. Qin Jiwei shut her eyes tightly, forcing herself to calm down. To save her uncle in this life, the relics must be safeguarded at all costs and cannot be stolen. As Qin Jiwei pondered, a maid's voice called out, "Young master. The young master is here." Qin Jiwei looked up to see Xie Yanli clad in a cool white robe, exuding an air of icy elegance, holding a colorful kite that seemed entirely out of character for him. The kite was exquisitely crafted, its frame made of bamboo and adorned with lightweight, vibrant silk. It depicted butterflies, their wings painted in vivid colors, almost as if they could take flight at any moment. "Husband, this is..." Qin Jiwei began, preparing to smile as she reached for it. But Xie Yanli's voice was cool as he replied, "This is a gift for you." A gift for her? Qin Jiwei's eyes widened in shock. Xie Yanli had actually given her a kite. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Xie Yanli was feeling jealous because her cousin mentioned kites last night?